Ward by J.C. McCrae. A production by Parahuman Audio. Performed by a cast of fans and volunteers. Please visit parahumanaudio.com to learn more. Thank you and enjoy. Arc 5, Shadow, Chapter 1. Experience told me that after waking up from a bad dream, it was better for me to move. The emotional and mental impact of being tired for the rest of the day was far lower than if I remained in bed and stewed. Either way, I rarely fell back to sleep. It was one of the few things that had been easier at the hospital. Sleep had been regular, reliable. There hadn't been any stretches where I'd have nightmares or insomnia for 3 nights in a row, and the littlest things would be a grind by the 3rd day. The drugs had been part of my diet to ensure I fell asleep and woke up at certain times. They didn't do much about the nightmares, but even waking up hadn't ended the nightmare back then. I was perpetually tempted to get something to help, but the degree to which I was tempted was a warning bell in the back of my mind. Sleep, eating, having a space to retreat to, physical affection, attention, socializing, breathing. It was always the basic, animal things that came apart in the wake of stress and crisis. Things broke down, got twisted, or they were reminders. I woke up and I pulled on a pair of jeans. Red-dyed raw denim, washed with something dark that made the creases and seams very apparent. They were a little looser fitting than my going-out jeans, and I'd settled into wearing them when I was at home and my dad was around, or now when Crystal was around. It felt less like I was a slob if I was wearing them at home, especially if anyone dropped in. Dean had tried on red jeans once, while I was shopping with him. His uncharacteristically self-conscious reaction had had me in stitches. If I hadn't been able to fly, I would have been on the floor laughing. It was a good memory, and a large part of why the jeans were a security blanket-level thing for me. The memory had a nice second part, when Dean had mentioned that even the brief wearing of the jeans had turned his legs and underwear red. His best friends and I had been there as he'd recounted how concerned he'd been before realizing, and how the redness on his underwear had been worse where it pressed against the jeans, especially at the front. He'd described it as a clown nose smudge on the front, and his friends had been nearly falling out of their seats. Even now, it put a smile on my face. There were other memories, too. Some from the same trip, others from other dates. He'd tried on a lot of jeans, and to this day I could remember a pair where he had looked perfect. In profile, in the narrow waist and hips, the broad shoulders, the pert butt. He'd lifted up his shirt so I could see the fit, and I'd seen the thin trail of body hair leading up to his navel, his flat stomach, and the bones of his hips just above the jeans. Already warmed up by my laughing fit earlier, I'd worked myself up into a tizzy, the best words for it, and I'd maintained the tizziness until 20 minutes later when we were cutting through the parking lot to the bus stop. I'd pulled him aside for a make-out session. I missed him so much it hurt. But the memories were happy ones, and they were a good buffer against the bad night's sleep. I kept my t-shirt and underwear on from yesterday, and I went without a bra, pulling on a white sweater with 2 long sleeves and a wide collar that left my shoulders bare. The fit was snuggly and enveloping, as if the sweater itself was giving me a hug, kind of what I was shooting for when a not insignificant part of me felt like I was 5 years old again, scared and wanting to crawl into bed with my mom and dad. Set on putting the nightmare and the associated feelings behind me, I got some socks, underwear, sports bra, and a camisole top, stowing them in my bag where I already had my wallet. I pulled on some sneakers, sans socks, and headed to the balcony door. I eyed the clock in the kitchen as I passed it. 15 minutes to 5. I flew toward Cedar Point. "You're not wrong," Jessica Yamada said. I stared out over the water. There was something sinister at play with the team. Crystal was out at the water's edge now, leaning over the railing. Force fields made a kind of table or tray for her to set her food down on. It drew the attention of bystanders in a "look at that, how cool" way. "Double agent? Someone under the influence of another?" I asked. "Telling you would be telling you who," Jessica said, "which, unfortunately, would be betraying confidence." "Can I think aloud?" "You can." I got on this track of thought because I have an ominous feeling. I likened it to my sister. Keep in mind that hindsight might distort the picture with your sister. It's easy to look back and think things were better or worse than they were. Yes, I said, conceding the point. Yes, but I can take key moments in isolation, scenes I remember with vivid detail, conversations down to the word, and I can use those as waypoints. I can recall what led up to what and what happened after, because I've replayed it all in my head 1,000 times, and I can compare that to this. Don't lose sight of how replaying events in your head to such excruciating detail might distort the picture, as will gathering all of those like memories together. I try not to, I said. Thinking aloud, you think something's up. You're equipped with all of the facts. You know people's stories, most of the secrets. Sveta said something about how she's kind of unique in how she knows the most about most people, if I'm included in things. I imagine she does. I had no background going in, but I called you to talk because I had worries, and I'm realizing the general shape of your worries and why you brought me in. We're at the same conclusion, but we got here by different roads. Something's wrong, or it's going to go wrong. Jessica ate while I talked. You would be allowed to break confidentiality if there was a real and imminent risk of danger, or if there was a danger to a vulnerable group, and in the event of child abuse? I would if I knew there was a danger to any involved, Jessica said. I would also have to disclose if required by law, a muddy thing these days, with the world hanging in suspension while the laws are being written. I've run into that a bit, I said, thinking of Natalie. And if I had to disclose to obtain payment or ensure proper care, as I would if I was giving care to someone who then had to go to the asylum. In either of those two cases, for law or working with other mental health professionals, I would get the patient's permission first. So it's not that, obviously, but you're really worried. It's something that you think is likely enough that you want me there to keep an eye on things. I gave some serious consideration to whether the risk, though not a certain one, was worth the cost to the patient, to my career, and to the other patients I might no longer be able to look after. I looked at Jessica. She took another bite of her barbecue chicken sandwich, adjusting the wrapper to catch the drips of sauce and bits of lettuce and onion. What do you mean? I asked. With an index finger and thumb still holding the sandwich, she held up some fingers to block her mouth while she chewed. I nodded and waited for her to finish the mouthful. She swallowed, paused, and then said, I mean that if I were to report, there is a chance my reasons for reporting might be seen as insufficient, unproven, or unclear. Just a suspicion, a strong one, not enough reason to bring authorities into it or take action against the person or people you're worried about. Yes, she said. What would happen? It's hard to say. The future of the law is unclear. But I can say I would be tied up in proceedings as they judge whether I had merit, which could take months or even more than a year. Even if nothing happened, the fact that it even had to happen in the first place might impact who I could work for. I might have to take a leave from work, and I might not be able to work with the Wardens or with critical risk-powered juveniles. You're kidding, I said. The PRT was stringent about who they would hire and take into confidence, and there's no reason to believe the next group to take power will be any less careful. Even with that in mind, she trailed off. You thought about telling people. That doesn't seem just. There are a lot of people that rely on you. Even with the group therapy kids, it's pretty clear. I feel like if they didn't have you, some pretty bad stuff would happen. And they're, what, 10% of your caseload? Less? Less. But I can't ignore one wrong involving my patients for the sake of ensuring I can maintain care for the rest. Thankfully, it isn't that binary in reality. I can act clearly and decisively when there's a clear and decisive danger. I can ask multiple someones that I know and respect to keep an eye out. Me being one? Yes, Victoria. You're one of several. Some are waiting until the group is more visible. People in the Wardens will reach out and coordinate. They know where your group originated and that I'm concerned about where it may go. I may not be the best choice. I know you didn't choose me exactly. You wanted me to try and steer the group away from the hero thing. I volunteered myself for this, and you were relieved to have one set of eyes on things, on a more ongoing basis. Yeah, I said. If you need to back away from this, you can, she said. Tell me and I'll help. Others will help to keep an eye on things, if at more of a distance. I involved you initially, and I was glad when you seemed to be interested and invested in a way that played to your strengths and that you enjoyed. I was, again, relieved to have more eyes on things. I do not, however, want you to suffer for it. I looked out over the water, which was so very dark and expansive. The city didn't keep many lights on at night, with the power situation being what it was. Less lights to reflect down on the water after dark, less light reaching the clouds up above to make the sky lighter. Ink-black darkness. "How have you been?" she asked. I shrugged. "Back at the asylum, after you had worked on your motor control, I had you keep a journal with the attendant's help." Dark, heavy feelings to match what I saw over the water. Each day in the calendar started with a drawn-out cross, with a number written in each of the 4 quadrants. We tracked how you were doing in various areas. I didn't make much progress. You moved on to the independent care facility. More dark, heavy feelings. How would you fill it out now? Physically, emotionally, contextually, and in the immediate picture with your personal needs? I have no earthly idea, I said. It might be worth paying attention to, she said. Have you called the number I gave you, the therapist? I shook my head. If you sat down with a friend or a loved one, and they told you they felt as you have these past few days, their worries, wants, needs, and problems, would you want them to talk to someone qualified? Yeah, I said. I guess I would. She took a bite of her sandwich, diplomatically avoiding saying something. Yeah, I said. I hear you. I stopped in at the group's headquarters, landing on the fire escape and unlocking the door with my key. Lights started to turn on, computer monitors appearing, Kenzie's cube glowing at the corners as her projected image appeared in the computer chair, fritzing. It's fine. Go back to sleep, Kenzie, I said to the room. I woke up early and decided to go flying. I'm using the shower. There was a pause, and then the various projections, images, screens, and lights went dark, in the reverse order they had turned on. I wondered if I'd actually woken her up, and if she'd actually heard me. The apartment was fairly spacious, to the point it could have been a 2-bedroom place if it actually had walls. As it was, the only walls encircled the corner where a single shallow closet and the bathroom were. The bathroom, I couldn't help but note, was ridiculously small for the size of the overall apartment. Toilet, sink, and shower stall, with barely any room to squeeze in between one thing and the thing or things beside it. I stepped into the bathroom and disrobed, leaning out past the door to hang up my jeans outside, so the humidity of the shower wouldn't get at them. I hung up the rest of my clothes on the inside of the door. It was paranoia over preserving the raw denim and bringing out any dye that regular wearing hadn't already worn away, maybe. But I'd spent a week's pay on the jeans. If they'd been free, I still would have been attached to them, because they reminded me of Dean, and because they were getting to be the most comfortable jeans I'd ever had after rigorous wearing. I was going to be fussy. I hadn't gotten to be fussy with other things. A year after I had gone to the hospital, my mom had donated just about all of my clothes to charity. There had been things I'd bought with Dean, with friends, with Aunt Sarah or Crystal. Uncle Neil had always spoiled me rotten, going to Crystal for tips on what to get me, and there had been 4 or 5 things I would have liked to have. Some had been milestone things. Dresses I'd worn to school events, clothes I'd gotten to take home from photo shoots, and small accessories I'd bought as rewards to myself, like saving my first $1,000 and $2,000, when I'd thought I might move to another city to follow Dean if the PRT moved him. It hadn't been like she'd needed the room. Dad had moved out by then. I was gone. My sister was gone. It had been her ripping off her own Band-Aid by giving away my treasures. I could have turned the shower to a scalding heat to try to find a physical way to reflect what I was feeling otherwise. I could have turned it to freezing cold to wake myself up. I opted for the embrace of warm water in lieu of the warm hug of the sweater I'd taken off. I got into the shower and used my flight, bringing my knees to my chest and hugging my legs tight, closing my eyes. I rotated in the air a few times over the course of what might have been 20 minutes, letting the water pour over me. I didn't open my eyes once for the duration, and I didn't feel like I might fall asleep. I finished my recounting of my observations of the team. Jessica finished eating. Rain was in a bad spot, and he'd revealed himself to be fallen. Kenzie and Houndstooth, Ashley and her outbursts, Chris and his lopsided dips into one emotion, Sveta's worries, Tristan and Moonsong. No team name, a lot of missing cape names. I know you don't like the cape name thing. It's not that I don't like it, Mrs. Yamada said. I think it can make sense to take a hero name as an adult, but for someone younger, it can be one part of a greater issue. It's hard enough for a teenager to decide who they are without the icon, the mask, and the name taking so much focus. I wanted to argue the point so badly, and I was too tired to do it. A passionate debate about powers, identities, and costumes with Jessica, outside of the bounds of a therapy session, it would have been great. There's going to be a war, I said. Rain is going to be swept up in it, if he hasn't already. They're hoping to kill him in the chaos. The others might be swept up in it. We'll try to keep that from happening. If it happens, we can try to make sure it happens in the safest, most controlled way possible, I said. I saw the look on her face and hurried to add, I know you want to keep it from happening, but they want to protect each other, and they do want to stretch their wings and flex their powers. It's part of being a cape. It is, Jessica said. What about you? Me? Will you be swept up in it? Do you want to stretch your wings and flex your powers? I don't want to flex my powers, I said. I do want to be involved. I see this as a snowball rolling downhill. It's chaotic, and it has the potential to do a lot of damage, some of it inevitable. But for all their flaws, I think they are holding on to what you wanted to impart on them. For the most part, they need nudges. Nudges? To change the course of the snowball. Reassuring Sveta, redirecting Ashley or giving her an excuse to do what she wants to do anyway. Keeping Kenzie from overcommitting herself. Tristan gets into things and needs a bit of a shake, and he'll step back from the headlong charge. Rain, more complicated, because it's not him exactly. Self-doubt, but it's external factors pushing in on him that we need to worry about. And Chris? I don't even know. I plan to keep a close eye on him, because I haven't figured him out, and he doesn't seem like he wants to share any of himself, which makes me worry. I'll see if I can figure out what to do." "Nudges and keeping an eye on things," Mrs. Yamada said. "I think you're on the right track. Step back if this is wearing on you." I shook my head. Everything wears on me. Eating and sleeping wear on me. Stepping back wouldn't do me any good. I'll call your colleague. Do what I can." "Self-care," Jessica said. "Yes, be kind to yourself. Reach out for help if you need it. You do have friends. Don't lose sight of that." I looked over in Crystal's direction. She waved the foil-wrapped sandwich in the air, as if baiting me. I found myself tempted, when I hadn't even been hungry before. "Yeah, I just realized how ravenous I am. I feel like there are 100 more things I should tell you that you need to know, but not enough minutes in the day, even if and when I get more with a helpful someone's power. I know. Go eat." I stepped back from the railing. "Sorry, I skipped breakfast and I tossed my lunch. I'd have stern words for you, but I barely ate today either. Take care of yourself, Victoria." She hugged me. "We'll talk again soon," she said, without breaking the hug. I nodded. I hadn't worked out what I was doing in regard to Rain. A part of me had hoped for guidance. In the end, it had been better to give Mrs. Yamada the lay of the land. If she was suspicious, then my mention of outbursts, of backsliding, of stubbornness, confrontations, or secrecy might have been the cue she needed to make a decision. If she was okay with where things stood, then so was I. I would nudge, I would keep an eye out, and I would look after myself. I felt more peace than I had, having had the conversation. "Bye," I said, my voice not all there because I was a little choked up. I couldn't wholly pin down why. I broke the hug and went straight to my steaming barbecue chicken sandwich. Crystal, too. Shower off. Tangled mane transformed to wet-combed locks. Wet locks transformed to damp braid. Clothes on, sports bra on under sweater, sleeves rolled up around the wrists, red raw jeans, socks and sneakers. The clothes I'd hung up on the bathroom door had been effectively steamed while I was in the shower, and my hands smoothed out the wrinkles that had accumulated from my clothes being in my bag. Self-care. To have a shower with no disturbances or worries about bothering Crystal. To dress in things that felt right. The computers illuminated as I walked through the main room. "Go to sleep," I said. The computers went dark. I had to fish through 3 coarse paper bags of groceries that we'd stowed under one of the tables to find the food supplies. A small bag of lime and chili chips, a protein bar, some preservatives with pepperoni stick added in, more stick-shape preservative packs with cheese in the mix, dried fruit, 2 bottles of vitamin water, and a large thermos of regular tap water. Breakfast. Laptop. I flipped it open and turned it on. The agenda for the day was laid out in glowing words against a dark background. More groups would walk through. I had messages from the night prior. Fumehood. Another friend and support. Hero teams planning to patrol in Cedar Point. Other related things. There was a vein of positivity running through it all. The hero teams reaching out, expressing interest, wondering about the response they'd gotten, or expressing curiosity about villains who'd showed their faces but hadn't been involved. Who was that guy? What's her history? It was easy to be standoffish, to draw lines in the sand when it came to jurisdictions, to make territorial noises and see the other teams as competition. This was a balancing act. But there were benefits. The heroes we were connecting with knew some of our names, faces, and voices. The clock told me it was 6:15 in the morning as I left the headquarters. My feet left the fire escape and touched down in Cedar Point a few minutes later. The shifting temperature and the proximity of the water cast Cedar Point in a heavy mist. There weren't many lights on, but the ones that were on made the surrounding mist glow. Not many people awake. I walked along the rooftops, flying up to the points higher than I could get with a skip or a jump. Briefly, I turned on my force field. Briefly, I saw the mist stir, as facial features and hands moved through it. If I hadn't known what I was looking at, I wouldn't have been able to make much sense of the swirl here, the vaguely oval void there. It wasn't a good feeling, to verify that, but I'd treated my heart gently this morning, armoring it in sentiment. I could take that much. I sat on the edge of a random rooftop, got my laptop out, and opened it. There wasn't internet here, but I had files saved on my computer. Random pictures I'd saved, old PRT documents I'd scanned and saved for printing for my collection, that I hadn't gotten around to deleting or printing, and some things I'd typed up for the patrol block. One leg folded under me, the other dangling off the edge of the roof, I poised the laptop on my knee and dug for what I could find on costumes and branding. I created 7 folders, one for myself and one for each of the 6 members of the team, and began copying files over to each where relevant. The pepperoni sticks were stale, brittle, and tough enough that I had to gnaw on them to soften them enough to bite through. Tasty, though. A small truck beeped with surprising loudness as it backed into an alley. One person got out to guide it, waving and gesturing, as the headlights of the truck illuminated him in the fog. The truck fully backed in, he turned around. Pausing, he looked up at me on the rooftop. He raised an arm. I packed up my laptop and hopped off the roof. I landed silently behind him. He wore a jacket with a lime green reflective vest over it, and the combination made him look much bulkier than he was. "You're the one who knocked Moose on his ass," he said. "Yeah." "Just hanging around with your computer?" I shifted my bag at my shoulder. "I saw the glow of the screen," he said. "Felt like I should make a stake. It's easy to show up during the daylight hours, but it means something else if I could be here at midnight or at 6 in the morning. It's interesting that it seems like the people who keep watch haven't responded to me yet." "Yeah?" he asked. "Huh. What's in the truck?" "Produce," he said. "It's not a good haul. My buddy back at the depot picked up a box of melons. It was liquid. Sloshed himself in watermelon juice, shoulder to toe. Long day of work ahead of him." "Just shipping it out? Leaving it to the stores to complain?" "I guess they hope enough people won't bother that it balances out." I nodded. "What do you think?" he asked. He extended an arm. I drew in a deep breath. "About Cedar Point," he clarified. "I think this place is going to get wrapped up in a war," I said. "Yeah?" he asked. "Because of the heroes coming through?" "Because it's building up to something. Whatever the people in charge seem to want," I said. "The war is going to start here, or it's going to come here." "Should my buddy and I get out?" he asked. "You might want to," I said. "We pay a fee to do business here. Our manager covers that, but we have to face down the people in costume who collect the fee and give us a hard time, too. Boss can't handle that. Stuff off the boats and trains hasn't been as good lately. Profit margins are getting slimmer. Maybe we'll try telling the manager it's not worth it." "Is it a problem, the heroes being here?" He had to think about it. "Yes," he said. "Okay," I responded. "But it's a necessary one," he added. It meant a lot to me to hear that. I held myself to the idea that if I couldn't trust the law, I could trust what was right. If I couldn't trust either, I could reach out. I couldn't trust the law. It was in flux. Natalie was trying to predict it, but it was more question mark than full stop. As for what was right, I wasn't sure I could trust myself, and I couldn't trust the team. Jessica could give me some direction, tell me that I was all clear if I kept an eye out, to nudge. The other teams could validate and suggest they liked this direction. Collaboration, at least, felt right. Reaching out, I could get some affirmation from this nameless guy in a reflective green vest. Thank you, I said. You said war, he said. Not a battle? I think it matters more, I said. There are other places. They'll follow suit. The entire city might change course, depending on what happens. Huh. I'm Jerry, by the way. He introduced himself. He pulled off a glove to extend his hand my way. Victoria. No hero name? No hero costume, I said. Yet. Can I give you a nod or a wave if I see you while you're hanging around then? Better not. When the villains are awake, they'll be keeping an eye on things, with powers. No shit? On everything, I said. I might talk to my boss then, he said, sounding more like I should stay clear. Good, I said. And you'll be here then, staking a claim, preparing for war? Making sure that if nothing else, instead of it being 50 villains and no heroes, it's 50 villains and 1 hero. It's me being ridiculous, but I feel like that's important. Lonely, he said. Nah, I said. I think I'll have allies when it counts. The entire group arrived pretty much all together. Tristan, Ashley, Sveta, Chris, and Kenzie. The westbound train arrived at 12:30, and the eastbound train was just shy of 10 minutes later. Delays and other passing trains changed things up, but it seemed if the group wanted to meet at the station and walk together, they could. Here already, Ashley observed. Yep, I said. I held up a hand as Kenzie walked past, and she gave me a high five. Cool jeans, she said, without turning. Thank you, I said. She went straight to her desk, kicking the cube that sat on the ground by her chair to boot it up before falling back into her chair and hitting the lever to boost herself up. Did you see the emails from the other teams? Tristan asked. Yes, I said. No, Ashley said. I'll show you in a moment. You'll like it, Tristan said. They were talking some and they liked this. Cedar Point was a thing that was bothering a lot of people, I think. Civilians too, maybe, I said. I dropped in early enough the villains weren't really awake. Talked to a few. Feelings on heroic intervention range from positive to mixed. Considering that feelings on heroes are mixed in the first place. We were talking, thinking I'd pay a visit, Chris said. Keep them on their toes. I'd rather wait, I said. Rain said his trigger group would be out of commission for a few days while repairing and healing from injuries. It's been a few days. They were hiring people, and they probably won't wait too long before they use those hires, or else those people might get caught up in other activities. I'm primed to do something, and I think you guys would rather I do it there than in here, Chris said. We've got, 2 teams coming through today? 2 with a third holding back. Third one is a single cape. They want to actually do something, Tristan said. We need to discuss that one, I said. They're paying, he said. If we give him clear directions on how to ruin the villain's day, he'll pay us $200. It's a good precedent. People are coming through, Chris said. If we need it, I'll be a distraction. I'm quick. I'll be in and out. Maybe, Tristan said. He looked at me and Ashley. It was the original plan, Ashley said. I say let him. I made a so-so gesture. Yeah, Tristan said. We'll debate it when the time comes. It's anxiety? Yep, mad anxiety. Great, Tristan said. It's not the screaming one, is it? Mad is the screaming one, Chris said. I wanted to make an impact, and if we need me as a distraction, then screaming is good. Tristan said something Spanish under his breath and went to his whiteboard. Swear words, if I had to guess. I'll go in, Ashley said. We said I would after a few days, and if things are happening, I want to already be recognizable around there. Will the eye camera be ready? Yes, Kenzie said. Oh, Victoria, I brought some energy drinks if you want them. And I have a thermos of coffee my dad and Mom really like. What coffee? Sveta asked. Weld and I were trying to find one he might like, but it turned out he wants it super bitter, because that's the only way he can taste it. We had a bunch of things of coffee taking up space, and I took it on myself to drink it. I even gave some of it away. You should bring it in, Tristan said. Supply the team.
I can't believe it didn't occur to me. Except I can, because I don't think about what I have in the cupboards unless I'm standing in front of an open cupboard. I have other stuff. How far is this food experiment with Weld gone? I asked. So it went, the conversation sprawling, back and forth, casual, from work to life. I'd woken up before dawn, taken the necessary time to pull myself together, and then tentatively reached out to make sure I wasn't just centered in my own self, but in what I was doing. Reaching out to make sure it seemed right, and, to a slightly lesser extent, that it was within the bounds of the law. Reaching out, too, to have more contacts. I had a bad feeling. No, more than that. I had bad feelings about the team, what lay beneath the surface, the war over Cedar Point, the Fallen, the clash between Snag's group and the Fallen, and the danger to Rain. But I knew why I was here. A potential disaster lurked here. Knowing that made everything easier in an ironic way. The dissonance of not feeling right about being here had eased. There were clear, defined, acceptable enemies to face down. I don't want a wig, Ashley said to Sveta. I'm saying if you cut your hair, then it's an option. It could even give you a secret identity. Kenzie, the eye thing you were talking about, you can give Ashley eyes with irises, right? I could. Eye color, hair color, clothes, Sveta said. Wigs get pulled off or lost in a fight, Ashley said. It's undignified. You do realize I'm wearing a wig. I realize you're wearing a wig and you have the capacity to pound someone's face in or dangle them off the side of a building. They'll learn to respect you if you make them, Ashley said. You do realize we're supposed to be heroes, right? Chris said. Nominally? Not nominally, I said. What's nominally? Kenzie asked. How do you spell it? I'll ask the computer. And I'm not about to do any of those things, Sveta said. Ashley ignored us. Me? I can kick them, or I can turn them into a bloody smear using my power. That's pretty much it. I don't have the manual dexterity or hand strength to use a weapon. I can't punch them without damaging my hands. Kicks won't do enough. Using my power does too much, and the mess would be inconvenient. I don't want a wig. You don't want a wig? Fine, Sveta said. I have some images on my computer, I said. Hair and eye makeup, some costume-related. Show me? Ashley asked. We walked over to where my computer was on a table. I found the folder and opened it. Sveta leaned over me, half hugging me from behind as I clicked through the images. I was thinking of a name to do with swans, Ashley said as I clicked. An awful lot of the bird names are taken, I said. It was a trend once. What were you considering? Swan song, she said, if I go with the white costume. I can check, but I'd have to go through my paper stuff, I said. Isn't that kind of a bad omen of a name? Sveta said. Like, Last Dance or I'm going to retire today. I like bad omens, Ashley said. I like this one, I said, indicating an image. I have a folder for you too, Sveta, just so you know. I'm curious what you're thinking. All over the place, I said. Lots of stuff where I might not even remember why I saved the image in your folder. Guys, Tristan said. He had our attention. His phone was to his ear. Rain's nearby. He wants to know if he can bring Aaron. Just like that, the mood of the room shifted. We exchanged looks, and there were tentative nods, some real nods, no vetoes or refusals. Tristan gave the A-OK. He hung up. The silence lingered for a few seconds. I like Aaron, Kenzie said, and I'm really glad Rain's coming back so soon. Yesterday was hard on him, Tristan said. And, coño, it was his night last night. His night? I asked. His dream, Tristan said. It's always hard. Sounds like a good dream to me, Chris said. Tristan picked up an eraser from by the nearest whiteboard and threw it at Chris. I like this one, Ashley said. She tapped the frame of the laptop screen. Elaborate, Sveta said. You'd have to draw it on every time you went out in costume.
It could be projected, Ashley said.
It could, I said. If it's easy to do, we could do that. I think the thing to do would be to make sure you look good if the projector breaks or loses power, and then build on that. Like the wig idea, Sveta said.
Ashley sighed.
Rain opened the side door of the headquarters, letting Aaron in first before following. I'd gathered myself together earlier in the day. For the first time since the patrol block job, I felt like I almost had my feet under me. Tristan had said Rain had dealt with a hard night on top of a hard yesterday. It showed. Something hollowed out, something wounded. He looked like I'd felt after Snag had gotten his hands on me. When he approached the table next to his whiteboards, Aaron stepped back a little to let him pass. It was a subtle thing that I couldn't help but notice, but it played into the second half of my observation of him, that he seemed more dangerous. Where I felt stronger because I'd pulled myself together some and clarified my direction with Mrs. Yamada, Rain conveyed something more in how he'd come undone. Even yesterday, his face swollen on the one side, black eye, cuts and scabs, it had seemed that idea had held true as he'd found the strength to reveal his background. What had he dreamed last night? That this was what had come to the surface? Was this the strength of desperation? Something else? Rain greeted Tristan first, almost falling forward in a bro half-hug with just the one arm, the pat on the shoulder. He gave a nod to Ashley as she was the closest to him as he rounded the table. Sveta gave him a pat on the shoulder, a smile, and a few murmured words that got Rain to nod a little, his expression relaxing a little in what might have been a smile for someone else. She left us to go talk to Tristan. Rain stopped a distance away from me. He didn't quite face me, and instead said, "We good, Kens?"
"Yep. I'm glad you came. And you brought Aaron. You want to see more of my toys, Aaron?"
Aaron walked from the side door to Kenzie, but 95% of her attention was on Rain and me. I hadn't quite seen her like this. I hadn't seen Rain like this. He almost swayed where he stood, eyebrows slightly furrowed, clearly in deep thought. I didn't like the Fallen. They scared the shit out of me. I hated everything they represented. He'd killed people, children, and it didn't seem right that he was standing here, and that was passing without incident. Maybe his condition, mental and physical, represented just how hard he was fighting to get free. Maybe it suggested it wasn't passing without incident. I put out my hand. When he went to shake it, I grabbed him by the wrist instead. He flinched at the unexpected gesture, looked to one side, and stared off into space momentarily. There was a part of me that recognized that, too. Bad dreams. He forced his attention back to us and our exchange, looked down at our hands. He took my wrist, a clasp more than a shake. "We good?" he asked, not making eye contact. His voice was faintly rough-edged, like he'd screamed himself hoarse, as if a small part of Snag had found root in Rain's throat. "We're good," I said. "Let's get ourselves organized," Tristan said. "Training wheels are off, and we've got a few things going on today. Ashley's going back in, and it makes sense to insert her before things get messy. 2 hero teams are swinging through sometime after that. We've got Chris on standby, and 1 hero who wants to pay us to get a chance to do something, which we'll want to discuss." "There's Prancer to account for, too," I said, releasing Rain's wrist, approaching. "He's had a day to think about what we're doing and a day to get his countermeasures in place. He reassured his friends that he had a handle on this. Let's prove him wrong."
Arc 5, Shadow, Chapter 2.
"Maybe trouble,"
Kenzie said. I was digging through my bag when she said it. I set some of my things aside and headed to the front of the room. Erin was standing beside Kenzie, while Kenzie regaled her with stuff. Rain was 30 feet away, sitting in his computer chair in his nook. Some of the tables we'd arranged were situated so the long side was against the wall, but in the interest of giving Rain some desk space, we'd set up 2 so the shorter ends of the table were against the wall, and the tables jutted out into the room, his whiteboards against the wall between the tables. He'd unfurled a roll of paper tablecloth, laid out his arms on it, and was using marker to draw on the tablecloth and make references. His bag was open, and I could see the jaws of a bear trap and a bit of chain within. He looked up, met my eyes, then looked at the screen. He remained where he was. He, Sveta, and I were the ones who hung back a bit. Him because of his work, and Sveta and I because we were rummaging in our bags.
Continuation of a bit of family drama,
Kenzie said. She hit a few keys. The camera's image on the screen focused in on one section and rotated. Nailbiter and a teenaged girl were standing outside of the nail place where Ashley had been comparing her nails to the outdated example images in the window. A middle-aged woman with bleached blonde hair was holding the teenager's wrist. The angle didn't allow for a very good view of Nailbiter or her expression. She didn't seem to be doing anything to step in. The teenager had a resemblance to her mother, but was slender. Her hair reminded me of how Byron wore his. It was the same medium-long length, slicked straight back from the face, but the teenager's was bleached, where Byron's was black. In facial features and in expression, the teenager was a younger mirror of her mom. Neither was happy with the other.
"What's this?" I asked. "What's the drama?"
"The girl is Colt. She was working for her parents, but business was slow. They weren't paying her, and now she's working for Nailbiter."
"Working how?" Tristan asked.
"Muscle, I guess?"
Kenzie asked. "She can't weigh more than 130 pounds, Tristan said.
"Okay, well, she's hanging out with Nailbiter and she's getting paid, I think, because she's had new clothes lately,"
Kenzie said.
"You've been watching her?" I asked. "How do you know all this?"
"I'm not watching her. That makes it sound like I'm being creepy spying on people. Jeez. It's because they keep having shouting matches at night, and idle cameras go on alert at loud noises, so I end up hearing stuff."
"So you're being creepy eavesdropping on people," Chris said. Kenzie glanced around her desk.
"I'd throw something at you if I could find something I'm okay breaking."
"Family issue, okay, but what's going on now?" Tristan asked. "And do we step in?" I asked.
"I don't know,"
Kenzie said.
"Colt left the place to go talk to Nailbiter on the street, and they started to leave when Colt's mom, Tammy, went after her and stopped her. Her sister, who's about my age, she went outside with Tammy, the mom, and ran back inside."
"Audio?"
Sveta asked. Kenzie hit a key. Chris asked, "Who names their kid Colt? Or is that a shitty nickname?" Chris's second question had him inadvertently talk over the start of the audio feed. Kenzie shushed him.
"Let me go!"
"Get inside! You're still in trouble for stealing!"
"Fuck you! I deserved something!"
"She's been helping. You haven't."
"The one time she helps, you decide to pay her, and I get fuck all because it's the one time I decided to go out instead? Fuck that! Fuck you!"
"Is that how we're doing this?"
the mother screamed at Nailbiter, ignoring her daughter for the moment.
"You want money from us while you're scaring away the business, and now you're taking my little girl, too?"
"I'm not fucking little!"
"She decides."
Nailbiter's voice had a slight whistle around the words.
"I'm losing patience, Colt. If I walk away from here without you, I'm not bringing you along again." "I decide, not her!"
The mother raised her voice.
"I'm the mother." "Then the two of you need to decide,"
Nailbiter said.
"Now!"
Colt hauled back, her arm still in the firm grip of her mother's 2 hands. I looked at the door. If I flew over now... A sound of an impact made me look back to the screen. Colt's mother had turned away. Colt had her free hand raised. She'd slapped her mother. Her mother moved to retaliate, and Colt pulled back out of the way. There wasn't much heart behind the swing either, not from the mom. The teenager tugged to try to free her arm, and when she couldn't, she swung again. Not a slap this time, but a punch. Kenzie looked away before the second punch could land. She didn't look back for the third or fourth. "Shitty name girl's got grit," Chris said. "No," I said. "I don't think that's grit." "Colt!" The father hollered the word, on emerging from the nail salon. Colt backed away, arm free of her mother's grip, while the father advanced. Nailbiter stepped forward and to the side, to put herself between Colt and her father. The father stopped in his tracks. He looked at his wife, then leaned over for a closer look, touching her cheek where it already looked like it was going to be a heck of a bruise. He and his wife stood together as they squared off against Nailbiter. "She's mine now," Nailbiter said. "Are you, Colt?" the father asked. He got angrier as he talked. "Are you hers? You'd hit your mother, who sacrificed so much for you?" Colt looked spooked in that moment. Kenzie zoomed the camera in further, moving the mouse. It was Aaron who said something. "Say no." "Fine, I'm hers," Colt said. "Fuck this. At least she pays me." "Brave-sounding words while you're standing behind her. You're not going to stand aside? Let us handle this as a family?" "No," Nailbiter said. "She's an employee." "I don't want trouble," the father said. "We can leave it at this." "If you want," Nailbiter said. "Good," Colt said. "Leave it and fuck off." "Don't come home," the father said, and his voice was hard now. "Don't show your face in front of me, your mother, or Reese again. Be her errand girl. I'm done trying with you." Colt was silent. "Patience lost," Nailbiter said, the dry whistle catching on the S of lost. "I'm going." "Mom?" Colt asked. I heard her ask that, and I wondered if she wanted her mother to grab her, to drag her away. "What are you asking me for?" Tammy asked, one hand at the side of her face. "If you're going to go, then go." "Yeah?" Colt asked. She spat the words. "Fuck you." "I'll be by next week to collect," Nailbiter said. "See you then." Another whistle on the S of C. Nailbiter and Colt walked away. The father hugged his wife. "Is this kidnapping?" Sveta asked. "No," Tristan said. I shook my head. "We could call authorities, but I have a hard time believing we'll be able to get cops out there and have them take action with a nearly 18 person who doesn't want to cooperate or go back home. Having the police show up to take her away might make her dig her heels in more," Sveta said. "Stupid," Aaron said. "So fucking stupid. Colt and her parents both." Her eyes were a touch moist as she shook her head, arms crossed, and ducked past Sveta and I. "Too close to home?" Sveta asked. "I can't talk about home. Sorry. Give me a second." "Okay," Sveta said. She met my eyes. I had worries, but they were ones I'd rather not voice aloud. Nailbiter had a history that had seen her arrested and sentenced harshly, without much delay. Post-Gold Morning, she'd settled back into her role as a violent cape, serving as what might have been Beast of Burden's second-in-command. She was calmer than she'd been reported to be in the one article I'd been able to dig out of my boxes of notes, part of an article from a magazine, listing the birdcage residents at the time. The last page of the article, annoyingly, hadn't been preserved. I'd pulled the page out for whatever article or image was on the other side. Either way, violent, as might have been expected for an ex-con with rusty nails instead of teeth, prison and 9 years might have changed her a bit from the person described in the article, but I doubted Colt was in good hands.
"Okay," I said. "We don't want to ignore this. I'll make some calls later. I'll see what I can find on Nailbiter. She was from North Carolina, I think, and some of their capes are still around. I'd have to track down a veteran. We'll see what we're up against. If I get a chance, I'll have a conversation with her."
"And say what?" Chris asked. "Parents don't want her. Intense nails-for-teeth lady does." "She didn't want to go, and I think her parents wanted her to stay," Tristan said. "I never want to see your face again" sounds like a real term of endearment, Chris said. "If she's with Nailbiter," Tristan said.
"I'll talk with her," I said. I looked at Ashley. "Given the crowd you're likely to run into while you're over there, there's a chance you may see her."
"She hit her mom several times," Ashley said.
"Yeah," I said.
"Her mom was willing to hit her back. Colt learned that behavior from someone."
"You're assuming she picked that up from her parents? That's a bit of a leap. We can't know for sure," I said.
"We can guess," Ashley said.
"But we can't know," I said. "It's far from great, that situation. Colt, her parents. Maybe think about what you might say or do if you run into her."
Ashley shook her head slightly. "No?"
"I was thinking more about Nailbiter," Ashley said.
"Okay. You should already know she's dangerous," I said.
"I'm more dangerous. I'm not worried. I want to go, sooner than later."
"Do you still want to do the eye thing?" Sveta asked.
"If possible. I'll take my mask off when I'm with others."
Sveta turned to me. "Did you find anything usable?" "Mascara." "I have stuff, plus the white cover-up. Aaron, do you have anything?" "I have stuff," Aaron said. "What are you doing?" It was a series of last-minute tasks. Sveta, Aaron, and I helping do up Ashley so she could present a good face. Kenzie was high energy, switching from watching to fiddling with the yet-to-be-inserted eye camera to talking to Chris about what he was doing when he went out. "Any word on Snag's group?" Rain asked. Ashley was in a chair with her back to the table Rain was using for work on his hands.
"We've seen Snag and Love Lost around," Kenzie said. "Love Lost more than Snag. She was in a bad mood yesterday. She went away for a while."
"Snag is tinkering, and if Victoria's description of how he operates was any clue, he can tap into his other powers through his tech," Rain said. He slapped something metal down on the table, hard. "And I'm struggling with something that should be simple."
"I want to talk to you about Tinker stuff after," Kenzie said.
"I had some small arms for you to mess around with, but they got broken," Rain said. "I have the contact pads."
"Awesome," Kenzie said. "I think we can figure something out."
Ashley was patient as we applied some white and black eyeliner, then used Sveta's cover-up to fix the color around the eyes. "I wish I could do this," Sveta said. She was handling the holding of the various brushes and objects, so we could hand one to her and take another. "But my hands can't hold the brushes and pencils, and I wouldn't feel safe with my tendrils out so close to Ashley's face." "Tendrils?" Aaron said. "I don't know what Rain told you, but I'd probably accidentally rip out Ashley's eye."
"If they do a bad job, we can wash it off and you can try," Ashley said. "If you rip out my eye, then I'll have the intimidation effect I want, of a different sort."
"Of course," Sveta said, with an unusually sarcastic tone. "You're fine with losing an eye, that's badass, but you can't wear a wig, because if it was knocked off, that would be embarrassing." Ashley sighed. I nearly stabbed her in the nose with the eyeliner pencil. "Don't move," I told her.
I finished with the eyeliner and stepped back to admire the work. A white line among the lower lid to make the eyes appear larger, and black mascara, because apparently her eyelashes were white without. Erin had handled the careful application of fine veins of black eyeliner that fanned out from the eyes in parallel with the eyelashes. They had been drawn in waves, with each wave washed out with parts of the white cover-up, so the lines appeared to fade out and have dimension. At each corner of each eye, I'd drawn a hooked triangle, with the hook pointing down at the inner corners and up at the outer ones. Erin had a bit of the softer artistic touch for the lines and fading out. I had the steadier hand for the line work. The only mirror was a compact mirror, too small to show everything, so I took a picture instead. I showed Ashley.
Good,
she said. She smiled.
Stay put,
Kenzie said.
Eye camera. Here we go. And I can't touch your face because I don't want to smudge the nice makeup.
Camera first next time, then, Ashley said. Erin clearly had the heebie-jeebies as Kenzie held the needle within a few inches of Ashley's eye, swinging it within half of an inch of the eye as she rotated one part to get it tighter.
Okay,
Kenzie said.
Here we go. Same as before, but don't flinch and keep your eye focused on one point. Making contact in 3. Ready? Ready. 0, 1, 2, 3. Wait.
Ashley stayed stock still, waiting.
Haha,
Kenzie said.
I should turn it on first, or it won't phase in. That would have been a mess.
Would have ruined my makeup.
On 3 this time. 0, 1, 2, 3. Can you feel it this time?
Erin shook her arms as if she couldn't shake off the goosebumps and walked away, her back to the scene. I feel like it's there, but it doesn't feel 5% there.
And
Kenzie held up another, shorter needle.
For the effect. On 3. 0, 1, 2, 3.
Kenzie stepped back. Ashley's pupils were gone.
Ta-da!
Projection?
Super low tech,
Kenzie said.
I put liquid eraser on the projection caps, which aren't phased in. It's not perfectly matched to the rest of her eyes, but it works if you aren't looking super close.
I took a photo and showed Ashley. She stood from her seat and bent over, hand on Kenzie's shoulder, planting a kiss on the very top of Kenzie's head.
You like it?
It's good. Ashley looked at Sveta, Erin, Kenzie, and I, and then said, Thank you. With that, she put her mask on carefully, eyes still decorated behind the eye holes, and walked briskly on her way.
I feel pretty good about how we did there,
Erin said.
Can you send me the picture?
I passed a copy of the picture to her phone. She checked she had it, then smiled.
Thank you. Not a problem. It's nice to have something. I haven't had many wins lately. Are you doing okay?
I asked. She shook her head.
Anything I can do?
I asked.
This is cool. Superheroes, distractions, she said. I was super into this cape stuff once, and this stuff helps Rain in a roundabout way, which might end up helping me.
Rain was at his whiteboard, scribbling furiously in red marker. He'd written a list of 10 items, and he was erasing all but the bottom 3, the aggressive side-to-side motion of the eraser making the whiteboard rattle against the wall.
Rain?
I asked. He stopped, still facing his whiteboard.
I had 10 ideas on things I wanted to try. I did some napkin-level tinker notes and found out tolerances are lower than I thought. Scratch 8 ideas. Now I have 2, which is probably going to become 0 when I do the next set of calculations.
Being a tinker is hard sometimes,
Kenzie said.
Kenzie,
Rain said. He brought one hand up to his forehead, back still to the room.
If I could build one of the things I've seen you make, I'd be happy.
Sorry,
Kenzie said.
I can't do stuff. It's not hard. It's impossible.
Go easy, Rain, Tristan said.
I'm sorry I touched a sore spot,
Kenzie said. Rain shook his head, turning around, hand still at his forehead, He dropped it, looked at Kenzie, then looked away. I do appreciate the thought. Yes, being a tinker sucks sometimes.
Maybe you can take a look at my tech later, Kenzie said. You can see if it inspires stuff, and you can explain the contact pads. Being a tinker might have its bad points, but we can be two tinkers working together.
I'd like that, Rain said, and it sounded a touch forced. Yeah. Kenzie's smile looked more forced than Rain's. Why don't you take 5 minutes, step outside for some sun and fresh air? Tristan asked. Rain looked like he might resist. He looked at the board.
You've said it helps, Sveta said. It's how you unwind, nature and space to think.
I have, Rain said. Yeah.
If it's okay, I'll have the camera above the door turned on, so we can make sure you won't get kidnapped, Kenzie said. Or someone could keep you company.
Rain nodded. Alone is good. The camera's fine.
Got it.
He paused at the door. You're great, Kenz.
Thank you.
I'm sorry I'm shitty. That wasn't about you. I was ready to snap at anyone. I was so frustrated at this stuff.
It's okay.
Go outside. Take a bit, Tristan said. Rain stepped out onto the fire escape. The door slammed behind him, more because it was a heavy door than because he'd actively slammed it.
He needs help, Erin said, quiet. It's a bad situation, I said.
She nodded. That wasn't about you, you know, I could hear Tristan telling Kenzie. He's stressed.
I know, but it isn't cool. There's a big part of me that feels like it is about me.
It isn't. Cool or about you. I looked around the room. Chris was at his station at the point in the apartment furthest from the screens that wasn't inside the bathroom. He was bent over a video game. The cameras were capturing video from high overhead. One came down at an angle, and the other was a bird's-eye view, depicting only the top of heads. Ashley had yet to arrive. The cameras tracked automatically, based on the people they recognized and their apparent importance. One was following Nailbiter and Colt. But there was another measure of tracking. It seemed to judge by number. The other camera was shifting to look northward. The labels popped up as people were recognized, so distant they barely were more than stick figures. The labels congealed together into a single large label above the small crowd. 12 unrecognized individuals. We didn't have a patrol coming through, did we? I asked. Not for an hour, Tristan said. He turned to look. Oh, what? Fuck me. Kenzie ran past Erin, Sveta, and me to get to her desk, seizing control of the cameras. She focused in on the crowd. What's going on? Tristan asked. The costumes were distinct enough for me to recognize them before any icon came into view. Bold contrasts of light and dark angles, armor panels, and bright colors. Masks tended to be full face. All of it looked like they had one very tired designer working on their costumes. Cohesion to the max. The camera caught the icon, and it popped up in a window, blur corrected. A figure running to the side, drawn out as a collection of triangles and irregular shapes. Their arm was out and holding an arrow-shaped shield. Others had slight variants on the same icon to play into costume textures and other minor details. Advance Guard, I said. We haven't talked to Advanced Guard, Tristan said. We actively avoided bringing Advanced Guard into this. I looked at Erin and touched her shoulder. Do you want to go get Rain? She nodded. A second screen was projected onto the wall to our left. The camera began gathering blurry portraits together, lining them up in 3 rows and 4 columns, each showing one mask. As the camera got better resolution shots, they were overlaid over other shots of the same person, the images clarifying in stages as each image was uploaded. Some details remained blurry, while others became bold and precise. Rain entered the room. He approached the desk with arms folded, looking weary. Everything was still clarifying as Chris exited the washroom and belatedly joined us. Sprite was one, Shortcut another. They invited themselves? I asked. Fuck them if they did, Tristan said. This is our jurisdiction. We can worry about that kind of thing later, Sveta said. Do we intervene? It could be a trap, Rain said. He's right, Chris said. Prancer's supposed to try something. We're supposed to think he paid off advance guard? Tristan asked. He could have, I said. They're money hungry, with fancy costumes and nice facilities. I've had pretty mixed reactions dealing with them, too. Tristan frowned. Okay. I'm bothered they're just marching in here. Assuming it's not a trap, what's even their plan? The locals might have called for help, I said. Advanced guard could have been that help. It hasn't been that long, Sveta said. 12 capes, many I don't know or recognize. I don't want to rule anything out. Makes sense. They're good, Tristan said, and there's a lot of them. But they're aggressive. Their usual MO is to blitz a target, I pointed out. Not out of the question here, Tristan said. Even though they were walking in as a group, the place being a peninsula mattered. It meant there were less routes to get in. It made it easier to keep watch. There would be eyes on advance guard, clairvoyant or no. I should go, Chris said. I'll have my phone. If we need to do something, I can jump in. Be careful, Tristan said. I'll be fine. I'll change when I'm close. Don't record me, Kenzie. Why? Because I have to ditch the clothes, or I'll tear them to shreds. I'll be naked. I want privacy. Okay, I'm very fond of you, Chris, but despite the fact that everyone seems to think Tinker Camera and immediately think of that, the perverts, that's not how I operate. I don't want to see you naked, so you're good. I'm noting that you haven't said you won't record me. I won't record you, Chris. Relax. To think you already did the anxiety thing. I did yesterday, to get home faster. Okay, lost my train of thought. That's a good thing, Tristan said, taking some authority. Chris, go. Kenzie, turn the cameras away. I'll go too, I said. No, hold back, Tristan said. Hold back? Tristan said, Ashley's in there. We don't want her arrival to coincide with yours, and you've shown up a lot. We already came pretty close with you and her being within a day of each other. Her being connected to Chris is less bad, and he won't even be human. Let's keep them from making the complete connection. I saw his hand move. Flat, at an angle, as if telling me to stop, but not quite stop. He was trying to communicate something with me? Caution? Something else? Okay, I said. He gave me a little nod, turning back toward the screen. We send you in if it gets ugly. Let's hope it doesn't, Rain said. Is Ashley in their clairvoyant's usual range? Tristan asked. Yes, Kenzie said. Should we call her anyway? No, Tristan said. I wanted to ask why he'd signaled me, but I could hardly do that. I likely wouldn't get an answer until this was over with. The villains were gathering. The initial group that appeared was roughly the same size as Advanced Guard's group. I could see Kenzie's labels with the attached names. Love Lost was in the crowd of villains. Snag was absent. Colt was hanging back, not far from Nailbiter. On the wall, the Advanced Guard's mugshots were filling in. I looked for the familiar first and found them already named. Sprite, Shortcut. Mayday, Siren, Resound, Gong. Mayday, Kenzie said. He was Baltimore. Signal Fire, Flapper, Prong. I trained under Signal in San Diego, too, Kenzie said, adding, I'd really like to use that training someday soon. Someday, Tristan said. You dropped the soon, Kenzie said. We need to talk about that after. This was difficult enough without you getting involved, Advanced Guard, I mused. Every time I run into Advanced Guard, it's a headache, I said.
I run into the one incorrigible asshole in the group, their timing sucks, their choice of where to show up sucks, or it's more than one of the above.
Must be how Prancer feels, Tristan said. Heroes turning up out of nowhere.
The two groups advanced until they were in sight of each other. One of the capes on advanced guard's side held up a hand. She continued approaching until she stood halfway into a no-man's land between the two factions. Kenzie's computer blipped as the label connected to the individual at the front. Resound was the spokesman, apparently. Her outfit had a lot of circles reminiscent of records or speakers, with the depthed concentric shapes and circles of color in the center of black circles. The icon on her chest was made of crescent shapes, not triangles, with the shield being a half circle. Prancer didn't step forward to meet her, not immediately. Instead, he waited for a moment, surrounded by his allies. Velvet was in the crowd. Moose was absent. So were Hook, Line, and Kitchen Sink. Some stragglers were catching up. Ashley entered the street, and Kenzie's camera provided the label above her head. Swan Song. Should be damsel until she takes the name officially, I said. Kenzie typed it out, replacing it. Damsel was situated near the back of Prancer's group. Some people reacted, but nobody attacked or lashed out. She didn't even flinch at the people around her or the unexpected situation. She walked through the left side of the crowd until she was near Prancer's left flank. She leaned against a wall, arms folded, and stared at him, rather than advanced guard. Prancer did note her presence and looked momentarily annoyed. The annoyance seemed to spur him forward. He met Resound at the middle of no man's land. The camera zoomed in to focus on them. "This is getting tiresome," Prancer said. "What's this?" Resound asked. I'd expected her voice to sound altered, as many capes with sonic themes did, but she sounded normal, confident. "This routine. You guys show up, you're interested in the area, but you don't commit." "We commit," Resound said. I don't follow." "We are committing. We're staying for long enough to finish the job. We're here to break up the villains in Hollow Point." "Job? You were hired?" "We hired ourselves," Resound said. "We break up priority targets, and we got to talking. You guys seem priority enough." "Based on what?" Prancer asked. His composure had cracked, but he didn't raise his voice so much as he allowed emotion to affect his words. "We sell grass. We live here. We don't shit that much where we eat." "Who was it?" Resound asked. "Kitchen Sink? Hook, Line? They pointed you our way?" "Someone thought they were funny names and they were joking about it," Tristan groaned out loud. "And they wouldn't say why they were here in the first place. They aren't alone either. Others have been through. A lot of people find you very interesting." "We're very boring villains, really," Prancer said. "Insignificant." "Houndstooth, no," Kenzie said. "Ugh, I recommended you." "It was fucking Foxtrot," Tristan said. "Foxtrot is the clown in Houndstooth's group." Resound was taking a moment to consider Prancer's claim of being boring. "I don't believe you," Resound said. She offered a half chuckle and said, "It doesn't matter. We do this, we get some points with the public, and with the current attitude about capes, points matter." "We outnumber you." "We train. I'm sure you went to great efforts to get your people together. Did you watch us on your cameras, then make sure to bring in a few more, so you could say you outnumbered us?" "Cameras?" Prancer asked. On camera, Resound pointed skyward, not that far off from pointing directly at the camera we were using to watch the scene. Some heads turned, following the pointing finger. In the headquarters, Kenzie shoved her keyboard out of the way and brought her forehead down to the desk. "Not ours," Prancer said. "Again, I'm not sure I believe you," Resound said. "If you're going to doubt everything I say, why are we even talking?" "Because we always declare war, Prancer." "No,
You're up to something.
What makes you think that?
The fact this conversation feels like someone trying to keep me on the line so they can get a wiretap, doling out just enough information to keep me interested. We're done, Prancer said. Don't pick this fight. Prancer was halfway back to his group when Advance Guard took action. Sprite. He dashed forward. Enhanced movement, straight for the Hollow Point group. If he was a speedster, he wasn't much of one. Faster than a normal human could manage, but hardly a blur.
Avant!
Resound called out, and the sound was magnified, loud, echoing far faster than a normal echo could or should. The camera's sound died, dissolving into crackles. Several of the Hollow Point villains covered their ears. Prancer was one of them. Sprite ran past him, and the leader of the Hollow Point group flared. He became blurry around the edges, with the blur reaching out 5 feet in every direction. It subsided, but he retained the effect around his silhouette. The gold on his costume, from his mask to the deer's head in profile at his collarbone, with antler over one shoulder, all became larger, more intense, more like glass with amber-colored lava within its confines. The green of his costume became smoky. Breaker form. But as he adopted the form, Sprite used his own breaker form. It wasn't much different, and Sprite managed to keep ahead of Prancer, running toward the thinnest ranks of the stunned villains, toward Ashley. She used her power, a blast to drive herself in Sprite's direction as she aimed to intercept. She was in the midst of people, which limited her options, so she ran several paces before she was clear to use another blast. Still in breaker form, Sprite reached out. A scintillating cloud of energy exploded from his hand. He used the recoil to change course. Of course. From there, it was a brawl. Sprite disappeared into enemy ranks with his own powers exploding out around him. With the use of powers, he ducked and dodged between, went over and slid under people. He made it out of the back of the crowd and dashed toward the deeper part of downtown. Ashley couldn't keep up, but Prancer could. Love Lost staggered forward as Resound maintained her sonic assault. One we couldn't hear or get a sense of because the camera audio had died. She ripped off her mask, then she screamed back. Advanced Guard was throwing up defenses before it seemed like the scream hit them. I couldn't hear what it sounded like, but I could see the effect. The people who weren't fully protected, Resound included, were laid low. Had it not been for shimmering force field-like barriers and strange crystal growths, she might have been able to hit the entirety of Advanced Guard, aside from the absent Sprite. As it was, she got maybe 3 or 4. "The emotion attack," Rain said. Resound's body language changed completely. A moment later, she lunged for Love Lost, swinging punches, grabbing. The black-haired woman didn't let her make contact. She stepped back out of the way, raked with claws, avoided the grab, clawed again. With the second slash, blood was spilled. The other affected people in Advanced Guard were turning on teammates. Most shouted, silent with our lack of audio rather than attack. My first thought was, fuck Advanced Guard. My second thought was to register the blood. Blood. This is serious now. "I'm going," I said. "We're coming," Tristan said. Arc 5, Shadow, Chapter 3. We hurried to get ourselves put together. Tristan was often the one to take point on the organization side of things, but for the moment he was ducking under a table, dragging out a plastic bin with his armor in it. No breath or focus to spare. "What are we doing?" Sveta asked. "I guess we all go," I said. "Control the situation, then help the heroes. In that order? Tristan?" "Yep," Tristan said, as he straightened up. He pulled off the V-neck, long-sleeved shirt he was wearing, undid the necklace with steel beads and a metal ram's horn, and dropped them into a corner of the plastic bucket. He had his non-armor costume on under his clothes, form-fitting and covered in patterns that gave some character to what was visible in the gaps between the individual pieces of armor.
"What can I do?"
Rain asked. "You come if you're up for it. Kenzie too."
Yes,
Kenzie said, without hesitation. "I want you on the periphery," Tristan said, stressing the periphery part. "Kenzie, you're staying close to me. You're backup and problem-solving. We'll figure out where to park you and keep you as a reserve."
you're bringing me along?
Kenzie asked, wide-eyed. I listened and watched, pulling off my sweater with one hand, the other hand holding my camisole top in place. Tristan answered her. "I promised you I would. You can keep an eye on things with the cameras."
I can,
she said, enthused.
Oh, shoot. I need to get the last-minute costume stuff done, and I have it loaded with stuff for Chris.
She began rummaging, hurrying to get ready.
"You want me along?"
Rain asked. "It might be best to have everyone along in some capacity. You stay far enough back the clairvoyants can't see you, and so you won't run into Love Lost or the others."
"Okay,"
Rain said. "Sveta and Victoria together. Aaron? Good to have you here, but—"
It would be weird if I stayed while you're all gone. I get it,
Aaron said. I put on the sweatshirt. I'd peeled off the previous design and put on a new one. It was better than the mess before. A similar aesthetic, with the circle and stylized rays, but the lines curled more, reaching out to the seams of the sweatshirt, where they blended into thin black bars. The hood was framed with the same design. More of my self-care, to get my outfit somewhat in order. I'd done a little something to the mask, giving it some black accents, but it was still predominantly white. Not that it mattered much. I didn't place a serious priority on my secret identity. Anyone who could put two and two together would know my face, including the villains in Cedar Point. Sveta applied her mask. She'd taken one of the temporary masks, but in the time since we'd gone out together, she'd taken some art supplies to it. The same color scheme that covered her prosthetic exterior, with deep, dark blues and greens, neon oranges and yellows, now covered her mask. "That's great," I said, briefly, before applying my own, making sure it was symmetrical.
Thank you. The color rubs off, so it's only a temporary thing.
The masks aren't meant to be long-term, I said. We're making do until we're more settled. I plucked at my sweatshirt as I said it.
That's temporary, then?
Yeah, I said, giving her a hard look. I glanced back at the screen. Going to do something better, but I have to figure out some stuff first.
Okay. I was worried I'd have to dance around my friend having low standards for her costume,
Sveta said. I snapped my head to look around and saw Sveta stick out her tongue at me. I gave her a light push. Fuck off, and not the time.
This is better than what you had before.
Baby steps. Better costumes as I figured out what I was doing. What was I doing? I could see the mob on the screen. I knew from my experience with the broken trigger that mobs were hard to wrangle. Adding my emotion power to the mix when Love Losts had already taken hold? More than anything, I wanted to think things through. I wanted to be intelligent in how I went about the cape thing, but there were times that couldn't happen. This time, where blood was being shed, was one. If law, right and wrong, and the input of others didn't serve to clarify matters, then I wanted to do what would weigh on me the least. I was glad that those least weighty things were often the lawful and right ones. It was selfish. If a time came in the future where I was disabled, with nothing to do but sit in a hospital room, thinking about the past and dreading my non-future, I didn't want my memories to be something I had to endure, or things that soured on reflection. I didn't miss the fact that as that idea rolled through my head, the if of the idea had the faintest catch to it. An idea to hold on to for when I saw my new therapist. When, not if. "I'll organize these guys," Tristan said. He was strapping on his armor. "I'll run to catch up. You two figure out what you're doing. Remember, Chris and Ashley are out there." I looked at the screen, looking at the labels of the capes involved in the fight. Prancer and Sprite were maneuvering around each other in the middle of downtown, not far from the pub or Prancer's headquarters. Nailbiter had left the larger brawl and were giving chase. Snag's name had appeared and was in the shifting jumble of labels overhead. "It's too chaotic," I said. "If we throw ourselves into that mess, I'm going to hurt someone. Sveta is, or we're going to get hurt." "Go after Prancer and—" Tristan turned his head to check the screen on the side. "Sprite, keep an eye out for Love Lost and Nail. Do what you can. I'll signal you once I'm closer. We'll deal with the mob when we've more of our own people around. Us stragglers will call Chris and the hero oversight." "Good," I said. I didn't want to waste more time. I pushed the door open, holding it for Sveta, and then took her hand. I picked her up and flew. When I was higher than any of the buildings in the area, I paused to turn around in midair, looking down at the headquarters. "Something bothering you?" Sveta asked. A lot of things were. I flew toward Cedar Point. If I waited too long, Prancer and Sprite would have moved on from the area we'd seen them. "Tristan, he's getting everyone out of there," I said while we flew. I had to raise my voice to ensure I'd be heard. "And?" "And it's like that riddle," I said. "The wolf, the chicken, the corn, a boat with room for the man, and the one thing in the boat at a time, he's—" My voice dropped away as we drew close enough that I could hear the faint scream and the reverberation. I partially lost my train of thought. "I'm not following you," Sveta said. "He's either pulling something or he's worried someone else will," I said. "He's taking possibly unnecessary steps." I felt Sveta's arm move, where it was wrapped around my back, tightening. "I don't like this," she said. I could barely hear her. Me interpreting things like this? Tristan? Rain? The awful puzzle analogy? "Any of it," Sveta said. Her voice grew louder so I could hear her properly again. "I don't want to make this mistake again." I wanted to ask, but I heard another scream. I could see a distortion in the air, as colors pulled away from trees and buildings, as if they were watercolor, or the color was multiplying, casting the surroundings into shades of red and purple. The effect was brief, and the distortion faded. No damage had been done to the surroundings. I could feel the effect of it, even from a distance. My heart rate picked up, and for a moment my thoughts and feelings spooled out. There were 100 things I was holding in my heart and head that had to sit there. There were worries, irritations, traumas, and causes for outright fucking fury that I couldn't do a damn thing about. Just being on the periphery of the effect made them swell up and jostle together. Sveta's arm tightened around me. I could hear the thump, 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 thump of her tendrils against the inside of her body. I met her eyes. I could instantly tell that she'd been affected more than I had. I was resistant to emotion effects because I generated them. Snag had hit me hard because he'd hit me where it hurt the most. My rage? It was there, beneath the surface, but it wasn't a weak point. It was a regular point. Changing course, I flew straight for the nearest rooftop. Sveta let go of me and dropped down the moment we were close enough. She was unsteady on landing, and after her legs didn't keep her upright, she landed on her hands and knees on the roof's surface, which was covered in black, shingle-like tiles, 4 feet across. Puddles of water settled in the parts that were lower than others, waiting to be evaporated by the sun. I kept my mouth shut as the emotion effect subsided, and walked over to the roof's edge. Love Lost had joined the chase, running alongside Nailbiter, who had extended her limbs. They made a racket as they ran. Love Lost's claws scraped the road and kicked up sparks, and she was faster than an ordinary person. Nailbiter, though, had extended her limbs, but they got narrower as they grew longer, and had become black and gnarled in the process. Her jaw hung low, the joints on either side extended. Her jawbone made longer and narrower, and the teeth extended further. She looked like something half crocodile, half scarecrow. She had no problem with mobility or strength, apparently, as she took strides that were 15 feet long. Prancer was only a short distance behind Sprite. Sprite ducked in between two parked trucks. As a maneuver, it put a truck between himself and Prancer, and forced Prancer to anticipate which way he'd go, or if he'd carry on straight and go down the alley. Prancer hopped up onto the vehicle in the same moment that Sprite slid under it. The 2 seconds it took Prancer to look around and try to find out which way he'd gone were seconds he could run, using enhanced speed. He half jumped, half climbed up a building, with Prancer in delayed pursuit. Setting foot on the edge of the roof, he leaped backward, in a backward bound that saw him arcing over sidewalk, street, sidewalk, and put him on course to make contact with a building's face. I started forward as Nailbiter reached out, her arm extended, long, thin, and rigid, fingers doing the same as they became points so fine and far away I couldn't even make them out. Sprite kicked out and brought an arm up to deflect the piercing fingers with the armor there. He landed on the roof, and an intervening building meant I couldn't see where he went from there. I was flying in that direction when I saw Love Lost reach for her mask. She pulled it off, and I changed direction, reversing course and throwing myself against the roof I'd just left. The scream pierced through the air, raw and magnified in volume. I could see the distortion flare up around the edge of the roof where the effect was cut off, but it didn't extend through the building or the roof. I didn't feel the change in heart rate or breathing. The color change and distorted blur in the environment was limited to an area in front of Love Lost's mouth. Solid objects blocked it. I chanced a peek. She was down on the street, running past us, Nailbiter a distance ahead of her. She didn't seem to have noticed me, even with her emotion power. Damsel was chasing as well, only as fast as she could run, nothing augmented but the blasts, which she wasn't using. Sveta, Ashley, and I. I'd come this way because we were the worst people to deal with Love Lost. I'd been ready to leap to Sprite's defense against Nailbiter if I had to, but Love Lost being here complicated that. At least Sprite seemed to be managing, whatever he was doing. "Sveta," I said, "are you okay?" "I'm she started, and the interrupted okay sounded like oak. "I'm trying to tell my body not to murder my suit." "Can I do something?" She shook her head. "Okay." On the street, Sprite had escaped Prancer. He returned to the main street, saw Nailbiter and Love Lost close by, and broke into a run. The breaker effect was steadily fading. Prancer's power, I knew, was a breaker effect, to go by the PRT classifications. It was the most misunderstood classification in playground arguments and online debates, to the point where every power had probably been called a breaker power by someone. Where changers were powers that changed one's form and were physical and mostly bound to the natural world, breaker powers were on-off, tied into enabling powers or power sets, and were ethereal or rule-breaking. Prancer's on switch was a power-derived form that made him fast and nimble. Running and jumping around made the effect steadily ramp up. It made him fast and evasive. It was good to think about the mechanical side of powers, to dwell in fact and things that made me think of reading Cape magazines in bed and talking to Dean. Sveta's voice stirred me from my thoughts. "Positive side is I just found out I'm all instinct when I'm forced into attack mode. My body isn't smart enough to figure out how to get out of the suit." Good thing, I said. I meant it as I said it. Saw the fleeting smile on her face, but I was also kind of distracted.
What's going on over there? It helps if I can focus on external things I can't accidentally murder.
Sprite's running. I lost track of him. I'd go to him and ask what the fuck is going on, but he's trying to be slippery and he's good at it. I'd talk to Prancer, but it's exactly the same thing. I don't want to go after Love Lost and fuck up. I'm wondering if we should run, go back to the mob. Sveta nodded. I hate to leave Sprite, I said. He might not know about the violence, or who's after him, and this is in big fights, outright wars, it's good to identify solutions. If I can get to Sprite, I can stop this.
Love Lost is the biggest problem?
I nodded.
I think I can get her,
Sveta said. She shifted position and sat back.
I don't want to hurt her, but I think I can get her.
You sure?
Reasonably sure.
Rule of thumb I've been thinking about? 75%. No more than 3/4 of the hurt they've done to others. She made Resound bleed a lot. You can make her bleed a little. Sveta winced. Or not at all, I said. But remember that she's willing to hurt Rain. If she had a twisted ankle or something, it'd make a lot of things easier. She nodded. You good? I asked.
I wanted to do this. Go get Sprite.
The best way to get control over this situation. Sprite had been sent forward as the vanguard of advance guard. Was it to lead others on a wild goose chase, or was he after something? I flew a course that put me directly over the rooftops, so the buildings were between me and the pairing of Nailbiter and Love Lost. There had been some time since the last scream. Her mask might have been put back on, which would have meant a delay before she could hit me with something. That delay had been a factor when Sveta and I had both visited Cedar Point together to deal with Sink and Hookline. It might be a factor here. Prancer's power wasn't a threat, but it was a serious consideration. It made him fast and hard to track down. Once upon a time, it had meant he could run drugs and make drop-offs as a petty criminal. The drawback was a concern, too. He was forced out of the breaker state and made mundane if he got hurt. I spotted the colorful set of blurs that was the pair and changed course to follow. They were leaping between building faces, positioning feet to avoid putting one through a window, and covering as much ground up and down vertically as they were crossing horizontally. They were fast enough now that if they had been moving in a straight line, I wouldn't have been able to keep up. Flying over the rooftops, moving in a straight line to close the distance, I caught a glimpse of Nailbiter climbing up a 2-story building with the ease someone else might climb up onto a desk. She moved like she was on stilts, or like she was all stilts. Pointed ones, as I understood it. Her arm moved, swinging. I heard the sound of fingers as fine as needles slicing through the air, and put my shield up. I couldn't even see her fingers as they crashed into me. Shield down, I changed course before she could close those fingers around me and set me up for something else. Her mouth yawned open. My shield wasn't yet up when her teeth extended, but I was able to get down enough she wouldn't hit me. Each tooth pointed in a slightly different direction, and she had a lot of nail teeth. I heard the faint whisking sound of the thinner-than-needles teeth hitting things almost purely at random. Each hit with the force of a knife swung overhead and into a table. There was a pause, and I heard an unearthly screeching sound. The teeth had stopped just short of penetrating windows. With each small movement on her part, points scraped against glass. I saw something thicker than a tooth withdrawing. Changing course, I maneuvered between buildings, barely a few feet above the ground, my force field up. Several feet in front of me, a vague column that looked like it was more shadow than substance lunged out into my path. My first thought was that it was one of Sveta's arms. It wasn't. I tried to fly under it, since I was already so close to the ground, and the individual components fanned out to bar my way. I crashed bodily into them, my shield absorbing the hit, and the impact made them slap against the side of a dumpster in the alleyway. The thing was crude in a made just after the world ended kind of way, 4 pieces of thick metal, welding, and handles for the dump truck. The hit made one of the sides buckle, the weld at the side closest to me splitting violently. I turned to look the other way, and saw Love Lost with one clawed hand resting on a crouching nail-biter's fingers, guiding them. Nail-biter had both hands together, fingers pointed at me, and the fingers were extended out. Enhanced strength, and the ability to extend any part of her body, making that part rigid and thinner. She moved her hand, and 2 fingers pressed me against a wall, needle-thin bars against my throat and thighs. I couldn't trust that my force field would come back in time. My feet were only barely touching the ground, but I could fly. I flew away from her, sliding between the extended digits and the wall. She increased the pressure, and I had to stop, lest I give myself road rash while scraping against the concrete wall. Another nail finger shifted position, slapping me across the cheekbone and ear, and pressed my head back. Her mouth opened. I didn't see her do anything, but I threw up my shield all the same, the moment I felt it was ready. I pushed out, hard, and the wretch did the same, gripping and pushing the finger bars that had trapped me. A foot from my face, her tongue struck hard against an invisible surface. It would have gone right through me if it had connected. I moved while I could, between fingers and wall. I could feel here and there where there was a bulge where there had been a knuckle. I could only imagine how it worked when it wasn't extended fingers, but the rusty nail teeth. Doing this would have been like running a saw against my throat, face, and thighs. These 2 were dangerous. I flew straight up the moment I was free of the fingers, rounding a corner. Instincts told me to press forward. I wanted to go after Sprite, or remove the threat. I stopped instead. There was a limit to how fast and how far they could travel. I had a second. Love Lost could have hit me with a scream while I was pinned. She hadn't. She could have seen Sveta and I with her power earlier. The second might have been explained by her thinking we were bystanders. But the first? Was it that she would have been hitting Nailbiter's fingers? Not a good idea to provoke an enemy who was standing right next to you, not when that enemy was very good at hurting people. An easy conclusion to jump to, but not the only one. I'd been thinking about breakers, the on-off. It wasn't out of the question that Love Lost could only sense emotion when she wasn't projecting it. It could be a thing that alternated, with a period of time where she could see, a period where she could project, with the mask serving to restrict it. It could be that her scream disabled her sight for a time after using it, while the power gobbled up energy for another activation, the sight only available when the power was primed and ready. The attack into the alley had been timed to try and hit me, or at least to anticipate me. My flight pattern hadn't been predictable. I didn't want to have more nail fingers in my face the second I was up above the buildings. I wished I was better able to figure this out. The scream, too. She made people pissed. Irrationally, recklessly angry. When she'd done it to Resound, she'd been prepared for Resound lashing out. Maybe she hadn't done it to me because she couldn't handle me in a fight? Sometimes the simplest answer was the right one. I could call Kenzie and see if they have anything to report, but that might show our hands. We were already showing so much. I heard a distant scream, terrified, and it wasn't Love Lost's. At the same moment, my phone vibrated in my pocket. Pulling it out, I checked the screen. A text from Kenzie, now listed on my phone as LS for look-see. LS, coast clearish. I flew straight up, until I had a view of the situation. I didn't have a thinker power, but a view of the battlefield from above counted for something. If my force field broke, I would take evasive action. What I saw had to be Chris. I was far away, so I couldn't see him well, but it had to be him. It was a face, 6 feet tall, 3 feet wide, with no cheeks or anything but a spine connecting the top half from the lower half, as if the chin and bottom row of teeth were the head of an insect, the rest of the head the thorax. The setup was surrounded by a ring of spider-like legs in varying shapes and sizes. They looked like flesh and not chitin, though, muscular meat with a pronounced elbow, coming to a pointed tip where it touched the ground or face. He jerked and twitched, large eyes wide, and some of the legs seemed to be more focused on clawing at his own face than on keeping him mobile. I would have said it was like someone dragging his fingernails across his cheeks, but he didn't have any cheeks. He screamed at them, and it was the sound of mortal terror. He'd succeeded in getting Love Lost and Nailbiter's attention, and now he huddled at the foot of a building, pulling against it as if he could pull himself through the seam between sidewalk and store. They didn't seem to know what to make of him. I didn't blame them. Love Lost touched Nailbiter and pointed in my direction. Yeah, she could see me. I braced for evasive action. Anxiety Chris screamed again, louder. Nailbiter moved a hand, and he darted to one side, taking a wild path that saw him running up the wall and off of the side of the building, radically changing direction as he touched the ground. He was quick. I was put in mind of a bug darting to the darkness as the lights came on. They were caught between keeping an eye on me and keeping an eye on Chris. When Love Lost touched her mask, Chris sped another 15 feet in a heartbeat. She pulled off the mask, and she screamed at him. I could see the distortion, aimed more at the ground now. Roughly conical, it covered a lot of area. Chris twitched, jerked, moved this way, then that. He raised his fleshy spider legs and pointed 2 tips at them, and Love Lost moved slightly behind Nailbiter, as if she'd find cover behind the exceedingly thin limbs. Chris screamed back, raw and scared. There was a moment's pause, and she screamed at him again, compounding the effect. He screamed at her again, quivering in the wake of it, and crept closer. Nailbiter's fingers stabbed the ground between herself and him. He screamed, brief, and ran away. It seemed he couldn't move in a straight line, or the evasive action was built in, because he traced an S shape as he ran. I flew to put buildings between me and her. Where were Sprite and Prancer now? We'd diverted the dangerous elements, but I wanted to fix things. I wanted to take concrete, measured steps to make things better, now that Advance Guard had shit the bed as badly as they had. I wanted the world to make sense again, and Cedar Point didn't make sense. 2 more screams, both in short succession. Anxiety Chris's scream. I turned to look, and I saw the faint shadow of Nailbiter's nail fingers stabbing skyward. Love Lost was running up the fingers. They were thin, but she didn't seem to be struggling. Her mask was off, and she was looking down, looking for me. Scratch my earlier theory about her not wanting to provoke me. I couldn't get to cover fast enough, so I did the opposite. I headed straight for her. If she thought she could deal with me, I wanted to see what she'd do. I pushed out with my aura for the first time to make it harder. She would be resilient, like Snag was. Still, I refused to believe that she could deal with my aura, scream at me, and take evasive action against my charge while 30 feet above the rooftops. Nailbiter lashed out. Teeth. My force field took the hit, and I carried forward. Love lost her footing, teetering, then leaped hard off the fingers. I flew straight down to put myself out of Nailbiter's reach, while Love Lost leaped sideways. She touched the side of Prancer's headquarters. the claws of her hands and feet finding traction on the surface, and she moved like she was running, claws catching and helping to propel her. There was the wall running power. She moved fluidly along a vertical surface, claws helping. Her hand went to her mask, and a hand reached up from below, grabbing her ankle. Sveta. Love Lost was pulled away from the building, no longer able to make contact with the surface. She fell at a diagonal in the direction of the rooftop she'd originally been falling down to. I could see her reorient herself in the air, twisting to put feet beneath her, but she couldn't stop falling. Not a terminal fall, most likely, but it'd be a hard one. In the distance, I could hear Chris screaming as he ran. He covered a lot of ground, apparently, because the scream faded with each passing second. Good job, Sveta, I thought. Not showing her hand, catching Love Lost by surprise, and staying clear of that scream were perfect. It had taken her a while, but I didn't blame her for moving carefully and having trouble finding the right position and moment to act. No, that was exactly what I was wanting to do. It was energizing, in a way, exciting. For all my doubts, I liked that at least one person was on my wavelength. Chris had done his thing too. Not bad, but he'd shown himself to Nailbiter, and it worried me that he could have been stabbed if Nailbiter had been a little more willing to pull the trigger and impale him. I flew in Sveta's direction and found her waiting, her back to the wall, phone out. She jumped when I floated over to her. Good, I said. I'll tell you how good after. She smiled. She showed me the phone. LS. Prance lost Sprite. Sprite en roof to W of U. We here at edge of town. Mob splitting up. Some headed your way. As I read the messages, a new alert popped up. LS. Nail, damn, comin'. I grabbed Sveta's hand and prepared to fly away when Damsel appeared in the alleyway. I could have called her Ashley, but she didn't give me the impression of Ashley. Shadows fell across her face, accented by the mask and makeup. Her eyes were eerie white, her hair was white, and it made for an attention-grabbing profile. If I hadn't known better, I might have been intimidated. Nailbiter appeared, looming over Damsel in a crouch, 3 times as tall as Damsel was, so thin in places as to be almost invisible. Her face was still prolonged, jaw hanging, teeth pronounced. Love Lost was in Nailbiter's cupped hand, crouching, holding one finger for balance. I couldn't tell how hurt she was. I'll deign to let you two help me against the wannabe Alexandria and the girl with the paint, Damsel said, dismissive. Nailbiter pulled her face back together, the features drawing shorter. You aren't Cedar Point. There was a whistling S sound on Cedar. I am now, Damsel said. Mess this bad? Ripe for takeover. We can discuss that, Nailbiter said. Interested? Damsel asked. You're being hasty, Nailbiter said. I'd be interested if I wasn't loyal to Bob. Love Lost swiped out with a claw, dashing claw tips against the wall to her left. It made a sound, and both Damsel and Nailbiter focused their attention on her. She pointed at us. Yes, Nailbiter said. She started forward, with sufficient clearance to go over Damsel, and I flew with Sveta's hand firmly in my grip. I could hear Damsel use her power in the same instant, lunging forward. It bought us time, that she hurled herself forward while Nailbiter was trying to place an extended limb. Time to get around a corner, to take preemptive evasive action. They turned the same corner, and Sveta had turned herself around. She cast her hand out and gripped Love Lost at the neck and hair. Love Lost had her hand at her mask and stopped, not screaming. Sorry, Sveta called out as she hauled Love Lost free of Nailbiter's grip, pulling her halfway toward us before letting go. Love Lost was like a cat, apparently. acrobatic enough to keep her claws under her. Still, she was moving fast. Momentum was a thing, and the resulting landing was a bit of a roll and tumble before she managed to stop herself. Scraped up and glaring, Love Lost watched as I put some vertical distance between us. Nailbiter slowed to avoid trampling Love Lost, falling behind slightly, and then raised a hand, aiming. Reflexively, I brought up my force field and heaved Sveta up, back and away. Instinct. I couldn't have my force field up while holding her. I couldn't even watch to see what Sveta did. My focus was on Nailbiter. She chose to try to get Sveta while Sveta was in the air. I saw the massive teeth extending, spearing out, and they were aimed too low to be aimed at me. I flew down to intercept. Force field up, I grabbed them after they had extended past me, pushing down, redirecting. The wretch had to have grabbed them too, because she moved like super strength applied. All of the teeth were attached to her, and when I moved some of them, I moved them all. That done, I looked back for Sveta. The inverse of Love Lost, to tumble so bonelessly through the air, with no ability to reorient herself. My force field scraped against the nails as I flew past them, pushing them more before a last-second course correction to intercept Sveta. I caught her. "Warn me!" I nodded. It was very possible I felt more alarmed in the wake of the moment than Sveta did, and she looked really alarmed. I looked back. Love Lost and Nailbiter were on the ground, and Nailbiter wasn't pressing the attack. "You going to explain that?" Sveta asked. "I can," I said. "Sorry." "It's okay, but what was that analogy? Wolf, corn, chicken?" "Wolf," I said. I had an ugly, heavy feeling that thoroughly crushed the moment of triumph. I flew down, setting foot on the rooftop. Each passing second, it bothered me more. "Wolf." "I don't follow. I didn't follow the analogy in the first place, but secrets? Maneuvers?" "Just wolf," I said. I didn't want to explain it in detail. "Control issue, similar to yours." I saw her forehead crease above her mask. "You didn't have one before?" "No, I didn't," I said. "Okay," she said. "You should have told me." I tried to formulate a response. She wouldn't look directly at me. As I opened my mouth, she looked down at her phone, as if she was looking for an excuse to look away. The tiny change in her expression gave me pause. "What is it?" "Come, Sprite's moving." She grabbed my arm, tugging. "You can carry me?" she asked. I nodded, seizing her with a firmer grip than necessary, carrying her off the roof. Sprite still had a vestige of Prancer's power, even though Prancer was nowhere nearby. I could see him running along a rooftop. He leaped from the rooftop's edge to the building face next door. The building was Prancer's headquarters, a stone building with a clock tower on top. Touching fingertips to toes, as his feet pointed straight forward, Sprite passed through an open window and landed at a run. For Sveta and I, we had to get there first, and then we had to maneuver ourselves through the window. I supported Sveta so she could climb through, and then looked around to make sure we weren't being observed. Well, if the clairvoyants were awake, and they had to be with the day still young, Chris still screaming in the distant background, and various other noises and chaos, then we were being observed. But I couldn't see anyone who could follow us into the building. The things inside were not especially nice, even though attempts had been made. It made me think more of a parent-teacher conference room and my mom's office when she was really deep in work. Budget desk, budget chairs, budget stuff in general, with the doors being wood that hadn't even been polished down that nicely before being painted, and some signs of domesticity, with a jacket on the back of a chair, signs of eating at desks, and personal touches littering the space. Sprite was already across the floor, A binder was open in front of him. "Sprite," I said. "The heroine who was Glory Girl and a friend," he said, sounding pleasant, even casual. He picked up the binder and turned our way. "I heard you were around." I stalked toward him, reaching for the top of the chest plate that served as the closest thing I'd get to a collar. He scrambled back, staying just out of reach, turning to flight when his feet failed him. He dropped the binder. Failing to get a grip on him so I could shake sense into the man, I settled for pointing a finger accusatorily at him. I could hear Chris screaming in the background, a distant sound I couldn't place that might have been a giant tinker device going off. This entire thing had been about taking a topsy-turvy world and making it topsy-turvy for the bad guys, unseating them and breaking their hold. It had been about sanity, and they'd pulled the most insane fucking stunt, and they'd upended it. But I couldn't burn bridges. They were, how would Ashley have put it? Blithering idiots? And I had to get along with them. Heroes needed to cooperate. The team needed it, and I wanted to be diplomatic. "Fucking why?" I asked. Arc 5, Shadow, Chapter 4. "You're pissed," Sprite replied. "Why?" I asked again, stabbing my finger in his direction. He stepped back out of the way of it. "What the hell is Advance Guard doing?" "This is how we operate," Sprite said. He put the binder he was holding down, moving a few things to look at the things on the table. Having verified something, or verified the lack of something, he gave Sveta and I his full attention. "We identify targets in need and we handle them. We're good at it." "What about jurisdictions?" I asked. Sprite paused. One finger tapped the desk. "This is Forsyth's. They got this territory when we held a lottery for major areas of the city." "Did you talk to Forsyth?" Sveta asked. Her tone was a marked contrast to mine. It sounded pitying or pleading. Sprite had already pointed out how I sounded. "You think this is your territory," Sprite voiced his realization aloud. "Did you talk to Forsyth?" I repeated Sveta's question in my own way. "Not me, personally," Sprite said. "Okay, we need to talk this out, but now isn't the time. Let me do my thing, 2 to 5 minute investigation. Then, if you wanted to let me copy some of your powers to make a graceful exit, I'd appreciate it. Then we have a conversation." He put one hand on the binder. I put my hand down on the corner of the binder and slid it away from him. "Resound got sliced up," I said. I could see Sprite tense. "How sliced up?" "Enough that I'm mentioning it," I said. "And enough that we need you to go straight back to your team and tell them to leave. Then we have a chat." "Okay," Sprite said. He walked around the table, putting it between us. "I hear what you're saying." "Time is of the essence here," I said. The change in position worried me. Was he going to bolt? Or anticipating violence from me? I changed my stance, forcing myself to relax my posture. "This isn't the first time we've raided enemy territory, or the first time someone was hurt. We have a pattern we operate by. I handle my part, and I trust the others to handle theirs." "And Cedar Point?" I asked. "We'll be better off in the long run," Sprite said. "Capes aren't liked right now," Sveta said. "The local villains have been pressuring people here who can't afford to leave, which makes feelings towards Capes even lower. We were doing something here. You can't just—" The pity or pleading in her voice gave way to frustration at that last part, to the point she couldn't finish her own sentence. "Create a mess and trust they'll be better off," I said. "Yes, exactly, thank you," Sveta said. "Others have been coming—" "Were invited to come," I said. screened to avoid a screwy situation. "We were invited too," Sprite said. There. Now the situation made some sense. Advance Guard had been invited. It wasn't by us. Someone looking to screw us up or throw a wrench into the works. Sveta and I exchanged glances. "What?" Sprite asked. "You may have been played," I said. I had to keep in mind that the clairvoyants could be watching. "Maybe you should walk us through your side of the story." "Any minute now, people could come after me. They'll figure out we're in here," Sprite said. "Fast version," I said. He moved, taking 2 quick steps to one side, before slapping his hand down on the table. "It wouldn't be out of the question for you to be working with the bad guys, stalling me, throwing a wrench into our plan. It'd even be good cover for a team like Prancer's B-listers to try to corner or confuse the hero jurisdiction too." "Completely out of the question," I said. "Not a moment's hesitation?" he asked. "No outrage or indignation?" "It makes sense for you to say it, but not if you do any digging. I'm a Cape from a Cape family. Every surviving relative I have is a hero or ex-hero. If I pulled something like that, I'd get caught and I'd lose my entire family and their respect." "I'm dating and living with Weld from the Wardens," Sveta said. "He'd lose everything, and I wouldn't do that to him." Sprite's head turned. He analyzed Sveta, then me, peering through the lens of his future elfin mask. "Straight to talking about your relationship to other people, nothing about yourselves. Good cops have crooked cop kids and girlfriends." "References and connections matter," I said. "I could say any number of things about myself, but that's my words out of my mouth. Talk to my dad, my cousin. They'll give you a clear picture of who I am." "I remember her. I've talked to Weld," Sprite said. "And?" "Fuck," Sprite said. "All right, fast version. We caught wind of what was going on here when someone was commenting on the stupid Cape names here. We asked around. Teams building bonds, taking turns to help out in a place that needed help. People talked about stuff that they needed to keep their mouths shut about," I said. "They didn't talk," Sprite said. "Not as far as I know. But secrets are hard to keep when powers are in play. They didn't talk Cedar Point, but they were psyched about working together on a level outside of what the Wardens are negotiating. On a lower level, I mean. We have the meetings at the Warden's headquarters, and people were stopping in at the same place." "And you asked Foresight?" "Not me. Mayday. He said we were clear to go." Who the hell had Kenzie's old boss talked to that we weren't roped in? "Foresight is tied up with war stuff right now," Sveta said. "They are," he said. "Is it possible the key people were tied up, and Mayday talked to lower-level members of Foresight?" Sveta asked. "I don't know," he replied. "Hold the questions along those lines," I said. "Good theory, Sveta, but we should get the particulars later. Time's short." "Okay, I'll check the window," Sveta said. Time was short, and the clairvoyants were probably listening in. There was a degree to which I didn't want to reveal too much to them. At the same time, I wanted to get the situation straight. Was it a play, then? Or was it bad circumstance? Hard to know without talking to Mayday. "Our version?" I asked. "We've been juggling multiple teams, trying to keep on the down low, and we're holding the fort until a team decides to settle in permanently." "You specifically," he said. "Us as a group. We're setting up as a team," I said. I thought of the clairvoyants. "We're getting ourselves set up. We're still getting costumes and names, headquarters, and a long-term plan. This is an interim job, and it gets us some money, connections, and favor." "And you think we bypassed that?" "You bypassed it. The team is getting paid by people who want a chance to get some practice in and mess with Cedar Point guys while they're bewildered. We're getting resources. We're draining their resources. They're spending money to hire help. They're losing people. They pull favors from major players, get answers or other stuff. What I arranged, my part in this, is that one of those players gives us a cut each time we provoke these guys to call. It drains the bad guys, and I can give these guys their startup cash." Sveta was walking around the perimeter of the office. She stopped and looked my way.
"You're telling him?"
"I'm telling Cedar Point. They want answers, and I'm going to give them tattletale." I hadn't wanted to do it so soon, but it was something in keeping with my warrior monk philosophy. My goal here was stability, to minimize the ripple effects and keep things from pinging off one another to cause a greater disaster. I wanted things to stop. "Yeah, I'm telling him," I said. I could see Sprite consider it. If this madness continued without a scapegoat or a target, then it would only continue unabated, with endless escalation. As long as Cedar Point thought they knew what was going on, they would move predictably, rather than windmilling their arms around and stirring up chaos. "You were just talking to me about how the company we keep and our references matter. You're working with the villains?"
"Working with heroes. Accepting the big picture villains are a part of the picture we're not going to be able to shake, and adapting to that. Trust me when I say I do not have any fond feelings for who I'm talking to. If you knew the name and did some digging into my background, you'd know that." He reached down to the table and fidgeted with a carving, the shape only partially blocked out. Wood shavings surrounded it. He didn't give a response, seemingly considering. "Sprite," I said, dead serious. "I don't like the way you're doing this," he said. "I like you, Sprite. I liked our talk before everything went to shit, when we first met, but the feeling is mutual. I don't like how you guys are doing this either." I watched as he nodded slowly. "We were here first," I said. "I'd really like to cooperate with you guys like we're cooperating with other heroes, but either someone's messing with us by giving you a false go-ahead, or you guys fucked up somewhere. Whichever it is, you can't be here."
"Or Foresight fucked up," he said.
"Or that,"
I said. I didn't believe it. I repeated myself with more emphasis.
"Whichever it is, you can't be here. If you're supposed to be here, it wouldn't be a surprise to us."
He flicked the wooden figurine across the table. Damn it.
"Go talk to your people. Convince them to quit this," I said.
"I will," he said. "Can I use your powers?"
"You don't want to use mine," Sveta said. "If you even can."
"You sure?" he asked. "I get an intuitive sense of movement-related powers. Yours seems okay. Coded weird, but I can push past that."
"Mine's dangerous," she said.
"Yeah," I said.
"Be careful."
"I'm terrible at careful," he said. He turned to me. "Flight, and shadows of feet and fingers groping for handholds? I don't think that one would move me very far, only by inches." It was the most direct reference to the wretch I'd heard someone make. I wanted to reply, to look normal, and I couldn't. My heart pounded more with the one question and 2 follow-up sentences than it had with all of my irritation and anger at advance guard.
"Can you use only the flight?" I managed.
"Yes, absolutely," he said. His feet left the ground. "Cover me? We'll take the direct route." I followed, meeting Sveta before we reached the window. As Sprite passed through the open window, I saw the look my friend gave me. I saw it again as I passed through the window, turned around, and put my arm around her waist as she made it through the window in a more than slightly awkward way, prosthetic body not cooperating fully. My arm around her waist, her arm around my shoulder, we flew after Sprite. Airborne, a ways ahead of us, Sprite put his arms out to his sides. Ribbons extended out from his wrists, loose in the air, one from each wrist. I gave him a wide berth as I realized what they were supposed to be. He gave us a sly look over one shoulder, then reached out. The ribbon moved faster than the eye could follow. He reached for a ventilation duct on a roof. He pulled himself to it in a very familiar way, reached out with the other, and through a combination of flight and use of the 2 ribbons, sped well ahead of us. I realized what it was I was seeing. I'm kind of not a fan of these guys, I said.
I kind of get what you mean,
she said. With the wind in my ears, I looked at her to track what she was saying better. The look on her face broke my heart a little. It was a longing look, where she didn't take her eyes off of Sprite and his casual use of her power until he was out of sight. A trash can was knocked down here, the contents blown around by the wind. A section of roads had cracks in it that I was pretty sure weren't from the road settling. In the distance, I heard Love Lost's scream. The mob. She and Nailbiter had returned to the scene, it seemed. I reached for my phone and I hit the button.
It's me. Update?
I can talk? Are you there? Did you leave?
Kenzie. Look-see.
I don't think they're listening in on phones, no, I said. Codenames only, to be safe.
Codenames. It's Look-see here with Capricorn. He's on the phone. I lost track of who with. I'm at the perimeter. Are we good to go?
Not yet, I said. Hand me over to Capricorn as soon as he's free.
Can do.
Closer to the scene where the fighting had initially broken out, things were more chaotic. I stopped at a rooftop to try to get a sense of it all. 8 members of the 12 initial advance guard capes were present. Sprite was near someone I presumed was Mayday, a guy who wore a costume with red and black armor panels and a cape that covered one shoulder.
Handholds and footholds?
Sveta asked, quiet. I pressed the phone against my chest to muffle it.
Yeah, I guess. That's the wolf? I saw the expression on your face.
In the midst of the fight, advance guard was actually faring well enough, even though I couldn't tell where 4 of their members were. Sprite was having a conversation with Mayday as villains approached them, crowding in. Mayday raised a hand, palm flat, and then brought it down so it pointed forward. Villains started scrambling out of the way. From the distance, a flare of red light rose against the blue sky at the horizon, framed with something shadowy and dark that made it stand out clearly. It was deceptive in its general oblong shape, which became a circle and became oblong again, and its apparent lack of depth. I realized what it was and put my hand at Sveta's arm in case I needed to pull her away. A projectile of some sort. It soared toward us and touched down in the middle of the battlefield, with Mayday running to intercept it, getting clipped by one of Nailbiter's claws on the way. It hit him, almost dead on, and smashed into the road like water might, a mess of red strands that glowed to the point they were almost neon, in a sea of darker and darker strands. The webbed ball dissipated, broke up, the lines spreading out to run through, around, over and under almost everything on the ground. The larger portion of the mass skidded nearly 100 feet before breaking up. Mayday's team had been carried along with the skid, and as the strands dissipated, they were on their feet, standing in formation. The villains who hadn't scrambled out of the way were at the edges, lying down, or pushed between parked cars. No property damage had been done. They were outnumbered 2 to 1, but advance guard wasn't losing. They looked battered. 2 of them were being locked down by one of their fellow teammates, affected by Love Lost's scream, it seemed. The phone speaker buzzed against my chest. I picked it up.
The bad guys have reinforcements coming,
Look-see reported.
From your 5. I think that's how it works, right? 5 is behind you and to your right? Or is it 12 o'clock directly behind?
That's how it works, Look-see, I said. 5 is right. We'll keep an eye out.
I looked back over my shoulder. Did I want to get involved in the brawl like this?
Victoria?
Sveta asked. Down on the road, advance guard were using an area that had become a bit of a bottleneck, with one section of sidewalk fenced off with railings that had been bolted down so there could be a patio outside one restaurant, and several cars were parked beyond that fence and on the opposite side of the street. Mayday retreated through the bottleneck, with a flying ally shielding him by catching some flung balls of flame in what looked like a web of glowing lines in geometric shapes. Mayday raised both hands, palms flat, forming a Y, and then brought them down. In the distance well behind him, twin flares of red energy appeared at the horizon. One of them might have been headed straight for me. I fixed my grip on Sveta's arm, then carried her skyward. Up, away, clear of the immediate fight, until the figures on the battlefield were specks. I stopped there, at a height I was pretty sure the clairvoyants couldn't track me, where the phone I held still had 2 bars of signal. Comfortably away, secure and private, close enough to see if the reinforcements appeared.
"Scary, being up this high," Sveta said. "Scarier that you aren't answering my question."
"Sorry," I said.
"Don't be sorry. Answer me."
I nodded. The sick feeling that had hit me when Sprite had commented on the wretch's existence hadn't gone away. It was worse, if anything. Mayday's power hit. 2 shots, barreling in from the horizon in a matter of seconds, each half the size of a house. The red balls were more oblong than before, where the last one had only appeared that way because of its arc. The shape might have been why they traveled further as they hit, carrying people away. While villains scrambled to get to their feet, lines spread out, forming overlapping triangles, circles, squares, and stars, extending in a pattern around the woman who had been shielding Mayday. I pressed the phone down against my chest.
"You're being weird," Sveta said. "And weird can be allowed, believe me."
She let out a small, hollow laugh.
"But bad weird isn't. You're not just pulling away, you're pushing away. Throwing me away, literally. That's not... You threw me aside, Victoria. Literally. You didn't warn me."
"I wouldn't throw you if I couldn't catch you, okay?" I asked. I wanted to put my thoughts into words without blurting them out, but I couldn't do that while defending myself and simultaneously making sure I didn't leave the heroes down below undefended.
"It's not okay," Sveta said. "I feel shitty for bringing this up now, but it's really not okay that I barely recognize you sometimes. And it just got shoved in my face twice. I don't want you to recognize me. Not that. Mostly not that. I'm glad you're okay again. I'm glad I can communicate with you without bringing every conversation back to the topic of your sister."
I flinched. I didn't blurt, but I did voice something safe and reliable, something I'd already said, because it was safer than that.
"It's the wolf." "That doesn't tell me anything. Sprite told me more than that. I really don't want to find out stuff from other people instead of you, Victoria."
My force field moves with a mind of its own," I said. She didn't retort, and it was my instinct that I'd hear her retort. That wasn't based on her, not on the time we'd spent together at the hospital, where we'd kept each other company, communicated, shared a computer, and tried to keep each other sane. It was based on what I'd want to do. She'd been pressing me, attacking, aggressive. Were it my old self, without the 2-year-long reality check, I wouldn't have been able to just stop after being on that verbal offensive. I would have pressed. She didn't.
"Since the hospital,"
I said, for elaboration.
"Moves on its own? Does it make you move?"
she asked. I shook my head.
"But it fits your body."
"Not anymore," I said. "Not this body." I didn't elaborate, because I didn't have it in me. I waited, let her put it together. I saw her expression change, and I focused instead on advance guard against Hollow Point below us. We were higher up than a 10-story building would be.
"Sorry," I said, "having this conversation with you when you can't storm off or walk away." "Don't drop me," she said.
I nodded, stiff. She shifted her grip, extending an arm to reach for my shoulder. Her prosthetic foot tapped against mine, then her toe settled on top of it. I held my foot rigid while she pushed herself up a bit, pulling on my shoulders until she'd raised up. It took some doing, and it took me realizing and helping her a bit, but she found a position where she could wrap her arms around me in a hug. My eyes remained on the scene below as I hugged her back with one hand. My other hand still held the phone against my chest, and Sveta's hard chest pressed hard against the back of my hand. It hurt, and I didn't make her stop. I wanted to hug tight, but the pain reminded me it didn't matter, because it was only her shell. "Thank you," I said, instead. "Thank you. Thank you." "Idiot, moron, tell me." "I haven't even told Mrs. Yamada." "Lame brain, you don't think I 100% get it? You don't think this stuff makes sense to me? More than anything or everything else?" "Maybe I didn't want it to be got," I said. She moved her head, knocking it against mine. She did it again. It made me think of the hospital, of a time shortly before she'd left with Weld. A couple of weeks before, maybe. Physiotherapy, working on my manual dexterity. They'd given us video games and controls we could use. Sveta had done a lot of it and picked up more of it for the social aspect, so she'd joined me to egg me on. She'd done the head knock out of frustration then, too. I'd been so focused on trying to get movement out of my hands and translate that to the controls that I hadn't been paying much attention to the game. It was a bittersweet memory, which was about as good as things had gotten then. 2 or so weeks later, Weld had gone to see her. I could remember her anticipation leading up to the meeting. She'd been so upset over the Case 53s defecting en masse from the Protectorate and wards, and Weld's visit had turned that around. It hadn't gone well. I wasn't exactly sure what had happened. Then Weld had come to see me. He'd treated me with more human decency than I'd had out of anyone but my therapists, patient advocate, or other patients for months. He'd been patient, ignored my ramblings. He'd been gentle, asked what he could do for me. It couldn't have been easy. I'd been a mess. I'd convinced him to go back to her, with a renewed perspective. Later on, I'd given them my blessings. She'd walked away from the hospital with her hero and freedom. Weld had gotten my only real friend, and one of my only unabashed, unpaid-for allies. I drew in a deep breath and sighed. Sveta spoke first. "There was a time I was with a team. Things came to a head, a climax. It turned out half of the team had one idea on what we wanted, and the other half had another. Blood was shed. People died. Really, really cool people. The deaths weren't as bad as the betrayals. I don't want this to be a repeat of that." "Neither do I." "So I want to ask, because I didn't ask then. What the hell are we doing?" Sveta asked. "Hugging, trying to keep this situation from getting too out of control." Whatever reinforcements Kenzie had mentioned hadn't caught up with us yet. The battle lines were separating now. Advance Guard was now a group of 7 people. I wasn't sure where the 8th had gone. Sprite was at Mayday's side, talking in short sentences. Here and there, enemies lashed out. "Those things are now," Sveta said. "I think we know what it is to be powerless, and to be stuck like that, and not always having people able or willing to help. Just about every member of the team does." "Yeah." "We'll help those people. Cedar Point is a group of those people." "Colt included," I said. "Can we get in there?" Sveta asked. I hesitated. "This is our jurisdiction." I put the phone to my ear. "Look-see?"
"Heyo."
"Where are those reinforcements?"
"Fighting in the ranks. They're gathering themselves together. 8 more.
"Okay, is Capricorn there?"
"He's on the phone, talking to Foresight now."
"I want to move now, before this ends one way or the other. Have him hang up and give him the phone. We make an appearance." I pulled the phone away from my ear at the enthusiastic noise she made. "I'm here," Capricorn said, on the other line. "I spent 5 minutes on the phone with Natalie before giving up." Giving up? I remembered trying to convey the situation with hook line and kitchen sink, before having to resort to video evidence. Maybe we'd need to get her access to Kenzie's feed. "I was talking to Foresight. They don't know what's going on with Advance Guard," he added.
Neither does advance guard, apparently. It's time. We should act before things get worse.
Okay, on our way. ETA 5 minutes.
Sveta shifted her grip on me at the same moment I flew straight toward the ground. Her hand slipped from my shoulder and I caught her. Fucking advance guard, fucking Prancers people, fucking wretch, hospital, mom, Amy. It couldn't be easy. The thoughts flew through my mind, and I left them behind as I plunged. I slowed and stopped as we reached the ground, still landing hard enough my legs bent, and I nearly dropped to one knee. I'd put us right in the middle of advance guard's group.
"They're friendly,"
Sprite called out.
"You sure about that?"
Shortcut asked. He was on the periphery, holding his polearm.
"Pretty sure,"
Sprite said. On the other side of the bottleneck were 16 villains with a scattered few mooks. Mooks augmented with bitter pills tinker stuff, it looked like, foaming at the mouths in a way. Snag was there, in the back. Love Lost had retreated as well. No, there was more to it. There was division in the enemy ranks. Prancer, Moose, Velvet, Etna, and someone who might have been a thinker in one group. They moved and talked to one another like they were cooperating. There was a faint red fog around them, heavier at the ground, at ankle height. Bitter Pill's group had Blue Stocking, the 6 Mooks, Crested, Birdbrain, and Foggy Idea. That group was more visually distinct, all but the Mooks being tidier, and they hung back. The mark between them and Prancer's group was subtle. They were at the edge of the fog, and they held themselves differently. Crested, with his fan, and Birdbrain, with a bullwhip, were the only ones with weapons. Compared to that subtle distinction between Pill's group and Prancer's, the Nailbiter, Love Lost, Snag, Damsel, and a couple of the more violent and dangerous-looking ones, like Sidepiece and Disjoint, were standing such that there was a 15-foot gap between them and the others. Anxiety Chris was in the distant background, perhaps a block away, screaming. His change would be fading soon, I imagined. 18 of them. 7 advance guard, Sveta and I, with Capricorn and Looksee on the way. Love Lost screamed, and the diagram drawer blocked it. Nobody caught at the edges. I imagined it helped the group had shrunk to 7. "I can't convince you guys to up and leave?" I asked.
"Our teleporter's pulling one at a time," Mayday said. "She'd pull us all at once, but the impression got scrambled when the scream hit our thinker."
Sidepiece and Disjoint were moving to flank the group, sneaking around a parked vehicle. A diagram wall appeared to block them off. Disjoint hopped up onto the vehicle and was knocked off as Mayday swung a hand in his direction, casting out a tiny version of the red projectile he'd been bringing in from the horizon. As Disjoint landed at her feet, Damsel started cussing him out for getting in her way.
"It's going to take a bit," Mayday said.
"Gets harder as our group shrinks. Injured go out first, then the less mobile." "They have reinforcements incoming," I said. "Infighting is slowing them down, but the enemy group is going to get larger while yours gets smaller."
"We know this," Mayday said.
He had a deep, rich voice, which was muffled slightly by his mask.
"The thinker I mentioned, map right, showed us before evacuating out."
"They have more strong capes than we were led to believe," the diagram woman said. "We need to talk about who you talked to," I replied under my breath. The good guys were stuck, in a way. Powers aside, the vehicles and nearby railing were the only things that kept the Hollow Point villains from charging in all at once. It wasn't that they were that great an obstruction to a group of people like Nailbiter, Moose, or Prancer. It was that they made it so that for people to pass that point, they needed to approach in 1s and 2s. "We need to talk, Prancer," I called out. He didn't answer, verbally or otherwise. There was a dark look on his face, and it was the violent click that grew louder. Not Snag, not Love Lost, but Nailbiter and her fellows. Damsel didn't jeer, but she said something, and one of the villains smirked. "Let's call a ceasefire!" I raised my voice again.
At the front lines, Velvet flung a rusty newspaper box with telekinesis, more to take away something that contributed to the bottleneck than to outright attack. It crashed hard, squealing as the metal side slid against the rough, textured road. That would be their answer, then? Fuck them. Moose stepped forward, and Shortcut took a step to meet him. The road distorted, space rippling and appearing like water, spray and all, and he leaped forth at Moose's side. Shortcut was there, pole in motion, the blade at the end making the end heavy even as he used the dull side to connect with the back of Moose's leg. Moose didn't go down, and swatted in Shortcut's direction. Shortcut disappeared, appeared again swinging. This time the blade was more apparent. Moose was forced to take a step back. Bitter Pill had a group of 6 men and women around her toward the back. They looked like zombies. Each had their heads lolling back, and black fluid flowed from their mouths like water from the edge of an overflowing sink. She was giving them orders, her voice lost in the other noises. Mayday raised his hand, then brought it forward. The entire assembly of villains reacted. Etna, who wore a revealing robe in glossy silk and a black mask with 6 horns, threw globs of superheated glass. The robed woman who drew the magic circle diagrams raised her defenses, only to be caught off guard when Moose, feinting to throw Shortcut off, charged her. Moose's charge meant much of advance guard leapt to the fray, Sprite included, and Bitter Pill gave the order for her zombies to attack. They charged, spilling black fluid from their mouths in the same way someone with a very full jug of water might have water sloshing out. That was Sveta and my cue to get involved. I flew forward. Sveta snatched out with a hand to pull one's ankle out from under it, dragging it into the middle of advance guard's ranks. "Don't hurt them! They're people!" someone called out behind us. I changed direction, and I saw Love Lost get a boost from Snag, which segued into her running up the side of the building. 2 long, lunging steps, with metal glittering around her one leg, dangling like extensive jewelry. Damaged in an earlier fall, or at some point in this altercation. Still, she grabbed onto a windowsill, twisting around to reach up with her mask. Sveta's hand went up. Love Lost shifted her grip, her back to the wall, arms out to either side to grip different windowsills with her claws. She refused to go down. It did mean she couldn't remove her mask and scream. I flew skyward, out of the group assembled behind the bottleneck, toward the building's edge. Nailbiter was keeping her eye out for me. In the midst of this kind of chaos, with this many witnesses, she couldn't go for the lethal strike, but she could interfere. Brutes had a way of gravitating toward brutes in a fight. It was a kind of weird rock-paper-scissors thing, where rock tended to favor smashing rock. I used my force field to swat aside Nailbiter's claws. So soon after the conversation with Sveta, to bring it out and be acutely aware of it, to think briefly of the hospital, it was disorienting. It made the moment dark. More of Nailbiter's claws shielded Love Lost, keeping me from getting to her and pulling her free. Not directly. I saw Love Lost lower her head and raise her more intact clawed foot. She was using it as another hand. Flying higher, I looked to Sveta. I reached out my hand, and she sent hers to me. She pulled herself to me, then reached down, grabbing Love Lost from above. To hold the windowsill and avoid being pulled down was one thing, but being pulled up was another. Love Lost slashed, raking at Sveta's arm and tendrils. Sveta let go and let Love Lost drop. It was Snag who leaped out, flying in a straight line to catch the woman in one mechanical arm, before she could crash into the midst of the crowd of villains. Sveta pulled herself back down to the ground level. Meanwhile, I flew over the enemy group, putting myself behind the herd of enemies, while they scrambled to do something or get clear of the incoming Mayday projectile. It was intimidating being on the ground, while a ball of abstract energy the size of a one-car garage hurtled toward us. I was pretty sure it was very selective about who it affected, catching people up and depositing them in a way Mayday thought appropriate, but even with that, I found it distracting. I'd put myself close to Bitter Pill and her group, the thinkers, the clever ones. I used my aura to pressure them, to catch their focus while the projectile sailed toward us. It was Crested, folding fan in hand, who turned my way as I walked in their direction. All of the darkness of the hospital was in my eyes. My anger at everyone I couldn't change or fix was in my body language. The aura was one thing, but I could be the focus of those feelings of fear and awe that my power stirred in them. Crested swung the fan. I knew what to expect, and I wasn't surprised when the fan spun, the folded metal slats multiplying, as the fan became a circle that became a spiral, each multiplied slat larger than the last. The effect was reminiscent of an ammonite fossil. A shield of interconnected metal slats that bit into the road and formed a wall between me and them.
"Crested!" Bluestocking called out. "We need a barrier against—"
Crested started to fold it up, but it was too slow. I flew forward, force field up, and hit the barrier, just to add to the intimidation and shake the other guys. I hit the barrier again. It kept them from erecting a defense. Prancer grabbed Velvet and leaped up to higher ground. Others ran for cover in the last seconds. Some tried to approach me, to use the other side of Crest's barrier to defend themselves. I pushed out with my aura to discourage them in the last moment. I was barely touched as it washed over me like hot air from a hairdryer. Others were dragged 100 feet down the road, pushed back and away from the bottleneck. Bluestocking's blue stocking was shredded by the contact with the road, stained red. They were a jumbled heap. They hadn't pushed past the bottleneck or delivered a serious blow to advance guard before the bizarre siege weapon hit. I flew back to our side.
"Let's end this," Mayday called out. "Are you surrendering? 6 of you and your 2 helpers," Prancer said. "And—"
Behind him, Beast of Burden was arriving with reinforcements. The leader of the violent clique. No blood, no barbs or spikes, but the armor he wore was steel, and it looked like slabs had been cut off of tank armor. Helmet blended into body armor, so broad and heavy it didn't leave a hint of a neck. The helmet had bull's horns longer and thicker around than my leg, and only slits for eye holes. The chest armor was a slab shaped roughly like chest armor, and similar measures had been taken for the metal segments that encircled parts of his arms and legs. Cleet was with him, and Cleet was spiky in a way I'd anticipated Beast of Burden being. Beast of Burden, Bob, was quick for a guy wearing armor as heavy as his. But we had reinforcements too. At our rear, Capricorn, Rain, and Looksee were arriving. Looksee had her armor on, much as she'd designed it. 4 spheres at the back of her head, to encapsulate hair buns. 5 lenses at her face, lime green and gray color scheme. Rain had gone with something relatively simple, a combination of loose clothing with a hood, a mask that made his face look like a robot's, and gloves that did much the same. He wasn't wearing extra arms. Did he look sufficiently different to mask him for Love Lost and Snag? Nothing about their expressions suggested anything. We were gathered, all together, or as together as we could reasonably be. Chris had run off, and Ashley was on the other side, walking the fine line of being hard to manage and believable.
"Hey, Mayday,"
Looksee said. He was silent as he turned to look at her. She had her flash gun out. "Oh, shit, no," Mayday said. Arc 5, Shadow, Chapter 5. Orange motes began dancing around the trucks and railing that were serving to slow Prancer's group down. The people who hadn't been pushed very far back actually backed away from the moats. Glowing particles from one parahuman could be harmless or negligible. They could be concentrated points of energy that cut through flesh like a hot knife through butter. Or they could be concentrated points of energy that unconcentrate into sizable explosions, given an excuse. I made a loop of the area, getting a better look at Beast of Burden's violent capes that were on the right side of the street. Their right, my left, and with a gap separating them, the other capes with the Thinkers and Prancer. I gave a wide berth to the particles to help sell the idea they might be dangerous, and then landed beside Capricorn. "Holding up?" "Yeah," I said. "Keep doing what you're doing. Don't set it off unless they get close." "That's the plan." "Mayday," Tristan said. "Good to meet you. Are you caught up on things?" "Sprite filled me in. This is your jurisdiction?" I answered. "We're babysitting it while other teams tour it. They liaise with us. That you didn't says something went wrong. People are messing with us, Cedar Point, or both." "We can discuss that later," Mayday said. "My team, Terry, Signal, Prong. Who's out?" "I know you might need me, but my focus is gone," the diagram woman said. "Go," he said. The word was barely out of his mouth when she went out like smoke dissipating into air. The smoke held the colors that had been her, initially covering the black of her costume's fabric, the dark blue armor panels, the lighter blue magic circle images on those panels, and her apparently near-black skin and hair. The smoke included the interior colors too, however, white for bone and fat, and lots of pinks and reds. Within a second and a half, she was gone. "Prong, signal fire. We decide who to evac next depending on situation." 5 advance guard remained, with the 5 of us. We were outnumbered almost 3-1 by the collected villains of Cedar Point. Sprite, Mayday, Signal Fire, Prong, and one other. It was a woman with a short dress as part of her costume, leggings beneath, and long sleeves with the panels helping to form the bones of wings. The panels at the front of her mask swept along the sides of her head to form a wing pattern. I was going to guess she was Flapper, a hard name to tie in to the aesthetic of the advance guard. 2 mobile capes, and 3 that were waiting to be teleported out. I was betting Mayday would be last. Once their group was small enough, I was betting they would make a break for it. We'd want to be able to go, too. Capricorn's orange motes were rising up and filling the area between buildings. Past the curtain, I could hear Ashley's power. "Hey," Prancer called out. "Civilian property. They pay us, we leave their stuff alone." Ashley said something I didn't hear. Nailbiter sniggered. Natalie was going to get upset with us again. The standoff couldn't last. We were walking backward, putting distance between ourselves and the group, while the orange motes collected and filled the space.
"Hi, Signal,"
Luxie said.
"We didn't interact for very long, but—"
"Optic?" Signal Fire said.
"Yeah," she said. "Except I changed my name. Trying one on for a fit, but a teammate was making fun of me for it. You actually remember me? I thought you wouldn't, maybe, because you had so many trainees."
"I remember," he said.
"Okay," she said. "It's so nostalgic. It's been a while. Mayday?"
"Not the time," Mayday said.
"Oh, okay," she said. "Okay, shutting up now." "You know the kid?" Flapper asked.
"She was one of my wards once," he said. "The less said, the better." "Wait," Sprite said. "Is she the one you mentioned?" "The less said, the better," Mayday said, in a tone that left no room for doubt. "Geez," Sprite said. "From the stuff I heard, I thought she'd look way different. Older." "Let's leave it," Mayday said. "I shouldn't have said anything in the first place."
"Nice to know that people are talking about me," Luxie said, with a touch of sarcasm. "We talked to Houndstooth, by the way."
"It might be worth talking to him," I said. "He can round out what Sprite said. His team passed through." "I'll do that. He's a good one," Mayday said. There was a pause. We've met and talked a few times.
Avangard too?
Luxie asked. No comment, Mayday said.
I'm missing context,
Flapper said.
Why don't we focus on current events?
Sveta asked. Please, Mayday said. Sprite, keep an eye on the ones to the left. Flapper, right. Intercept and obstruct for Signal and me to tag. Rain raised a hand, pointing. To our left, on the other side of the barricade, a hand and arm of thin parts was reaching up, tips embedding into the side of the building and piercing through. Nailbiter was climbing the building face to get up and over the orange moats. I flew toward her at the same time Sprite started running in that direction. Off on the other side of the street, Velvet sent a trash can sailing through the orange sparks. Metal rings held wooden slats in place, petrifying the exterior of a half-filled plastic bin. Trash emptied out as it turned over, and it passed harmlessly through the orange points of light and the trails they'd left. Testing them. That was for others to handle. I wasn't looking at the time it happened, but at the corner of my vision, I saw the trash can change direction in the air. Sveta, possibly. Nailbiter found her position on the wall, toes extended and digging in, and pulled one hand away to point it at Sprite and me. It was hard to tell how fast it was coming at me, because the individual fingers were so thin and their extensions so fluid. I tried to judge it, flew to one side, and was struck regardless. Before I could get hit again, I changed direction, letting myself fall down, away. I'd had to deal with guns before. If I couldn't see the fingers and teeth stabbing for me, I would treat them as I might treat bullets. She was mobile, strong, and as far as I was concerned, she had powerful shotguns for fingers and teeth. I landed hard on the ground, rolled, and let her dismiss me, changing her focus to Sprite, who was flying up toward her, his arms extended, with fingers drawn out, long and thin. I waited until they clashed, fingers striking one another like 10 rapiers striking 10 more, and then I flew, pushing off the ground for that minuscule extra boost. Sprite extended his arms, flying down while keeping his hands in place, his arms long and high above him. I could see the points of Nailbiter's teeth pass above him, saw her turn her head toward me. With her being extended across so much of the wall, I had room to maneuver while still pressing the attack. I went low instead, seized her ankle with the wretch manifesting around me, and hauled her back and away from the wall. It wasn't an easy or immediate process to dislodge her. In another circumstance, I might not have been able to budge her. In this circumstance, gravity helped a bit. She couldn't do a lot to keep herself from having those long needle fingers pulled out of the wall, except to extend them further. Sidepiece hurled something at me, and it exploded against the wall, a foot from my head. I glanced at her, saw her tear one of her exaggerated ribs out from beneath a cut-off t-shirt with so much cut off from the bottom it was indecent, above a stomach that looked like a zombie's, with flesh bloody, raw and open, where literal pounds of flesh had been torn away. The spine and area around it were intact, as was the navel and stomach on the opposite side, but the sides were completely gone. She flung it at me. I let go of Nailbiter, flew down, and hit the ground with an impact. My aura flared out. I didn't stop for half a second before immediately taking off again. "Don't fucking hit me, Peace!" Nailbiter screeched the words behind me, but the manner of speaking was even worse as her teeth were retracting. Again, I used my aura as I touched the wall. Not as heavy an impact, but I hit the edge of a window frame and it made the glass rattle. Aura out, harder than before. I zigzagged, ground to wall, wall to a point high overhead, point above to ground again. I made each point of contact with a surface something they had to pay attention to, putting them off guard, making Sidepiece have to turn around. I took off again, flying toward her, aura at full blast. Straight line, impact, straight line, impact. The pattern was ingrained. I flew toward her, the impact a damn promise I'd made, and then changed course in the air, veering away from side piece, Aura stopping abruptly. She threw a rib, but it was a throw she'd been planning to throw at me while I charged at her. It went far afield, sailing in the direction of Capricorn, Mayday, and the rest of the group, and hit the road. She didn't have time to get another pound of flesh ready to hurl at me. Nailbiter was getting herself situated after the adjustments she'd made to try to cling to the building, one of her hands out, fending off Sprite. She saw me coming, but too late. I hooked my arm around her middle, her long torso in the crook of my elbow, and I pulled her away from the wall, successfully this time. Once I'd pulled her away, she was flailing, searching for something to hold on to. I didn't give her the opportunity to get a grip or find an angle to get me. I checked the coast was clear and tossed her down. "Capricorn!" I called out. "Okay," I heard him say, a distance away. Nailbiter landed across the truck, surrounded by orange motes. The motes solidified, turning into the rigid white stone with orange-yellow veins running through it. Nailbiter was stuck, part of her torso, her butt, and one arm caught in Capricorn's stone. The wall covered a considerable height, reaching up to the second story of the neighboring buildings, with some isolated spikes reaching up to the third. I landed on the wall, and Sprite landed right beside me. He reached out with one extended hand, flexing it. "I love the changer forms I get to steal," he said. "They last for so much longer than other stuff, and I get more of the offensive side of it than I do with the other stuff. This is great. Thank you, Nailbiter."
"Fuck yourself!"
she screamed, voice distorted. She reached back with her one free hand. Both Sprite and I leaned back and used the top edge of the wall for cover as the extended fingers stabbed upward, thin. "Do that again and I'll return the favor," Sprite said. "Stay put, Nailbiter," I said. I looked at Sprite. "You should go. I can do more against them like this, and if you wait too long, you won't be able to catch up with the others." "No objection," Sprite said. He somersaulted backward off of the wall. Our group was running now. The only reason they hadn't run earlier was that the bottleneck had been too important, too essential to keep the villains from coming at them as a mob. Now there was a wall dividing the two groups. I had the bird's-eye view as I stood on top of the wall. Damsel began shooting at the wall, putting holes in it, while Moose stepped back, assessing the situation. I flew down to the wall, close enough to Nailbiter that I was pretty sure Moose wouldn't come tearing through the wall and trample me. My back to the wall, hands out and pressed to the uneven surface, I waited until I felt the vibrations of Moose's running footsteps. It was hardly necessary, because Nailbiter kicked with her legs and screeched something at him, loud enough that advance guard and the therapy team would be aware of what was happening. I pushed out with my aura, hard, extending it through the wall. The thudding footsteps stopped. On the other side, I heard Moose's voice, then a laugh. Yeah. Gave him pause, at least. He didn't charge the wall, but he did punch one gauntleted fist through it. A moment later, another fist came through. He grabbed the intervening bit of stone and hauled on it, pulling out a chunk. I backed away, facing the wall and Nailbiter's rear end. Moose peered through the hole. "We meet again," he said. "Sorry about the face," I said. He moved his metal mask a bit to one side, showing me the 3 grooves that ran from the corner of his jaw to his cheekbone. "Yeah," I said. "Sorry." "I got a compliment from a girl. She thought it was gnarly," he said. "It's not all bad."
"Stop fucking flirting and get us through, Moose!"
someone called out on the other side of the wall. Velvet, I was guessing. "My mom would cry if she saw it, though," Moose said. He lurched forward, shouldering his way through the hole he'd made, leaving a moose-shaped hole behind him. On the other side, I could see Prancer's entire group backed away as segments of the stone came crashing down behind Moose. More time, more delay for our side. Delay that would be needed, it seemed. Moose was fast on his feet, more than super strength and good form might have suggested. Each footstep seemed to produce a focused blast where his feet landed, a geyser of dust behind the ball of each foot, blasting out to 5 feet behind him. There was Prancer in his breaker state. Just behind Prancer, Velvet drove a truck through the hole Moose had made, the side view mirror on one side scraping off on the wall's edge. Capes were in the vehicle and perched on top. They'd been smugglers, suppliers, and getaway drivers in another life. It made sense they could move when they needed to. Normally, it meant them getting away, but here it applied to the chase. I couldn't catch Prancer, and I wasn't going to throw myself headlong at a truck filled with what had to be 6 people with powers. I could have gone for Moose, but I didn't want to make his mom cry any more than she might, and he was moving fast enough and hard enough I wasn't sure I could stop him without causing reams of property damage. Better to go back to the others. They'd rounded a corner and were heading northward toward the main highway and the train tracks. I flew direct to them, putting myself ahead of Prancer and his entourage. I flew alongside the others. Looksee was keeping up, inexplicably, and it was Rain who was lagging. Capricorn had one hand at his shoulder. Mayday, just to Capricorn's right, wasn't the fastest either. Prong was gone, and Mayday and Signal Fire were the only ones left in advance guard who didn't have mover abilities. Sprite had the benefit of both Flapper's power and the lingering effect of Nailbiter's transformation. That put him well ahead of the rest. That seemed to be his thing. Always staying ahead, always with just a bit of an edge in mobility. "They're coming. Moose and Prancer are charging in. Velvet has a car," I reported. "Got it," Capricorn said. I saw the orange lines moving across the road. I could see the pattern and the logic. Rush jobs, but they snapped into being as Rain and Mayday passed over them. Rows of spiky growth across the road. "I could use my power, but I'd rather keep it under wraps," Rain said. "Do," Tristan said. "Have your gun ready." Gun? Aaron's? The villains rounded the corner behind us, and they started catching up. Moose saw the spikes and bent low while running, tearing his hands through them, scattering whole chunks of them in passing, not even slowing in stride. Moose broke more of the spike strips. Prancer ran up one of the horn-ridden poles while it was still moving through the air, the butt end slamming against the ground as he put his feet on the ridged spikes. He planted a foot on the end as the pole tilted toward the ground, pointing in our general direction, and leaped hard. I pushed out with my aura, hard, and flew to intercept, force field down. He was quick, and determined enough the aura didn't give him much pause. I drove an elbow in his direction, normal human strength, and his fingers found the crook of that elbow. He leveraged that into half pulling, then half kicking himself over my arm and shoulder. Lighter than he looked, and he'd used me as a stepping stone, closing the distance further. Sveta's hand caught him before he could grab Rain from behind. She pulled herself to him, and possibly by dint of him being as light as he was, him to her. They met halfway and crashed in a heap. The breaker form dissipated. Sveta was quick enough to recover that I didn't even reach her side before she was up, reaching out. Her feet skidded on the road for the first moments as she hauled herself away from the defeated Prancer, Moose almost on her. "Stop them!" Prancer called out to Moose. The big guy had only slowed slightly to check on his friend, and now he picked up speed. Behind him, Velvet was driving her truck through gaps that were narrower than the spacing between the truck's tires. She veered to one side, then the other, and possibly augmented by her power, drove the truck tilted on one side, only the rightmost wheels making contact with the ground to pass through the gaps Moose had made. The guy on the roof of the truck was a good 200 feet away, but I could still see the whites of his eyes as he held on for dear life. The group carried on making a break for it, As advance guard left, we'd have to figure out what to do with our team. I wasn't sure if their teleporter would be able to evacuate us in the same way. Ahead of the group, Anxiety Chris was at the corner of the street, clutching at his face with all of his legs. He screamed as he saw us coming. Sprite picked up the pace, flying in his direction with a combination of my flight and flappers, his arms with extended fingers buoying him forward like bat wings without the webbing between. He touched ground, running, making a beeline straight for the guy. I wanted to call out a warning, but I wasn't sure if it was right to. I'd have been outing Chris's role in our group. His power affects the mind. "Don't!" Sveta called out. "We don't know what it is," I added. Sprite ignored us both, again. Screaming without pausing for breath, Chris traveled the S-shaped route, trying to take evasive action, and Sprite remained on his... not heels. "Give!" Sprite called out as he drew closer, until he could almost touch Chris. They remained like that for a brief while, Chris trying to escape, Sprite chasing. The screaming continued. Sprite's pace slowed, and he let Chris run away. Sprite glanced back at everyone else, assessed the situation, and then took flight, putting himself closer to Flapper. "We're close," Capricorn called out. So he had a destination in mind. Good. The truck had stopped to collect Prancer, but it was catching up. Moose continued to bear on us. I'd have to intercept him if he got too close, I knew. I could still imagine the scene of his face erupting in blood as the wretch clawed it. Further ahead, I could see what Capricorn had done while he was waiting around. A wall of his stone barred the street. There were gaps wide enough for people to pass through. 3 gaps, and the group was more than 3 people. Some members of the group turned around, ready to help, and run interference, while others slipped through the doors in single file. At the side window, Etna climbed out, reaching, and hurled globs of molten glass. I intercepted the first, force field going up at the last second as I swatted it aside, aiming it in Moose's general direction. "Incoming!" I called out, because I couldn't intercept the second. The group looked back and saw the incoming white-hot orb. People moved out of the way. Looksee didn't. The glob hit her across the head, which struck the wall behind her hard. The camera, with the projection device mounted on it, clattered on its way to hit the road. The final landing muted as it landed glass side down. "Ah!" Looksee cried out, in a not very convincing, agonized scream. "I'm dying! I'm dead! Ah!" "Looksee," I heard Rain say. Moose came to a halt, standing by the southeastern corner of a small apartment building, while we stood at the northeastern corner. The truck skidded to a stop. People had stopped in their tracks. Some eyes were on Etna.
"Mayday! I loved you. You were awesome. Signal Fire, you were a great teacher. Team, you're the best. I love you with all my heart. Remember me. Avenge me."
"Look-see, they know it's a projection," Rain said. "Shit on me. Did not want this today," Mayday said. It didn't seem like Looksee had heard from her tone.
"I know, duh,"
the camera said, the O sound at the end of the word stuttering slightly. She laughed, enthusiastic.
"I'm just having fun."
The villains were still back there. They were unloading from the truck. Some expressions were sober, others were dangerous. "You're willing to go this far?" I called out. "Shooting a kid?" "I thought you'd catch it," Etna said, her voice small both because she was far away and because of disappointment in herself, it seemed. She was more Prancer's camp, if I remembered right, despite the dangerous power that might otherwise have put her in beasts. "If she'd been real," I said, "this would have been a fuck-up of the highest order." "If she'd been real," Beast of Burden said, making the truck bounce as he climbed out of the back. "She still would have been causing trouble on our turf. It wouldn't have been undeserved." "No," Prancer said. Yes, Beast of Burden said.
No, Prancer said. That's not how we're playing this.
It's not how you're playing this, the man replied.
He was shorter than Moose. He wasn't especially greater in size, but the massive horns on his helmet were as wide across as Moose's muscle-bound brute shoulders, and his armor had to have added 300 pounds of weight to a 200-pound frame.
If they don't want you, and if you're willing to play for keeps, Etna, I'll take you.
No thanks, Etna said.
We're in this together, Moose said. Let's not ruin that. No, Beast of Burden said. No, we're not.
Disjoint had been the one on the roof. He went to Beast's side. Nailbiter had stayed behind, for obvious reasons. Damsel hadn't been invited onto the truck, and Sidepiece hadn't made it on. Snag was present. He'd been in the back of the truck too, but we'd heard his stance on the cliques and groupings. His glowering mask looked especially ominous in the moment as he stared us down. He couldn't have known his clustermate was part of this group, staring at him at the same time. Either way, he wasn't part of Beast's clique. Love Lost might have gravitated in that direction, but she hadn't come. Still, the two members of Beast's clique were standing apart, and Beast was breaking away.
Do this again and I'll kill one of you, Beast said. You come to fight or take a stand, be prepared for a fight.
Stupid, Prancer said. Beast of Burden shaking his head was dramatic, with the horns on his helmet swinging.
Necessary. You can wrap this mess up yourself. Put a fucking bow on it for all I care, dear man.
He turned to walk away, shaking his head. A nervous disjoint followed. Prancer looked between Beast of Burden and those of us who hadn't ducked through Capricorn's wall. Rain bent down and picked up Luxie's camera, shaking it slightly, as if that would dislodge the cooling black glass that caked part of it. Cameras, Prancer said. Rain nodded. Prancer raised a hand to his head, found hair that was sticking up after his tumble of a fall, and pressed it down, running fingers through it to try to set it in place. How long? Long enough, I said. We know you're bleeding people of cash when they don't have enough. You're using this place to run drugs to the rest of the city, and you were giving safe haven to crooks like Nailbiter, who took a teenager away from her parents earlier today. If you take me out, someone like Beast is going to take my place. If I leave you where you are, that's going to happen too. Someone stronger and meaner will take you out, and they'll be very hard to dislodge because of what you've already set in place. This isn't you, Prancer, Sveta said. She was perched on Capricorn's wall. It isn't, you're right, he said. Stop, disband, I said. No, Prancer said. This role isn't me. I have a lot I need to learn, but I'll change until I fit the role. I think most of these guys will work with me to do it. We need this. Velvet put her hand on his shoulder. Your people are organizing to mount a war right under your nose, I said. Against acceptable targets, yes, but if you think today was a bad day, you're underestimating just how bad it's going to get when the Fallen come after you and the damage they'll do to everyone and everything between them and you. Not under my nose, Prancer said. He looked back at Snag. We'll manage.
You need to keep your mouth shut about that,
Snag growled. No, you need to loop the Wardens in. Get the full picture. Get help. If you fight them, you need to win, unequivocally.
It's handled, Snag said. And if you don't keep your mouth shut, you'll be sabotaging it.
These are people the PRT couldn't stamp out, I said. It's handled, Prancer said, echoing Snag. This isn't about the PRT, or about heroes and villains. What's it about, then? Sveta asked. I had to look past Rain to see her. He was remaining silent. It's about monsters, Prancer said, pacing slowly. Speaking of, Garrot? That's not my name, Sveta said.
Kirke says hi, Prancer said. I could see Sveta's expression change. Yeah, Prancer said. If you'd only arrived a few hours later. Whatever. We have resources. This is about standing on our own 2 feet. If we do this raid right, no matter how you interfere, no matter what Beast does, breaking off with his people, Cedar Point is going to be a thing.
You do this wrong, and a whole lot of people are going to wish they were dead, I said.
Prancer continued pacing for a few seconds, then stopped. That's fine, he said.
If you're willing to involve those people in this, we might have to stop playing nice, I said.
Prancer sniffed out a small laugh. All right then. Moose? Moose turned his head to Prancer, then to us. Sorry, he said, smacking the knuckles of his gauntlet into his palm. Without any more preamble or prelude, he charged us. Rain backed toward the door, the loose sleeve of his costume covering his one hand, while he held the glass-caked camera. He withdrew the flash gun, pointing it at the enemy group. I turned my head, covering my eyes with my arm. The gun wasn't even aimed at me. My eyes were shut, and my arm was in the way, and the darkness of my vision still turned pink, shaded slightly by bones between me and the group. Rain emptied the gun, firing again and again. From the changes in the flash's angles, he was moving while firing. Moose crashed into the wall rather than into any of us. The flashing has stopped, and I flew skyward. I deemed myself safe to look, and saw as the others ducked through the openings in the very thick wall, Tristan sealing the apertures behind them. Moose sat on the ground, and the rest looked bewildered. I shook my head and flew to the others. We were all gathered. Advance Guard's group was assembled in entirety, including the supporting members of the group. I warily watched as a healer cape did his work. Flickering images overlapped as he pressed his hand down on Resound's shoulder. Nothing like Amy. It still bothered me. True healing powers were something comprehensive and powerful, to cover the bases necessary for all the various sicknesses and maladies, while also wreaking meaningful change. Powers themselves didn't lend themselves to healing as a general rule either, not unless they were selfish. Even the strongest self-healers I'd met had been pretty fucked up. Crawler had been one. Rescue was present, the teleporter who pulled people away. Mapright was a straggler, a woman with a limp. She went to Mayday's side, and they clasped hands. The place where their hands met glowed a soft pink, and then Mayday's eyes glowed pink behind his mask. "Who's that a block to the north?" he asked.
"Civilians. Kids eating popsicles,"
Mapright said. "Then we're clear to talk," Mayday said. He pulled off his helmet. He did the thing a lot of capes with helmets did, wearing a basic mask beneath. He was 35 or so, had warm black skin, with a very long face and sharp chin, arching eyebrows, a thin mustache at his upper lip, and a line of beard from the middle of his lip to his chin. His head was shaved. His face didn't really match the impression he gave with his helmet on, with the broader, triangular face panels. That was part of the point, I supposed. "This was a clusterfuck," I said. "We ended up showing ourselves. You pointed out our surveillance. You disturbed the peace, and the entire situation got more chaotic." "Easy," Capricorn said. "She's not wrong," Rain said. "I know," Capricorn said, "but easy. I don't want to be enemies with Advance Guard." "No," Mayday said. "The sentiment is mutual." "I agree. It's not the kind of thing we need these days. But I'm upset," I said. "We just had to play a lot of our cards that I really would have rather kept up our sleeve. I'd love to know why." Sprite said he explained. "But he couldn't tell us who gave you the okay." "We had messages. Cedar Point was asking for help. Civilians asked us. It's not a shock. We're prominent, Mayday said.
Can you forward those to us? Help us trace them? I asked. I think it's more likely a mastermind in the background pulled this.
Believe it or not, we're prominent, Shortcut said. It's a hell of a lot more likely people thought they needed help and called us than this conspiracy idea of yours.
Did you talk to Foresight? I asked, ignoring Shortcut.
We did, Mayday said. The leadership is wrapped up in a war.
Thought so,
Sveta said, voice soft. And we communicated with one of their lieutenants.
Communicated how? I asked.
Oh my God, Shortcut said, his head rolling back. Email, Mayday said. One phone call.
Can you verify those exchanges for us? I asked. I know someone who saw 2 attempts to hack their email.
Some people in the Wardens had the same, Mayday said. Legal.
Same people, I said. It's not out of the question someone managed to spoof something at you, threw out bait.
That we bit? Sprite asked. I shrugged. We'll look into it and let you know, Mayday said. We'll figure this out.
Looksee wiggled, sitting on the curb.
I'm psyched to be working together again.
We're not working together, Optics, Mayday said.
Looksee,
she replied, quiet. Looksee, he said. He paused, then said, No.
You need to explain this to me, Flapper said, because as far as I can tell, you're being uncharacteristically shitty to a kid, and you're good with kids.
He's not being shitty,
Looksee said.
He's nice. No need to get into it.
I think there's kind of a need to get into it, Flapper said. Please, this is going to bother me.
This is the kid, Sprite said. Cost him his promotion. Not directly, Mayday said. Flapper, if you'd just take my word for things and leave this, I'd appreciate it.
I would if it was the only thing that went sideways today, she said. I've seen teammates compromised, acting strange. Some were because of drugs, others were strangered. 2 things in the same day? Just explain.
Mayday folded his arms. She went from institutions to being a PRT focus in Baltimore. Not a concern, not an asset, something between. She went from there to training camps, moving her around so she couldn't get too attached to anyone, San Diego included. Signal fire? Signal fire explained.
Coworker of mine was investigated. Looksee left her computer open and kids messed with it, changing her online profiles. They found photos. They took the computer to people in charge.
So embarrassing,
Looksee said. I went to stand next to her and put my hand on her shoulder. Sveta sat down next to her. Looksee leaned into her. Kid in a swimsuit, hanging out with an instructor at the hotel pool. All smiles. The 2 of them hanging out. Pictures of them shopping, eating out of a food truck, being in places he shouldn't have been near. They looked close. Questions were raised. Answered pretty quickly, because of Kid's prior history, but it still had to be investigated. It wasn't wholly impossible he was skipping patrols and hanging out with the kid instead. Doctored photos, Mayday said. Kid was lonely. Thought photos of her and the instructor she liked would be nice to have. BFF close in the pictures, which looks weird when the guy is 15 years older than her.
I know that now,
Looksee said, quiet. Then she goes to the parahuman asylum, and from the asylum to Baltimore, with Youth Guard getting involved. Baltimore. We have an inner city, we have gangs, we have some troubled kids in our wards. Had. I hate to outright say it, Looksee, because I do think you're a good kid.
Everyone says so, but I did bad stuff,
she said. Uninformed stuff, he said gently. But bad, yeah. It was more trouble to deal with her than to wrangle all the other wards combined. I got out of the toilet stall in the men's room, and this kid is sitting on the counter by the sink, waiting. Has been for 20 minutes. Dead silent for the first time in her life because she wants to talk to me. There aren't cameras in the bathrooms. It's a blind spot. How does that look?
Sorry,
Looksee said. She works herself to the bone. It looks bad for the department.
She intentionally misses the bus, or fakes hours so she can spend more time with us, so we have to have people drive her home or pick her up, which also looks bad, because it's time spent alone or in proximity to a kid who just isn't vulnerable, but throws herself headlong at people who prey on the vulnerable. Kidnappers, people who would work a tinker to the bone, people who want to hurt the PRT.
Through, not throws,
Looksee said.
Okay, maybe throws a bit, but only a little.
It was 100 things like that. It was everything that could have made the youth guard crawl up our ass to light warning fires. We could have hired 2 new capes from elsewhere if it wasn't for the fines and administration costs.
Sorry again.
She's doing way better, Capricorn said. Good. She's a great kid, talented as hell, Capricorn said. I've talked to Houndstooth, Avantgarde, and Spotter. I think you'll find we're mostly on the same page, Mayday said. We don't disagree necessarily, but... Looksee nodded very quickly. I gave her shoulder a rub. Except, I don't know if I'm as nice as they are, Mayday said, not finishing the thought he'd left to trail off. I took over the department because that kid sank my predecessor. The question mark hovering over the bathroom thing was part of what cost me one golden opportunity to get up to the Protectorate Corps team during the final year, when we were dealing with the new Endbringer situation. She ruined a lot of careers, teachers, heroes, social workers, and I can't be fair to her because I'm pretty fucking bitter about it.
You could try,
I said. I could. I won't. Advance Guard is walking away. Consider it a blessing if you want. We don't usually back off. But we'll do it here, he said, glancing at Looksee. We'll give you Cedar Point to look after. I'll ask about what you said, look into the possible hack and validity of the emails. Sprite, you get stuff in their office?
I went where MapRight showed me,
Sprite said. But we didn't get that far. These guys wanted me to go straight to you. We spent most of our time figuring it out. Mayday said, That's not your usual, Sprite. You're more of a scoundrel than that. Pretty girls, tell me to get moving, give me a convincing reason? Sprite asked. He offered an amused chuckle, looking at Sveta and me. I might listen properly for once.
You've never listened to me, Flapper said, archly.
Or me, MapRight said. Resound didn't say anything, but she cleared her throat. Sprite chuckled nervously. Mayday raised a finger, while Sprite's head was turned toward Flapper. Beside Sprite, Signalfire reached out to seize his arm. What gives? Mayday walked up to him, seizing his other arm. With his free hand, Mayday patted Sprite down. He reached beneath a flat armor panel and withdrew a notebook with a rubber band around it. He tossed it to Capricorn. Amends, Mayday said. His expression was solemn. Good luck. They went on their way. I paged through the notebook. It was a ledger, devoid of numbers. Transactions as barter, with a great deal of shorthand. We knew what the truck was now. With all of the preparations for war, a truckload of guns had made a disappearance. Prancer knew where it was. He was a proper arms dealer now. It wasn't an insignificant number of guns. We had notes on the other work he was doing. Drugs, robbery for hire, moving things between the illicit, villain-run camps on corner worlds. There were plans for other things. In the future, he seemed to have 2 days where he and his people would be moving humans. It wasn't clear why or for what purpose, but they were to be delivered from one corner world to another. Once they realized the notebook was gone, they would change their plans. Kenzie was all smiles, so excited from the excursion and her involvement in it that the issue with Mayday seemed to breeze past her. Still, we were leaving her mostly alone, with Sveta keeping her company. I could remember her blowing up over her bag. Some of Kenzie's attention was on Ashley. Damsel was still in Cedar Point, giving us a window into what Beast of Burden was doing. For the time being, he was having beers with his clique. They were to remain in Cedar Point, but they'd have their own corner of things. They would leave Prancer alone if they were left alone, but I doubted things would remain that way. One group or the other would grow. For the time being, Beast and Damsel's group told war stories. Nailbiter, agitated, had left a bit ago. We'd tracked her on the camera as she met up with Colt and a young guy. The three of them went for a walk along the waterline. Nailbiter asking about employees, the young guy answering, while Colt remained silent unless spoken to. I finished reading through the notebook and handed it to Rain, who was working on his arms. The mask and sleeves were set aside, Kenzie's work, not his. His expression was grim. "How are you dealing?" I asked. "It was my day," he said, "and I couldn't even use my power without stirring up more trouble than it was worth." "We need to talk about things," I said. "Tomorrow," he said. "Not today, please? Today's been rough." I nodded. I pushed the notebook in his direction. Chris had the corner, his back to us, and he was hunched over a video game. Oblivious to the rest of the world, drawn into his shell. Tristan and I were the ones without a place to be. I met his eyes, and I walked out to the fire escape. He joined me. I stood by the railing at the little balcony landing outside the door. Tristan sat on the top stair. "You were trying to keep Kenzie from being alone in the building," I said, "and from being alone with Aaron and Rain." "Yeah." "Keeping Sveta and I together." "No manipulation or strategy there. You two fit." "Do I need to worry?" I asked. "That's a loaded question," he said. "Can I trust you?" He didn't answer me. "Or is it that you don't trust them?" I asked. "It's a really fucked up thing if I consider myself one of the more trustworthy members of the group," he said. He turned around to look up at me. "Rain, he's in a bad place." "In more than one way," I said. "Yeah." I didn't want to ask him, but what Fallen family is he from? The last time I ran into Fallen, they were Crowleys, but it's not just Crowleys left in Gimel, and the Crowleys would be bad enough. "I don't think he's living with the Crowleys," Tristan said, "but he won't tell me."
"Okay," I said. If we were people who'd been powerless once, set out to help the powerless, that might mean Rain and Aaron were people who were very high on our list of people to help. He'd brought her for a reason. Had he expected her to communicate with us? Or was her presence meant to communicate something? "One last question," I said.
"Go for it,"
Tristan said. "The hand signal earlier today," I said. I mimed it. Hand not with palm facing upward at Tristan, but at an angle, so palm would be facing his feet instead, where he's standing up.
I thought that was obvious."
I shook my head.
"Stop,"
Tristan said, palm out, facing forward. He pointed forward with 3 fingers.
"Go."
"And?"
He made the gesture. "Go slow. Ease up. I figured it was intuitive."
I chuckled under my breath. "Not at all," I said. Tristan smiled. "You were wanting to juggle the group," I said.
"Feeling my way through it," he said. "This is new to me. I'm worried I'm going to fuck it up. Rain's my friend. I care about them all, even Chris, God help me."
I hesitated before speaking. Is it okay that I'm here?" I asked. "I'm not making things worse by being here."
"No, I don't think you are," he said. "We need the help."
"Okay," I said. "Good. It would be pretty hard for me to walk away at this point if you said no."
"Yeah, probably," he said.
We sat for a bit. There wasn't much more conversation. I was tired after waking up early, and the adrenaline was long gone, leaving me weary to the bone, even though I hadn't exerted myself that much on a physical level. When Tristan stood and stretched, I took that as an unspoken cue. We went back inside. It would have been tidy and neat for more to happen before we packed up for the day,
but it seemed everyone involved was licking wounds or replenishing their batteries in their individual ways. I could hear Ashley's voice, volume lowered on the camera, as she ranted about something, and Beast of Burden chimed in with monosyllables. Prancer looked after his territory, cleaning up the rubble from the walls, talking to people, trying to get sorted. Love Lost and Snag emerged from their apartment building, and Love Lost's leg was fixed. They stood outside for a while, Snag talking periodically, making comments. It was right when we were getting packed up to go. Kenzie had dinner with her parents, and Rain had to take Aaron back to the camp, that things started moving again in Cedar Point. A camper van pulled up and parked in the middle of the street, near where the bottleneck had been. The people that emerged were Case 53s. Sveta went tense.
"Do you know them?"
Kenzie asked.
"Kirky,"
Sveta said.
"Whippersnap, Bristle. He must have researched me or asked Tattletale about me, and reached out to them after. They were teammates once. They know me."
"You talked about them in group," Tristan said. Sveta nodded. Other cars were pulling up. I looked at the clock. It was 6 in the evening. This was a prearranged meeting time. This time, the cars were sleek. 6 black cars, 1 large truck. The drivers remained in their seats, and the occupants of the vehicles exited out the backs. "These are ones you should know," Tristan said to me. I recognized Tattletale from the lead car. She had a kid with a bird on his shoulder with her. She smiled. I saw Snuff, and I saw other assorted henchmen. Soldiers, like Coyle had once used. In one of the cars further back, Imp climbed out. Eerie to see her older now. There was a crew of kids with her, all wearing masks. Parian. She had been a rogue, turned to the dark side. Flechette. For the briefest period of time, she had been a teammate. She went by Foyle now, I was pretty sure. The truck? Rachel Lint. Hellhound. Bitch. She had a bevy of dogs. The Undersiders chatted like long-lost friends. Tattletale was exempt, standing back, smiling. There were others I didn't recognize. They'd gathered capes, henchmen, teammates, connections, big and small. Cars were still pulling up and parking as I watched Tattletale approach Prancer to shake his hand. Her Undersiders were at her back. I could see Nursery in the background. I spotted someone who might have been Kingdom Come. Then I saw her put her gloved hand in Snag's large mechanical one, shaking it. She smiled like it was a joke she got that nobody else did.
"They're meeting about the attack,"
Sveta said. "Or they're making it tonight," Tristan said. He put his bag down. "Shh," Kenzie said. The pair were walking away from the greater group. With all of the cars parking, even in the growing gloom, the car headlights illuminated the area. Tattletale and Snag stepped toward Shadow, where they were out of earshot of most others. "You located him?"
"I've known where he was for a very long time,"
Tattletale answered Snag. Love Lost was approaching. Snag turned his head to see. The two communicated briefly. A word from Snag, Love Lost tapping the backs of her hands together twice, the metal there clinking. As they had that exchange, Tattletale looked around idly, her eyes turning skyward. Her eyes locked on the camera, looking directly at us. "Love Lost says,
"Cradle's arrived."
"Yes. He'll wait for the crowd to thin out before deploying. And you—"
"We'll deliver," she said. "You'll get your 4th. I get each of you for 3 years."
"That's fine," Snag said.
"Just don't tell me whatever you end up doing to him, and we're golden," she said.
It's my night. No control over what happens. Rain's senses were flooded with a turpentine alcohol taste, filling his mouth, then his nose. People laughed and cheered, and flesh strained around his face. He pulled free of the headlock as the fluid hit his eyes, and leaned over, sputtering, trying to blink the alcohol out of his eyes. The cheers became more laughter. Rain groaned, facing the ground, and it was a primal sound. "Are you trying to kill me, or blind me?" "Ew, you've got some fucked up snot," Nell said. He brought a hand to his nose, and realized the fucked up snot was a tendril of snot that was extending from his nose, made more liquid by the caustic, homebrewed alcohol. He pulled a handkerchief from his pocket, caught the snot, and threw it into the fire before leaning back. "Here," Jay said. "Drink." He pushed the glass jug at Rain. The inside looked almost moldy, with the way the pulp clung to the exterior and caught the light. The contents slushed within. "If I drink more, I'll be useless tomorrow," Rain said. "You're gonna be useless no matter what happens," Allie said, to laughter. "Fuck you," Rain said. He felt his face stretch into a smile. "Drink, Rain Man," Jay said, more forcefully. Rain looked up at this guy. A year older, Jay was tall, his hair shoulder-length and blonde. His light facial hair and the smoke of the fire behind him caught the light of the bonfire, but the same light didn't catch most of his other features. His eyes weren't visible. No choice. Rain took the jug. He tipped it back, and the taste of it made him cough more. The other teenagers around the fire cheered. "You're gonna be a soldier," Jay said. His tone was such that none cheered. Some knew what it meant to be a soldier, some didn't, but all respected Jay as the leader of their age group, and they knew this exchange was between Jay and Rain. Rain nodded. His vision shifted slightly as the alcohol made itself felt. He looked up at Jay, and his eyes settled momentarily on the long hair. "I'll be a soldier," Rain said. "The Bible talks about the end of times. It talks about armies springing forth, powers, and the deaths of the unworthy. Everything that happened and happens, the dragon, the harlot, the 7 bulls, and the armies, with all the soldiers. Even the bad stuff is all God's will and God's doing." "God's will," some others echoed. "People have to step up to be soldiers in those armies," Rain said. Not original words, but they were accepted as truth by the group. Some believed wholeheartedly, and it was clear in their eyes. Others were newer, unfamiliar with it, but they played along. As they heard the voices of people who truly believed, they would hear it and start to come around. Such was the intent. The Rain of the past, as he spoke the words, believed. Jay reached over and put his hand at the side of Rain's head, fingers in Rain's hair, where it had started to grow out. "Put the fear of God in them," Jay said, "and you watch my back." "Yeah," Rain said. "We'll go now." Jay let go of his head, refused to take the jug back, and walked around the circle, attention on others. Time passed. He could remember a lot of the thoughts he had, as he'd looked at people. He wasn't the only person who was earning his stripes as a soldier. Others, he knew, would be there, and he'd looked at each of them, powered and unpowered, thinking about whether he could trust them, what to watch out for. Barnabas was violent and could never stop when he got riled up. Hiram hated Rain because Tabitha, the girl Hiram had liked Rain. It didn't matter that Rain had never reciprocated or liked her back. Hiram might even take an excuse to hurt Rain, if he had one. Rain had thought about how he'd try not to be alone with the guy. They ended up together anyway. Hiram was a gold soldier, and he asked for Tabitha. Now she's pregnant with his kid, and she pretends to be happy. Helps that I'm the lowest rung of the totem pole. More time passed. Rain felt the alcohol even through the dream, laughed more than necessary at a few of the jokes from people in the sidelines. He looked at Erin, who was sitting on the other side of the fire, talking to Jay, shaking her head. He'd sat where he sat because it gave him a better view of her. Delilah got up from her seat, hands filled with the blankets she'd draped over her lap, and sat down next to Rain. "Give me a drink?" Rain hefted the jug. It was heavy enough that he had to help Delilah manage it, controlling its tilt so she wouldn't have it all slush into her mouth, as Jay had done to him. "Oh, God, that's awful," Delilah said. Rain offered the jug to others in arm's reach, but no one took it. He set it down on the ground by their feet. The fire's light illuminated the contents. Firewater, he thought. He'd thought it at the time, though it was closer to moonshine. Here, Delilah said. She held out the blanket. I'm warm enough, he said. Even in the dream, he felt the alcohol warming him from within. The heat of it, the buzz. Everything was fuzzy around the edges, and his stomach felt ready to revolt if he moved, so he didn't move. Here, she said, again. She scooted closer until her side pressed against his. I'll make you warmer. He didn't resist as she arranged the blanket over their laps. He didn't resist either as she slowly undid his zipper beneath the blanket. Everyone around the fire was talking. The fire had died down, and nobody was stoking it or replacing the wood. Some people had started home. She took him in her hand, easing him out past the zipper, and he made sure to fix the blanket so nothing was apparent. My brother, she said. He's going out for the first time too. Rain nodded. Protect him? If we're even in the same place, sure, he said, trying to sound normal. He glanced at Erin. I'd been so worried about what she thought. They sat like that for a bit, her hand moving. The fire snapped loudly as a log broke, and they both jumped. Nobody saw or cared. Delilah's hand moved again beneath the blanket. Rain let his head move, leaning it on her shoulder. Nose and mouth in her hair. She smelled good. Talk to me, Delilah said. What do you want me to say? Tell me you're a good soldier. I'm a good soldier, he said. His mind had been a blank. Some imagination, please? Tell me what you'll do. That's what you'd like? He asked, almost incredulous. Couldn't put much incredulity in his words without heads turning their way. He felt her hair move as she nodded, and he definitely felt her fingers move. I'll make them beg for mercy, he said. Work your way up to that, she said, and you'll make them beg for God to save them. I'll make them bleed, he whispered. She nodded fiercely, he added. I'll make them cry. Weep, she said. Better word. You're so fucked up, he said. Keep going. If you stop, I stop. We'll make them think they're already in hell, with the fear and the pain, he whispered. That's good, Delilah said. That's imaginative. It's stuff I've heard all my life. Are your aunt and uncle your real family? I think so. I don't know, he said. Rain could remember how weird it had felt to be talking family while in this situation. My mom called my aunt her sister when we lived in the same places, which wasn't always. I know I'm related to a lot of people here. Not me, Delilah said. Her face brushed against his as she pressed her mouth to his shoulder and bit him lightly. Near Jay and Erin, Allie stood from the log stump she was using as a seat. She took a second to gather her guitar and sling the strap over her shoulder. Rain put a hand on Delilah's, telling her to stop for a moment. Allie approached. She looked at Rain and Delilah, eye dropping to the blanket, and rolled her eyes, whites visible in the gloom. You good? Allie said. I'm great, he said, terse. Obviously. Obviously, my prayers are with you tomorrow. I might not see you before you go. Thank you. My prayers are with Joel too, Allie said. Thank you, Delilah said. We'll talk tomorrow, okay? Do you want to meet? We can keep an ear out for word on how things go. Watch the news. Allie, Rain said, more terse than before. He said, Go. Allie smiled smug and sauntered off, guitar bouncing behind her. Can I keep going? Delilah asked. I have to be up early, but I want to send off at least one soldier. That's one way of putting it, Rain said. In the dream, he was warm in many ways, face flushed, buzzing with the strong alcohol, head pounding in time with his heartbeat, and a good feeling suffused him. In the dream, as he went through it again, there was none of the psychological, where it was divorced from the physical. He despised himself a little for succumbing to his instincts in this moment. He never even especially liked Delilah. He agonized over if Erin would notice anything, because he liked Erin. Even back then, he'd gone along with her little brother. And above all else, he dreaded what came the next day. It was a sunny day as they climbed out of the little bus and the trucks. Rain watched as a few people in the parking lot looked their way, saw the tattoos, the shirts with crosses on them, and the masks. The people turned the other way, changing their minds about their plans to go into the shopping center. They would, Rain knew, agonize over what to do, whether to call for help. The fallen appeared here and there, sometimes only to make their presence known, only causing trouble on the rarer occasions. In a matter of hours from this point, weeping, these people would be talking to the news cameras, saying they should have seen what happened and called. Rain fixed his mask. It was hard plastic, a demon's face. You, Seer said. He had his horse's head on, and heavy black clothes that left his arms bare, where he'd wrapped chains around them. He indicated Rain. Special job. He never liked me, Rain thought. Something about family ties. Old grudges he can't resolve because some people aren't around anymore. But he'd listen. Rain went with Seer, looking back at the others. They went around the side of the shopping center. One employee was outside, smoking, a teenager of Rain's age, slightly overweight, her hair tucked under a flat-top cap with a visor at the front. Her eyes on her phone, cigarette at her mouth, she didn't see them. Seer raised a hand. There was a sound, halfway between a rumble and a drumming. Almost a stampede, and curly lines of black spilled from Seer's palm. The dozen or so lines that didn't curl so much as they bounced, each moving in a smooth half or quarter circle before stopping, curving back or at a right angle to carry on its way. Where they hit solid surfaces, they exploded into rough silhouettes of Seer, mask and all. Each was as black as the lines, like gaps in reality rather than mere black that absorbed the light of the sun. Each had eyes that glowed as they looked around, one human eye where it peered through the horse's eye socket, and one of the horse's eyes. One, 20 feet above the ground, toward the security camera from the corner of the building. Another appeared beside the store employee, who was running now that she'd heard the sound and saw them. It snatched her up. Seer became Shadow, and the figure with the girl in its arms became Seer. Others were turning over trash cans, breaking glass in car windows, 10 in all. The ones that finished doing their damage disappeared. Rain continued walking. He could feel his heart pounding. Bad for you, Seer said. Wrestling the girl around and taking the cigarette, he took a puff. Are you bad? Are you a sinner? Please, she said. Open, Seer said. What? Open wide. Seer screamed the words. She opened her mouth and kept it open. Seer took another puff, still holding her, his face next to hers. Ray could see her trembling. He could remember how he felt. Uneasy. Seer held the cigarette, only half burned, and held it up in front of her face. Then he flicked it into her mouth, hard enough it had to have hit the back of her throat. His hand caught her before she could spit it out, and he held his hand firm over her mouth. It took what had felt like a minute before she stopped struggling and went still in Seer's grip, only 15 or 20 seconds. When Seer held her by only one wrist, she didn't fight. Her eyes were wide, terrified. Spit on her, Seer said. Rain spat on the girl's face. If I'd hesitated even a fraction of a second, he would have destroyed me and said he was justified doing it. Give me an excuse, Seer said. Fuck up one time. I'm not going to fuck up, Rain said. I'm giving you an easy job, Seer said. You won't have much of a chance, but I think you'll manage to fuck it up anyway. He dragged the girl, jerked her arm when she wasn't fast enough. Her hand went away from her face to wipe away the spit, and Seer shook her head. Leave it there, he said. She did. Seer looked back and said, Kid, what do you think you're doing? Open the fucking doors. Rain opened the double set of metal doors. Rain could see within, see the plaza on the far end of the hallway, the signs on either side, and the stacked tables and pallets, people walking this way and that, going about their days. Rain heard a muffled shriek. 3 shadowy Seers hauled the girl off her feet, and the 4th holding her hair and mouth. She was lifted up until she was horizontal to the ground, then forced to the ground. Make a sound, Seer said, and I'll kill you. Stay. Fingers knotted in her hair. Seer held the hair and let the door swing shut, trapping the hair there. He stepped on it for good measure, straightening with a grunt. The man took a chain from around his arm and wound it through and around the door handles, squares of sheet metal, and hauled the chains tight. He rummaged, and a moment later came up with a padlock. He put it through several of the chains to keep it tight, but left it unlocked. You're guarding the door, Seer said. I wanted to do more, Rain said. Did I? Rain wondered. His old self was so long ago, so far away. Cry about it. We're scaring the shit out of them. Step 1 in scaring the shit out of them is not letting them escape. Got it? Let any of them go, you're not going to get another shot at being a soldier. He reached a hand out for Rain. Rain knocked it away, then backed up a step. Don't disappoint us, boy, Seer said. You know how fucking bad it is to disappoint us. The only disappointment today is that I'm left guarding the door. Seer snorted. Black lines flowed up from Seer's head and shoulders, arcing and bouncing off the wall on their way to the roof. Seer took the place of one of his shadow selves, leaving Shadow on the ground. It lunged at Rain, and Rain jumped back. Only a feint. The shadow looked like it was snickering, then disappeared. Rain gave the now absent Seer the finger. Then he was left to wait. He stared down at the hair that still stuck through the door, stuck there. Someone at the corner of the building walked out to their car. Rain turned away, hiding his masked face. The day was slightly overcast, but the sun was bright. Rain fidgeted, back to the wall, hood up and head down. When the explosion hit, he could feel it through the walls of the building. He looked down at the hair. The door jumped, chains clacking and screeching against the metal of the door handles. Rain stepped back. He heard the thuds, the pounding of fists on the metal, and the first of the shouts. As the thuds escalated, his own heartbeat picked up. He could feel the rush, hear the pounding of his blood in his ears, joining the cacophony from the hallway. He could make out the words, the pleas. His hands went to the chain, traveling along it to the lock. He could feel each push from the people on the other side, until the pushing stopped outright. Not because the people had stopped, but because there was so much pressure that it wasn't possible to pull the door back. He looked up, for Seer, then to the side, and he gripped the lock. His hand fell to his side. He could hear people screaming and shouting, and he closed his eyes. There were thuds on the door, pounding fists. Those, too, came to a stop. Just the outward pressure on the door, and sounds from people further inside. An interminable amount of time seemed to pass. On the other side, he heard the scream he now knew to be Love Lost's. A huff of noise left his mouth, more cough than anything. He brought a shaking hand to his face, and his vision jerked, spasmed. His hand fell again, grazing chain, and he stepped back. No longer muffled, the laugh left his lips. It didn't stop, continuing when he couldn't draw in the air properly, small, hysterical, wild. He sucked in a breath, almost pulled himself together, and then the laugh came out again, while his hand pressed against the door. He was still laughing some time later, when Seer appeared. The man created a shadow near Rain, took its place, and shoved Rain down. "Fucking moron," Seer swore. "This was supposed to scare them, not kill them. How the fuck do you think we're supposed to clue them into the power of God, to goodness and baddestness both, if they're all fucking dead?" Rain's mad laughter continued. Seer kicked him, hard, in the stomach. It didn't make the laughter stop, but did make it quieter. Seer hauled on the chains, then used his shadow selves, and began tearing at the door, breaking the chains with the strength of the shadows and the help of the pressure on the other side. Rain's laughter died as the handles shattered with the force. Fragments of flat, shattered metal skittered along the pavement, alongside some pieces of chain. The doors were open. People had to climb over others. They flinched as Seer's shadow tore at the pole that stood between the doors, then tore more at the frame, opening the aperture wide. People stumbled out, and smoke followed them. Rain started to climb to his feet, then fell, his hand going to his stomach. Seer shot him a look, then created his shadow copies, and went to the roof. Rain climbed to his feet, hand to his stomach, and found himself staring down the crowd, angry, hostile. His hand had been near his mouth from the laughter, and now it touched his mask. He could feel the instant the trigger hit him like a bucket of cold water being sloshed over him. Rain found himself in the room, awash in self-loathing. Bending down, he reached for his chair. Stumbling, he dropped to one knee, hand on the loose floorboards and pine needles below. No chair. No, it wasn't where it was supposed to be. It was 10 feet away, lying on its side, broken. The lighting in the room was different. Almost everything had been scattered to the ground, damaged or both. They invited someone. He lurched to his feet, looking around. In Snag's area, a shelving unit collapsed noisily, metal shelves falling. Snag cursed in his characteristic growl. Snag emerged from among the shelves, giving a wide berth to some bent shelves that leaned precariously. He looked at Rain, then looked away, scowl etched around his eyes. To Cradle, he said, "This may have been a mistake." Cradle emerged from the shadows around his area. His fingers traced broken construction. The concrete slabs had cracks running through them. More worrisome, however, was the fact that the invisible wall that rested between Cradle and Love Lost was streaked with blood, which ran down in thick, chunky globs. At the base of the wall, a body so mangled it barely looked human was slumped against the wall. Love Lost approached it, and knelt down beside the corpse. It's like an intense fight happened while the rest of us were off dreaming, and this person lost hard, Raiden thought. This is going to be a hassle, Cradle said. She brought bodyguards. Do you need help? Snag asked. I took precautions when Love told me old One-Tooth here was dangerous. Fuck. Fixing our situation is going to be hard if the powers lash out the people who get involved. Do you want one or not? Snag growled. Give me one. I might need to make a run for it. Snag passed one piece of glass over to Cradle. Mama Mathers, Raiden thought. He braced himself for the appearance and saw nothing. He scanned the room, looking. Too much to hope that it would have brought her in, for the same treatment the old tooth woman had been given. Emotionally, after his visit with Mama Mathers, after the dream, he felt raw. There was a part of him that wanted to break down in tears. But to show weakness? Blood still worked its way down the invisible barrier. It was responsible for some of the altered colors in the room. Where other spaces had been cast in shades of blue and purple, it was now redder. The others would discuss. They'd share out powers while leaving Rain out of the loop, and then they would go back to trying to kill him. Rain, meanwhile, would wake up and find himself where he'd been the night before. Mama Mathers would watch his every move. I need help, he said. The looks on their faces. Hate, and a cold stare through scratched-up glasses. His heart sank. There are people with the Fallen who need help. Innocents. The Fallen, they use powers to force us to act a certain way, keep us from leaving. There are... Rain started. He looked at Love Lost. There are kids at risk. Love Lost's hand went out. She punched the barrier between them with enough force that something in her hand audibly broke. She trembled with a mixture of pain and sheer loathing as she lowered her hand. The hand would heal when they woke up, but still, to go that far? There are kids who are being forced to comply with powers. The ones who aren't brainwashed the usual way are made to obey with powers. Convenient excuse, Cradle said. In that dream, I wasn't under the influence of any powers except for a watchful eye, Rain said. She was observing me back then, but didn't appear in the dream. Shut up, Cradle said. Stop. We hear this every 5... I'm desperate, Raiden raised his voice, advancing. It's bad. Good, Snag said. Love Lost nodded. Suffer, Snag said. Innocents are gonna die, or worse. I can give you information on the Fallen. You can use it to stop them. We're not gonna cooperate with you, Cradle said. Anyone else, but not with you. I can tell you where they are. I can tell you how they operate. No. Emotionally ragged, Rain almost opened his mouth to mention Aaron. If you cooperate, if you save these people, save Aaron, save her brother, save Lachlan. They're gonna force me to go to the team. They'll find out about them. If they got their hooks in Tristan, in Sveta, Kenzie? His teeth chattered with emotion. We're not gonna help you, Cradle said. If you do, Rain said, I'll do what you want. Tie me to a chair, torture me for days, kill me, but save them. Love Lost shook her head, looking away. We're gonna come after you, Cradle said. Could be tomorrow, could be a week, could be a year. Then we'll do that anyway. If you'll lose people and things you care about in the meantime, good. And you can know we let it happen because of your fucked up attitude infecting us. Fuck you, Rain said. Whoever or whatever you were before, it wasn't normal or good. People staring at you with disappointed looks from across the desk, looking at reports. What was it? Because you weren't living up to potential? You're proving them right. Cradle didn't flinch. You don't know anything. Rain clenched his fist. He looked at Love Lost. Your daughter would be disappointed in you. She raised her other fist, ready to punch the barrier again. Don't take the bait, Snag said. Don't give him that satisfaction. If you got anything from me, it wasn't evil, Rain said. It was willful blindness, being fucking sheep with no self-esteem or self-respect. What happened to that Snag that helped that girl? It was Cradle who answered. You guarded the door while he was trampled on the other side, and you laughed. You see what we went through in our dreams, but you were the one getting a drunken handjob and laughing while we faced the worst day of our lives. It was panic, Rain said. Fuck that. It was panic. It was a nervous reaction. Fuck that, Cradle said, dismissive. We've heard it before, but why do you think my share of the powers break things apart? They're thematically tied into who we are, And my share is to shatter things because I was fucking shattered right then. It's a power to destroy because you destroy things. Do you know how I know? Cradle asked. Because you fucking told us. Day one. You, me, him, her, in this room. You laughed. You told us we deserved it. You threatened us. Kill me, then. Stop the fallen. Kill the monsters at the top, like Seer, and then kill me. We'll do all that without your help, Snag said. Give us time. Wait for it. Dread it. Rain was shaking. He approached the dais. He found his shards of metal. He snatched them up and gripped them as a stack in his hand. He turned his back to the dais, the three others, and the mangled body. Fingers ran through Rain's hair. Shh, easy. He closed his eyes. All of the aches and pains, the soreness in his throat from vomiting, and the more physical side of his emotional exhaustion were making themselves felt with every beat of his heart. Sunlight streamed in through the window of the machine shop. Rain! He startled, flipped over, and scrambled away with Mamma Mathers, her fingernails scraping his scalp. She knelt on the ground by where he had been sleeping. His back was to the wall as he stared at everything that wasn't her. Looking at the images and hearing them had made them last longer. His prosthetic hands, if he dwelt on the design, focused on the schematics, on the work he needed to do, and the possibilities, if he didn't think about. Her hand touched the side of his head. He flinched away, then froze, shaking. He was so tired. Already he was on edge. You gotta show me what you've been up to. Show me the progress you've made in preparing to kill the others with matching powers, Mamma Mather said. He stared at the sunlight that came in through the window, the dust in the air illuminating it. More dust and sawdust on the floor had patterns where footsteps had left tracks. Clothes had been layered over a bag to serve as a kind of pillow. Aaron's sweatshirt. There was a wet spot where he drooled on it. Don't disappoint me, Mamma Mather said. He made his way to his feet. His bruises and aches from his encounter with his uncle not helped by his sleeping on the hard floor. He bent down to get the bag, picked up the sweatshirt, and folded it so his drool wasn't too obvious. Was Aaron safe? Mamma Mathers was in the corner of his vision. Even his suspicion about who was responsible if Aaron wasn't safe was enough to bring her to bear. She would have had to go home. Her parents were fanatic enough they'd excuse almost anything, but he couldn't imagine her staring all night. A note sat on the table, beneath a connector tab from one of the digit manipulation systems he'd been working on. He really wished Aaron hadn't moved it. Just the fact that it wasn't in order meant another 10 or 15 minutes of work. Not that she could have known. You sleep like you're dead. It's freaky. See you in the morning, bud. We'll figure something out. Aaron. The name was penned out in exaggerated cursive, the N exaggerated and drawn out along with a dwindling series of dips and raises. Bud. He touched the name and realized he still had her sweatshirt. He wanted to hold it to his face and inhale, only because he felt so desperate and alone that he wanted any connection that wasn't her. Mamma Mathers approached the window and looked outside. He might have wanted and done the same connection if it was a boy. If it was Byron or Tristan. Not because he was that way, but he didn't have much. There was a knock at the door. He reached for the note, folded it, and put it in his pocket. Come in. Aaron. She'd showered, and she had a stack of lunchboxes under her arm. 3. She wore a t-shirt with a blurry skull design bleached into the front. Crosses for eyes, and separating the teeth, jeans, and high boots. What's that? He asked, indicating the boxes. Food. I asked my mom for breakfast to go, and lunch too, and she went overboard. I thought after a day like yesterday, you might want to take it easy. Hot breakfast, coffee in a thermos, and some lunch for later. And the other? He asked. His voice was more hoarse than it had a right to be. He felt the disparity between dusty, injured, weary himself and clean, beautiful, vivacious Aaron. Breakfast for me, duh. Oh, he said. His thoughts went in the wrong direction. Mamma Mathers paced the length of the room. His life wasn't his anymore. You can crash in your workshop today, figure things out. If you want dinner, I can bring that to you too. I have to go, he said, aware of Mamma Mathers' stare. I need to talk to the others, and I need to deal with my cluster. Okay, Aaron said. I can drive you. You don't need to. I can drive you. It's fine. When do you want to go? As soon as possible. I need to shop for stuff, for my hands, and I want to stop by the library. We could eat on the road. Perfect, she said. I'm ready to go, so get your stuff. He nodded, stiff. Can I? She asked. She pointed. Tired, dazed, trying not to think, he was momentarily dumbfounded. She pointed with more intensity, until he looked down. Her sweatshirt. He handed it to her, then turned to get his arms together. His stuff hadn't been touched from the night prior, but there was other stuff he wanted to bring, just in case. Did he jerk off onto my sweatshirt? He looked at Aaron, stunned. He looked at the wet spot of drool. No. Drool, he said. Sorry. Fuck, you look like you just ran over my dog. I was joking. I wanted to try to get a smile out of you. She smiled, encouraging. He opened his mouth, then closed it. He was so far from smiling, he couldn't even process the idea. He was all too aware that Mama Mathers was watching the exchange. Oh, honey, she said. I'm sorry. Sorry, he said, again automatically. It's okay. Let's get on the road and get the stuff you need. He nodded. He followed behind her, firmly shutting the door behind him, and the smell of breakfast was intoxicating. He felt hollow inside, in more ways than one, and the idea of food to fill him up, after throwing up, after missing meals, with only candy and caffeine to tide him over, made him feel almost delirious. His thoughts momentarily freed of the trap of thinking, not thinking. But thinking about the trap only brought her out again. She stood on the street, looking around, as he got into Aaron's dad's car. He took the boxes, opened his, and started eating immediately. Thank you. My mom's a good cook, she said. I did the pancakes because they're easy, made properly, not out of a box. It's the best thing I ever tasted, he said. As the car rolled down the dirt road, he could see the camp outside the window. People who were only just waking up, meeting in town to eat at the communal dining hall, or borrowing what they needed to harvest crops or do a day's worth of building. So, silly story, bear with me. Silly story sounds good. My brother and I, we had a game we'd play a year or so ago, when we were new here and there wasn't much to do. A series of codes and signals. Rain nodded. He worried he was too tired to process anything complicated, but Bryce was young. Some of it was so we were on the same page, and if our parents were being especially kooky, we could touch our hair near the right ear. It was a good way to stay sane without making them upset or defensive. Okay. And the other sign, it was folded arms. We couldn't do it all the time, or it'd be obvious, and we'd obviously have to change the subject. I don't follow. You'd cross your arms when... Be careful when you eat the sausage, by the way. It's handmade, but it has gristly bits in it that will do a number on your teeth. I swear they're bone shards. They're that tough, Aaron said. Rain looked at her. He made the connection, realized what she was doing. Mama Mathers was in the back seat, leaning forward, and Rain folded his arms. Yeah, Aaron said, with emphasis. Exactly. It's miserable, because my dad loves the things. I can't mention it, you know. I haven't been able to since we first arrived here, and that was first dropped on my plate. He'll get super defensive, and my mom keeps making them and giving them to Bryce and I. The rest was filler. Rain processed what Aaron had intended to say, things he mostly knew. The folded arms were to tip the other off that Mama Mathers was looking. It was more of a concern for Rain than for Aaron. Aaron's introduction to the woman had been fleeting. New visitors that were brought in as serious residents were given a glimpse of her, and a bit of a listen of her voice. Most didn't even realize what had happened until they broke a rule. The effect was weaker, only kicking in if Mama Mathers was mentioned by word, written or spoken, or possibly if she was thought about at the same time as a strong emotion was felt. Aaron couldn't tell the others any more than he could, or Aaron wouldn't have been allowed to come. I'll eat your sausage if you don't want it, he said. You go right ahead, you madman. They drove into the city, and his arms were crossed for much of the trip. Just don't tell me whatever you end up doing to him, and we're golden. That's fine, Snag said, again. In the background, the dog girl approached. The girl in the bodysuit, scarf, and demon mask walked at her side. Bitch, Tattletale said. This is kind of a clandestine meeting? My favorite kind, the girl in the demon mask said. Snag startled, his hand raising. Tattletale moved forward, hand out to rest on top of it. My recordings do not like this person, Kenzie said. I'm getting 1,000,002,002 warning messages. Memories don't track her, Victoria said. She was relatively new when I left Brockton Bay. Cameras record her better than the eye does, but the footage degrades over time. Ugh, Kenzie groaned. This messes up so many things. Let me reboot. The screen went dark. Our memories of this should be fine, unless she's gotten stronger over time. Do powers do that? Rain asked. That's a complicated question with a lot of answers, Victoria said. Kid capes tend to get a better grasp on their abilities than adults do, but that's partially because they adapt to the agent's wavelength. It's part of what feeds into the myth that kids are stronger. Not so much that they're stronger, Sveta said. Just that there's less person and more power? Something like that, Victoria said. I know that reality pretty well, Sveta said. There are other things. Some have hidden uses or nuances that aren't made obvious to the user. Most powers are instinctively usable, but there are gaps, sometimes, or things about the power you need to figure out. We're back, Kenzie announced, as the screen lit up, showing the camera footage. Tattletale's group all gathered. And I have to say, I love Gothic doll girl's dress. That's awesome. Don't wear a frock, Kenzie, Tristan said. A tinker in a frock would be a travesty. Having to keep all that neat and tidy would be a nightmare. I'd rather spend that time on my cameras, but she looks awesome. Beside her is Flechette. Was Flechette. Foil, now that she's gone over to the dark side, Victoria said. Dark side? Chris asked, from the other end of the room. He snorted. Get out of the damn corner and join the conversation, you goon, Tristan said. The corner's comfortable. I can see everything. See everything. Rain was aware of Mama Mathers, standing on the edge of the group, watching, paying mind to the others. Good boy, Mama Mathers whispered in his ear. We'll be ready for them. He crossed his arms. Aaron wasn't around, but it was habit, and he worried his hands would shake if he wasn't careful. Knowing what he'd done to those people in the mall ate at him. The woman with her hair in the door hadn't survived. Others had died in the crush. Some were children. But Rain knew. He'd have to kill Mama. He'd have to kill Snag. He'd have to kill Love Lost. He'd have to kill Cradle. I don't want to go inside, Bitch said on the screen. You came all this way, and you don't want to go in? Tattletale asked. Across universes, the girl with the very ironic demon mask commented. Across parallel worlds, Tattletale clarified. I came all this way because you said I had to. I said it would be a good idea, Tattletale said. And I came. It's a good idea because we all need to be on the same page, and we need intel on all these people we're going up against. I meant for you to come to the briefing. Briefings are important, Foil said, especially for something this big. Tattletale can tell me before it happens, Bitch said. Or you can come in, and you can listen. It'll be good for people to know your face. I don't care about those people. It's a nice night. I'll sit with my dogs and stand guard. She's right, the girl with the demon mask said. I'll come with you and hang out if that's cool. No, Tattletale said. For you, it's absolutely mandatory. That's not fair. Life isn't fair. Go, inside. Rach! Find a nice seat by the water. Everyone, again. I shouldn't need to repeat myself, but your antics are making me worry. Watch what you say. They're listening, and they're watching. You sound paranoid, Foil said. Deservedly so, Tattletale said. If you have to say anything about the job, say it indoors. Or I cannot talk, Bitch said. Or that. Go. Shoo. You guys, indoors. Snuff, watch the cars. Rain watched as Tattletale herded everyone. Jesus, Tristan said. These are the guys who took over a city? And run one of the most established areas of Gimel, Victoria said. I ran into some of them when they came into Cauldron, right on the heels of the regulars, and the whole mess there, Zeta said. They were there at the end of the world. They played a big role in it. Credit where credit's due, Tristan said. Victoria had her own arms folded. Fingernails bit into her upper arm. Give us some intel later, Zeta, or do you think that would be unfair? I can give some intel. Tattletale, business done, stepped away, and when she was at the side of the building, nobody in her immediate area, she leaned against the wall. She drew a phone out of her pocket and pressed it to her ear. Reaching into her pocket, she pulled out a lighter, but no cigarette. No, Rain realized. Not a lighter. It flipped open, but there was only a button on the top. What is that? He asked. Kenzie hit keys. No phone calls live. You're tracking that? Zveta asked. Part of making sure we're not being listened to. No biggie. Tattletale hit the button. Ugh, Kenzie groaned. What is she doing? This is messing up other stuff. Victoria. All eyes went to the screen. It was Tattletale that had talked. Optics, or whatever you're calling yourself now. Capricorn, Zveta, Creepy Kid, Boy from the Fallen. Not sure if I just outed you, but there we are. Are we supposed to reply? Kenzie asked. I'm Creepy Kid? Chris asked. Cute stunt, alleging I'm working with you. I'm sure you have camera footage to help build the lie. Fine, you win. You ruined my day, and it's going to be a headache for a while. This insane grudge you're nursing, it'd be great to call it even. Victoria didn't move a muscle. 50-50 odds you're shaking your head at me right now, GH. If you're not, you're standing there being all stoic, really wanting to be. Fine. 5 of you need to butt the fuck out. The 6 needs to run. These guys really want him gone. And frankly, after hearing what they had to say, I'd almost cheer them on. I can't run, Rain thought. I would have run a long time ago, if I could. I know you're not going to, but if I jumped straight to that, it'd sound too aggressive. I'm going to be unusually gracious and give you this warning. Tonight is the briefing. After that, we're going to have a war. Be as far away as possible. Be crafty, and maybe they'll run out of money to pay me before they catch up to you. If you can't get away, put as many people you don't give a shit about between yourselves and these guys as you can. You've been staying in the camp for a while. That's a great place to be. She's giving us advice? Chris asked. Mastermind games, Victoria said. I'm going to hold nothing back when it comes to finding you, as soon as my contract starts, and I'll tell them exactly where you are within minutes. They'll come after you, they'll get you, and they'll do things to you that make me squeamish. If your friends are in the way about Fallen Boy, they'll probably do the same to them. I could list off 100 things I've seen, and even done that would drive the squeamish point home, about how it's actually pretty amazing they got me. But this doodad is almost out of juice. I don't want this recorder overheard by our friendly clairvoyants. Kenzie groaned. She mashed the keyboard with her palms. That's what she's doing. Cost me a lot, too, Tattletale said. Sorry, Optics. Victoria? 3rd time I've been really gentle with you or your people. Kind of hope. Tattletale stopped. She smacked the lighter-sized jammer with her hand a few times. Looking back up to the camera, Tattletale gave it the finger, then turned to walk away. Thinkers are scary, Tristan said. Fucker, Victoria said. Are you okay, Rain? Zveta asked. Nothing about that was really news, except just how confident she is she'll find me. I think she could say the sky is lime green with confidence, Victoria said. I'm not reassured, Rain said. Whatever you want to do, we can back you, Tristan said. Rain, arms folded, was aware of Mama Mathers. He looked at her. He prayed for someone to notice, to put pieces together. He saw Victoria and Tristan exchange a look. Come home, Mama Mathers said. I'm going to go back, he said. He didn't have much of a choice. We're going to help you, okay? Tristan asked. This thing is happening. You'll be over there. We have people on both sides of the conflict. You on the one side and an agent on the other, Rain finished, before Tristan could name names, if that group is even part of it. They are, Kenzie said. They're attending the briefing. A lot of friction. This goes down tomorrow, and we will make something happen, Tristan said. We've got your back, Zveta said. Rain nodded. Tired as he was, with only a brief nap in the car to sustain himself, he felt emotional. No words. I'm going to talk to the Wardens, Victoria said. It's time. They're probably aware something is up. This many major players getting together, but I can provide context and get you help. He nodded again. He didn't have it in him to speak. The Wardens wouldn't want to help him. He walked over to where his stuff was, grabbed the cosmetic things Kenzie had given him, and exited the door. Aaron had gone home earlier, at the time of Advance Guard's appearance. With all the chaos after, they'd cancelled the other plans. It wasn't worth it, and the cat was out of the bag. He had the support of the group, potentially the Wardens, of Aaron, and even Tattletale gave him advice and a head start. He wasn't sure he deserved it. The ferry car that Rain had called was jam-packed, and the trip was made more uncomfortable by the fact the road into the camp was choked with vehicles. There were trucks, jeeps, and the barely intact rush jobs that more enterprising people had put together from scrap, back when they needed workhorse vehicles and there hadn't been enough cars coming out of Earth Bet. Sheet metals welded together to form car bodies with Frankenstein interiors and engines. Even after the cars had been available again, the car junkies had kept making the ugly beasts as a point of pride. He had spent enough time around the other branches that he knew the cliques and groups, the tendencies, styles of dress, and the favorite tattoos. All 3 subgroups of the Crowley family were present, all 3 brothers. Mama Mathers knew about the attack because she'd seen what the group had seen. She'd called in help. Tents were going up. Cars were parked on lawns outside houses, to the point it looked like every house was throwing a massive party, and bonfires dotted the dark fields and hills. Even the forest was eerily illuminated, as whole groups of people were bringing down trees and dividing them into firewood. The fallen weren't outnumbered 3-1 anymore. There were others, Rain saw, groups that he didn't know, but that the Crowleys were no doubt familiar with. Bikers, scattered people from the clans. If they fended off the initial attack, and they might, Rain knew they would attack back. They'd hit Cedar Point, wiping it off the map, and they'd do a lot of damage to everything between here and there. The truck stopped several times. Many of the people in the vehicle with Rain were Crowleys, new to the camp, so the truck drove well past the point of the central settlement to deliver multiple people to each house. It meant, at least, that Rain had transportation direct to his place. 2 guys got out with him. They were Crowley jackasses, actual titles they wore with pride. "Rain," Mama Mather said. "Stop." He stopped in his tracks. The 2 jackasses gave him a look. He waved them on. The woman's hand, spectral as it was, felt real as it touched Rain's hair. He flinched, but she persisted. He remained where he was, head turned away, neck stiff. "This was so good," Mama Mather said. "I'll reward you." He didn't move a muscle. "Enjoy your evening, my soldier. Tomorrow, we show them we're not to be trifled with." Rain turned his head to look for clarification, but she was gone. There was a distant sound, like a flock of birds taking off. He'd slept on the train, but this whole scene was so surreal. He stopped, bracing himself for her appearance, for the physical contact. She hadn't appeared. The sound remained, a thunderous flapping, far away. Mama Mathers, he thought. There was only the sound. She'd freed him? For only tonight? Adrenaline coursed through him. His eyes were wide as he strode forward. He had, not opportunity, but something. He walked at a speed that was only a run, passing the jackasses, pushing his way into his aunt and uncle's house. His aunt and uncle were in the living room, organizing sleeping arrangements for 5 boys and girls, ages ranging from 16 to mid-20s. Soldiers, like Rain had once been. Crowleys. Allie was at the kitchen table, with others her age sitting around her. Adult women were cooking. He was free. Or almost free. And he was surrounded by fallen. What was he supposed to do? His aunt spotted him. Her expression was unreadable, and she shooed him off. His room. He'd go there, he'd regroup. If he hadn't been commandeered to give others a place to sleep, he had some spare things in his room. Weapons, traps. He took the stairs 2 at a time. Jay's sister was in the hallway. Nell. The house was crowded, but the upstairs had been kept quiet. Nell stared at Rain as she put headphones on. The stare persisted as he walked past her, her head moving to keep him in her sight. He was uncomfortably reminded of Love Lost. This wasn't hostility, but threatening? Ominous? He opened the door to his room, and he let himself in. The room was occupied. Rain swallowed. Hard. Aaron. Aaron sat on his bed. She didn't make eye contact, her fingers picking at the blanket she put over her lap. She was wearing only a silk nightgown. "They were waiting for me when I drove in, like last night," Aaron said. "No. They took me to the big house," she said. "To the leadership?" he asked. She shook her head. "Elijah? Valavor?" "To the elders, in the sitting room. They told me I'm to marry." Rain swallowed hard. Aaron put her hand forward. When she pulled it back, 2 simple golden bands were left on the dark wool blanket Rain kept at the foot of the bed. "They're giving me to you," she said, her voice lacking inflection. Aaron, if you want me, not like this. Can you hear me out? Can you let me talk? Because I've been sitting here for hours. They took me to my house, they made me change. When I wasn't dressed how they thought I should dress, they went through my room and picked this out. This isn't my choice, so you know. I don't... Hear me out, please. Before you say anything and I lose all composure. I know you've helped me out a ton, and I've helped you out, but can you do this for me? Let me talk?" Rain nodded. "I want to do this. I want you. Please. I thought about it, and I've been thinking about it as a just in case. They asked me at the big house. They said Mama Mathers wanted to pair you and me, and they asked what I wanted, if it were to happen. There's this dilapidated house. I think it could be fixed up nice and expanded to be a proper house. It's on the outskirts, near the old gate. It'd be ours. For us. Aaron. And my parents can move in. I want them away from everything, not so involved and tied in. They'll make them move, and they'll start being more rational if there aren't those influences. You and I together. I know you don't want to stay, but we'd be barely part of the community, that far out. I can't. Listen, she said. She stood from the bed, and he looked away as he realized how short the nightie was. She scooped up the rings and held them in cupped hands. Listen. Please listen. I only liked you as a friend, before, but a few days ago, you gave me a hug, and it was nice. I started thinking, if it had to be someone, I wanted it to be you. Once I started thinking like that, I started thinking about how you looked nice, kind of a 90s bad boy, with the long hair, ripped jeans and flannel, very Bender and Breakfast Club, except you're way more attractive than Nick Cage. You're rambling and... I'm terrified, she said. She stepped forward, well inside his personal space, until her chest touched his. He pulled back to the closed door, and she didn't pursue. Instead, her fingers went up, fingers pinching at the very edges of his shirt. Please, she said. You, my parents, my brother, this is the only way I get anything close to a happy ending. You need to come with me. We'll run. There's going to be this war anyway, and she was already shaking her head. I can't leave them. I lost everything. My family lost everything. If they lost me too, if I lost them, I couldn't ever. This place will destroy you. Not if we get that house on the outskirts. We'll be far enough away. We won't have a lot of involvement. Please, I see the way you look at me. I'm not dumb. I can't. If you want me barefoot in the kitchen, I can... Rain made a face, shook his head, looked away. No, I didn't think you would, but... Her presence was overwhelming enough he worried he might do something stupid. Every look he'd averted, every thought he hadn't completed, every time he jacked off and thought of her, but hadn't ever been able to let himself imagine a scenario to go along with her. They were things that had been left incomplete, like a hole inside of him. Love was a missing letter. She was, standing before him, promising that. That you'd suggest that? Isn't that the destruction I just talked about? That's not you. That's this fucking place. Mama Mather's disconnected presence was like birds' wings against the exterior of the house, rustling. Aaron was barely able to speak and barely audible as she said, You want this? I want this? Yeah. Give me my family, Rain. Be my family. It would destroy you, he said. She shook her head. It would destroy me. It's the one thing I can't do. She went very still. I love you, Rain. I really think I do. It took me hours sitting here and considering possibilities. But I do love you. I love you too. Don't say that. Not when you're also saying no, when they'll marry me off to someone else instead. You need to leave. I can't. You need to leave. You can go. While everything's going to pieces, I can get your parents and brother. The team will. We'll kidnap them. We'll get them out. He could see the glimmer on her face. The hope. He could see it die. If it failed, I'd lose them, unequivocally, she said. I can't risk it. Aaron. I can't! She raised her voice. The murmur of discussion downstairs grew quieter. People were listening now. I can't. The world ended, and I have nightmares every night. I lost friends. Losing my family will destroy me more surely than anything. Rain wanted to reply. He remained silent instead. Something in his expression conveyed what words couldn't. Her expression changed. She hit him in the chest, hard. She hit him again, drumming him with her fists. He didn't resist. She stopped, clutched his shirt, and pressed her face to his chest. It was all he could do not to wrap his arms around her in a hug. This isn't you, he said. It's this place. She pulled away. You need to leave, she said, with restrained anger. If you say no to this, they'll want to know why, and the reason why is that you aren't loyal. She wasn't wrong. He stepped away. He approached the window, and he looked outside before creating his silver blades. I'd die for you, he said, but I can't be fallen. Then fucking die, Rain. He cut into the bedroom windows with his blades. With a strong tap, he let the glass fall to grass below. If it hadn't been his day, he wasn't sure he'd had the precision to cut like that, or the ability to so easily tap it out without breaking the glass. He hit the ground, and he started running. Rain punched the numbers into the keypad. He was on the train, and he had no destination to travel to. He couldn't go to the others. He couldn't go back to camp. His finger traveled over the number pad. 1, 7, 4, 6, 9, 3, and M. The numbers painted out a letter on the conventional number pad. He had just drawn out H. 9, 7, 4, 6, 4, 1, 3, and D. He'd drawn out E. 7, 1, 3, and N. L. P was the last letter. 1, 7, 9, 6, 4, and S. The letters were a code of their own, an incomplete word or phrase. He sent the message, and he waited, staring at the phone. He got his reply, a text. 9713A, 97139E, 17593S, 9746413Y. He translated it. Come, letters A, E, S, Y, put together with his madness and the stray Y. In plain text, he asked, Where? In code, he got his reply. It was lengthy enough it had to have been pre-prepared. An address. It took him an hour to get there, a dark part of the city where the power hadn't been kept on. A door as opened. Candles were lit within. The woman who faced him was petite, and wore a rabbit mask with a uniform that looked like a soldier from the 1800s. A rapier dangled from her waist. March, he said. Wordless, she invited him to come in. He did. Further inside, he could see others. A trio of people, another pair, other clusters. I'm out of options, he said. You know what I want, March said. Foil, Flechette, from your cluster. I've seen her. I've been planning on dealing with her and her acquaintance Tattletale for some time now. It puts me in a unique position to help you. You want her to die. That discussion can wait until tomorrow. For now, you look like you need to sleep. Heartbroken, exhausted, he couldn't bring himself to say no. He dreamed, and the dream slipped from memory as soon as he entered the room. Rain bent down for the chair, found it in his usual place, and set it on the ground. There was no discussion. The others stood. Snag approached the dais. Love Lost hung back. Cradle paced. Rain sat, and he watched. After so many hard days and nights, he felt eerily calm. Not so much left to lose, in a way. It dropped from the sky, and it bounced on the tip of the crystal spike that stood up from the center of the dais. A token, a coin flipping in air, a shard of metal as it showed its other side, a tooth shadow moving across it as it rotated in the air, a piece of glass. It bounced on the point of crystal with eerie accuracy, landed, wobbled, and then slid to one side, breaking apart as it slid. Rain stood, and he approached the dais. He pushed everything else aside, and he collected his shards of metal. With them, a piece of glass and a coin. Today mattered. The others' expressions were trying not to betray anything, but they were bothered. I'll see you tomorrow, Rain thought. At least one of us here is going to die.
Arc 5, Shadow, Chapter 6. Sveta tugged my arm, dragging me off the train. The sky was dark, and the lights of the city were at their deceptive stage, where so few apartments and buildings were lit up that it looked like it was 4 in the morning, not 7 in the evening. "Come on," she urged, tugging. "There's stuff to do before everything happens tomorrow," I said. "I really want to, but plans." "Change your plans. You need to talk to the Wardens, right?" "I was planning on doing a write-up I can bring with. I sent an email before we got on the train. I'd have to go get my computer or phone out to see if they responded already." "Come on, talk to Weld. We'll work something out for the rest." More to keep us from getting in other people's way, I let Sveta drag me out onto the train platform. We stood outside the train while people got on. I had only a minute to decide if I'd do what I wanted to do, which was to go with Sveta, or if I'd do what I needed to do, which was to prepare for an imminent war that too few people seemed to be aware of. Lots of the people were staring or glancing at Sveta with her unusual body. The noises that body made as she tugged at me drew as much attention as the colorful suit. "Let me check my phone?" I asked. "It might change what I'm doing." "Okay." The connection was slow as I waited for my email to load, the diamond shape in the center of the blank page folding into itself endlessly in the loading loop. I sighed a little as the train doors closed and the train went on its way. "Don't sigh at me, Victoria," Sveta said. "The train doesn't matter. You can fly. People make fun of you on the internet if you get caught on camera while browsing your phone or laptop while flying. I wanted to sit and chat with you about dumb, meaningless stuff, which we thoroughly did, and then spend the rest of the trip typing notes. I used to admire that side of you. It was a good thing when you were doing the physio and when you were watching those videos of university classes, which were incredibly boring. I'm sorry. They were the highlight of my day. They were so boring. I don't know how you make powers boring, but they managed. But you had the mental fortitude to push through it." "I enjoyed it," I said. "Really." "But I'm worried about that attitude now. If I had real hands, I'd reach up and feel your shoulders to see how tense you are." I relaxed my shoulders as casually and naturally as possible. "If you're stiffer than the girl with the prosthetic body and her metal boyfriend, you need to relax. Spend some time with me and Weld. We'll talk about tomorrow." "I need to call Crystal first." "Invite her," Sveta said. She reached out and jostled my arm roughly. "Bring her. Tristan was going to come by later with some stuff for me when he has his turn again. He'll have updates. We can make it a little leadership meeting." She looked so happy at the notion. "I'll ask if she's interested," I conceded. "I'll have to figure out what we'll eat," Sveta said, in an almost sing-song happy way. My phone finally loaded. I had messages and emails. I ignored them and sent one to Crystal. Me. "Sveta's trying to drag me to dinner with her and Weld. You want to come?" "I'm not trying to drag you," Sveta said, as she set her chin down on my shoulder. "You were literally dragging me." "Best cousin." "Yes. Where? What do I bring?" "Nothing," Sveta said. "We'll have to order in." Me. Blue binder from the coffee table. It has a magazine cutout taped to front. "That's not nothing," Sveta said. Best cousin. "I meant food, you dumbass." "I like her," Sveta said. "People are feeling abusive today," I said. "Something in the air." I told Crystal not to bring food, then typed out the address as Sveta recited it. I left the message typed in the box. "Address is right. Hit send," Sveta said. "We'll compromise," I said, because I have about 100 things I've been keeping in the back of my mind, and I had everything arranged in my head so tonight would be the night I pulled it together. "What's the compromise?" "I need to get organized. If we're not getting some stuff done for tomorrow, I'll cut out a bit after dinner, and we'll do it another time." "Deal. I think you'll find we're better at balancing the cape stuff with the real stuff. In a way, it's all mixed up for us already." "All right," I said. "Yeah." She hugged my arm. "Send a message to Weld, too? Let him know?" I did. "This way," she said. She walked with a bit of a bounce in her slightly ungainly step. I wasn't sure she would have been able to if she wasn't holding on to me. Stratford Station and the surrounding neighborhood were an area of the megalopolis I primarily knew for its airfield. Helicopters were in and out, and as someone who often had to fly past, I had to be mindful of the airspace. I usually flew low or gave it a wider berth, using the highway to the north as my guide. Now that I was in the neighborhood and moving at a walking pace, I could see it was one of the quainter areas. It was one of the first areas to be settled, and the buildings were smaller, with more houses. Not too dissimilar to my mom's neighborhood. Even the apartment buildings were 3 or 4 floors tall at the highest. Like many of the buildings in the early settlements, they'd been built broad rather than tall. My phone buzzed and I checked it. I had 2 messages, excepting the 6 others I had from Kenzie. The first was from the Wardens. They wanted to talk at 10:30 in the evening. Committee. Team heads would be there. I showed Sveta.
Damn, we can't spend that long together, she said.
We do have things to do.
I know,
she said. I sent a copy of the message with the time to the others. The other was from Ashley. Dark Damsel Ashley. At my apartment with B.O.B. henchmen to get my things and talk to landlord. Moving to apartment in B.O.B. territory. Taking chance to send message while away from the sea voyants. She'd sent the message to everyone. I reported. Ashley's moving into Cedar Point, which I'm not sure I would have recommended, but she seems to know what she's doing.
She's doing fine,
Sveta said.
She's doing exceptionally when it comes to the acting.
If that's acting. The way she's letting these people see where she lives and she's taking her stuff to Cedar Point, when it might be the site of some fighting, or infighting, that's where I might have given her other advice.
The way she's unreservedly going forward might make it more believable.
I nodded. She's in Stratford, isn't she? We could bump into her.
Other direction from the station, but yeah.
Do you meet or anything? It's hard to picture you guys together without the group.
We've met a couple of times. Mr. Armstrong came by twice, and he invited us all to lunch.
Weld's foster dad, kind of.
Kind of. And he looked after Ashley once upon a time, when she was in custody once, and making sure she had some of what she needed when she was homeless. He's a big reason she's free now, instead of being an unofficial prisoner with a protective guard, like some of the people from the birdcage and the S-class threats.
Yeah. You met for lunch?
Sveta smiled. It was a bit awkward. Most of the time it was 2 or 3 of the 4 of us talking, and the rest didn't have anything to add. But I'm glad we did it. There was one moment where we were talking about something, I forget what led up to it, but for most of that lunch we were all very aware of the difference between us, and Weld said something about how people stared. Ashley said she'd trade places with me or Weld because she would like to be monstrous, because it would simplify things and it would make it more natural to be intimidating. Never mind that we'd really rather not be called monsters.
Yeah.
And Weld said something about that, and Mr. Armstrong tried to clarify, but it wasn't getting through. I remember thinking of just how huge the gulf was between us, and then I tried to explain things too. I said how it was different from wearing a certain dress or acting a certain way, because you can't take it off. You can't get away from it. And that makes it something different. Any situation you don't have control over is automatically worse.
What was her response? You said it was a moment?
It was really, really good. She understood, and then all of us were talking for the first time that lunch. Weld, Ashley, and I were all talking about very different things. Pressure, differences, and the rest of the world feeling like something that presses in on us. But we were on the same wavelength, with Mr. Armstrong chiming in now and again to clarify or add a point. When the group started talking about wanting to make a team, I think that was one of the things that made it something I could be really interested in, instead of something where I had to say, yeah, that's cool, but what about Ashley?
I can picture that scene. Was it what Armstrong wanted?
I snuck a look at him, and he looked pleased as punch. That was the last time we all got together. I wonder if that moment was what he was going for, and he considers his work done now that it happened.
It's taken me a while to get that far with the group. I'm not sure I'm all the way there.
I've had to deal with it too, realizing it's not all peaches and cream.
Peaches and... you mean peachy keen?
Either,
Sveta said. She was giving me a cheeky look, probably because she knew I'd react. I rolled my eyes.
Reality is a thing, Sveta said. Stuff's going on.
The honeymoon period is over, I said.
Yeah, it wasn't really a honeymoon. More like it was nice when it was an idea, but once we executed it, we had to deal with stuff.
I nodded. I double-checked my phone, which was still in my hand, then pocketed it. Was there another moment? I asked.
I went over to her apartment once, before a session. Not long after the lunch thing. It's nice. She seems to save up to buy nicer things, but there are gaps. So she has a really, really nice black leather couch, a black glass coffee table, a nice television, and a piece of art on the wall that looks expensive. And then for the rest of the room, it's moving boxes to sit on and put stuff on.
I can sort of understand that. I don't think it's unique to her. When you first move out on your own, most of the time, I think you get other people's leftover stuff or thrift store stuff. Everyone's getting started over anew now.
Yeah,
Sveta said. She shrugged awkwardly, like it was a motion she hadn't practiced much.
But she loved all the things she had so much. There was something there. I could see the person she might have been without powers, or the kid she was before powers. When I was defending her to you in the first days we were with the group, that's what I thought of.
I like what she's been doing for the group. She's been honest with me, but I don't know if I've seen that glimmer of light. Maybe I had, when Ashley had seen Presley's response on the train.
I don't know if I'd call it light.
I don't either. But I'm imagining what you're saying. I'll keep it in mind. I'll keep an open mind.
Please,
Sveta said.
And we're almost there. The place might be a little messy, to warn you.
Crystal and I are 2 people crammed into an apartment with room for 1 person. I don't think it's a problem, I said. I withheld the part where Crystal was a bit of a pig. The apartment building was one among many, in a building with a post office built into one corner of the ground floor. With the small post office taking up a quarter of the ground floor, the remaining 3 quarters were divided into 2 spaces, it seemed. The hallway was open air, more tunnel than hall, and there were windows on both sides, looking into both the tunnel and a small, narrow yard. I could see children's toys in the yard. Sveta went to the door and fished for a key on a lanyard that she wore around her neck.
Ground floor. Convenient. Yeah. Weld worries sometimes that if he was on an upstairs floor, if it was wooden floors, he'd cause too much wear and tear and then plunge through.
Sveta opened the door.
I'm home. I brought Victoria.
Hey! Weld stepped into the kitchen. He wore a black t-shirt in a tougher material, jeans, and the same rugged sandals I'd seen before. A set of headphones were hanging from his neck. Sveta went straight to him, and he had to catch her so she wouldn't crash into him. She kissed him, then planted another kiss on his cheek when he turned his focus to me, smiling. "Victoria, it's so great to see you."
Sorry to drop in, and I'm also sorry I'll be distracted tonight. I hope you don't mind if I get my laptop out at some point. We have stuff to coordinate and figure out.
"That's fine. I'd love to talk shop," he said. "Things have been weird with my team lately. The gears of bureaucracy grind slowly. Just one thing."
One thing?
"Don't say sorry. I get enough of them from her."
Don't say that, Sveta said, scandalized.
3 unnecessary apologies before breakfast. Another 2 after breakfast, before she's out the front door. At least 1 in a text message.
I'm not that bad.
Weld smiled, then planted a kiss on the side of her head.
Don't try to mollify me or distract me. Not while we have company, Sveta said. She pointed at me. She needs to unwind. I thought we could do that and still hammer out the essentials.
"We'll try," Weld said.
Make yourself at home, Sveta said. I'm going to go rinse off. I've been cooped up in this body and I'm all waxy and gross inside here. I'll be back out in a minute.
"Do you want me to take your body?" Weld asked.
I'm okay. I'll bring a change of clothes in with me.
Sveta broke away from him and half crashed into, half hugged me. Clearly happy, she went off to do her thing, leaving Weld and I. "Make yourself comfortable. I'd offer food and drink, but I'm not sure what we have. I don't usually partake." Weld paused as Sveta closed the bathroom door. "Unless she's inflicting an experiment on me," I heard that, Sveta said, opening the door before shutting it again. The apartment wasn't what I would have called messy. In a way, it was very different from Crystal's place. There was no detritus, nothing left lying around. Drawers had flat, painted metal faces with no handles. Furniture was divided into things with no legs, with what looked like it might have been stone framing the edges, and Sveta's favored grappling structures, which were poles extending from floor to ceiling with various platforms and things to hold on to. Even the walls had metal bracing at the corners, painted over so weld wouldn't stick to them. Case 53 livin', Weld said. She said it was messy. I don't see it. Then I did a good job with my last-minute sweep and clean up, Weld said. Living room? I let him lead me to the living room. I put my bag down by the coffee table and sat down on the couch, which looked homemade to withstand someone who weighed a few 100 pounds sitting on it. It was so firm I nearly bounced off of it while sitting down. Once I set my weight down, though, it gradually eased up, hissing as it adjusted to my weight. Leaning forward, I looked outside into the yard. A toy plane was parked on the lawn, the kind a kid could sit in and push with their feet. Did Sveta tell you what's going on? I asked. Some. I had trouble following who was who sometimes, but I got the gist of it. There's an attack planned on the Fallen tomorrow. One of our... not sure how to put it or how much you know. Our contact, they're at risk. There are innocents there, and I'm not sure the villains care about sparing them. How can I help? Weld asked. I adjusted my bag at my shoulder to indicate and said, I've got a report partially written up. If you could glance over it, let me know what you think. You know the Wardens and what their mindset is. Sure. I wanted to do some stuff with my costume later, but that might have to wait. It'd be nice to finalize some costume things when I get back to my place, but timing is getting tighter since it's already 7:30, and we have to get halfway across the city for 10:30. My offer stands, you know, Weld said. Offer? To help with any of the metal work when you get a new costume. It took me a second to connect the thought. What the hell, Weld? That was years ago, when I was thinking about rebranding and joining the Brockton Bay Wards. It stands, Weld said, smiling. I paused. You're sure? I have stuff at my apartment. I'm sure. Thank you, I said. I fired off a quick series of texts to Crystal. Me. Have you left yet? Best cousin. I'm on my way out the door, promise. Me. If it's not too heavy to carry, can you bring the black shopping bag with the yellow leaf on it from under that table? Thank you, I said as I finished. You're worried about this, Weld said. Sveta said you were tense. It's bad? It's the Fallen, which aren't great, and it's a lot of villains who are pretty desperate for relevance. We've got to pitch this to the Wardens. I think we need more hands on deck, and from the murmurings I've heard, there aren't many to go around. There are some, Weld said. Advance Guard is on standby. Others are out of rotation. Advance Guard is a thing, I said. We ran into them earlier. I'm not sure they'd cooperate unless made to. You might run into trouble getting anyone to cooperate. If they aren't occupied, they're officially on standby. Their instinct is going to be ready and available in case something bigger happens. Then I'd want to frame it in a way that would justify bringing these people out of standby? Yep. Show me what you have, he asked. I pulled out my laptop, setting it on the coffee table, which was 3 planks set atop 6 planks, set firmly in place with metal bands around the perimeter. I wondered if it was built to be easily remade or rebuilt if it got broken. The planks had been painted in what I could recognize as Sveta's style. Clear, bold outlines, almost like a paint-by-numbers picture or a stained glass picture, but the colors that filled each space were rich, varied, and multi-textured. Blue that became green, or shaded red, or mottled orange. Weld sat down next to me. I opened the document and showed him. 3 sub-factions in Cedar Point. I'd outlined the people in brief, with them named in more detail at the appendix, pulling out old records, files, articles, and more to depict them in as much detail as I could without getting too lost in the exact facts. I'd put down their motivations, whether it was money or personal. I had notes on their adherence to the rules, real and unwritten, and I'd outlined other things about their behavior and patterns. The problem with some of this is that it doesn't leave the immediate impression that this is something that multiple hero groups are going to want to step into, Weld said. It's deep knowledge that someone going into the fight would love, the geeks will love it, but it's not something that's going to get people into the fight, if they aren't already convinced. Yeah, it's too dry. I'm thinking the notes on petty crimes are distracting from the gravity of the situation. Yeah. Instead of an introduction to the parties involved, I could open with a presentation on the scenario, front-load it with words like war. Not war, Weld said. That's going to remind people that there's something bigger on the horizon that we need to be ready for. Bigger. We had a group with 12 capes, and we had another 40 or more capes from Cedar Point going on the offensive. Of course, maybe potential loss of civilian life, fallout, and provoking a retaliative back and forth that extends across the city at a time when resources are already tested. Something that you don't want happening behind you while you're facing a war in front of you. Sounds like you have the right idea. Weld, Sveta called out. Be right back. I worked on the document while Weld joined Sveta in the washroom. Title page written, the size of confrontation outlined, and the ramifications made clear. I was writing it to try to convince a group of seasoned heroes and the people who managed them. It felt convincing, because I was feeling nervous, getting into everything that was involved. The last time I'd been in something of this scale, I'd been spit on by a mutant the size of a truck. I'd had most of my flesh melted off and necrotized, and I'd been left vulnerable and helpless. At that point in time, with the pain being as bad as it was, my emotions all over the map as I thought one thing and felt another, I'd been ready to die. I hadn't done nearly enough, but I'd fought, and I was ready for it to be over. The chance at living hadn't been worth the risk of being healed. Tattletale had lied to me, and had forced Amy on me. She had some small responsibility for everything that followed. So easy, in moments like this, for there to be a point of weakness. Letting my guard down could do so much damage. I left the document like it was, so there was room for more revisions before polish. I checked my messages. 18 total messages from Kenzie. Photos of the body part of her costume in progress. Some more stream of consciousness. She let me know when she was going to dinner, then when she came back. Pizza, apparently. She'd wanted to have her hands free to focus. She also wanted to know what to bring. Which raised a question about what our exact role would be in things as they happened. Our priorities. I put that aside. It was for the group to discuss. Tristan. Last I'd heard, he was talking to the lawyer. Tristan the Goat. Waiting for legal advisor Nat now. Am not optimistic, but got footage from LS as you recommended. Ugh. If Nat keeps me waiting any longer, I'll have to switch for Byron. Going to Sveta's later, BTW. We'll update properly around then. I sent him a message to let him know I'd be at Sveta's place. Tristan had been frustrated by Natalie earlier, but we'd try this, because I'd had a small amount of luck after giving her something more tangible to work with than my reports. We'd try bouncing people off Natalie until we found one that worked. If any one member of the group ended up being good at working with Natalie, we'd keep them in that role as legal liaison. If Natalie couldn't be worked with, we would find someone else. An email from Byron 20 minutes after that. Byron the Blue. Rain left a voice message for me and Tristan. Sounded rushed. He isn't staying at his place tonight. He might go back tomorrow, but sounded weird. Specifically said he was messaging us to drop details so we would have lead if something happened to him. Ominous. More details to come. We'll send you the voice message when I get home to computer and figure out how. Concerning. A message from Presley sent via email and translated to a text. Presley from the train. Can you ask your friend from the train how she gets her hair so white? It put a smile on my face when everything else felt so heavy. I made a mental note to ask. There was also a group text discussion too long for me to search through, mostly Kenzie and Chris, where Chris was asking what forms we needed for him for tomorrow. I scrolled down to the bottom, at which point Tristan was no longer participating. Creepy kid. Blind rage would be a mistake, I think. Sudden shock is quick, or keen vigilance, slow but tough, and I'd be able to see and hear most of what was going on. Heart-shaped pupil. Is that the one with all the eyes? Creepy kid. That's multifaceted interest. You call yourself a good student? Heart-shaped pupil. I am a good student. Interest and vigilance are the same for you. Creepy kid. Some range of the spectrum as vigilance, but different. It's open and loose. You haven't seen vigilance. Same thing, but focused more and pulled together tight. Think armadillo with ears like a fennec fox and bigger eyes. And claws because it's keen. Heart-shaped pupil. Aw. Creepy kid. Very not aw. Ugh. I added my own thought to the text conversation. Victoria. We want you on sidelines. Fast would be good. Rescue. Evacuate civilians. Heart-shaped pupil. Victoria! Victoria, how are you? Excited? Creepy kid. I can make that one form, but I want to get my hands dirty too. Hands dirty? I paused, thinking about that. Looking back at the conversation, I skimmed things. Chris had contributed more than half of the conversation, going into detail, ideas, plans. I had never seen him quite this engaged. Was it because he was more comfortable online than in person? Or was it because he wanted to get his hands dirty, as he put it? Victoria. Why? Creepy kid. This is why I'm doing this hero team thing. I missed the visit to the Warden HQ because I wasn't at the computer, which was my fault. I need to be a part of this. I didn't reply immediately, instead sitting back, thinking about things, while Kenzie responded, sharing some of the same image she had already sent me as part of the chat. Chris wanted to be a part of this, and the visit to the Warden HQ. He wanted to be part of the big things, the large events, but he didn't care about the rest? Were the big events tied to big emotions? I couldn't understand him. A knock on the front door got my attention. Weld stepped out of the bathroom, towel at one of his hands, and let Crystal in. She had the binder and the bag. She was wearing her bodysuit with a jacket and jeans. The Laser Dream logo on the front, an arrow with a series of lines flowing behind it at a diagonal. "This is so damn heavy, Victoria," she said. "If it was too heavy, you could have left it," I said. I hurried across the living room and down the hallway to reach her, relieving her of the bag. Greetings went around. Sveta stepped out of the washroom, wearing her body again, with a sweatshirt and sweatpants on. Her makeup had been washed off, and the tattoo was clearly visible on her cheekbone. She gave Crystal a hug. "They're preparing for a crisis," Weld said. "I know," Crystal said. "Believe me, I know." We moved to the living room. I set the black cloth shopping bag down and fished inside. "What's in this bag?" Crystal asked. I pulled out some of the costume materials. There were 4 ways to go with a costume. The first was to make it yourself. It leaned heavily on one's own ability, and I wasn't sure I had the ability to keep everything trim while also giving it a unique cut. The second way was to buy it, but that had problems, and a lot of the places and people that offered costume-making services had a way of injecting their own tastes into things, so one of their clients often resembled another. The third was to have someone else handle that for you, working for the like of the wards or the wardens and leaving it up to the branding department. Not an option for me. The fourth was to mix and match. I'd taken a small shortcut. I'd bought black and white versions of the same hooded top, picked for the slanted cut around the collar, shoulders, and the more sleeves. I could cut one up and use it to apply trim to the other and know the cut would match. Then I'd apply the additional elements that would make it a costume. I was going to do some sewing to keep my hands busy while I read up on things, but plans changed. Cloth isn't that heavy. What else is that makes it so heavy? Crystal asked. Spare stuff from Dad, I said. I pulled out some equipment. It was the right kind of material, all in a matte gunmetal, but the texture was all wrong. Dad was flashbang, and the armor panels, mask, straps, and guards were all in the style of a grooved grenade exterior. I'd always thought it was a dumb theme when most flashbangs were smooth exterior canisters. I was thinking I could maybe get you to trim it, Crystal. Sear off the knobby bits and leave just the panel of armor. I haven't quite worked the process out. I can do that. What look do you want? Weld asked. I grabbed the binder and began flipping through it. Costume notes and ideas. There are years of geeking out in that binder, for the record, Crystal said. Sveta collapsed into the seat next to me, looking at the art I'd picked out for references and ideas. I found pages, opened the binder to retrieve them, and then closed it so I could fish for more. Hood, layered long sleeves I can remove as needed for weather, fingerless gloves with decoration, metal decoration at the front and edges of the hood, like this image here, spikes, like my old tiara, but at the shoulder, decorating edges of the hood and at the breastplate, which would be structured on a basic level, just like this image. The breastplate was flat, with only a slight curve to deflect blows. A matching briefer plate rested against the collarbone and upper breast, the bottom part overlapping and sticking up slightly. A bit of a warrior angel, Weld said, turning one picture around so it was right side up for him. Without the wings, yeah, maybe, I said. Sweetie, no, Crystal said. You're one of the very few capes who can get away with a breastplate that shows off the assets because you have the force field. You don't have to be pervy about it, because that's a whole different kind of cape, but a costume should make more of what you are. I rolled my eyes at her. It would be utterly criminal if I let you do that, she said. I shook my head. If any kids end up looking up to me, or if any became heroes, I don't want them thinking that kind of armor is okay. It's asking to get hurt. It's still way better than a bodysuit, and we've been wearing those for years, Crystal said. I like the idea of armor. I intend to get up close and personal, and my defenses won't always be up. I know that, Crystal said. I can see it. But you shouldn't hide in your costume. It shouldn't bury you. I've said the same to... I've said it often enough before. She'd said the same to Amy. I hadn't missed the fact that Amy had worn a hood as part of her costume. Maybe I'd go with black cloth, applying the white trim rather than the inverse. I think Victoria should dress the way she wants, Sveta said. So do I, Crystal said. But I also think sometimes friends and family need to steer you a bit. I don't see it as hiding, I said. That's not the reasoning or logic. I want the costume to have weight, while still being form-fitting at the torso and arms. Layers, armor, the hood. Breaking from the norm is important because it makes an impact. Most of the time, you see a cape and a hood, and you naturally glance beneath, and there's a gimmick keeping the face beneath from being seen. Another mask, or power-generated shadow, or something else. They'll just see me, glaring or smiling, but it could have more impact when they do. No mask? Crystal asked. I thought about it. I might have one for protective reasons, for intense situations or cold weather, but it's not me. Okay, she said. Spikes, Weld said. You want me to do those? And the breastplate? I don't have a breastplate, I said. Just the extra pads. I can blend them into each other. The The shiny coating will be pretty thin, though. I have stuff of my own.
Please, I said. That'd be amazing.
Sveta bumped her shoulder into mine.
See? It was so good you came.
You sound more like Kenzie than yourself right now.
This is good. People, we collaborate.
I need more information on the spikes before I do the rough shape, Weld said. You made notes on this. 5 spikes at the shoulder, uneven?
Rays more than spikes, I said. They space out, 4 and then 1 shorter. Minor gap between the 4 and 1.
Any reason for the short one? Weld asked.
Symmetry, I said. It curves in, so it's more toward the front of the shoulder, and it leads into more of the same at the breastplate decoration.
No? I asked. I'll trust your instincts, he said. I can work faster if I heat the metal up. I'm going to go set up the forge.
Why barbecue when you can use lasers? Crystal asked.
Lasers are great. We can collab and gossip like schoolgirls while these two work out their business.
My schoolgirl impression leaves a lot to be desired, Weld said.
Crystal grinned. But barbecue sounds good, while we're on the subject. I was tempted here with food and promises of a chance to tease my cousin.
Ah, right. I tend to forget because I don't eat much, Weld said.
Wait. Promises of what? I asked. Implied promises, at least, she said. I can order in, Sveta said. We can do the teasing later. You guys laugh, but I can fire back just as hard. I look forward to it, Crystal said.
They headed over to the door that led out into the backyard and the brick patio, collecting a few of the components, and paused at the door. A kid, about 5 or 6, was at the glass door. His mouth was pressed to the glass and he was exhaling, so his cheeks puffed out and the inside of his mouth was in plain view.
He's one of the kids from next door, Sveta said. We don't use the backyard much, since Weld tears it up and I have a harder time walking on grass. Sometimes they say hi.
Open sesame, Weld called out. The kid hurried to obey. He milled around Weld and Crystal as they got themselves organized outside. Crystal set up a force field to keep the kid at bay while starting to heat up the metal. The kid seemed fascinated by the field. Sveta and I remained on the couch, watching Weld, Crystal, and the kid through the glass.
It's nice having the kids around, Sveta said. Annoying sometimes, but mostly nice.
Yeah. Do you do much with them?
We babysit. I have art in my room that I got from them. I gave them some back. I think it's important, reaching out, having that human connection, having people have good experiences with us.
Absolutely, I said.
5 spikes, 1 shorter and set apart. Is it a hand?
Sveta asked. Her voice was quiet, for me alone.
A dangerous hand?
Yeah, a bit, I said. A bit of the sun, glory, crown of the Statue of Liberty motif, but the hands are... yeah.
Why?
Because sooner or later, people are going to find out about my force field. It might be a certain power interaction. It might be dust in the air or rain streaming down it. Maybe a person looks through a tinker lens and sees it. I'll make my uneasy peace with it first. I want to own that side of myself, at least a little, before that happens.
What were you about to call it before you stopped yourself?
I hesitated. The wretch.
Is it a wretch? It's strong, isn't it? I was thinking about it, and how you carried Kenzie's box. You used straps.
More about where it comes from than what it is, I said.
Mine is anxiety and instinct, Sveta said. If you ever want, I can tell you some things that Mrs. Yamada taught me. But try to figure out what it's doing first, then figure out how to work around it.
Thanks, I said. Looking for a bit of an escape or out, I reached for the binder and shifted its position on the table.
Owning it sounds like a good start. That's the last I'll say until you ask. Now, tell me, do you have anything in here to help inspire my costume?
I have so much in here for your costume, I said, smiling at least in part due to my relief that conversation was over. Sveta and Weld's place had been tidy before, but it was something else by the time the next knock on the door came. Costume pieces, straps, cut cloth, paper bowls of clearly recycled paper with inauthentic Chinese food within, metal, costume notes, and 2 laptops. Weld had put his music on. He had an eclectic taste, and the current song was, as close as I could place it, rock with one of the 2 vocalists using throat singing. Tristan entered, carrying his bag over one shoulder. Natalie followed him in. "Who's this?" Crystal asked me. "Natalie, the paralegal, and Tristan, the teammate." "I like Tristan's choice in colors," Crystal said. I didn't get a chance to respond, because Tristan and Natalie joined us in the living room. "Crystal, we didn't meet," Tristan said. "I was watching on camera while you visited Cedar Point." "I love the hair," Crystal said. "I like the color, too. I have a soft spot for boys who are brave enough to dye their hair. If only you were a bit older." "I'm flattered," Tristan said. "Those aren't the boys I tend to go after myself, but my dating life isn't very alive either." "Ah, is that so?" Crystal asked. "Here, come sit. I think there's a clear space somewhere here." "Costume stuff, apparently, and we've got the Munchkins on the screen," Tristan observed. He bent down and waved for the camera that was built into the corner of the laptop. A tiny Kenzie waved back. Chris existed only in text. "And this is Natalie." I introduced Natalie. I wasn't wholly sure why she was here, but Tristan had wanted to invite her, and I wasn't about to object if he was trying another way to get her more on board. Mom recommended her. "Natalie, this is Crystal, my cousin." "Pleasure," Crystal said, half standing to extend a hand. Natalie shook it and gave Crystal a tight smile back. Crystal gave me a momentary glance as she sat back down. "I'm sorry we're such a mess right now," Sveta said. "The apartment is usually nicer." "I totally understand," Natalie said. "Don't worry." "Food," Weld said. "Help yourself, please. Sveta doesn't eat much, and it'll go to waste otherwise. I think we kept track of one of the ones I ate from and put him away." "Why does it matter?" Tristan asked. "I don't have much sense of smell or taste. We've been exploring, and we're getting further afield, trying things that are not so good for flesh and blood." "We started with capsaicin and citric acid concentrate," Sveta said. "Among other things," Weld said. "We'll find something," Sveta said. "Hoping so. If it tastes funny, don't keep eating it," Weld said. "I think we removed all the dishes I tried." "I'll pass, thank you," Natalie said. Tristan sat down on the floor next to Crystal, grabbing a spare bowl, before portioning out contents. "Any more word from our absentee?" I asked. "Nothing except a string of seemingly random words left in case he disappears for good. It's cryptic enough it would take some trying to find him, which I think is what he intends." "It might be a good thing," Crystal said, "if they're after him." "Tactically, yes, but he's a friend. He told me almost everything," Tristan said. "Not this." I looked at the screen of the computer. Wrapping my fingers against the edge of the laptop twice, I said, "C says it's unusual for our missing member to use something that cryptic. He's not wrong." "There's a lot of unusual happening with him lately. I don't know what conclusions to draw from that," Tristan said. "He gives himself a hard time because he doesn't realize that he has a lot of inner strength and a lot of general talents the rest of us don't have. I think he's capable enough to come out of this intact, barring the worst-case scenarios." "I worry about the people around him, too," I said. "I do too," Sveta said. She held out her arm while Weld checked the fit of a different arm encasement. His finger drawn to a point, he raked it along the metal to mark a part that needed fixing. "We'll figure this out," Tristan said. "How did the talk go?" I asked, looking between Tristan and Natalie. "Natalie and I covered the events of the day," Tristan said. "Byron is loaning me time so I can do more. He'll help some tomorrow, too. He's not up for the hero thing, but this is serious enough that he's on board. We're a little more divided on tomorrow." "Thank you, Byron," I said. "As for tomorrow, Natalie, maybe you could take a look at the proposal for the Wardens?" I turned my laptop around for her. She took a seat on the ground to read it, no longer standing and hovering around like she didn't know what to do with herself. On the screen of Sveta's laptop, Kenzie was elbow-deep in electronics, unable to type. No recent messages from Chris. Just about everyone had their costumes ready. Kenzie was going to equip Chris with some projectors. 2 major groups of capes, I said. The Fallen aren't to be messed with. They were a minor nuisance for years, with some bad stuff going on in the background, with kidnappings, murders, mutilations of minorities, Case 53s included, and a lot of low-level terrorist or attention-grabbing stunts. The group we're focusing on now, I believe, are the Mathers. Each of the major branches took an Endbringer as a theme, and the Mathers took the Simurgh. The kidnappings were their thing, Weld said. Back in Bet, they would go after isolated capes, ages 16 to 25. These capes would be married into the family. 13 incidents over 7 years. 3 of the kidnapping victims stayed. 3 died. The rest escaped, were released, or were freed by PRT intervention. The PRT tried to go after them, but they moved frequently and they had anti-thinker measures in place. It stands to reason they still have them, I said, because Rain had been hiding among them. Stands to reason, Tristan said. Look-see, that means you keep cameras off of the Fallen unless we give the all-clear. We don't know if it goes through cameras, and your cameras are weird enough it might be more dangerous. Kenzie took her hands off her work to type. Protests, it seemed. We'll present our situation to the Wardens, and we'll do what we can to get them on board. Whether we get them or not, we'll have some priorities, small-scale and big, and they'll be what we default to if we're caught in the moment. May I? Tristan asked, scooting over and shifting the laptop so it was at a middle ground where both he and Natalie could read it. Natalie gave him an annoyed look. You wrote them down. Good. I leaned forward. This attack on the Fallen? It's villains looking for validation and a chance to show their stuff, and a lot of natural and justified hate for the Fallen. They're an acceptable target, and the Hollow Point group wants to show they're a force unto themselves. Part of the group will be going after our teammate, unfortunately, and we can't control that directly, but he's not the focus of the larger group. We'll trust him, that he knows what he's doing if he's hiding, Tristan said. We have to, your buddy Chris says, Crystal said. I was gracefully avoiding mentioning that, Chris, Tristan said. I went on. Depending on how the scenario unfolds, we may need to evacuate bystanders. The Hollow Point group is attacking the compound. They arrived in cars. They had low-tier members out gassing up the cars for a trip, so we can assume they'll drive and they'll arrive at the compound taking action from there. They'll probably split up, with teams that know each other sticking together. Factions within the group, Sveta said. Already some infighting. Yep. I emailed people my last draft of the document. It covers the groups to expect. Read it tonight or early tomorrow. In a big engagement, we can't just throw ourselves into the skirmish and hope things will resolve themselves, I said. Tristan is more comfortable managing the group in the heat of a fight, I think. I can give the bird's-eye view, and I'll communicate what I can. If I can't solve an emerging problem myself, I'll try to give directions to those who can. Are the younger members of the group participating? Natalie asked. Not directly, I said. We talked about it. We'll do the same as we did in Cedar Point yesterday. Look-see as toolbox. If she participates, it'll be as a projection, and we'll keep her removed from the Fallen. She focuses more on the Hollow Point group. C runs interference. Text from Look-see, Crystal reported. She says her mom can drop her off with her projector. That's an adorable image. A cape being dropped off by a parent. Not so adorable, Tristan said. She wants to know if you can carry her projector in. You're the one carrying it, Tristan said to me. Not in, I said. We'll bring it and keep it near our retreat, so we have a point to fall back to. All right. What does Look-see think? She says that's fine, Crystal said. The focus in big engagements is to identify the points we can change and act on them, I said. Rescue and civilians will be a continuous one. Natalie moved the laptop, turning it toward Tristan. You're done?
I asked. I read it. I didn't get into the list of capes, but I read about the ones in charge. And? I think the justifications for getting involved are sound. That depends on what the Wardens say, mind you. If they don't agree, I don't agree either. It does seem to me, however, that it seems like the kind of thing where heroes are very badly needed. I hope you get their help. Thank you, I said. I don't think the younger members of the group should be involved.
Look-see will be more or less remote, Tristan said. Creepy Kid will be venturing in only when we give the A-OK.
As sudden shock and deep reflection?
I guess, Tristan said.
If the youth guard were active, they'd say no, Natalie said.
Can you mute the laptop so they don't hear? Tristan asked.
Crystal covered the microphone on the laptop with her hand.
Natalie, Tristan said. If the youth guard were active, they'd say no, and the kids would get involved anyway. That was a thing that happened in my experience.
Oh man, my brother and I gave everyone headaches, Crystal said. Our grades dropped, and our parents were told we had to give up the costumes for a few months until we pulled them back up. Our parents, the youth guard, even the PRT was asked to keep an eye out for us. We were scoundrels.
Right? Tristan asked.
Crystal took her hand away from the microphone. Both Chris and Kenzie were protesting at length about being deafened for that segment of conversation, with lines of chat appearing so fast they were hard to read. Kenzie seemed to mostly enjoy joining her voice to Chris's. I've given my advice. They're members of the team, Sveta said. We'll keep them safe. Natalie pursed her lips, but didn't say anything. Let's talk about major objectives, I said. On the small scale, we help the civilians. Pulling away from that, there are a few worst-case scenarios here. Major objectives, I said. Containment, control, resolution. It was late, and the light from the windows were dark. The administration in charge of the Wardens were sitting at the tables in front of us, to our left and to our right. Chevalier and Valkyrie were present, sitting directly in front of me. Legend's seat was empty. I saw the nameplate for Chief Armstrong, white-haired with a very pronounced chin and a crooked nose. He looked more like a mad scientist or a quirky grandfather than a major figure in the Cape scene. Some of them had laptops or tablets. Chevalier was one of them. He'd taken off his gold and silver helmet and wore a cloth mask beneath. Not his serious armor set. Valkyrie was in full costume, helmet on, and had no technology. She did have a specter standing just behind her right shoulder, a man with a hazy silhouette. I wore my costume. The white decorative trim on the black fabric was missing, and I planned more ornamentation for my gloves, but the rest was intact. Spires of gold, like my old tiara, stood up at my shoulders, the middle center of my breastplate, and decorated the armor around my legs and on my gloves. The decoration at my forehead was a weight that kept my hood down, and my hair draped out over my right shoulder. A protective mask hung from my belt, the curved surface resting around the curve of my thigh. I'd don it if there was danger, and if I didn't need to speak. The costume had a weight to it. It felt almost right.
Talk to me about containment, Chevalier said.
The worst-case scenarios here are that this becomes a problem for the city, I said. If the Fallen lose but aren't wiped out, precedent suggests they'll hit back harder. We could expect guerrilla tactics throughout the city, terror attacks, and a hit against Cedar Point in particular. The area that has been colloquially named Hollow Point, a woman said.
Yes, ma'am,
Capricorn answered. We'll be operating from the perimeter, because getting into the thick of the situation would be beyond our abilities. Part of our aim will be to keep Fallen from splintering away to regroup and lash out. We'll have a tinker trap waiting on the main road outside of the area, and we'll have eyes on the logging roads.
Does this perimeter extend to containing the villains of Hollow Point? A man in a suit asked. If they rush in, does this tinker trap them there?
I looked to my left, where Capricorn stood in his armor,
then to my right, where Sveta was. She'd donned some decorative additions. As I wore spikes that echoed the wretch's hands, Sveta wore armor that curved and curled away. Kenzie was workshopping and had an earlier bedtime. Chris had wanted to come, but we hadn't been able to get him in costume, and having him around and uncostumed wasn't a good look when we wanted to present our best face. He'd been a little upset. "We debated that," Capricorn ventured. "Our instinct is that Cedar Point's villains would get desperate if they were trapped on hostile territory. That would risk civilian well-being. The trapped is a soft deterrent more than anything else. We think we'd let them go rather than try to force it, but we decided we'd leave that up to you, should the Wardens decide to get involved." "Then we will get back to you with our thoughts should we decide to get involved," the man said. Tristan ducked his head in acknowledgement. "Control," Chevalier said. "The document we sent you outlines a few priority targets to watch out for. In the old days, their wiki pages would have had warnings. Our focus is more on Cedar Point than on the Fallen, because we have an incomplete picture of the latter. These people are more likely to hurt civilians, and they're likely to escalate the situation. If we can target them and remove them from the picture, we will. We have a contact keeping an eye on them already." "We should supply what we have on this group of Fallen," Chevalier said, "whether or not we get involved. I think we lose very little by rounding out your knowledge there." He checked with others and got nods of affirmation. I felt my heart skip a beat. Whether they agreed or not, they weren't saying no. They weren't telling us to go away and mind our own business. "Thank you," I said once I found the words. Capricorn spoke up. "Our goal with Control is to keep an eye out for anything that would make the situation that much worse. If we take out or hamper these problem elements, the situation is free to wind down. If we don't, there's a risk it perpetuates, and that's something we want to avoid." "Resolution, then," Chevalier said. I was so glad I'd outlined things as Weld suggested, with clear objectives and scenario outlined in the first few pages. Chevalier was really using them as guideposts, picking up whenever nobody else was talking, keeping the meeting running smoothly. "What resolution do you want?" "We want a resolution," I said. "If this ends and the Fallen aren't wiped out, they'll hit back. The city suffers. If it ends and they are wiped out, Cedar Point is going to become something more pronounced. We'll want to be mindful of who is in play, and who might take charge of that." "As things come closer to a conclusion, we may take a role," Capricorn said. "If we're strong enough, and if we have the resources, we could clean up those who are left." "That's a stretch," Sveta said. She hadn't said much, but I had the impression she was intimidated by the room. "We focus on civilians first. We'd need a lot of firepower before we can think about handling that kind of cleanup." "We're not in a position to give you a lot of firepower," Chevalier said, emphasizing lot. "Valkyrie cannot engage that group of Fallen, and I'm tied up elsewhere with diplomatic roles. Many other Wardens and subordinate teams are busy. Advance Guard is on standby. We'll ask them to assist you."
"I don't want them,"
I thought. "We have junior Wardens as well. They'll assist. We'll let them know tonight and they'll be at your disposal tomorrow." Them I wanted. It meant Weld. It meant potential others, who I knew and very much respected. "Thank you," Tristan said, my voice and Sveta's only a bit behind his. "You're right about this. We knew something was stirring, but we didn't have the impression it was this bad. I've been keeping updated on the Fallen. I can't promise it's accurate, but you should know the families interact. There may be one or more of the Crowley sub-branches present. They also associate with various biker gangs, the various racist factions, and other religious villain groups and ideologues. Be prepared for any of them." "Yes, sir," Tristan said. "In case of emergency, if you find you're in over your head, leave. Retreat. Wash your hands of it. Your lives come first." Sveta and I nodded, as Tristan said, "Yes, sir," again. "I think those are my thoughts," Chevalier said. "Any further comments? Anyone?" Some heads shook. Others were silent. He fixed his eyes on us. Any final thoughts? Concerns? Anything not in this document we should know, or anything you've learned since writing it? There were a few somethings in the document we hadn't mentioned or outlined in full. We'd mentioned Rain, though not by name, as only a contact in the Fallen, who might or might not have been compromised. I'd detailed how we had someone, Ashley, acting on our behalf in Cedar Point, and how we might have Rain in the Fallen camp when we took action. It would give us more control over the situation, if we had that information and those levers to pull. We could have said more about Rain, and we hadn't. Rescuing him was a mission statement. We hadn't said one word about the therapy group, or our individual issues and crises. Much as I'd wondered if I should mention my time in the hospital during job interviews or when applying to teams, I'd been left the question of it here, standing before the committee. I could be honest, say something, and they almost certainly wouldn't let us do this. I could have mentioned my background when applying to teams, and I would have had even worse luck joining them. Or I could stay silent. "No," Sveta said. Her voice was soft in what someone else might have mistaken for timidity. I knew she was nervous, but I didn't think it was timidity. She was thinking the same thing I was. "No, sir," Tristan said with confidence. "No," I said, adding my lie to theirs. Arc 5, Shadow, Chapter 7. It was an overcast day. Our nights were dark with the city power rationed and most apartments and businesses left unlit, and emerging from that to a day where the sun couldn't shine through had an effect on the mood of the megalopolis. I was fully in costume, and I was surrounded by people who weren't. New Haven wasn't the closest settlement to the Fallen camp, but it was close enough that people were bound to pass through. It was the time of afternoon where everyone who had work was working, too late for lunch, too early to end the workday. There were still people at the coffee shop, favoring very relaxed clothing. Some were students, part of one block or another, with no work for them for the moment. Most were keeping an eye on me. Image was so important. I had my hood down because it was large and heavy enough to be warm, and I didn't want sweat in my eyes later when it mattered. Having the hood down and the metal mask at my belt meant that I could present a fairly friendly face. The coffee shop was somewhat industrial in feel, with a floor of poured concrete that had been altered after pouring to give it a look very similar to wooden floorboards. The bottom half of the employees' counter and the counters that jutted out from the walls with stools lined up beneath them were more concrete. Everything else was wood. I waited in line like everyone else, encouraging the woman in front of me to stay in line when she offered to let me cut ahead. It could have been fear, respect, or help. Free coffee for the cop or feeling the pressure of a parahuman standing behind her. There were looks from people who were clearly bothered by my being around. There wasn't much I could do about that. On the other side of the coin, one of the teenagers who weren't in school was trying to surreptitiously take a picture of me with his phone, which I noticed because the girl sitting next to him kept jostling him and trying to get him to put it down. Interest of the positive but borderline troubling sort. I was reminded to check my phone. Kenzie was only a little way away, and was messaging to ask where to meet. It looked like Tristan had it handled. The woman in front of me finished collecting her order. 2 boxes of donuts and other assorted breakfast desserts stacked on top of one another and tied with twine, and 1 thing of coffees, plastic with 4 cup holders, and a handle in the middle. I already had a soft drink, and I wedged it between the coffees before packing it all up. "Are there others in town?" the barista asked.
Others. Capes. We're passing through, I said. I keyed my voice to be audible by others. We were close enough to the Fallen camp it wasn't out of the question that they would have people planted here to keep an eye out for trouble. Okay. A lot of the ones who show up cause problems. That would be because this area of the city was relatively close to this group of the Fallen. There was another that was even closer to them, but it was small and somewhat disconnected from the city. A few houses, a gas station that doubled as a hardware supply and grocery store, and a dentist's. Here, at least, there was a place to watch movies. I could imagine Rain's peers piling into cars and driving into the town, and the headaches that no doubt followed. I'm more interested in solutions than problems, I said. She smiled slightly. Her eye flicked to the next customer, and I took that as my cue to get out of the line. Have a nice day, I said. As I turned around, the teenager at the one table put his phone down. His female friend looked unimpressed with him. Want a photo? I asked him. No. He does, the girl said, sounding as displeased as she'd looked. Here, I said. I put the donuts and coffee down on an empty chair of their table. I stepped back a bit, then flew, so my toe was barely touching the ground. My other leg bent slightly. I turned my body so the white gold color of my breastplate would catch the light coming in through the window. I put my hood up, and the ornament at the peak of the hood with rays forking up slapped my forehead. I'd need to figure out something to do about that. He had his phone up by the time I settled into my pose, both hands on my hood, the parallel spikes that extended up from my shoulder now pointing back. Got it, he said. Thanks. Can I see? I asked. He showed me. Is something happening? He asked. Somewhere else, I said. I've got a ways to go to get there, though. Not technically a lie. Who are you? He asked. I'm figuring that out, I said, but I'm thinking I'll name myself after a star. Cool, he said. And I should get this to my people, I said, dropping out of my flight and rapping a finger on the lid of my cup. You take care. You too, he said, a grin passing over his face. He nudged his friend. See, told you it wasn't a big deal. Could have been, she said. She shot me a smile. Sorry about him. Bye. I winked at her before collecting my things and heading for the door. It was stupid, and people had probably been rolling their eyes at me in there, but I was left smiling. I liked being in costume again. I kicked off of the ground and flew skyward. The others would be arriving. Friendly faces. Some unfriendly ones. New Haven was our meeting place. There was a portal here, and it was one I was familiar with. If I didn't want to go through the portal in New Brockton, but I wanted to go to Brockton Bay, this had been the most convenient option. It had been where the patrol block passed through and focused most of its work. Speaking of, I found my place in the town and spotted the bus. New paint, some windows covered up rather than replaced, but it was the bus. I flew to it, timing my landing so I landed next to it while it was at a stop sign. The door opened with an agonized sound that suggested some repairs still needed to be done. Jasper was in the front seat. Hi, I said. A hand covered in coarse hair appeared from the side, giving a wave, and I poked my head in to see. Gilpatrick was sitting in the seat just in front of the stairs. Bald, bushy eyebrows, hairy arms, and patrol outfit. I gave him a small wave back. Hi, Jasper said. You look way different. Should we get out? Gilpatrick asked. Not unless you have questions, I said. You got the documents? Yep, Gilpatrick said. New Haven Patrol is already at the location. Others are still out to arrive. We'll coordinate and figure out where we need to go once everyone's here. Don't take the main road north or east. Take the dirt road to go east instead of the highway. The road you want to go down doesn't have a name. Just turn northward at the Giant Cow. Giant Cow?
Jasper asked. Wood. Someone had to be the first to build a giant cow, I guess, I said. In a time when resources are scarce and we need to do all the building we can, someone built a giant cow? Jasper asked. Let it go, Gilpatrick said. Here, I said. I stepped into the bus, put the box down, and used one of the back-swept spikes of metal on my glove to cut the twine. I handed Gilpatrick the box. Thank you. Stay safe, I said. Hey, before you go, Jasper said. He adjusted his sleeve. Don't, someone said behind him. His sleeve up, he turned around to show me. A playing card with a jester's cap on it. Jester was spelled out beneath. Everyone's giving me shit about it, he said, but he smiled. You actually did it, I said. You like it? Yeah. Then that's what's important. He smiled. Yeah. Are they calling you Jester like you wanted? They have to, don't they? He asked, still smiling. Yes, they do. Don't encourage him, Gilpatrick said. Get in touch after, okay? We'll chat about how it went. Catch up. Will do. Thanks for everything, I said. Anytime. I collected the remaining box of donuts and the tray of coffee. I flew back and out of the door of the bus rather than back down the stairs. The door was still closing, screeching shut, as Jester put the bus into motion. The patrol would be part of our extended perimeter. Evacuating the citizens and containing the problem to just the fallen camp were almost mutually exclusive things. We couldn't let people go without risking that they'd cause trouble elsewhere. We'd funnel them into the patrol block. It'd be 3 buses or vans filled with young men and women. All would be 17 and older, uniformed, with guns and some semblance of an idea of what to do. There would be instructors, many of whom were ex-PRT, and many graduates. The others had already gathered, situating themselves in a parking lot with a boarded construction of a store partially blocking them from view. Kenzie had arrived, and laid down at the back of the van, helmet off, legs bent at the knee and dangling over the bumper. A woman that was very clearly her mother stood a few feet away, her back to the open van door. Tristan, Sveta, and Chris were there, standing a distance away. Only Chris was uncostumed. He wore a beige sweatshirt with the hood up and jeans. The sash he kept with him for wearing in costume was wrapped around his shoulders like a scarf. I landed. There you are, Tristan said. I spotted Gilpatrick. 2 of our 4 truckloads of patrol guys are here. The other 2 are on schedule, I think. Are those donuts? Chris asked. And coffees, with 1 soft drink, I said. I handed over the box, giving Chris his soft drink. I distributed the coffees, giving 1 to Sveta and 1 to Tristan. Kenzie pulled on her helmet and jumped out of the back of the van, running past her mother. You sure you don't want a drink? I asked Kenzie. I'd asked in earlier phone conversation. Have stuff in the car. I looked back toward the car, the van, and made eye contact with Mrs. Martin. Steel rings at the back of Mrs. Martin's head kept her dreads away from her face in a deliberately messy style. The metal of the rings a contrast to the hair and the skin that was closer to real black than brown. A series of steel bangles hung from her neck and 1 wrist, carrying on the aesthetic. She wore an amazing bohemian-style top, predominantly red, the pattern detailed, the fabric as light and loose as it could be without floating off of her. The sleeves were cut so they technically stopped at the elbow, but the excess fabric at the bottom edge of the sleeve was such that it grazed the skin of her legs, beneath her shorts. Her sandals were stamped straps of red leather that went from her toes to encircle her ankle, red on black skin. She was young enough she might well have been a teenager when she had Kenzie. Clearly fashionable, she was slim, and she had more poise than some superheroes I knew. Put all of those things aside, and she could have been any parent at a PTA meeting, with stress lines in her face that didn't match her age, and a rather normal face beneath her very striking makeup. "Mrs. Martin?" I asked.
"Irene,"
she said.
"Hi, Irene. I'm Victoria."
I smiled and put out my hand to shake hers. She didn't shake mine so much as she put her fingers in my palm. A little bit at a loss of what to do, I shook it as best as I could. She took it in stride. A bit of a diva. "I love this," she said. She brushed her fingers down the front of my breastplate, then plucked at the fabric of my sleeve.
"It's new. Made it yesterday."
"In one day?"
"Kind of. It was a group effort." "We added to my suit, too,"
Sveta said. Kenzie's mother gave Sveta a careful look. Sveta's body had curls and sweeping lines extending up from the shoulder, out from the elbow, and out of the collar of her top, which was more of a costume top than her other clothes. All had been painted.
"It's good work,"
Kenzie's mother said.
"My mom is kind of an artist,"
Kenzie said, as she came back from the donut box, 2 donuts in hand.
"She works with my dad right now. She does interior decorating. She makes houses look nice for sale. Dad sells them, and she helps the families find the kinds of things they want after they buy."
"I'm an aesthete, not an artist," Kenzie's mom said. "I appreciate others' work and do what I can to make others appreciate those works. I can't create much of my own."
"Aesthete,"
Kenzie said.
"Got it. Do you want a donut, Mom?"
"No,"
her mother said.
"You mean no thank you?"
Kenzie said. Her mother gave her a look.
"Manners, please,"
Kenzie said.
"We're with my friends. Don't embarrass me."
Irene Martin clapped her hands together, sharp, and turned to me with a smile.
"I don't want to fight. Are we going to get this machine out of the back?"
A part of me wanted to address the aborted conversation, but Tristan jumped in before I could. "I gave it a shot, Victoria, but I'm far from being strong enough," Tristan said. I glanced at Kenzie, who smiled. I decided to let the subject drop.
"I strapped it up before I wheeled it in," Kenzie said. "I hope that helps."
"It does," I said. "Out of the way."
They stood back.
"I hope you like the costume I made for us," I thought, as I released the wretch.
As far as I could understand it, I was effectively wearing clothing with room for 3 of me. Too many sleeves, too many pants legs. I was putting my hands through 2 sleeves into the matching gloves, and I had the benefit of the strength. If I was quick, I could do things before the other arms and legs started moving about around me, in front of me, behind me. I hauled it back as smoothly as I could. The others backed away more as I brought the large cube out onto the ground. Mrs. Martin adjusted the back of the van to fix the ramp. She turned around.
"You have what you need?"
Kenzie climbed onto the back and came out with some smaller cases. She put both donuts into her mouth, biting down into them to hold them, so her hands were free enough that she could pull 3 straps over her head. She retrieved the donuts.
"Yes."
Her mother shut the van door.
"I won't be home for dinner, probably,"
Kenzie said.
"Will you need another ride?"
"Probably not. I'll make my own way back. I'll be late. You and Dad can have a date night or something."
Irene Martin didn't respond to that. She glanced at the other members of the group.
"It's just a suggestion,"
Kenzie said.
"You wouldn't tell me what this is, but it's serious, isn't it?"
Kenzie groaned.
"Is it?"
"It's pretty serious."
"Will I get a phone call tonight telling me you're in the hospital?"
Kenzie groaned louder.
"Go! Thank you for the ride. Enjoy your day. Enjoy time with Dad, okay? You don't have me around to bother you."
Irene Martin threw her hands up. Kenzie gave her a push, and Irene walked around to the driver's side. She turned around there.
"Victoria?"
"Yes?"
"You could come over for dinner some night."
"Yes,"
Kenzie said. She did a double take between her mom and me, then turned to me and said, "You could." I started. I wanted to connect to the team, help them, and divine any underlying crises or subterfuge. It was the first time I'd seen the two of them even remotely on the same page. It seemed fine. Sure. Kenzie pumped both fists. Irene Martin pulled away. I turned to face the other members of the group. Tristan, Sveta, and Chris were very different people, and all faced me with expressions of alarm and horror.
Yes, awesome, Kenzie said as she joined the group, depositing her things. I can show you my main workshop. We could have a great dinner. My parents are top-notch cooks. Do you like pasta?
I do, yes.
There's a dish I love, and we haven't had it in months because I couldn't find a good place for Italian sausage. But I did the research on my own and found one place with good reviews. I could ask my mom to make it. Oh, and you like cape stuff. I have some magazines, and if you want them for your collection, we could collab.
Chris approached.
My mom seemed to like you a lot. I haven't ever known her to do that before. A lot of people...
Chris took Kenzie's hand. Her eyes lit up as she kept talking.
Seem to like her a lot. She's a charmer, but she hasn't invited...
He maneuvered the donut Kenzie was holding into her mouth.
I never thought before,
Kenzie said, around the donut. Don't talk while you eat, Chris said. You'll choke. Kenzie nodded. Let's focus on the mission, Chris said. Kenzie nodded. Tristan provided the update on where things stood. Advance guard is here. They didn't want to meet. They'll go to the north end of the compound and work south from there. The Wardens' backup are running late. Transportation issues.
And Rain?
I asked.
No update,
Sveta said.
Ashley? One message. She saw the clairvoyants getting ready and she took the opportunity to send something. She's on her way. Beast of Burden and his group are participating, but they're not cooperating with Prancer's group. They'll be independent and it sounds like they're out for blood.
Let's get this thing situated while we still have a chance, I said. A convoy of vehicles traveled down the highway. The cars ranged from the sleek and black to the ones that hadn't weathered the end of the world so well. Kenzie's camera tracked them. There were several pickups, and some members of the various factions stood on the backs of the pickups, hair or capes flapping in the wind. One pickup had Moose in the back, with Etna sitting in front of him. Another had Beast of Burden, who was heavy enough the truck couldn't bring others. He wasn't huge, but the armor had heft, and the back of the truck rode low to the ground. Ashley was sitting in the passenger window of a vehicle, one of the three rustier, more worn-out vehicles in Beast of Burden's convoy. One hand maintained her grip, so she could have her head and upper body outside the vehicle, hand out in the wind, hair flapping in the wind behind her. Behind them, 4 mutant dogs the size of cars were running at a speed that kept up with the cars. They were meat and armor plates, with no rhyme or rhythm, for the most part. We weren't in a position to zoom in or get any detailed looks, but I knew from past experience that up close, the meat would look something between raw meat from an animal that had just been flayed and the scale of a crocodile, dark and condensed down. One of the dogs, the one Bitch rode, was different from the others, symmetrical, leaner. There were other cameras, but with only laptops to go by, we didn't have a lot of screen real estate to go between them. I hit the spacebar on the keyboard of my laptop. The camera switched to an overhead view of the dirt road outside the Fallen compound. We had the information on the Fallen the Wardens had provided. The address was one part of it. We also had some notes on the parahumans within. A lot of them were strong. Nobody was emerging from the Fallen's area. There were no visits to the nearby town with its gas station, no visits to New Haven, and nobody going to work. Kenzie's cube was off to the side of the road, set in a ditch surrounded by tall grass. I'd dropped straight in and flown straight up and out to minimize any scent trails and tracks. I hit the spacebar again. The patrol. They were settled at the edge of the woods, gathered in small groups that formed a loose line. Vehicles were parked, boxes placed on the ground and used as seats. I struck the key once more. Advance Guard were more focused on the mission. Mayday was doing a lot of talking, while Mapright went around touching people. Each person she touched had their eyes flare pink. The organization of the group was interesting to see, with the core members at the middle, others forming a loose ring around them, and the peripheral and utility members, I was assuming, at the very fringes, forming a second ring. I hit spacebar. Back to the first feed. Alt-Tab, and I switched to an overhead map. Advance Guard had sent it to us in a message. It gave a view of the forest and roads, lines struck out for cliffs or other barriers. She'd avoided detailing the settlement itself. We had the details. Thinkers had always avoided scanning for the Mathers family because using a thinker power on or near them had a way of causing severe problems for the thinker. A strapped to a hospital bed screaming kind of severe. I alt-tabbed back to the video. Tattletale either wasn't present or was in a car, not on a dog. I studied the cars until I was pretty sure I recognized the one from the night prior. They're here. I was bewildered on 2 counts. That I heard Tristan's voice, but it sounded off, in a way that made me think someone had died or something had gone wrong. The other half of it was that I thought he meant the villains, Tattletale. Here, somehow at the same time, they were clearly elsewhere, on the video on my laptop. It wasn't Tristan speaking oddly, but Byron speaking normally. His armor was the same general style as Tristan's, but it had a blue tint, and it was scale, not plate, with fins and conch spirals instead of spiraling horns. And it wasn't the villains, who had somehow traveled the rest of the distance. It was the Wardens. I smiled. Good to hear. How are you doing? Nervous. I think the kids are too. The kids were sitting with their backs to the side of the building in progress. Nobody had come into the parking lot since we'd arrived. Kenzie and Chris were chatting. They'd decimated most of a box of 12 donuts between them. Yeah, I said. How much destructive power was packed into those cars with those dogs? How much was packed into the compound of Fallen? I folded up my laptop and slid it into my bag. I deposited it with Kenzie's stuff. Anything I can do? I asked. Do? To help you be less nervous, to make this easier. Byron shook his head. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you being here too, Tristan. I know you've been a part of this since the beginning, but it matters. It matters more that you're willing to make this leap, Byron. I was a hero once. I wasn't that bad at it, Byron said. I don't want kids and innocents to get hurt. I happen to think a big way for kids and innocents to not get hurt is for this team to have never happened. We're doing something good here today, I said. And I'm here, Byron said. He shrugged, and his armor made a sound at the gesture. I didn't have a response for that. I got my things together and beckoned the kids. As we walked beneath the building, Sveta dropped down from the roof, reeling in her arms with enough force she wobbled mid-step. The Wardens were a block away. Narwhal, a big name. She was tall, and her horn exaggerated that fact. Her body was covered in scintillating shards of force field that looked gray-blue in the light from the sky above. Weld was there. He had a bag with him that had to have weighed 100 pounds, gear for a teammate. There were 7 others. They were faces I didn't recognize. And last, but not least, Vista. She had to be 17 now, as old as I'd been when I'd been hospitalized. She'd updated her costume to show the skin she hadn't been able to show as a ward, with legs bare, shoulders and arms uncovered, and she'd dressed up other parts, with new gloves and boots with less cloth and more armor, and a redecoration of the breastplate so it had grooves running through it. There was a texture to her visor, to the point that it just looked like a pane of opaque green glass etched with ripples. She had a scarf loose around her shoulders, more than her neck, which made me think of Miss Militia.
"Hey, little V," I said. "Not so little anymore." "Hey, big V," she said. "What a time to meet, huh? We need to hang out."
"We do, so much," I said. She approached and gave me a hug, the breastplate of her armor clacking against mine. She squeezed me, and I squeezed her back.
"I heard you were better,"
she said, quiet.
"Great to see you,"
I said.
"It seems a lot of other Brockton Bay names are appearing. Tattletale, Rachel, Foyle, the other Undersiders?"
"Yeah," I said. We broke the hug. She gave my arm a pat as she stepped back. Weld clasped my hand. His other arm was already around Sveta.
"You're down for this?"
I asked. "You know I am," Weld said.
"Oh yeah," she said. "Point me at the bad guys. I'll turn their world upside down."
"They'll be here in a minute," I said. Tristan wasn't here, so I was the de facto leader on our side.
"You've read the doc?"
"Yes," Narwhal said.
"Vista, would you do us the honors?"
We weren't far from the edge of New Haven. The surroundings began to distort.
"My cameras!" Luxie cried out. "Ugh! They don't like so many powers, and so many of those powers are from your city."
"You're staying, Luxie," I said. "Narwhal, do you have a group hanging back?"
"Our Thinker and our Blaster," Narwhal said. "They'll keep your Tinker safe."
"Don't eat their ear off, Luxie," Chris said.
"My cameras do not know how to deal with this power,"
Kenzie said, oblivious. The space ahead of us continued to fold into itself. Street, road, grass, trees, and field all compressed. The effect was to create something that looked almost like a portal. 2 portals, I realized. The angle of the other wasn't clear, to the point the distortions masked it. Our groups parted ways. From a city under an overcast sky to foliage. The forest was dark. Chris was the first to walk through. Eager, even.
"Phone's on vibrate. Careful from this point forward," I said.
I changed my phone. Sveta, Byron, and I passed through, entering the forest at the periphery of the fallen camp. Paths cut between the trees, left by animals and not people. It was dark, and for the most part we were well camouflaged in the dark. Ahead of us, Chris was crouching. He had a hand at the corner of his mouth, and he was working out the wire from his external braces. His mouth yawned open, and he looked incredibly uncomfortable as he adjusted, head twisting this way and that. From the central pocket of his hooded sweatshirt, he pulled out a disc. He tapped it twice. A projection wrapped around him. Camouflage. It didn't make him transparent. It did seem to pull things from his surroundings and create a patchwork exterior. Bark, grass, greenery, a slice of fur. The patches didn't line up, so it looked more like a nature-themed scrapbook collage than a second skin. I saw him part his lips in a smile, and the projection disc seemed to take a moment to remember what teeth and braces were. The teeth were there on their own, then they became part of the collage. The metal bits of the braces, sans wire, were next. He had a second disc. He pressed a button. A projection of Luxie appeared, crouching as well.
"Cameras are showing them on their way. I'm putting it through to your phones, but it might be—"
Chris adjusted something on the disc. The volume of Luxie's voice dropped second by second. Nearly mute, she turned to Chris, hands on her hips.
"If she's reporting something, let her," I said.
I pulled out my phone. The camera footage flickered violently, with patches here and there where undulating lines of code flashed pink against a red background. What I could see at the fringes were that Hollow Point's convoy was a minute away. If the shrinking of the glitchy area on the phone was any indication, Vista's adjustments would be gone by the time the villains turned up. "I'll let my brother take point. We trade places as we need to," Byron said. "We'll play this by ear, like we used to. Remember that innocent lives are on the line, even among the fallen." he blurred. "They're our priority," I said. "Deal," Tristan said as he settled in. He was just a hair more obvious than Byron had been, with the red tint to the metal, standing amid a forest of greens, browns, and grays. Her volume back to 90% of normal, Kenzie reported, "Advance guard is at the 12 o'clock, Wardens to the 9. We've got the 5 o'clock point. Road is to our north at the 4, running into the camp from the east. The patrol block is on standby at the 2. I mentally mapped it out. "I'll save my changes," Chris said. He moved into an area of deeper shadow, and the projection over-adjusted for a moment. "For now, I'll skulk. I'm good at skulking." I frowned at him. "You hang back. Your job is to escort people out, direct them to the patrol group, who can figure out how to deal with them." "I know," he said. "I can do other stuff." The phone wasn't quite as good a view as the laptop had been. The images were squashed, the figures too small to easily make out. I saw the white blur of Ashley's hair, saw her disappear into the vehicle. The dogs lagged behind the cars and trucks. Some of the cars fell behind as well. As the majority of the convoy turned north off of the highway, Tattletale's group, dogs included, continued on into New Haven. "Be safe, Looksy," I said. "There's a not insignificant chance she'd target you and use you to find Rain. They have the dogs." The projection of Looksy nodded. The convoy continued to disintegrate. The road, as the road made its gradual turn, where it would stab into the fallen camp from the east. Whoever beast of burden had driving was happy to ignore the road and drive into the field. Truck tires spun through mud, kicking up detritus. Depending on where they came in, they might run into the patrol block. The bulk, however, were heading down the main dirt road into the camp.
"Tattletale is parking," Looksy reported. "They planned to situate themselves around here."
"Shh," I said. I could hear the crackle of stones being kicked up by tires on the dirt road, tires tearing through loose terrain. I could see them, 100 feet away, barely visible through the gaps in the trees. They were going way too fast down the unfamiliar road. When the last of the vehicles passed us, we moved toward them, so we'd be at their tail. Chris's temporary projection costume altered rapidly to absorb the surroundings. It got weird here and there, where it caught a flash of Tristan's armor or my face. I heard the distant detonation that marked the first shot fired, the start of the war between the Hollow and the Fallen. I couldn't tell if it was a trap laid for the vehicles or a power used by the raiding attackers. We picked up speed. I took flight and flew fast enough through the trees that I needed to put my hands out, touching and deflecting trees in passing. My plan was to draw close enough that I could identify what was happening. That would let me help coordinate the group. If one side was clearly overwhelmed from the start, it dramatically changed how we would be approaching this. The Fallen being annihilated was bad in its own way, much as Hollow Point's group being annihilated. One suggested civilians would die at the hands of reckless attackers. The other promised retaliation from the defending party, aimed at a non-specific enemy. There was something that mandated a change in our approach from the very moment the explosion sounded and the engagement was started. It wasn't what I'd expected. Gunfire from both sides. Arc 5, Shadow, Chapter 8. The gunfire continued. I flew back to the others, positioning myself a good 20 feet from them. My power was active, serving to shield them. "Get behind cover," I said. I was glad to see them listen. Not only did they get to safety, but they weren't in a position to see if the wretch reached out to any nearby vegetation. The rules of the game were that guns were verboten. The game. Gangs liked the terminology, and I was pretty sure it had stemmed from that culture. It was the nature of social groups to self-moderate. Things that were selfish and advantageous, but that went against the group's greater interests, were acted on. Capes leaned pretty heavily on that abstract moderating force, because the laws had never kept up with us and we'd had to moderate ourselves. That was the game. It was the walking of the line between the selfish things we did for ourselves and our teams and what served the greater good. Secret identities were to be left alone. Families weren't to be touched. The day-to-day of the city and civilian lives weren't allowed to be disrupted. No killing, no guns. Capes used swords, crossbows. They used bows and other weapons that were just as lethal as a gun, given a chance. Most of the time, it was to coordinate with another power. Capes threw explosive chunks of their bodies, among other things. My hometown had had Miss Militia in a role as a lieutenant of the Protectorate, and then as leader of the team, and she had guns as part of her power. It had come down to symbols, to what the gun meant, and whether the person with the gun was playing along. With a sword or bow, the assumption was yes. When a gun was drawn or fired, barring any context, the assumption was, had to be even, no. Carrying a gun as a cape and using it implied things that other weapons didn't. Tattletale had aimed a handgun at me once, and she had pulled the trigger. In that, at least, she had been playing along. It had been a tool, not a weapon. I had some grievances when it came to her, but that wasn't one of them. The Fallen and the villains of Hollow Point? They weren't playing any games. Powers were used, and a tight cluster of 3 or 4 explosions in quick succession were followed by creaking, snapping sounds that might have been trees or a building collapsing. I heard the sound of wood splintering near me, and I turned my head in time to see the side of a tree crunch inward, as if 2 axes had bit into it. Bit. The wretch was taking a bite out of the wood. There were other signs of the wretch's restlessness nearby. Bark was scraped from trees by hands. I dropped my force field and stepped around a tree until it stood between me and the ongoing gunfire. My back to the tree's trunk, facing the others, I asked, "You guys okay?" "I don't think they're firing in this direction," Capricorn said. "Can you provide some cover?" I asked. "I don't think anyone's close." "Yeah." The orange motes began to dance between trees. "We move toward the road," I said. "We'll cross it, and then we cut toward the settlement." "Victoria, you take point. Sveta, put yourself between her and us. Kids, with me. Look-see, watch what your camera is looking at. I don't want you getting hit by the anti-thinker measures."
Uh-huh. Tattletale went into a building with some henchmen. She waved at the camera and smiled, which was kind of nice, if you look at it a certain way. Foil, Parian, Hellhound, and Imp are leaving and going up your way. If you guys decided you had to run with the guns, you could come back and come after her. That could be good.
"Brevity," Chris said. "This is a situation, Look-see. Use fewer words."
"Okay," she said.
"Let's stick to the plan," Capricorn said. He gave me a sidelong look as he said it, and I nodded in response to the unspoken question. He moved his hand, and walls snapped into existence where the orange motes had been. Their height was such that if I stood straight, I could look over the parts where the spikes didn't stick up. So long as I crouched, I was clear. I flew low to the ground, the walls to my left, in the direction of the road. I could hear something that might have been a motorcycle or dirt bike. Others started up. Gunfire answered the revving. At the end of the wall, I crouched lower to the ground. Flight let me move silently. The revving got louder, until I could feel it in my chest. I could hear the sound of wheels kicking stuff up, the snapping of branches, and in my efforts to tell where the bike was on the road, I was totally lost. It sounded like it was coming right toward me. As the bike drew nearer, the sounds became clear. The tearing sound of the wheels wasn't from wheels on a dirt road, but underbrush. I canceled my force field and drew my arms closer to my chest so they wouldn't be out to the side. The bike flew past me. It was a road bike with metal teeth on the wheels, probably for situations just like this one. One hand on a submachine gun, an Uzi, the other on the handlebars, he zigzagged heavily, riding it through dense forest, throwing his bike to one side or the other with all of his body weight. Each turn seemed like it might be his last. His rear wheel skidded along a growth of roots that was as broad as some trees. He popped a wheelie, and when the wheel came down, he came to a stop, now facing more in my direction. Young-ish, maybe 30. His hair was long, and he had a longer beard, blackened and narrow at the chin, a metal thing just below his lip. With the cut of his mustache, the points at his eyebrows, and his sunglasses all resembling the shape of wings of the bats on his leather jacket, I was getting the sense of his theme. I wasn't sure if he'd seen me. I remained still. I realized a moment later than that, given the theme, that might be a dumb thing to do. His head bent down, facing the ground, and he was panting for breath. He passed his gun to his right hand. The wind blew past us. Dust from his trip across the forest floor was riled up further instead of settling down. His head turned my way. I took off, not flying directly at him, but to a point off to his side. Force field up, I kept trees between us for good measure. He shot a burst, and it sounded more like one sound than a series of distinct ones. I could feel the force field collapse like a bubble popping. The collapse was almost instantaneous, but not entirely. The bullet had touched a point somewhere behind my feet, and once the force field gave, the breaking of the field cascaded from there in the blink of an eye. My hand went out, and I grabbed a tree to help stop myself as I ceased flying. Tree between us, I flew straight up, arms around my head to shield myself from intervening branches. Covered by the thickest of the trees, I circled around him. The engine revved, wheels digging for traction. He rode off in the direction of the dirt road, and I went after him, staying at the level where the peaks and upper reaches of the trees provided some cover, but were far enough apart from one another that I could easily fly through the gaps and keep one eye on the biker. He rode away from me like he knew where I was. Even though he was riding recklessly, he still needed to zigzag, and I wasn't sure he would have been any faster than me on a clear path. I could get ahead of him, above him. He fired. I could hear the submachine gun fire one burst, then another. I could hear the bullets cutting through the air, but they didn't touch the wretch or me. I dove, wretch active, and when I cut through the leaves and found a large branch in my way, I let the wretch collide with it. He'd made enough noise with that gun, and I could make some by breaking the branch clean off the tree. The bike roared as he kicked it into life, using it to get himself clear of the falling wood. Couldn't get a bead on me, so he was running. I was already moving, though. The moment I knew where he was going, I moved to intercept. In his haste to get going and find his balance, he'd laid the Uzi against one of the handlebars. He wasn't in a position to aim at me. I caught the weapon and the hand that gripped it. He tried to adjust, another wheelie with a spin as everything rested on the back wheel as a kind of forced stop or attempt to bring the bike around to collide with me. I hauled him back and away from the bike before he could finish the motion. He tumbled into moss, stones, and weeds, empty-handed. Wretch out, Uzi held firmly in my hand, I flew at the bike as it tumbled to the ground. I swung my hand, backhanded, and the wretch followed suit, demolishing it. Bat Biker didn't get up or do much except lie on his side, panting hard. The fall hadn't been hard enough to incapacitate him. A fear response? I didn't even have my aura out. I approached him and set one foot on his wrist so it would be easier to keep an eye on the other. I'm betting someone like you has other weapons. Tell me where, and don't touch them unless you want me to treat you like I treated your bike. He went very still. I pushed out with my aura, keeping it small. I didn't want to tip anyone else off about my presence. Weapons, now, I said. When I moved my hand, still holding the Uzi, he responded by moving his free arm, hiking up his jacket. I could see the handgun there. A beefy overcompensation sort of gun, which didn't really suit his average frame. It seemed he respected the gun more than the person with powers. Stupid. I collected the handgun, kicking with one foot. I pushed one of his pant legs up, then the other. Knife at the ankle. I kept the gun trained on him, released his wrist, and retrieved the knife. He didn't resist as I stepped on his wrist once again. My hands were pretty full at this point. "What else?" I asked. "That's it." Prodding with my toe, using flight to avoid putting too much weight on his wrist, I investigated his jacket. Something rattled. "What's here?" "Cigarettes." "Remove them. Throw them aside, slowly." He did. It was a large carton of cigarettes, but as it landed, there were needles with caps on inside, sitting at an angle. I raised an eyebrow. "Medical, really," he said. "Helps me with the headaches from my power." "Don't leave stuff out," I said, amping up my aura some more. I poked more with my toe, found another weight at the vest pocket of his jacket. "Phone," he volunteered. I kicked down, catching the phone between my heel and a rock. I heard something break. I did it again. I saw his expression change, a snarl. I flew up and away from him until I could see the surroundings. I spotted a hole in a tree and put the weapons within. He was on his feet by the time I got back to him. He backed away a step, then fell on his ass. "Bikers, you're on the Fallen's side in this?" He twisted his face up into a scowl so fierce that it looked like a pretty sure thing he wouldn't open his mouth. "I'll take that as a yes," I said. I flew at him. He swung a punch my way, and I put my force field up. His arm was too far out to the side, and he didn't even hit me hard enough to drop my defenses. I moved right into his personal space, and the sour sweat smell of him made me wish I hadn't. Seizing his belt buckle in one hand and his belt in the other, I flew. He was heavy, as I dismissed my defenses. His arms were free, and he could have swung a punch, but it would have done more harm to him than me. Instead, faced with my aura and a very swift ascent, he grabbed onto the top edge of my breastplate for leverage. We reached the treetops, where the branches were thinner. I roughly deposited him on something that looked reasonably sturdy and unreasonably high up. The impact of my setting him down helped to break his grip on me. I could hear the gunfire continuing. It had moved. By the sound of it, Hollow Point's group was venturing along one edge of the camp, moving counterclockwise along the perimeter. "Stay put," I said. I seized his foot and pulled it down, then undid the laces on his boots. I tied them around a branch. "I can make you more comfortable and leave you a way down if you talk." "Fuck you," he said. He clung tight to a branch. I tied the laces of his other boot to another branch. Then I identified a few key branches he could use to climb down, and, strength up, demolished the first with a sharp strike. "Shit!" he said, his voice going higher as the branch he was on wobbled. "Shit!" I broke another. Not the cleanest break. It might have served as a foothold or handhold. I kicked it again to make it less of one. When 3 branches were broken and there was a good 10 feet between the branch he was on and the nearest handhold or foothold, I flew back, assessing the situation. He couldn't let go of the trunk in front of the branch he was sitting on, and he couldn't bend low enough to untie his laces, even if he could let go. "I'm not going to say shit," he said. You just did a few times, I thought. My expression remained deadpan. I didn't give him a response. Instead, I left him where he was and flew down to the ground. There was a time when using my powers had made me feel powerful. Having super strength had made me feel strong. Having an aura that instilled awe had made me feel awesome. I didn't feel that same rush now. I felt melancholy. There were more coming through the trees. They didn't seem especially aware of me, or mindful of the earlier gunfire. More people in leather jackets, beards, and some sunglasses. I flew up to a higher branch. Bikers, except these guys didn't have bikes with them. They'd be part of the Fallen's network. While Prancer's side of Hollow Point seemed to be willing to play by the rules of the game, the Fallen hadn't been so inclined, even before Gold Morning. They hadn't felt the social pressures because they hadn't been part of society, living on the fringes and putting a wall between themselves and others. They'd had allies of necessity for certain events and causes, and the bikers had been some of those allies. When people hadn't been able to go after the Fallen, the pressures and responses for the Fallen's actions had come to rest on the heads of the bikers and other allies. People had been less willing to deal with them, more force had been used against them, and the message had been driven home. The problem with the cycle was that being on the outs made them more likely to bend or break the rules. The wedge between them and everyone else had also made them more inclined to simply fold into the Fallen, especially after Gold Morning. The amnesty was a thing. Crimes had been pardoned, but feelings were still feelings. The bikers had backed up some of the shittiest people around, and that was hard to let go of. There were 3 people moving through the trees as a group. Their attention seemed to be fixed on flanking Hollow Point. That would have been the motorcycle guy's intention too, then, getting around behind and opening fire. 2 of them were heavy, and could have been brothers. One of the heavy ones had a tattoo that was partially obscured by his glasses and a goatee. The other had a metal shackle of a collar around a neck that really was too wide for most metal collars. It made skin bulge out the top and bottom. Similar shackle-like cuffs were at his wrists and ankles, but they weren't so bulgy. The one in the center was a breaker. He was a wraith of a person, a statue broken up into solid segments that were hard and almost ceramic in appearance, with electric blue lines spiraling around each of the jet-black, ceramic-ish solid parts. They were connected to other parts by only a deep blue smoke that was hard to look too deeply at. His face was less of a face and more of a solid, triangular surface with a series of 6 or 7 holes bored into it. Each hole was ridged with a corkscrew pattern, cone-shaped. He didn't walk and he didn't fly. He had legs that existed as a jumble of segments. They moved and he kind of was in places. It reminded me of the animated optical illusions where circles continually rippled outward and appeared to grow endlessly, but they didn't actually grow. In his case, the lines and edges of the harder body moved and rippled back. He appeared to stay in place, but he actually moved, with the indigo blue smoke billowing out behind him. 2 guns. Shackle Guy had a handgun, and the guy with the goatee had a shotgun. Breakers didn't tend to have gear. I flew over their heads, and I saw that the breaker's face wasn't 3-dimensional. It was such that no matter what angle I viewed it from, it always faced me. He didn't react like he saw me, though, not just yet. One of the most underrated things about flying was that it was silent. I took advantage, lowering myself down behind the guy with the goatee. The spiraling on the breaker's arm intensified. I adjusted my flight course, realizing belatedly that he was swiping at me. It was hard to process his movements because he seemed to retroactively be wherever he was going. It was my perceptions, I was pretty sure, and not time manipulation or anything. He swiped again, and I maneuvered, moving around his buddy at the same moment. He had reach, arm extending as the gap widened between the floating segments of forearm and parts of a hand. I shone with my aura, no longer being subtle, seizing the shotgun and put my foot on the goatee guy's shoulder. I flew up and pushed down and out with my foot. My interest was twofold: to kick him toward his breaker buddy's arm, and to use full-body leverage to get the shotgun out of his hand. He had good trigger discipline, and so me pulling the gun away didn't also pull the trigger against his finger. I had the shotgun, and I'd put myself far enough away to be out of the blue breaker's reach. I brought out the wretch and had it demolish the shotgun in my hands. If I was going to use an all-or-nothing weapon, I'd rather use the ones I was familiar with. Still turning in the air, I traveled an unpredictable course, arcing down to the ground, hugging the ground as I traveled a quarter-circle arc, ever mindful of the guy with handgun. He aimed at me and fired. His bullet hit the wretch, and I hit him at the knees, bowling him over. Before he was on his feet, and before the blue breaker could swipe at me, I grabbed him by the ankles. Flying, I dragged him across the forest floor. More to the point, I dragged him in a way that put his upper body and face closer to the ground as I dragged him. He grabbed me by the wrist, and it took me a second to realize the how and why of it. I'd had him by the ankle, and his foot was now a hand. He was strong, enough that I thought something would pop or break if he squeezed any harder. I changed course, and I flew him into the base of a tree trunk. I heard the solid impact, and I felt the leg I was holding jerk in reaction to the pain, but I didn't succeed in breaking his grip. He had a foot where his head had been, and hands at the end of neck, ankle, and each arm. The shackles seemed to be the point where the changes happened. When he bent to bring a hand toward my face, it was with a crease between what should have been crotch and shoulder, and far more flexibility than a man his size should have managed. I struck his hand away with a backhand strike, my forearm catching his wrist. Another hand grabbed me by the belt. My focus, though, was on the hand that still held the handgun. He had his bearings, and he brought it around to point it at me. I seized it, fingers hooked around the barrel and handle both. I hated guns being brought to a cape fight. I twisted around, heaving him up and bringing the wretch to bear for some added strength at the last moment. I slammed him into the tree, harder. His grip weakened. I wanted to fly away, but we both still had a mutual, contested grip on the weapon. The breaker was coming for me, swelling in my vision. It reached, and fingers brushed through foliage. The greenery stretched like it was ooze, strands and bends and all. When it snapped, it coiled and curled away like smoke, black with blue sparks in it, like a burning paper might have orange. The rule for fighting breakers was to not fight them in their breaker state, because the breaker states tended to cheat the rules. I couldn't wrestle the handgun free, even with the shackled biker weak from his second visit to the tree's trunk. I bent his wrist back as far as it could, his fingers bending backward as I brought the gun over to one side. His hand began changing, the front of the hand becoming the back, fingers finding angles to grip the gun. He reaffirmed his grip. He did, however, also lose a bit of ground around the trigger. I checked, then shifted my grip more to the handle and the area around the trigger guard, before pulling the trigger repeatedly. Not easy, given the angle. Not easy when each shot kicked and was loud, and I had a breaker lurking at the corner of my vision, not registering as having any depth in my depth perception. I wasn't quite sure what would happen, but I gripped one of the shackles. For just a moment, I let the wretch out, giving myself the strength to crush it in my hand. For that same moment, the wretch did something, and the entire body jerked, cloth ripping. The metal shackle broke, and the hand spasmed, letting go of the handgun. There was a wound in his stomach, and it closed as he lay there. At the same time, his hand multiplied, swelled, had fingers and teeth appear, and became a misshapen blob. The effect crawled up his arm to his body, which bloated and swelled. A mouth opened in the middle of it. It snapped in my general direction. I pushed my aura out as hard as I could. The mass of flesh withdrew into itself. The breaker stopped. I stared down at the changer in flux. A mess of hands, a mess of legs, teeth, fleeting facial features. My aura radiated intense fear and awe, enough to stop grown men and monsters in their tracks. And in the midst of it all, I felt that melancholy. "This," I spoke, "what you're feeling is a 4. The dial goes up to 10. The breaker's fingers traced the side of a tree. The wood became goo and it stretched. "You can feel the intensity of it, can't you?" I asked. "You do not want me to turn up this dial, because this is a 6. I was close enough to trees and ground that when I brought the wretch out, it could reach those things. It broke up the dirt and it bit into wood with fingers. The wood creaked until hands clenched hard enough to break it, and then it broke explosively. "If I turn it up any higher, you'll feel that too," I said. I had the handgun. I looked down at it to figure out how to release the magazine. I threw the magazine down to the ground and held out the gun. There was a moment's pause, and then the wretch took hold of the weapon. It flung it out, slamming it into a tree hard enough that it sank into the wood of the trunk. Still maintaining a grip on the weapon, the wretch dragged it about a foot toward the base of the trunk before it couldn't anymore. A moment later, the metal began distorting. Something broke and fell. "You, Blue Breaker, go back to being human. All of you stand down." Goatee looked at his friend or brother, the wretched thing at the base of a tree. He didn't stand down, and the breaker didn't go human. Maybe it was a minion for Goatee Guy. It was a hell of a minion, if so. Whatever it was, minion or breaker, I wasn't about to change my policy on staying the hell away from it. The breaker started toward me. It stopped when orange motes began appearing. I dismissed the wretch, watching as they looked around. "That," I said, "is an 8. The breaker reached out and touched a mote. It stretched the mote in the air. There were lines around it, and it pushed through trails that had been left behind motes, distorting them too, stretching them like it had the leaf. "I'm pretty sure you don't want to do that," I said. It stopped. Sveta's hand reached through the trees, grabbed the Goatee Guy, and hauled him into the orange motes. Everything snapped into being, except the lines the breaker had altered. They remained where they were, jumping around, wiggling and distorting, before they found a solid form as a spray of rock fragments. I brought my defenses up just in time to deflect the worst of it. The Goatee Guy was caught, orange motes around his legs. The breaker waded through it like it was glue. The stone became water. The breaker no longer waded through it, instead struggling to hold its general shape as the water pushed and sprayed through the smoke. Some of the water was forceful enough to bring small branches down from trees overhead. As the water's spray dissipated, the breaker sagged. The smoke was mostly gone. It crumpled, and the segments dissolved into a thicker smoke. As they blew away, one of the bikers was left in the center. A mid-30s woman with a blue tank top with a faded motorcycle logo on the front, a potbelly, and a complexion to match the most acne-ridden teenager from my old high school. "It's an 8, I said, quiet and mostly to myself, but it's not my 8. She started to get to her feet, then slipped in the mud. She remained hunched over. "We need to have a conversation," I said. She spat. "Your friend, he okay?" "He gets like that sometimes." "Okay," I said. I tried to avoid looking at the shuffling mass of flesh. Before, it had been only the hands, feet, and head that had changed. Now, it was everything but those things. On a level, I felt bad that I couldn't look straight at it, and that I'd been hurt by others that had once been able to look straight at me. On another level, I knew even I'd had a hard time looking straight at me when I'd been that way. I still did. I'd never really blamed anyone. For abandoning me, yes, but not for not looking. "You're going to tell us the layout of the fallen camp." "Can't," she said. "Fuck." "The anti-thinker measure. Where and who?" "Can't." The others emerged from the woods. Sveta, Capricorn in blue. "You're going to need to give me something," I said. "We came out to help the Crowleys. We hang with them sometimes. They're harmless," she said. The other branch, it isn't." "The Mathers," I said. "I'm being told to tell you something. You don't need to hide at the fringes. You're welcome to join in, and you're expected. They'll embrace you with open arms." "You're being told?" "Fuck them, and fuck this," the woman with the blue top said. "Not what I signed up for. They got us in here. We were partying last night, and then, out of nowhere—" "Hey," the guy with the goatee said. "Her," she finished. She turned her head away. "I can't explain. She says she has hostages. People you know and people who those people care about. You can mess with the attackers, but if you get in the way of the fallen, people are going to lose body parts." Byron spoke up. "Can you take a message back to her?" "I don't know," the biker woman said, sullen. "I don't—" She paused. "What?" Byron asked. "She says no messages. Other stuff. Her eyes went wide. She looked around, her eyes not focused on anything in particular. The woman's voice carried forward, but it was an inarticulate sound, one that became higher, then a warbling shriek, followed by a gasp for air with a sound of its own. She dropped to the ground, fingers clawing in dirt, twisting like she was trying to get away from everything at once. The noises she made were horrible, and I'd heard some awful noises in my life. The goatee guy started to approach her. He stopped when I flew a little closer. "Stop. What do you do?" "Do? I'm decent with a gun." "That's your power?" No powers," he said. He sounded stunned by the question. In the moment, I could see how bothered he was, and I had trouble believing he could concoct a good lie. The woman was curled up now. She pulsed, and with each pulse, dark cracks ran across her body and over her clothes, then faded away. After a few tries, she stopped trying. She shrieked, and then strangled the shriek. "Is there anything we can do for her?" Sveta asked. "We could try knocking her out," Capricorn said. It was Tristan now. "But it's not like in the movies. That kind of thing does brain damage." "I think this does damage of its own," I said. "Yeah, well, if you want to try the middle ground of making her brain go dark without breaking her head open, you go right ahead," Tristan said. "Let's not fight, please," Sveta said. She looked at the thrashing woman. "Shit." I flew to the woman. It took me a second of wrestling with her before I could get my hands around her throat. Her hands reached beneath my sleeves and got a few scratches in at my forearm. I shifted my grip, and I choked her, heels of my hands pressing in. I pulled away when she went limp and the struggling ceased. Unconscious, not dead. I didn't need to ask before orange motes began to appear. Restraints, so she wouldn't hurt herself. "You'll need to stay with your friends," I said to the guy with the goatee. He nodded, slumping to a sitting position on the ground. He didn't even seem to care he was sitting in mud. Tristan walked away, and Sveta and I both followed. "Where's our fourth?" I asked. "Sent him ahead. He's out there and he'll change soon," Tristan said. He pointed, north and deeper into the woods. Chris would be closer to the patrol block guys then. Good enough. We were wordless from that point on. We cut through the woods, and we reached their edge, where tree stumps of varying height speared up from the ground. Across the clearing were hills with stones piled up around them, no doubt cleared from the fields, and houses, large but rustic. 2 of those houses were on fire, and 1 had been partially leveled. A blip of something green shot from the sky to the ground. Far enough away it felt like it was on the horizon, when it was really on the far side of the settlement. The ground shook where we were in response. If that wasn't indicator enough of where the focus of the fighting was, I could hear the distant shriek of Ashley's power. I made eye contact with Sveta, then Capricorn. Hostages. Guns. Turning allies into pawns. Inflicting something that serious on someone? No games here. No illusions of any games, even. For all the issues of our motley team, where so often we could have 3 people on entirely different pages, I could look at Sveta, and I could look at Tristan, and I could know they understood this. The Fallen, in particular, had gone off the deep end. They'd abandoned their last vestiges of responsibility as capes and as human beings. That left us the responsibility of giving them an appropriate response. Arc 5, Shadow, Chapter 9. A fence gave us cover as we made our way to the nearest house. It had been damaged earlier in the skirmish, to the point that a third of the house was missing, part of the ground floor and part of the upper floor. A good chunk of that part of the building was strewn over the small field behind the house. The ongoing fight was still far away. I could hear gunfire and see periodic light shows. I would have liked to take a hand in things, but I didn't want to break from the plan to work the edges of the scene. The innocents first, evacuation. "Hey!" Capricorn called out. "Civilians?" "Try us and see," was the woman's response, coming down from above. The man was upstairs. Capricorn looked over at Sveta and I, giving us a dumbfounded shrug. "We're good guys," Sveta called out. "We're evacuating people who aren't part of the fight." "Yeah?" "We'll tell you where to go. There are people in uniform waiting at the edge of the woods. They'll take you somewhere safe," Sveta said. There was a murmured conversation between the people on the upper floor. I could only hear the sound of it. Worried, tense. A word that might have been a swear word from the guy. "We were stranded up here. Stairs got trashed, and floor looks unsteady," the guy said. "We'll take that offer if you help us down." Someone else upstairs spoke to the guy, voice tense and urgent. "We can do that," Sveta said. The voices upstairs went quiet. "I could use my power to secure the building," Capricorn said. "Making it permanent would mean taking the barricades I made between here and either getting rid of them or making them permanent too." I looked back. As we made our way between the forest and the first house, Capricorn had erected short walls for cover against gunfire. Some cut into the field and road. It seemed like such a simple thing, but it said a lot about our presence here and what we were doing. The more walls, the safer the route for people to follow as they evacuated, but it also made life harder for anyone who came back here to live in the settlement again. With some of the walls edging into the road, it also created the low-level risk that if Hollow Point was going to end the attack and leave, they'd have a hard time getting out. Did we want to burn their bridge behind our enemies when they're fighting something bigger and nastier? The best-case scenario here was that the Fallen were neutralized and Hollow Point was left without any true merits to their name. Setting up Hollow Point to find there wasn't a place to run to? To die? Worse? No. Not when I'd seen the Breaker Woman go through the worse. "Can you clear away the walls near the road?" I asked. Capricorn nodded. He started toward the edge of the broken wall, so he'd be able to see what he was working on. I put my hand out, flat against the front of his armor, stopping him. The people upstairs were too quiet. After the tense conversation among the members up there, the silence felt off. I checked to make sure the ongoing fighting was still far away and that our flanks were clear of trouble, put the force field up, and ventured out first. At the edge of the broken floor, a pair of men were crouching. What seemed to be 2 families were gathered in the room behind them, peering through the door. The men and their wives looked more like older teens or 20-ish, and the kids I could see were 4 or 5. The floor was shattered. That section of the upstairs opened to the outdoors. Slats of the floor that hadn't been broken when the damage had been done now stabbed out into open air. "I can bring the kids down," I said. "My wife first," the older of the 2 guys said. "She'll look after them as you bring them down." "Sure," I said. Behind me, Capricorn ventured out. He began drawing the motes. I watched how the younger of the 2 guys kept his eyes on Capricorn, then leaned forward a bit, floor creaking under him, as he tried to peer down at the orange lights and the outlined trails. A narrow young woman with brown hair and a red bandana at her neck ventured forward along the more intact portions of the floor. She hesitated, looking at the guy I presumed was her husband, a blond guy with peach fuzz facial hair and greasy, medium-length hair combed into a faux hawk. He had tattoos at his neck and at the backs of his hands. "Go on," he said. She ventured forward. The damaged floor creaked ominously, and she stopped. I flew closer to her, one eye on the 2 men. "I've got you," I said, taking her wrists in my hands. Her husband reached behind his back and drew a handgun as I focused on making sure I had a grip. I could have reacted, but I didn't, focusing on the woman instead. He leveled the weapon at my head. "I'm trying to help you and your family," I said. "You're gonna help us, yeah," he said. "You're gonna stay with me, and your friend down there is going to do what I say." This wasn't an auspicious start. "You all right, Victoria?" Capricorn asked. "I'm fine," I said. I verified the wife wouldn't fall if I let go, then released her wrists. She backed away. The guy didn't seem to like how unbothered I seemed. I was worried. I knew what might happen if he fired 2 bullets, and if he panicked, he might empty the gun at me. I'd had someone do that once. Downstairs, Capricorn picked his way across the shattered floorboards and bits of roof as he walked backward. "You stay," the guy with the faux hawk and the gun said. Capricorn looked off to his left. He was looking at Sveta. That worked. The wife with the red bandana ushered the kids further into the room. She shut the door. Just the 2 men, Capricorn and I. And, faster than I'd expected, Sveta, at an open window, passed a door into another room upstairs. "You're going to go run off that way, armor boy, staying where I can see you until you're a speck in the distance," the man with the gun said. "Direction of the big house. It got trashed, but there should be people around there. I want you to report some things, starting with the fact we're holed up here, and the attacking group went past us. We can get them from behind. Got it? Then you're going to come back the same way and report—" I met Sveta's eyes and nodded. "To us. Why are you nodding, bitch?" the man asked. Sveta's hand went out. She missed the gun, but stopped extending her arm. It came to rest on his arm, fingers hooking over the top, and pulled it back and away. Retch up, I flew into the floor beneath the man's feet. Already damaged, it broke further, the floor under him becoming a slope. I reached out to catch and got my hand around the gun. He fell the rest of the way, hands out, wrists catching the worst of the impact on uneven ground. He fell to his side a moment later, groaning. The timing of the fall was weirdly off, but only because he'd had to figure out how to pull back and not be resting his upper body weight on 2 injured wrists. The other guy put his hands up. "Can you do cuffs?" I asked Capricorn. "I can. I can splint while I'm at it," he said. He bent down by the guy. "If I do it wrong, though, it's going to be 15 pounds of rock hanging off those hands of yours. You going to cooperate?" The guy on the ground below spat. "Yeah, big man. Keep those arms still," Capricorn said. He gave me a look, eyes visible behind the eye holes of his helm. The door cracked open. The woman peered out. "Do we need to worry about you too?" I asked her.
"No. Are you still offering that way out?"
"Yeah, come on, hurry up," I said.
"Sorry my husband's an asshole," she said.
"Mom,"
the kid behind her said.
"He is," she said. "Don't be like your dad, okay?"
Good enough, I supposed. I flew her down to the ground, then flew the kids 2 at a time. The second wife and then the man were last. We led them back and away, and the gunman, with his lower arms encased in a single growth of stone, was last. I imagined he could use that stone as a makeshift weapon if he had a mind to, but it was hard to picture him being very effective that way, especially when possibly broken wrists were encased in the middle. Knee-buckling pain, I imagined. I wasn't sure if Capricorn had similar reservations, but he withdrew a bit of cord from his belt, and he used orange motes to fix one end of the cuffs and another bit to the guy's belt. He steered the guy with one hand at his shoulder. Sveta came around the corner of the house. She put out one hand, and I slapped her hand with mine, holding it for a moment in a victory squeeze. This, as melancholy as everything else could be, I liked this.
"You're leaving. We're going to head that way," I said, indicating the path we'd made with the walls for cover. "Any advice on where to go? Houses with children?" "Most houses have children or people under 18, the wife said, guiding her kids much like Capricorn guided her errant husband. "The Red House. Abby looks after some of the children when the parents go to war or go into the city."
"Do they have weapons?" Capricorn asked.
"Course. We hunt deer and rabbit when we can." "The leadership's house is totally gone," the other woman observed. "They hit it first."
I looked in the direction she was facing. At the corner of the camp, near the point where the road disappeared into the forest, one of the larger houses had been leveled. On the alert for any drawn weapons, I caught the man putting his hand on his wife's arm. She looked down. I hated that. I hadn't seen it often, over the years, but it got under my skin when I did. From the time I was young, my mom had drawn attention to those things after the fact, when we did some crisis point stuff, responding to domestic violence calls, or when she introduced me to a police detective and his wife she knew. She'd remark on the dynamics between husband and wife, the power plays, and the signs that something else was going on. The intent was to make me aware, and to ensure I'd avoid those same things when I got into a relationship.
"If we send these guys out to the people at the edge of the forest, will you stick with us?" I asked the wife. "I don't want to repeat this thing with having to fight you guys to help you."
She looked at the other woman.
"You'll look after my kids?"
"Of course."
"She's my sister," the wife said. "If she's got my kids, then I'm okay giving you directions."
"Go," Capricorn said. He gave the one guy a shove. "Straight line that way. They're not going to arrest you unless you cause trouble."
"Don't be an asshole, Tony," the wife said. "If you did break your wrists, you're going to need someone to wipe your tush. I've told you before, I'll only make your life easy if you return the favor."
"Fuck off," Tony said, with an exhausted sort of emphasis on off. "We're going. I'm getting away from Nan." "Yeah," the other guy said. The family made their way. They ducked low by the walls, and Tony had to squat and waddle in a way I found a little amusing, his knees apart and hands down.
"Nan?"
I asked the wife.
"Yeah, short for Nancy."
"All right," I said.
"You're good here? I don't need to worry about you?" "Family first, friends second, fallen and faith third," she said. "If this is what we're having to deal with here, I don't want it. I'll help you to get some others I know out."
"Right. It wasn't because it was right, but because of her specific priorities. Something to be careful of. "We ran into someone who wigged out. Full sanity breakdown," Capricorn said. "Same with you?"
Not with me. I'm background. I can't say much more.
"Yeah, we got the same from them, too," he said. "Come on." Anyone who was anything had a gun to their heads, it sounded like. The people with powers, the people who'd come in to help were now obligated to, and nobody seemed willing or able to elaborate on particulars. It made me nervous. The idea of the brain-fucking stuff bothered me more than the shackled guy turning into the wretch-like flesh puddle back in the woods. My heart didn't race, but each pound of it felt monumental and heavy in my chest. We made our way to the next house. It was more intact than the last, but getting to it without risking being shot by anyone in the windows was tricky. Too much open space between buildings. The woman pulled off her bandana, then held it over her head, venturing into the open space. Nobody shot. She approached the house, and the door opened. A middle-aged man met her on the extended stairs that acted as a kind of porch. She beckoned for us to approach. I decided to do it because I had my defenses. I was very aware that the sound of the ongoing confrontation had changed. Things had moved closer. It was hard to map out just where people were, because the camp had a more village-like settlement stabbing through the lower half of it, dense enough to block the view of the streets and the far side. The settlement was densest in the southeast, closer to the road and the big house. There were more scattered houses and fields to the north and west. Those would be harder to reach. I flew to the house, landed on the grass, and walked to the porch. Arriving directly at the porch could be seen as threatening. "What's on the far side of the trees?" the middle-aged guy asked. He had a salt-and-pepper beard and broad shoulders. He looked like a farm worker, with tattoos that would have been fit for a sailor if they had been less biblical and more nautical. "People in uniform," I said. "They're armed, but they'll only shoot if they see weapons. You should leave yours behind." He glanced at Nan. "They'll guard you, and they won't arrest you," I said, firmly. "You say. We don't have guarantees." "You don't," I said. "But as much as people don't like you guys as a whole, people have no grudge with you, and the amnesty holds until you're charged with something. Only the ones in charge are a concern, and that's mostly because that's how they handled this whole thing." "It's cute you think that," he said. "We never had fair treatment, and I don't think we're going to get it now. We are here. Some of our people are risking getting shot, even by some of you guys. Do you want to be treated fair? Take the help that's offered." "If we want to be treated fair, the only sure way is to rely on each other," he said. "That's not saying we won't listen to you, but I'm not sure here." I set my jaw, lips pressing together momentarily, because the alternative was that they'd part and I'd say something. I didn't like these guys. I didn't respect what they were about. "Tony and Nan's sister left," I said. "They didn't have as much of a problem with it." "Tony had a brain infection when he was young, and he was never that right after," the guy said.
"He's nice to look at, though," a woman said from the background.
Nan grunted. She sighed.
"You guys were the first I came to let you know. I thought that was right of me. Do me a favor? Let these people go on their way. They can collect the ones who are scared."
"The less loyal,"
the woman from before said, from behind the guy with the salt-and-pepper beard.
"We're not all soldiers, Mayor,"
Nan said, and her voice was hard.
"Some have kids, and they won't know what to do except run or lose their minds. Houses are falling down, mine's gone, Tony and my bed even. It makes sense to run, I think. That doesn't mean we're disloyal. It means we're fucking trying to survive."
"Fighting's tilting this way," the guy said. "I think the intruders are coming here. We're going to hold the line, make sure they can't retreat back this way. You want to go? Go. You come back after."
"I'm not gonna fucking disappear on you, Enoch. I'm a believer. I've put up with Tony, for fuck's sake, from the end of the world to the hereafter. 4 months, I dragged him and 2 kids around until I found you all again. Why would I leave now?
How should I know what squirrely thoughts you have in your head, Nan? If you're going, then fuck off. The fighting's getting closer. You don't have long.
I can take the kids if you want. Get them out of your hair.
You can fuck right off, Enoch said. I folded my arms.
Enoch, the woman from before said, let him. We had one of the little ones with a bullet in his mouth 20 minutes ago. They were suckling on the thing. Nan's right. They're in the way.
The little ones. Maisie and Jake can stay. Maisie is 10 and she can hold a rifle. Jake's a decent shot.
You're insisting on staying? I asked.
I said what I said. I'm playing nice here. If you want to be a hard ass on this, I can be less nice. I hated these guys.
Get the kids,
Nan said. I backed away and waited for Nan to round the people up. Capricorn had created a barricade that intersected the fence around the field, blocking some of the path, too. He and Sveta knelt by it.
They're rounding up some kids, I said. A good-sized group is inside. Guy called Enoch. They've got some kids in there, and they're going to start shooting if Hollow Point shows their faces.
I heard a distant holler that might have been Beast of Burden. The fact they were close enough for me to hear. Fighting is trending this way, Capricorn said. Sounds like that might happen soon.
Victoria, you worded that like the kids were going to be doing the shooting,
Sveta said.
Some are. The very young are getting evacuated. I'll go back and get more info, but there are kids Kenzie's age and younger with guns in their hands, and parents expecting them to shoot.
No, Sveta said.
No, that's not right.
No, I agreed.
Do you think you can do anything about it, Capricorn?
Without tipping them off? He asked. I looked at the building. Shit. I'd need to keep an eye on things and stay close. Meaning we'd be close to any fighting that erupted, and we'd have to deal with Enoch's group if they found a way out and happened to be pissed off. A stray bullet clipped the side of the house 20 feet from us. I huffed out a half-breath I'd intended to use to say something.
Do it,
I said. I flew over to the house. Nan was gathering the kids. Some had bags.
We're ready. Through the woods. Keep going as straight as you can. There are more hero capes to the far north. You don't want to go that way. Too far east, and you might run into the villains as they back out. Northeast.
Nan nodded.
They'll take you into custody and keep you safe. What other houses here do I need to go to? 3 houses down, she indicated. Tony's cousin. There'll be kids.
I hadn't missed what she'd said earlier. The friends and family thing. She protected her own, and her advice was suspect for that reason.
What about the houses between here and there? Empty? One should be empty. Last night it was all soldiers, and they're off fighting. Or they should be. House with the sheets hanging on the line is only one person. She does the services some days. It's not worth the time or effort. The cranky bitch never listens to anyone.
Yeah, there we were.
Tony's cousin. What can I tell them that they'll think it's from you? Tell him Nan said Tony's going to need him.
All right, I said.
Go. I'll handle it.
Sveta hauled herself over the fence, then approached so she stood a distance away. As Nan began getting the kids and one man that looked to be about 70 on their way, Sveta guided them, bending low and giving the kids instructions on where to go. Most looked back to Nan for guidance, and she urged them on.
Vic,
Capricorn called out. I turned his way.
When they get to the woods, have them call for self-reflection.
Nan, I said. There were 16 kids, and Nan was still near the door, urging them on. She had some of the young ones stay close to her, and when someone slightly older came out, she paired them up, clasping their hands together, before sending them on their way. She had to take 10 or so seconds to get kids sorted before she could spare a moment to respond to me.
What? When you get to the woods, call out, reflection, loud as you can. Why? Because like you said to Tony, we're helping you, so help us a bit. This only helps you guys where it counts." She frowned a bit, but she nodded. I took flight, leaving things to Sveta and Nan. The cranky woman's place first. I flew to the door and knocked hard. The mailbox had only Sims on it, no number. "What?" the answer came from within. "I'm a hero from out of town. We're evacuating people. Fighting's coming this way." The door opened. The woman was older, but not as old as I'd expected. Her hair was black, with streaks of white running through it. Her clothing style was very severe, much of the neck covered, sleeves to the wrists, dress to the ankle. She looked me over, staring through the screen door. "If you want to go, there are people waiting. Some buildings have been knocked down. It could happen here." "Who else is going?" "Nan's family. I'll be talking to Tony's cousin next door in a second." "Screws loose, all of them," she said. "The nonsense they spew, the criminal stuff, it's all madness." "You can get out," I said. "Just head into the woods, go straight. It's not that thick a patch of woods, and there are people on the other side. They'll take care of you." "I'll go," she said. "Thank you." "Of course," I said. Before I could go, she grabbed my wrist. Her fingers were bony. "I've got others to help," I said. "There's right and there's wrong," she said. "You can do everything right, moment by moment, and still end up on the wrong side, too beaten down to fight things anymore." Why this? Why now? I had the feeling it was more of a confession than advice. She wasn't fallen, not at heart. She'd just ended up here? How the hell did that happen? Maybe that in itself was the confession. "I've been beaten down before," I said. "I'll find a way to keep fighting. Humans are resilient. We made it through Gold Morning." "It's very easy to lose sight of how beaten down you are," she said. "Don't let the little things slide. We have to be vigilant." "We do," I said. "Part of my vigilance is making sure those kids survive. I need to go next door. If you want help getting out, ask for a guy called Gilpatrick, okay? He's one of the best people I know, and his whole job is knowing and providing resources to people who need it." She looked back at her house. She released my wrist and pulled the door close, drawing herself up taller. "Bless," she said. "Many of these people do not deserve to be saved." I could have responded. I decided to keep my mouth shut. I wanted her to go so I could help others, not to get caught in a conversation. Ducking low, she ran across the field, and I flew between her and the worst of the fighting with the wretch out to provide a bit of a shield. At the edge of the settlement, where the buildings were thinning out, there was a thick cloud of black smoke. Beast of Burden was there, and Damsel was standing behind him, using him as a shield. I could see the spidery form of Nailbiter, and I could make out crackles of lightning backed by dark smoke along the dirt road and a nearby lean-to or outhouse. There were some gunshots, and I could hear the revving of more bikes. I flew to the next house. Someone was already on the porch, watching me and the distant fighting. No gun pointed at me, only a look of worry from a guy with a high forehead and blonde hair that really needed combing. He had a boy with him, a bit younger than Kenzie, just as blonde, just as disheveled hair-wise. No tattoos. I wouldn't have known him for Fallen if I'd seen him on the street. They looked like their clothes and even their bodies badly needed washing, like both were homeless, despite having a fairly large farmhouse to reside in. "Nan says Tony needs you," I said. "You need to get going. Through the forest. People are waiting. Don't take any guns, or you might get yourself or your kid shot." He asked something, his voice a mumble, as if his lack of self-care extended to not even bothering to form coherent words. "What?" "Tony went?" the kid interpreted. "Yeah," I said. That was reason enough for them to go. They took nothing except themselves, and they stuck close together.
The fact that people were streaming from houses to the woods seemed to be cause for others to take the same route. 3 teenagers were running for it now. A girl with brown blonde hair ran, guitar bouncing at her back. There were 2 teenage boys, younger with dark hair. They ran to intercept Tony's cousin and the boy, maybe to get answers. These were people Rain had lived with, seen every day. This place, down to the guy who silenced his wife with a touch, the old woman, the people who didn't take care of themselves, it had been his existence and the building blocks of experience he'd had to use to pull himself together. No sign of Erin. I did want to help her. There were gunshots, close. The people at Enoch's house were shooting. I could see the orange motes around the building, still weaving their way around and up. I flew in that direction, going higher to stay away from any likely stray bullets. Over the Sims house, over the empty house, then to the roof, where the peak would provide some cover. Sveta and Capricorn were staying close together on the ground by the barricade. Sveta peered over it. Capricorn sat with his back to it, facing the house. More gunshots from within. Tristan had his hand clenched into a fist. He opened it, and the points of light and traceries took form. The building was wreathed in stone, blocking the windows and doors and shielding it from gunfire. The job was done, and Sveta and Capricorn both moved away from house and barricade, getting closer to the fighting, dropping down from the path to the field. The dirt for the dirt road to this row of houses had been piled up, so the water would run off the sides, with stones rolled over to separate the looser dirt from the fields. The 2 of them stayed closer to the stone divider, hunkering down so the hump of road provided some protection. The people in the house weren't happy. We'd have to protect it. We'd assumed that responsibility. I peered around the peak of the building. As the people drew near enough, I could see their costumes in detail. Beast of Burden was constantly backing up as others advanced. A guy with the proportions of an older teenager that hadn't quite grown to match his lanky frame was advancing, arms out to his sides. A hood of what looked like flesh was wrapped around a hard mask or helmet. It looked like 2 human faces with distorted features had been cut away from their owners' heads, carved into strips, and then bound together, with gaps in both the skin strips and helmet for him to peer through. A mouth yawned open and around one eye, and a diagonal slash of a gap between 2 other strips provided an opening for the other. His eyes were blue sparks of light. I could see the range of his power. He was the source of the dark smoke and blue arcs of lightning that danced over every surface, Beast of Burden included. Everything in his field of view was affected, and wooden fences, weeds, and bits of wood on the road sparked and ignited. Things closer to him seemed more affected. At about 30 meters, the effect seemed negligible. Nailbiter backed away, moving with some agitation as her pointed feet stuck into the softer dirt of the road, her mobility hampered. Light arced briefly and fiercely between 2 of her extended fingers, and she shook her hand. I could see Sidepiece and Disjoint as part of the group. Beast of Burden's clique, separated from Prancer's and now matched in number. There were other fallen. A young woman with a face-concealing hood and scarf that was wound around her hair and down her back, voluminous sleeves around her arms, and no actual torso section to her costume. A black belt at her chest covered only what was essential, and tattoos decorated the tanned skin of her stomach and sides. She was guarding the one with the electric sight. Evacuating the innocents in the camp was one step. Chances were that they'd go back to the Fallen after. There was no way to get them to cooperate and refuse them that freedom, and the amnesty, as much as it sucked, protected them, even if their leaders were apparently breaking rules. Anarchy was the word, really. We had to deal with the really problematic ones. Fallen-aligned capes on dirt bikes tore around a corner, kicking up dust behind them as they joined the fray. Some of that dust reached up to the edges of roofs on 2-story buildings behind them. Hoodlums, tattooed and wearing cheap demon masks, boys and girls. Maybe they were older than I was, but it was hard to see them and assign any kind of maturity. I could hear them whooping as they split up, half of them racing along the right perimeter, the darkness and electricity, half along the left perimeter. The first of them hit the edge of the dirt road Beast of Burden was on, using it as a ramp to go airborne. Others followed suit. They sailed to either side of Beast of Burden's group, landed in fields and skidded around so they were behind the group, facing Damsel. Nailbiter reached out. Her fingers struck one of the last bikers to jump. They collided with the thin bars as she drew her fingers back to normal size. The withdrawing and the motion against the biker's front created slashes at the face, collarbone, chest, and lower stomach. The last looked deep. Sidepiece, too, clawed her navel away from her midsection in an effort that took a second tug to separate some strings of still-connected skin, and then hurled that flesh to strike the ground a moment before the biker landed. It detonated, and the biker bounced to the ground 10 feet from their vehicle. Our side joined the fight. Sveta yanked another one off of their bike. Blue lights began appearing around the larger group as Capricorn started using Byron's power. I took to the sky, trying to get a better sense of the battlefield. Prancer wasn't that far away. I could see people I was pretty sure were speedrunners. Prancer's crew had guns, and they were shooting blind, because a power was obscuring their view of the street and things beyond. Fallen were moving to flank. On the very far side of the confrontation where Prancer was involved, I could see the distortion of Vista's power. We'd help this group first. I looked for a good place to dive. I could drop down by Lightning Eyes, but I wasn't sure about the hooded girl. Besides, it seemed like he was keeping Beast of Burden tied down. Fallen dirt bikers first. Beast of Burden's group second. I dropped down at a point more or less between one dirt-biking Fallen and Nailbiter, standing so I could see both. The Fallen in front of me raised a hand. A deep black ellipse appeared at his fingertips above his head. I could feel what he was doing, as the air seemed to leave the room. A black hole? No. Nothing non-gaseous seemed to be getting drawn in, but my intake of breath felt thin, as if it supplied far too little. "Woo!" he called out, and the cry was distorted and magnified by the dark blob he held overhead. He revved his bike and charged me. I moved to meet him, holding my breath so I wouldn't lose any. The blob had an effect like my aura, but it was physical, changing the rules of the area around him, not anything emotional, and he seemed to have nuanced control. His buddies weren't suffering. I met his ambient effect with my own. As he drew nearer, I pushed out with my aura hard. I saw him waver. On the other side of me, Nailbiter's mouth yawned open, and her teeth speared out, crisscrossing, stabbing into dirt, field, stone, and toward the biker and me. I was already flying back and out of the way. The guy threw his arm down. The blob crashed into the road, and the bike rode the explosion as the effect released, taking to the air. Her hand went out. She caught him out of the air with extended fingers and let the bike fall while she held him in the air. She flicked her arm, hand going out. As before, the rapid slide of finger against flesh had the effect of a serrated knife edge. He was cut 5 different ways, and he crashed into the ground not far in front of Lightning Eyes. The guy screamed and convulsed as the effect crackled over him, burning skin and setting his hair on fire. A dirt biker with a demon mask with red rips and gouges in pure white latex skin drew a submachine gun, aiming it at Damsel. Sveta grabbed his weapon, but failed to disarm him as he maintained his grip. Instead, the biker with the white mask turned ghostly. The ghostly image separated. Several bikers now, each with variants on the theme. Red mask with radioactive green gouges and blood, and a blue and yellow mask with red gouges and blood. All three had guns, and Sveta had only 2 hands. Capricorn's image of blue lines and sparks came into being. Water sprayed, violent and focused largely outward at the bikers. Where it cascaded into the road, it left gouges of mud. Beast of Burden stumbled as one spray caught him from behind. Ashley was already using the distraction to move. She fired her power, directing it at the road, and launched herself into the air, dress and hair fluttering behind her. The multifaceted biker tried to get a bead on her, arms raised to shield eyes from spraying water, and she shot again, changing direction in the air.
"Damsel!"
Beast barked.
"I told you not to fucking shoot that so close to me!"
I was already flying toward the multifaceted fallen bikers. I used my aura to distract and closed the distance, wretch around me. Had someone been paying attention, they might have noticed the water tracing the edges of the wretch. There was that melancholy feeling again. I closed the distance, and as it happened, so did Damsel. I came at them from the northern end, and she came at them from the southern side. The one of the 3 that had a gun free turned to aim at Damsel. She shot with her power before he could pull the trigger, and crashed bodily into him. He split into another set of varieties, yellow-green, green-red, and purple-green. 2 of them drew knives. One of the others was joining the fray too. I could see how wide Damsel's eyes were, and I could see her lips move. Her hand went out and she blasted. The 2 in the range of the blast were quick enough to dodge away, and they didn't move quite like humans anymore. Too fast, too jerky.
"Damsel!" Sidepiece called out. "Get clear!" Damsel blasted, aiming at the ground with both hands and firing with both, kicking up dust and debris, and catching the front of the motorcycle, shredding it. The things avoided that blast as well, but as she moved skyward, Nailbiter and Sidepiece both went on the offensive. Sidepiece threw 2 chunks, and Nailbiter clawed out. Several of the things seemed to die. Others folded back into each other, and used the momentum of that reabsorption to leap backward. They scrambled for the bike that had been abandoned when Sidepiece screwed up the rider's landing. I could see Damsel panting hard.
"Scum of the earth! You do not deserve the breath you draw!"
She was going to go over the top on them, and I wasn't sure she was going to hold back or be just bark with no bite. Not like she had during the test skirmish or the train ride with Presley. "Damsel!" I called out. She wheeled on me. I saw her eyes widen as I dove. I put my hand at her neck and another at her arm. Carrying her, I flew her back and away from the fight. I could hear the sound of Byron's power going off again, cutting into the earth, but my focus was on Ashley's eyes beneath the black mask, lacking any pupil. Her lips were parted to show teeth, and it wasn't a smile. Off to the side, her fingers opened, spreading. She fired her power into the air. I was flying, carrying her, and with the blast, we were forced off course. We hit the soft dirt at the edge of the dirt road and landed in a heap together. I could have sworn at her. I could have been pissed. It wasn't worth it. "Hi," I said. We were far enough away we wouldn't be overheard by others. She pressed her lips together. Her hand went to my neck, like I held hers. Her fingers felt like real flesh should, but they were cooler than fingers should be. "This is an act, remember?"
"I'm all out of patience," she said. "I'm ready to kill someone."
At the hospital, I'd dealt with a tinker who had the freak-out rants. I'd dealt with people with distorted views of reality. Mostly, I'd dealt as an observer, sitting in for the group therapy. I'd thought about what I wanted to say,
cringed when people said the wrong things, and I'd written emails to support them or give advice after the fact. Glacially, slowly. I wanted to handle this in a way that wouldn't have any observers cringing. "Let's not," I said. "We're making progress here, okay? Mission is going mostly according to plan, and you're handling your bit well. People are over-the-top amazed at how well you're selling this. Keep it a sale. Keep it an act. It's good." She exhaled, like she'd been holding in a breath or 10. I felt her fingers relax at my neck. "You're pissing them off?" I asked. "He's pissing me off," she said. "But I'm getting to him." "Good," I said. "Damsel!" Sidepiece called out, drawing out the first sound into a longer damn sound. "If you're done making out, we could use some help." Some of the bikers that had been tossed from their rides were on their feet. Lightning Eyes was pressuring Beast of Burden, forcing him into that plodding, slow retreat. "Can't off her without risking her tearing my head off in a death spasm," Damsel called out. "Suck it up and figure it out," Sidepiece called out. "So annoying," Damsel hissed. A bike revved. I could hear the approach. Damsel and I separated as it rode up the sloped side of the dirt road. She blasted to create more distance for herself, and I caught the edge of the bike's tire. The blast served to throw the bike out from under the girl who'd been riding it. The girl landed, skidding across dirt that had been packed by the passage of countless vehicles. "Stay down," I said, as the fallen girl started to get to her hands and feet. I pushed out with my aura. She gave up, collapsing face down onto the road. Did she even have powers? Did this particular group mix up those that did with those that didn't? What a hassle. Byron had directed most of his power at the road for the second blast. It hampered Beast of Burden's footing, and it dissolved a chunk of the road. Sveta, as was her tendency, was lurking, looking for an opportunity to reach out. Crackling with lightning, Beast of Burden called something out, and Nailbiter snatched up 2 bikes, one damaged, that the convoy of fallen had been riding. She hurled them at Beast of Burden, and he caught one with each hand. Pressing them together into a makeshift shield, he charged at the Lightning Eyes fallen. He made it nearly to the guy before the girl with the hood reached up and out. Giant hands wrapped in black rags materialized between Beast of Burden and the 2 fallen. Beast of Burden pressed on. Another hand materialized, grabbing him, and he carried on forward, metal treads scraping through mud. Disjoint danced out to the side, practically skipping as he went from mud to solid ground, and slashed out with one hand, his hand disappearing. The woman with the hood fell, and she might have been grabbed by the same hand. The hands disappeared, and Beast of Burden was momentarily reduced to only darkness and electricity as he took the brunt of the blast from Lightning Eyes, even with the 2 motorcycles as an intervening barrier. He brought a motorcycle down as a club, and he swatted the fallen guy with the vision power. Then he brought the other bike down, hitting the girl who'd been thrown aside twice with overhead smashes. The lesser fallen who remained didn't have much fight in them. Beast of Burden's horned head swiveled to look at us. I flew back and away, so I'd have a good view of things. "Beast of Burden," I called out. "Bob!" He hurled a motorcycle at me. He was a distance away, but he was strong. 20 feet above the road, I flew to one side to evade. Grudges. Even if we had the same enemy, he wasn't willing to even talk. He threw another bike. This one was more on target. I flew to evade, and saw motion in the corner of my eye. Nailbiter. Sveta grabbed my arm, tugged, but with my flight not moving me in that same direction, there was a moment's lag. Nailbiter's finger stabbed at me, and I was forced to throw up the wretch, forcing Sveta's hand away. Fingers and motorcycle glanced off of the wretch within a half second of one another. "Asshole," I said.
She was mine. I was dealing with her, Damsel said.
Shut up,
Beast of Burden said.
now.
I flew back and further away. Byron and Sveta were retreating, cutting through taller grass along the side of a fence. Nailbiter, though, had a bit of the height advantage. Even though she didn't fly, her body was long. She pointed at them. That was Disjoint and Sidepiece's indication to go on the offensive. Beast of Burden trudged back to the road. Sidepiece dug out a fragment of bone and hurled it like a dart. "Dodge!" I called out. Sveta did. She pulled herself away, grabbing Byron and then tugging him away. It didn't get him free and clear, and he was at the very periphery. It looked as though his armor protected him. He blurred and became Tristan, more confident in a skirmish, maybe. Beast's clique began advancing through the field, closing the distance. Damsel joined them. They had only barely finished managing dealing with these fallen, with our help, and now they were turning on us. They fully intended to tear through any and all opposition to be the last one standing. I wanted to help, but throwing myself into the midst of that group was difficult. Too many powers, too easy to get hit from multiple angles. I flew for one of the pieces of debris, a bike engine. Beast of Burden turned on his heel to keep me in view and said something to the others, keeping them focused on Tristan and Sveta. I threw the debris, and Beast of Burden slapped it aside before it could hit anything. I'd meant it more as a deterrent than anything. Disjoint grabbed Sveta, and I could see her stumble. Sidepiece prepared to hurl something. It was Chris to the rescue. I was pretty sure it was him. Black, feathered, and wholly unintuitive in construction. He had 4 legs like a crow's talons, but large and spindly, and his body wrapped in on itself, with thick scale-like plates like the talons that extended around his face and front. The actual features weren't bird-like, but were nestled in the conch of his physical form. If he'd been a banana, the eyes, mouth, and useful features would have been on the inside curve, the outside curve facing forward. But he was more of a tight spiral than a banana, confused by the crests and flares of large, glossy black feathers that filled the gaps. It was only because his eyes were spaced out that he could rotate them and look out to the sides, each eye yellow with a distorted pupil. The feathers were heavy and hard, I realized, as he blocked one blast from Sidepiece by rearing up and fanning the feathers out. He stumbled in response to the explosion, then dipped back and into the field of wooden racks and greenery. Beans, it might have been. Dark introspection, he'd called this, if I remembered right. The addition of an unknown player gave them pause. It was our opportunity to back off. Beast of Burden's group gathered together. "I would have had her," Damsel said.
Will you shut up?
"You're strong but slow," she said. "You lack grace, and you need mobility to deal with mobility."
Enough.
I could see the others getting together. I could also see that the fallen were gathering. Snag had said he outnumbered these guys? It didn't look that way. I could see Love Lost and a few others. Cleet, Etna. There were a few mooks, rounding out their number to 10 or so, but not many with powers that I also recognized. They were backing away from a larger group of fallen, 20 strong. More young fallen with cheap masks, less in the way of tattoos. Their leader wasn't like that. He had an aura to him. As dark and grungy as the others were, as cheap as many of their costumes were, their skin cluttered with tattoos, he was all in white. White hair, white mask of overlapping segments with no eyes, and black lipstick across the feminine mouth, white tunic, white leggings, white cane. Valefor. He'd attacked my hometown. He'd be leadership, or he'd be up there. He'd had that pedigree. The plan had been to evacuate people, knowing they'd go back.
I'd come to terms with that. But the hope, the focus, was that we'd deal with the leaders. If we could deal with the fallen capes and the lieutenants who were willing to go to war, maybe we could break the back of the larger group, leaving them aimless. Maybe some of those aimless people would find their way back to society. 20 of them. And if there were unpowered in there, they were gussied up like the ones with powers, confusing things sufficiently that we couldn't discount them at all. Fuck me if this wasn't about to be one heck of an uphill battle. Arc 5, Shadow, Chapter 10. Valefor, I said, just loud enough for the others, damsel included, to hear. Hypnotist Master. I wrote about him in the document. Don't look him in the eyes. Chris was in his bird spiral, dark introspection form, and he curled up further, eyes nestling in deep, so his eye only barely peered out. We backed up as the fallen advanced as a crowd. Chris prowled around behind us on long, black bird limbs, his eye peering over our heads. The pupil resembled a human face in shape, but more a cross-section of the middle of the face. I wish I'd asked for more details on just how his forms functioned. He might not have answered me, but on the off chance that he did, I'd have some sense of what we could do to defend ourselves. I just knew it was maybe a solution of sorts in the face of Mama Mathers, the anti-thinker measure, her family, or some combination thereof. Crises tended to highlight things. They brought out the best and worst of us, whether it was courage in the face of danger to our loved ones, or craven behavior in the midst of desperation. They showed us who our friends were and how much they cared. I was getting a sense of things I really needed and wanted to work on with these guys, and where our strengths as a team were. Case in point, I needed to figure out things with Chris. I'd never really had to think about it. I'd grown up with my first team, and I'd known them intimately by default. They had been there by default, up until a crisis bad enough had broken us. "You want a piece of me?" Sidepiece screamed out the words. She put too much pitch in the higher sounds and managed to get some vocal fry in the mix. "You've got to stop saying that," Disjoint said. Love Lost wasn't screaming, and the others in her group weren't attacking. Cleet, Etna, they only retreated in our general direction. "You want some of this?" Sidepiece screeched. "Silence!" Valefor called out. He pointed his cane in her direction as he shouted it, and a few people tensed from that action alone. Sidepiece shut her mouth. "If the intrusive twits give each other advice, I think we should listen," Damsel said. "Don't look at him." Sidepiece shook her head. "She wasn't looking," Beast said. "Let's go," I said. I turned to go, hand on Sveta's shoulder. "Don't run!" Valefor called out at the top of his lungs. My stride halted, and I swayed a bit before finding my footing. Introspection Chris had been quicker to stop, and I bumped into him in the midst of my retreat. "Don't go anywhere!" he cried out. His arms were out above his head, as if he shouted it to the heavens. I turned around to look. The others were reacting in a similar way. Beast of Burden was one of the last to stop moving and nearly bowled over the teammates that were using him as a human shield. Sveta lost her balance, tipped over, and crashed to the ground, arms paralyzed around her, not moving fast enough to break her fall. Shit. I took off, flying straight for Valefor. I wasn't the only person with the same idea. Nailbiter attacked, fingers stabbing out. One of Valefor's people said something. Distant enough he was barely audible, his hand on Valefor's shoulder. Other capes were protecting the group against Nailbiter. One was producing a plume of red smoke that moved in slow motion. The claws hit the smoke and stopped like they'd hit inviolable steel. The cane swung out my way. "Stop!" I canceled my flight, dropping down to the ground. I took a few steps forward before I could stop. Our side was 20 or 30 feet behind me, and Valefor was another 60 or 70 feet ahead of me. Nailbiter kept up the offense, bringing her claws back like she'd been hurt by the curling smoke, and then swiped in from the side, trying to catch the group from the other side. The defending Fallen threw in more smoke in the way of the attack, so red it looked like plastic, opaque and moving through the air at a crawl, once it left the fallen man's hand. "Attacker," someone said, hand at Valefor's shoulder, indicating Nailbiter. Sidepiece joined in. She didn't advance or retreat. She darted out to the side, fingers clenched in her guts, ripping something out. "Cease!" Valefor called out. Both Nailbiter and Sidepiece were affected. Nailbiter stopped, then withdrew her fingers. Breathing hard, Sidepiece held a chunk of what might have been appendix or ovary in her hand, blood dripping freely down her arm and off of her elbow. More blood flowed from the fresh injury in the roadkill mess that was her gut, over her pelvis and the rise of her low-rise jeans, and splattered onto her sneaker. She dropped the bit at her feet. It detonated, and she was flung to one side. "Clever, but no. You lie there, Guts Girl," Valefor said. "Don't move a muscle. The rest of you?" Damsel used her power, hurling herself forward. "No powers," Valefor called out. Damsel stopped. "No weapons, no tools, none of you. Stay still and wait." I hadn't been looking at him. I glanced at him, and I could see that his eyes were still covered. The instructions he was getting. He couldn't see. His power worked without him needing to see? Or had he tapped into another source, relying on a cape that granted vision like MapRight could get and grant mental images of areas? My heart pounded, and I felt nausea welling up. The Fallen chuckled. A few of the young hooligan types cackled and danced around, arms waving as they approached, spreading out. We'd been too tied up with Beast of Burden. What should have been a brief engagement, taking out the two powerful Fallen and then retreating, had become a thing. Valefor had gotten into earshot, and apparently that was all he needed. I was having trouble thinking straight. Paralysis seemed to freeze my thoughts as much as it did my body. I'd dealt with it for 2 years, being unable to move under my own weight. The need to move became something fluttery in my chest, which fanned the swell of nausea. It felt like colors were different, as was the clarity of my vision, as if I had someone else's eyes. I was acutely aware of the feeling of the clothing on my skin, every breath, and how they weren't measured to the breaths before or after them. No powers, he'd said. I couldn't bring myself to fly. I couldn't bring the wretch out. I glanced at Love Lost's group. They'd been bound by words in the same way. I looked down and tried to focus. The Fallen closed the distance. I'd charged in, and that put me front and center. I got a good look at Valefor as he approached. There were white feathers in his hair and around his collar. He bent his head at an angle while talking in a whisper with the person leading him. His companion stopped him a few feet in front of me, thumbs hooked in the slim belt at his waist. "Mama told you to help us," Valefor said. "You didn't." "We did," I said, still looking down. "We got your people to safety and protected them." "I've been told there are fallen casualties," Valefor said. "Pazuza and Jel are dead, smashed to a pulp. Jay and Nell," his companion said, a guy with a face tattoo visible in the gaps of a ragged head covering that only let his eyes peer through. "Some injured." "Family," Valefor said, sticking his cane in my direction. "Don't lie to me." The fact that he was talking to me meant that I was off limits to the rest. The hooligans with demon masks and the darker, more adult Fallen walked past me, toward Beast of Burden and the others. We were quickly getting surrounded, except surrounded was the wrong word. We were stones in a river, and the Fallen were the water. "We didn't kill your people. We did protect and evacuate some," I said. "That's the truth." "Evacuated? Yeah, that's not a good thing," he said. He walked around me, reaching out until he touched my arm. I flinched a little at the contact. His fingers traced over the decoration at my shoulder. I felt angry at that. I was reminded of being in the hospital, of being manhandled by nurses and carers that only wanted to get on with their days. When you were a certain kind of helpless, people took it as their right or common sense that they got to touch you. "You're going to help us. Tell me you understand." "I understand," I said, the words escaping my lips, barely audible. "You're going to help us. You're going to serve us. Tell me you're going to serve us." "I'm going to serve you," I said. Amy. The thought sprung to mind. Amy. Amy. For 2 years it had been Amy this, Amy that. All my thoughts in service to being with her, thinking about her, wanting her. Another compulsion. Then and now, when I'd hit my limit, frustrated. He reached up to my cheek and gave it 2 sharp pats, audible. Good. Anger became indignation, enough to choke me, together with the irregular breathing and the nausea. My head shook a little, my vision grew dark around the edges, and I teetered slightly. I tipped over the brink, past the point where the use of my power was willful and wanted, and at the point where it was something I had to hold back. In surrender, rather than intent, I lashed out with fear and self-admiration, and I let the wretch loose, with Valefor in arm's reach, in that order. Had it been the other way around, the wretch might have gotten its hands on the man, but intimidation took hold, and Valefor was assisted by his manservant, who hauled him back and away. He sprawled in the grass. The manservant was slower to get back, his attention on helping Valefor. Compulsion, possibly. An invisible hand struck him in the arm, and the arm folded backward, wrist slapping against elbow, skin tearing from the blunt impact, and the bones cutting him from within. What was the rule I'd set for myself? 75%? 75% of the harm done was fair? I wasn't sure how to quantify physical harm against the emotional and mental harm done. Standing where I was, wretch active, Fallen backing away from me, I was in a fugue, emotions a storm as things I'd been bottling up sought release. Valefor's distraction had apparently freed people, or served as a kind of punctuation to end his ongoing commands. I was free, even as the serve command lingered in the corner of my mind's eye. It was like the Amy compulsion, the desire I couldn't fulfill, painful to think about and unwanted even in its straightforward way. Amy, 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 a wild, repetitive thought. I could keep it in the corner and avoid thinking. A trap I wouldn't fall into if I didn't take a step or clear partisan action. I wouldn't help Valefor, but I wouldn't or couldn't hurt him either. I couldn't speak. I flew up and back to get myself safe, neutral. Others were taking advantage. Capricorn slugged a hooligan that was up in his face, gauntlet to chin. Nailbiter, Beast of Burden, and the others tore into the crowd that had moments ago thought they could pass through our group without incident. Love Lost screamed, aiming the scream more at the fallen stragglers. The red smoke fallen had already thrown some defenses up around Valefor, so the 2 of them seemed unaffected. Others were caught in the effect, and their demeanor shifted. Some looked happy in a demented way. Others went cold, and it was hard to tell with others, as their costumes and masks covered them up too much. They charged at Love Lost, and she met them with hands out, claws outstretched. Cleet was a few paces behind her. Some weren't getting up. Sveta. I could see her looking up at me. Sidepiece lay where she was. Others weren't fighting. Chris, in particular, had backed away. Good. I still felt nauseous. My skin crawled. I was still pissed, but it was bottled up pissed again. I looked in Prancer's direction and saw that he was moving on, heading away from us, not toward. Some of his people looked back. We were facing the casualties of Beast of Burden's decision to split apart. Prancer had to know we were here, with the noises and shouting. He wasn't that far away, but they'd decided to go.
"Stop!" Valefor called out. "Freeze! No powers, no weapons, no tools!"
Again, Beast of Burden was the last one to stop. I turned to look and saw a damsel off to one side. Her arm was limp at her side, and she gripped her forearm with her hand. Blood ran down to her fingertips. Valefor had affected his allies, too. There had been a note of emotion in his voice, frustration and a bit of fear. He couldn't see. His voice was his control over the situation, and he'd momentarily lost it. There had been a time he'd needed eye contact. Now he used his voice. The trouble with a voice was that it wasn't focused. I could remember the cane, and the way both Nailbiter and Sidepiece had obeyed at the same time earlier. It worked on someone if they thought they were being referred to. There were mental tricks I imagined someone could do. It seemed like a noose that could be slipped, especially when he referred to people in general. I just wasn't sure I could do it.
"Pagan, stand at ease,"
Valefor said. He tilted his head slightly and said the words like they were a joke.
"Report."
The one the wretch had hit shifted his weight until he could roll over enough that his knees were under him. He knelt on the ground, clearly unsteady as he worked his way to his feet as best as he could without his hands. His good arm cradled the damaged one.
2 dead, 10 injured, my best guess. I'm one of them. I need help soon.
2 dead. Were those dead on my hands? I'd created a momentary opening. Others had taken advantage of it. What would have happened if we hadn't been here? Would there be less lives lost? Or would some of the dangerous individuals be Valefor's captive audience? Could I afford to even think about that? We were caught again. So long as we could talk and we could hear him, there wasn't a good way to avoid his effect.
"Fallen, you can move," Valefor said. "Look for anyone that's covering their ears."
Fallen that had been paralyzed started moving. Fear was making it hard to breathe. Could I use that again? Another disruption?
"Girl with the spikes that I was just talking to. Calm down. Don't try to be clever."
Just like that, my thoughts were dulled, and I found myself going back to the little meditative phrases and mental loops. Old PRT case numbers, a mantra I'd started to go over once when I'd needed to break a loop of thinking, which had inadvertently become something that calmed me down. We'd been prepared for Valefor as he was, with outdated records and a printout of a wiki page that had been salvaged from someone's laptop after the slow process began of rebuilding the internet. Case 0 was Scion. He was also, I presumed, the last case. Case 1 was the Siberian, technically the one who had first started the case files, as the PRT consolidated old data and tried to get information from other government agencies. Case 2 was Behemoth. His rise had incited the creation of the PRT. The case series had been an excuse to gather data from international agencies, too. Case 3 was the lie of the virus, an early claim about the origin of powers, propagated by an early online news group. Case 4 was the player, an early thinker mastermind who had required some greater cooperation across multiple agencies to root out. Later on, the player would be a case in point for the formation of Watchdog and its core purpose, Kenzie's would-be group. The first cases had inspired things, major functions and interests. Committees had been formed, and those committees had become something. Even though a whole chunk of the early ones were minor or fabrications in the end, the virus theory included, they'd led to things like a dedicated parahuman science department. Ordered, interesting, familiar. It was calming, even if I didn't want to be calm. We'd talked about how to deal with him. Tricks, techniques. I'd thought I could use my aura to try to override or distract. I'd been right. I'd gotten 2 Fallen killed, and the ensuing fracas had led to roughly half of them being injured. I wasn't sure how I felt about that. The idea of death weighed heavy, even if it looked as if it was Beast of Burden and Nailbiter's doing. Violence and death didn't weigh heavy for them. Our side matches yours in number. From what I've been told, you're divided, fighting among yourselves. We aren't. The strength of faith, Valefor said. He said it almost ironically. Let's tip the scales. You're going to serve us. You're going to fight for us. I'll talk to you one by one, and I'll have you pledge allegiance, starting with... I heard Damsel's power, brief. Beast of Burden said something, his voice a growl. I said not to be clever, Valefor said. He drew in a deep breath, then tilted his head as far to the left as it would go, where ear would have been touching shoulder if his mask didn't cover it. Do you want to see what I can do if I get creative? Someone assist me. A fallen woman near him hurried to his side, supporting and guiding him. She had her tits out, and every inch of her was caked in goopy black paint, which obscured her features and hid details. Where her lips parted, the paint had cracked, so there was only a broken hard ridge, with lips, teeth, and tongue behind. It even caked her hair. It didn't look like a tempera sort of thing, just costume. They navigated the crowd, Fallen moving out of their way, our guys and the violent capes frozen in place. Valefor was far enough away from me that I could barely hear him. He stood in front of Damsel. Her power flared. She stumbled. The woman with Valefor said something. Stop, Valefor said. Don't do that again. Move your hand. She pulled her hand away from her forearm. There was a hole where she had dug her thumb in under the skin. We'd talked about this, but not quite like this. You, Valefor started. The power flared again. She stumbled, spell broken, and then brought her good hand around toward Valefor. The woman in black paint let go of Valefor and caught Damsel's wrist, forcing it upward. The power shot well over their heads, and Damsel fell. Cease, Valefor said. Let's distract you. Kill your friends. Damsel wheeled around, turning toward Nailbiter and Sidepiece. Then she hesitated, looking up at me. The woman in black paint moved, lunging to intercept another attacker. Chris, leaping in. The woman in black kept him from getting his talons on Valefor. He was a spiral twist of feather and scaly talon flesh, with eyes and hard ridges in the mix. His spindly talons raked and grabbed, but the woman in black was fast, strong, and possibly a precog. He'd picked this form with masters in mind, capes that controlled people. He hadn't been willing to say just how or why it helped, only that he was unsure how well it would work. At the time, I'd told myself he'd be kept back and out of the way, so it barely mattered, especially if we couldn't be certain how reliable it was. Chris got 2 of his 4 talons on Damsel, and he tossed her. She used her power while mid-air, and landed roughly on her feet, one hand touching the ground. Her injured arm hung limp. The arm sparked, and she fell. Fallen pushed past our people to help Valefor, as Introspection Chris tried to reach around the woman in black and scratch him. Powers came to bear, red smoke, a snake that looked like it was made of intestine and barbed wire, sprouting spikes that crackled with electricity. Introspection Chris disengaged and leaped back as the Fallen came rushing at him. Him was a really quirky word to use when he had this form. There were 2 with enhanced speed, and the barbed intestine snake had reach. He wasn't that fast in this form, even if he was faster than a normal human might have been. The speedy Fallen tackled him. The snake caught his leg. I flew a little closer, unconsciously, wanting to keep an eye on things, make sure he was okay. Mrs. Yamada had charged me with their care. The 2 Fallen with enhanced speed looked related. They sped up, but as they did, their bodies deformed. Legs bent the wrong way, operating digitigrade. The tops of their heads twisted until their lower jaws pointed the opposite direction that their upper jaws, noses, and eyes did. From the way he reacted to their hits, they hit hard, too. Strength, speed, but at a cost to fluidity of motion, steadily increasing clumsiness and facility. He shook them, and the first fell, the second slipping and then getting a hold of one taloned foot. Fallen advanced on Chris as a larger group. The 2 awkward Fallen speedsters were bleeding, I saw. Just as the group seemed poised to go after him, I pushed out with my aura hard. Heads turned. I hadn't even meant to. It was instinct, and it was instinct on behalf of Chris. I didn't even care that much about Chris. To act on his behalf brought the pledge to Valefor in mind. I'd promised to serve, and it was a loop in my thoughts now. The usual techniques didn't help to break it. It was a peculiar battlefield. So many people frozen in place, the combatants on the Fallen side not wanting to break the spell by jarring anyone too much. I hadn't experienced it myself, but it seemed that if people were told to stop and were set to moving by a stumble or a push, that was enough that it needed to be renewed. Damsel had broken her prosthetic hand to make her power spark, each stumble forcing a renewal. Now she stalked toward the group. Her last order had been to kill her friends. Thought process. I need to help Valefor. I need to help the others. I couldn't break the mental loop, and I couldn't remain neutral anymore, now that the thought was heavy in my mind's eye. I would help Valefor. I flew to Valefor, while everyone's attention was on Chris. Fallen turned, the woman in black first among them, skin red and sunburned beneath the cracked black paint. There were veins of red through the paint that weren't sunburned skin peeking through either, and I saw she had horns, now that I was closer. I brought the wretch forth as she lunged for me. The wretch was invisible, and she had planned her punch and tackle to hit me, not a force a few feet in front of me. She bounced away, and the wretch disappeared. Others were so distracted with Chris and now Beast of Burden, who had been jostled in the fighting, that they didn't even seem to notice. I collided with Valefor fairly hard as I put my arms around him. He couldn't see me coming, so he couldn't even brace against the impact. I would help him in such a way that he couldn't tell me to stop helping and put himself in danger again. Collecting him, I flew away from the scene. I would help and serve him. That was the idea he'd planted in my head. Before he could catch his breath from the impact, I flew in a spiral tight enough his legs went out to the side, and then gently deposited him on a rooftop. I flew away before he could catch his footing, get a lungful of air, and give me another command. The compulsion wasn't gone, it was there. But it had abated. I'd served the rule, but not the spirit. The tide had turned. The villains that were assisting us were B-listers, but the Fallen weren't the cream of the Fallen's crop either. I flew past the group, jostling people, grabbing them and letting go a moment later. Valefor wouldn't find his way back in time, I hoped, and the Fallen were already injured from the brief surprise attack. A spray of cold water from Capricorn woke up everyone I hadn't been able to reach. The Fallen retreated, and the intestine snake snatching up 2 and yanking them back. I did much the same in finding Sveta lying in tall grass, her suit and wig without a head beneath. A knife impaled her back, but hadn't penetrated the shell. I carried her away, feeling the reassuring thump of her presence within. "You okay?" I asked once we were in the air.
"Embarrassed,"
Sveta said, her voice sounding a bit like it came from the depths of a well. "Okay," I said. I landed a distance away, just far enough away we could keep Beast and Damsel's group of capes in sight. One four-legged, now three-legged Chris limped his way to us. He breathed hard and curled up tight. Byron followed. "Hey, guy," I said. I wished we had a name for him. "Mr. Introspection, you're missing a leg. You okay?" He blinked once. I had no idea what that meant. Go figure, that he wasn't any more forthcoming when he didn't seem to have a working mouth. "What did you end up doing?" Byron asked. "Took Valefor away. He's still out there," I said, unfortunately. I eyed Damsel, who was at the periphery of Beast of Burden's group. There was a dark look in her eye as she talked to that group, clearly heated, and I wasn't there to talk her down. "Tristan couldn't switch to me, I don't think," Byron said. "When we were talking about capes we might run into last night, we theorized it was a thing we could do, that if he switched to me I might not be compelled, but he didn't switch." "It's okay," I said. "We knew there were a half-dozen things we could maybe do, and some worked, some didn't. I hate losing control. I only have control over half my life to begin with," Byron said. "Yeah," Sveta said. Her face peered up through the neck-hole of her suit. Careful, Victoria. Or, Byron, can you put your gauntlet over this gap? Fasten it when I say so." "Sure," Byron said. "Be careful," Sveta said. She'd undone a clasp at her shoulder. She brought her head out, twisting it around in a way a neck couldn't. Her tendrils were bound with metal rings into a loose column that disappeared into her suit. She began working her way into a comfortable position. "Not having control, it sucks. Fuck that guy." "Agreed on both counts, but the lack of control helped us," I said. "It's how I used my aura. It's what Damsel did." Sveta pursed her lips. Damsel was stalking. Sidepiece and Nailbiter were sticking with her. Disjoint hung back, talking to Beast of Burden. Etna, Love Lost, and Cleet seemed to be a sub-clique in that group. Byron blurred. His armor shifted tints from blue to red. "It's what Dark Introspection here did," Tristan said. "Mind-body disconnect, right? Looking inward, elective connection?" Chris curled up tighter. "Yeah," Tristan said. He bent down to give Chris a pat. "You're so weird." "You did good," I said. I could see the looks on faces throughout our small group, or what I could see of faces. Chris being wound together, Sveta looking so deeply unhappy, Tristan's eyes being narrower. It wasn't just us. The violent capes were more agitated. I felt that way. The panic that had let me tap into the aura and retch wasn't going all the way away. I wore armor and a costume that made me feel like standing tall, and I felt very small. Fuck, that guy was right. "What did he tell you?" Tristan asked me. "Orders? Compulsions?" "To serve, to help. I helped by removing him from a dangerous situation. I'm not all the way resolved there. I don't want to run into him again." "Did he tell you to lie?" "Stop that," Sveta said. "She would have to say no if he did, so it doesn't matter." "Not always," Tristan said. "Sometimes you get loopholes. It's worth asking." I shook my head. He didn't tell me to lie. He was distracted, I think. He tried to pull a big gambit and turn the tides, and he's operating blind. Literally, I don't think he can see. I still had the traitorous general thoughts and impressions from the compulsion. I was familiar with having thoughts that weren't mine in my head. The mind was supposed to be sacrosanct, the thoughts it contained purely sourced from oneself and for oneself. Valefor had violated the former, like Amy had violated the latter. On a level, I was just happy I hadn't killed him. I knew there was an argument for why I should have, had I had the opportunity. I also knew it would have been a betrayal of myself and the me I wanted to be. For all these reasons and more, mind control was another one of the parts of the game. Too many people found it viscerally horrifying, myself included, and the way things could break down if mind control saw common use was too big of a problem. The natural reaction from society, or from our sub-society, was to fight back. Valefor obviously didn't care. He didn't give me the impression of someone at home in a big thing like the one we'd been in, especially after the fighting had started, and he'd still been pretty damn scary. "We could go," I said. "We caught them off guard once or twice there, and we got some lumps in. It's not quite breaking the back of the Fallen, but we could pull away, regroup with others, and plan for the perimeter and Look-See's trap." "I want to do more," Sveta said. "I was useless back there."
"I can't back down from this," Tristan Capricorn said. "I think if we run into him again, if I'm alert, I might know what to do."
"If you're sure," I said. He nodded. I looked down at Introspection Chris. "How about you? You good to retreat to the background? Gallop in if you see the need and feel up to it?" He lurched to his feet, curled and uncurled like he was stretching, and then loped away, swaying a bit to compensate for the missing forelimb. He bucked a bit, claw reaching up, and then the iffy camouflage kicked in. "Okay," I said. "I have a lot of questions."
"His whole thing is he doesn't like answering them," Capricorn said.
"He's doing his part," Sveta said. "That was brave."
"It was insane," Capricorn said. "No offense intended to present company, brothers or self."
"Fine line between bravery and sanity," I said. I looked across the clearing to Beast of Burden's group. Damsel wasn't pacing anymore. Capricorn approached and stood next to me, his armored shoulder touching the spikes at mine. Sveta stood at my other side, looking in that direction.
"Do we try this?" Capricorn asked.
"We might have to. I don't like leaving her alone like this."
"Okay."
Capricorn put a hand up. Disjoint was watching us and nudged Beast of Burden. Their group went quiet. I was well aware that Love Lost was a danger to Rain. I was aware of how dangerous these guys were in general. Beast of Burden had killed 2 members of the Fallen's inner circle, it sounded like. They'd been people Valefor was close to. We approached, slow and steady.
"Can we try this a second time?" Tristan asked. "Truce? We deal with this whole situation. There are hostages we need to rescue, and we can't afford to fight."
"I like the idea," Disjoint said. "Backup would be awful nice," Sidepiece said. She had a really annoying voice. I'd noticed it earlier. A bit of the teenage vocal fry, trying a bit to sound cute, but she wasn't a teenager, and I didn't think she was cute.
"Not your call," Beast of Burden said.
"Is it supposed to be yours?" Damsel asked.
"You can be quiet," Beast of Burden said. "I've heard too much from you today. Earn your stripes first, then talk."
"Hey, Damsel of Distress," I said. She turned to me. "You good? Any lingering compulsions?" "No. I don't have much goodness to go around, but I don't have any compulsion either. I don't have friends." "You gave me a look," Sidepiece said. She had hair over one side of her face, but she didn't take very good care of it, and a mask in the same cut as the Phantom of the Opera one, albeit cruder, covered part of her face. Black makeup filled her lower eye socket and distorted the impression of her eye shape. "A very flattering, murderous look." "I thought about it," Damsel said, imperious and proud, chin rising a bit. "I don't know if you qualify as a friend, when I barely know you, but I don't mind your company, Sidepiece, and I can respect a lady with the discipline to have a 12-inch waist." She smiled a bit. Her arms sparked, her power ripping between the wound at her forearm and her fingertips, and she stumbled into disjoint. Frowning, she backed away until she was a short distance from everyone else.
16 inches, last I checked, but thank you, you're a dear, Sidepiece said, ignoring the power misfire and maintaining her intentionally frayed voice as she feigned higher class.
Will you help us? I asked.
No,
Beast of Burden said. Nailbiter and Damsel exchanged a look. Nailbiter looked over at Sidepiece.
Yes,
Nailbiter said, voice whistling slightly. Beast of Burden wheeled on her, finger pointing.
Not your choice.
Democratically?
Sidepiece asked.
I think most of us want the help, Bob.
This isn't a democracy,
Beast of Burden said.
This is a fucking tyranny. You signed on for it, and you agreed I'm leader because I'm good for the business and track record. You also agreed that if the crown is moving to another head, it's going to do so outside of jobs. Leaders can't be second-guessed on the field.
Either we run or we press on, Damsel said, second-guessing him.
Enough,
Beast of Burden said.
If we press on, we're going to face worse than we just did. I agree with Sidepiece and Nailbiter. It makes sense,
Damsel said. Her power sparked again. She maintained her balance, overcompensated, and stumbled a step the other way.
You okay?
Sveta asked.
Just fine,
Damsel said, curt and sounding anything but. She turned back to Beast of Burden.
Don't be a wuss, Beast. You look weaker trying to go this alone than you do taking the help.
Before Beast of Burden could reply, Love Lost approached him from behind. She wrapped claws with blood still on them on the back of his armor. He turned. She pointed at Nailbiter, then at us.
She's the client,
Damsel said. He stabbed a finger her way.
Last warning.
Her power sparked. This time she fell.
Good. Stay like that,
Beast of Burden said. He stepped forward and placed one iron boot on the edge of her dress. Damsel remained where she was. Struggling would have been futile.
Don't be a dick, I said.
Don't interject yourself into our business. If the client wants help, fine, we'll do this.
We need to find the hostages. We'll reunite with another group we're working with and use their thinkers or other resources. If there's a confrontation, we work together, I said. Beast of Burden shrugged, spreading his gauntlet-clad hands slightly. He stepped off of Damsel's dress and went to walk in the direction the fighting had gone. It seemed with Prancer mobile and Velvet having some emphasis on enhanced maneuverability when driving with her telekinesis, they were moving around a lot, and the Fallen were giving chase. They had moved away since the fight with Valefor. Love Lost pointed. She didn't spare Damsel a glance as she walked on. Some of the others joined her. Nailbiter, Disjoint, and Etna. Sidepiece lingered as Damsel picked herself up. Her arm sparked twice, but she didn't fall. She gave us a look, then stalked away. We cut through the north end of the settlement, toward the northwest corner, and the sound of ongoing confrontation got us jogging after them. Well, I flew, but the rest jogged or ran. Prancer was engaged. They were fighting with hit-and-run tactics, and when the Fallen didn't take the bait or stopped to pause, Prancer's group assaulted buildings. There was a shop on fire, and a large garage with a truck in it that now had a chunk missing. A big part of what let them do that was the heroes at the west end of the settlement and the presence of the Undersiders. Bitch and her dogs were standing beside Vista. Narwhal was close, and 2 black stuffed animals reared up at the edge of the camp. Foil was there, but Tattletale was not. No Valefor, but I could see a core group of Fallen with fancier costumes and that kind of presence. Nobody that looked like they could be Mama Mathers either. The pressure was on, and the Fallen looked to be losing ground. There were world-class capes lined up against them. If the actual groups were even in power, and I wasn't sure they were, then Prancer's group was playing it in such a way that even if the Fallen won, they wouldn't have a town left after. My phone buzzed. I pulled it out. Look-see. Not peeking, am reporting what others saying. Precog with me says Vista says that the hostages you want are towards south end of town. Map attached. The text had an image attached. I flew skyward, looking. A group, Valefor's group, with fallen civilians and others, the hostages. We could figure something out. White flickers danced in the corner of my vision. I looked away, but they persisted, like the motes of dust in my eye, but akin to snowflakes. If that was their anti-thinker measure, which might well be Mama Mather's, then even the thinker-esque advantage of having a bird's-eye view was enough to give them an in. I grit my teeth. I'd seen the building Look-see had marked on the map. Dropping out of the sky, I landed beside the group. This way, Turning toward Beast of Burden's group, I was just in time to see him backhand Damsel across the face. It was a casual swing, but he was strong, and he wore a gauntlet. She hit the ground hard.
Jesus fuck, no wonder your team is mutinying, Capricorn said. You can't play nice with others in a crisis? There's stuff going on. Be a professional.
She didn't even say anything this time,
Sidepiece said, bending down beside Damsel. Damsel pushed her away. Her damaged hand at her face, the other used to get to her feet, Damsel worked her way to a standing position. I didn't see anything resembling Ashley in her eyes.
I gave her a final warning,
Beast of Burden said.
Hey,
Capricorn said. Damsel, I said. Ashley.
Stop,
Beast of Burden said, pointing at Damsel, talking over me. One hand still on her face, she pointed at him and blasted before his expression could change. Darkness, shadow, distorted space and visual static ripped through armor, flesh, and armor again, tearing a hole clean through him. The hole caved in on itself, metal creaking as it bent, blood fountaining out and splashing up on half the people nearby. "You stop," she said. Arc 5, Shadow, Chapter 11. "Damsel!" Sveta cried out, as the initial shock wore off. Everyone was backing away from Beast of Burden and from Damsel, who caught her footing and looked down at the body. Sentences were an overlapping jumble. "What did you do?" Disjoint asked, eyes wide. His mask was a black stick-on sort, but it was divided into two halves, one for the brow and one for the cheekbones. As his eyebrows went up and his eyes went wide, the two halves separated, revealing red-painted skin beneath. "What I did is obvious," Damsel said. "Fuck!" Sidepiece said. She ran her fingers back through the sides of her hair, and there was enough residual fat and blood on them from her using her power that her hair stuck where it was pushed. "He hadn't paid me yet." "Why?" I asked. "Why did you do this?" "He stepped on me. He struck me. In a fight? That's fine. You can hit me in a fight. But like this, when I'm helping, I'll hit back." "That's not a hit," Sveta said. Damsel paced a little. People were giving Damsel and the blood spatter a wide berth, and as she moved, people backed up more. Nailbiter was on the far side of the group, furthest from me. She prowled on elongated limbs, silent, staring. Damsel spoke up. "I will not be stepped on. I will not be beaten down and take it with a smile. He wanted to be a tyrant, but he couldn't lead. He didn't know his own place in things, and he thought to tell me mine." "So he dies?" I asked. "He knew what he was doing," she said. Her power misfired. She staggered a bit, and Capricorn and Sveta backed away more. Damsel found her balance, but when she did, her hair draped down in front of most of her face, and she let it hang there. She continued. He knew the risks when he went toe-to-toe with me. When he struck me, it wasn't heated. It was cold, logical. He knew that if he didn't do something, he'd lose his team. He calculated the risk, and he calculated it wrong. You pushed him to that point, I said. Sveta touched my arm. Fear that I was provoking damsel when she was in a dangerous state? Or because I sounded accusatory? Both? I calculated wrong. I thought he was smarter, she said. She stuck out a foot and rested her foot on Beast of Burden's forehead. His helmet had tipped back by its own weight, exposing a face with narrow eyes and a mutton-chop beard. His head was resting on the part of the helmet that had once been behind his neck. She moved his head around by moving her foot. "Stop that, please," Sveta said. Damsel paused. Sveta pointed at the foot. "Please. Even if he wasn't a great person, he was human. He deserves common decency." Damsel stepped back, placing her footsteps where there wasn't too much blood. There was a dusty print on Beast of Burden's forehead now, with some small rocks settled into the corner of his eye, by the bridge of his nose. "Thank you," Sveta said. In the background, lights danced around the shadows of the trees at the west edge of the settlement. Vista and Weld's group. It caught Sveta's attention, and I saw her focus her balance, swaying slightly less. I could imagine it as a tension in the tendrils within her body. On the other side of things, while everyone else turned to look at the shifting reds and blues and greens, my focus was on Ashley. I saw something in her expression as she looked at Sveta, then at Capricorn, and finally met my eyes. It was fleeting, spooked, more like how an ordinary person might look if they were at the mercy of ex-Slaughterhouse 9 member Damsel of Distress, than Damsel of Distress herself. Hardly the imperious bearing she had a moment ago. I saw the expression pass before any of the members of the other group could react. Love Lost tilted her head a little, walking around the periphery of the larger group. A wide periphery, given how we'd spread out and backed off. "This is the true world of parahumans," Damsel said, turning to look at Love Lost. Damsel's chin rose a little, as she went back to being the villain queen. "The other things fall away, but this remains a constant. It's why we all die young." "Endbringers and the end of the world helped," Sidepiece said. "The end of the world never stopped," Damsel said. "This is it, continuing, wearing demon masks and cheering about fucking over the rest of us. It's wearing stupid helmets with horns as long as my legs and thinking it can find its way to power by killing its enemies and stepping on anyone in its way." "It's blasting a hole in someone with a stupid helmet," Disjoint said. She turned on him. He stepped back some more. "Don't blast a hole in the guy with the stupid limb teleporting power," he said. She started to talk, then stopped as her power misfired again. She gripped her arm, pressing down on the hole where she'd dug her thumb in. I assumed it was the point where her arm stopped and the prosthetic started, interrupting the connection. I was lost. She'd always been tricky to deal with, but I'd mostly had a good sense of what made her tick. I'd been able to talk her down a few times. I knew what she liked and what she wanted. I didn't know here.
"Fuck me," Capricorn said. "I don't know what to say. This needs to be answered, but there are people with lives on the line right now."
"Go," she said. "You guys seem to be good enough at finding us and showing up at inconvenient times."
Capricorn shook his head. "Fuck this," he said. Angrier, he said, "This isn't over."
"No," Damsel said, her chin rising a bit more. "I didn't think it was." "This isn't good," Sveta said. "This is pretty far from okay." "I've always been a long way off from good and okay," Damsel said. "That's not an excuse to turn your back on those things." "Oh, fuck off, you sanctimonious cyborg," Sidepiece said. "Clearly not a cyborg," Damsel said. Yeah, not a cyborg. And I'm fucking off, don't worry. People to help. Damsel of Distress? Fuck off, Sidepiece said, head lolling back. She stopped as Damsel raised a hand. What? Damsel asked. Help yourself so others can help you, Sveta said. Sveta and Capricorn were ready to go. I hesitated. Everything kept coming back to the same scenarios, moments, and scenes. There were parallels, comparisons, things about people I noticed. A therapist I'd talked to while Mrs. Yamada was away had explained it to me as a consequence of trauma. Some things were just so big in our own heads that they had their own gravity. They demanded to be dwelt on, and they leveraged that dwelling to tie everything back into themselves, every detail they invoked and every question they raised. They were impossible to figure out, but we had to try, and that trying became more leverage. She was fundamentally broken as a person. I didn't know a lot, but I knew that, standing here and seeing her standing over a dead body. I'd been there. I'd been a witness, and I'd been galled then, too. I'd witnessed a breakdown of someone extremely dangerous. I 150% understood Capricorn and Sveta's reactions. Those who had their trauma get too big were the types to extend it to everything. A bad event became a fear of the world, or of men, of capes, or it became self-loathing that permeated every part of one's own being. The remedy was to talk to someone, to get perspective, complicated by the fact that sometimes people weren't equipped to understand or to listen. I stared at Ashley, and the villains who stood around her. They hadn't rejected her outright. Love lost, cleat, disjoint, sidepiece, nail-biter. They weren't equipped, just the opposite. I'd like you to turn yourself in and submit yourself into our custody, I said. Her eyes widened slightly. There it is, Nailbiter said, in that eerie voice with its whistles and hisses of breath through teeth. There what is? Sidepiece asked. Our hooded girl here called Damsel by her real name. There's a history, I said, at nearly the same time as Damsel said, History. Uh-huh, Nailbiter said, disbelieving. The timing's off. When these guys showed up, when you did. Damsel spoke without taking her eyes off me. She probably came after me. I fought her family in Boston. My second trip, a while later, I fought her boss in the Protectorate. Not my boss, I said. No? I wasn't a ward for long, and he wasn't in charge at the time. Damsel shrugged, very easily and casually, as if she wasn't standing over the body of the man she'd murdered. I've fought your family, and we've had run-ins, she said. Bonesaw, who brought me back from the dead, fucked up her sister and attacked her family in their home. Don't go there, I said. She raised her hands in a I give up kind of way. Her power arced around one, an aimless stream shooting off skyward at an angle before fizzing out. Come into custody. We'll take you with us. We'll have you stand down and stay off to the side until this whole thing wraps up, I said. I know you've benefited a lot from the amnesty. There are people you talk to and people who help you maintain a normal life. If you walk away from this scene, that ends. Holy shit, heroes are annoying, Sidepiece said. Let's go. I've got a bingo sheet to fill out, and I've got to land a direct hit with a bit of uterus or set off a combo explosion with a spleen toss if I want to clear a row. She approached Ashley, reaching out. Nailbiter barred her way. Was it worth it? The ruse didn't matter anymore. We weren't going to keep her in this role. Like so many things, she'd been great when the going was good. When things got rougher, we needed to figure something out later. It only mattered in that if we didn't end up taking her away from this and revealed her role, she'd end up in danger. If you come, damsel, I can't promise there won't be consequences, but I'll testify about circumstances. It's a chaotic situation with Valefor as a factor, and everything else. They're mitigating factors. Protect the amnesty here. I saw her start to lift her foot from the ground. Her power flared, and she bent over at the waist, catching one knee with her good hand. It wouldn't have been enough to catch her balance entirely, but Nailbiter had draped fingers along the one side. Damsel put a hand on Nailbiter's finger to steady herself as she straightened. "You have people to help," she said. She pushed at Nailbiter's finger. "And I'm done with this. I'm going to get my arm fixed before I start killing everyone I see out of pure frustration." "Good plan," Disjoint said. "Will you confess?" I wanted to ask. "Will you tell someone?" I couldn't ask it out loud, because there was no answer she could give that would suffice for all parties involved. Leaving wasn't as good as her staying in our sight, but it was better than staying with this bunch. Sveta and Capricorn were making their careful way toward Valefor, moving slowly for my sake, and to keep an eye on my exchange with Damsel. I flew to them, and they started moving faster as I joined the group again. There was still the situation further into the settlement proper. "She's walking away," I said. "Best we can get."
"I didn't know it would be that hair trigger," Capricorn said.
"I figured it was," another voice said. We stopped. Tristan summoned some orange motes around his hand. Sveta brought up one hand, holding her forearm. The terrain moved. It was the camouflage blur that was Chris, except the effect I'd seen was patchy and inconsistent, and Chris was almost seamlessly fitting into the environment. The form was mostly faded, but I could see the spikes and ridges that were feathers. "I must be the only person who wasn't surprised by that," Chris added.
"How the hell did you get that good with the camouflage?" Tristan asked.
"Staying still helps. Being a genius helps too," he said. He made a dry, cackling noise. "Not that I'm a genius exactly. I'm good at getting into the mindset and physical form that makes me good at doing something."
"And being a weird spiral bird helps with camouflage how?" Capricorn asked.
He edged closer to the corner of a building, trying to get a peek of the situation. "The introspection, self-reflection, reflection, grief wing of things? Great for self-awareness, which is great for knowing just how I'm positioned and how I look. Don't spend too long looking, Capricorn. They've got a fucky—" I saw his camouflage distort as he brought his hand to his head. "Power," he said. I thought about the visual snow, and it flared back into existence at the lower right corner of my eye. "The anti-thinker measure," I said. "Yeah, guess so. One of the fallen with the hostages. Valefor's there. My dark introspection form disconnects mind from body, which is great if I want to put my body on autopilot or leave it with instinctive actions, but it doesn't stop my mind from being fucked with." "You shouldn't be this close to things," I said. "Well, I am. I did stuff while you guys were running around. I get fucked up when I do the deep self-dive with that form, so I told my body what to do and interjected a few times with new input. I think I'm having a good day. My body definitely was, but it's hard to tell with the emotional aftertaste." "A good day?" Sveta asked. "Yeah," Chris said, with a note of something that might have been incredulity, or even curious emphasis. "This is why I'm in the game. Running with the big guys, dealing with the big things, lives on the line."
"You're a kid," Capricorn said.
"Right now, I'm halfway toward being a freaky personification of dark introspection and being a pink-skinned scoundrel. We're all special cases, Cap. Ashley snapping should drive that home, if your daily schedule hadn't already." Sveta looked back in Ashley's direction. "You're talking a lot," I said. "I'm desperately trying to ride an excited high here, because the alternative is slipping into introspection or dealing with the fact some power is trying to drive me nuts. Work with me." "I'll try," I said. I wanted to sound more confident and authoritative, but I didn't like how we'd left Ashley, or how we'd let that happen. That was something that weighed on me, and the melancholy I'd noted earlier in the day was giving way to something that riffed off the panic I'd experienced with Valefor. Except the hints of panic I felt wasn't about one situation with Valefor, or even about the greater conflict. It was about big picture stuff, and one impulse call by Ashley had brought the big picture concern into focus. I knew she'd called it calculated, not impulse, but I couldn't see how it could be. I wanted things to be better, and right now, they weren't. But I needed to focus. I needed to work with these guys, like Chris had said. I glanced at Sveta, and she looked just about as lost as I felt. I reached for her hand and gave it a waggle. "Hostages," I said. "We want to deal with Valefor, too." "I prepared another form in case we needed to fight," Chris said. "It's slow." "Vigilance," Capricorn said. "Yeah, save it." 14 hostages, by the way. There are 5 fallen, 1 Valefor, 2 people from the clans, and someone who might be the guy in charge of the bikers. I spent a while looking, and I'm seeing ghosts now, I think. "Not good that that's a thing," Capricorn said. "But this is good to know." He extended a hand down toward Chris, who was still camouflaged, albeit less tidily than before. He straightened, moving his arm like he was pulling Chris to his feet. "Fuck!" Chris hissed. Things clattered to the dirt around him. Some were camouflaged, others were containers. "I thought you were shaking my hand or something." "What is that?" I asked. "Food, because I need to fuel up, and my next form is dense. Some meds, plus my Walkman and pocket Atari, and some other stuff. I was sorting out my stuff after getting dressed again." "Walkman?" Capricorn asked. "We're post-end of the world. I'm not going to bring my phone and risk it getting broken or losing it and having someone use it to figure out my secret identity. Fuck, it's hard to see it now that it's not on me." "You can't bring all this stuff," Capricorn said. "Fuck off," Chris replied. "I do things how I do them." Capricorn sighed faintly and bent down to help. I took Capricorn's spot at the corner of the building, peering carefully around. Chris protested, barely audible but clearly pissed. "No, don't help. You're just moving it around, and it's hard enough to keep track of things when holes are appearing in everything." "Holes?" Capricorn asked. "Holes. Flesh with holes in it, like it's rotting, but round, fleshy, and damp. Ground with pockmarks. Walls with more holes and—" His voice became slightly higher-pitched as the intensity of them ratcheted up. "Things are looking at me or wriggling on the other side of the holes. It's not the coolest. I'm trying not to think about it." "Shh," I said. They stopped talking, but Chris continued to rummage and rustle, and Capricorn stood back, arms folded. Conversation continued in the distance as the people managing the hostages talked. I could peer around the corner and past a tree to see a slice of things between 2 buildings, but it wasn't much. I didn't want to move too much and alert anyone. "Problem?" Sveta asked. I wanted to see if I could overhear anything. Chris is seeing things. Why aren't they affected? Is it selective? "I couldn't tell you," she said. "I'm going around," Sveta said. She swayed a little and touched the wall with one hand to steady herself. "Okay, be careful. Don't let them affect you like they did Chris." She extended her arms out, reaching out with tendrils that had the arms at the ends to hamper them and weigh them down, then pulled herself away with less noise than Chris made as he packed up his stuff. The fallen settlement was wedged in between a V of a forest, with the road cutting in from the east. The settlement proper was a denser cluster of rustic buildings, and houses dispersed out into the wider area, thinning out the further they were from this settlement. I had the impression that this was the city center. The main road cut through the cluster of buildings, about 2 houses down from where I was, and it seemed to do so with a weird angled turn in it. It made me think these buildings had been some of the first, and the road had been an afterthought. The hostages, from what I'd seen from my bird's-eye view, were being made to sit in the road, corralled by a group of people with powers, Valefor among them. I ventured further along, checking the coast was clear, then skip-flying over to the next vantage point by pushing off the ground with my foot and flying from there once airborne. The buildings remained dense between myself and the fallen. Sveta dropped down from above me, scuffing the wall as she did. It seemed intentional, to keep me from startling too much or lashing out in anticipation of an attack. She pressed her fingers to my mouth. Leaning in close, she murmured in my ear, "2 to your left, 2 to our right. They were told where we are, about 20 feet away." I nodded. She pulled away and turned to one side. I turned to the other, so my back was almost touching hers. My instinct was to go up. I flew, and at roughly the same moment, Sveta went low, torso almost flat against the ground, and she pulled herself in the direction of Capricorn and Chris. I brought myself up to the roof level and navigated the rooftops while using them as cover from anyone on the street. Gunfire in the distance was met with more gunfire. Prancer, Velvet, Moose, Narwhal, Weld, and Vista, with some of the Undersiders. My heart pounded. I moved with only light contact, using toes and fingertips to guide myself as I stayed as close as I could to the rooftop while not putting any weight on it. I saw them, a man and a woman. He was wearing a costume with ragged black leather enveloping most of him, and round metal mask surrounded by leather that obscured the shape of his head. The skin of his arms was tanned, with arm hairs sun-bleached. His visible skin was dripping with sweat. It wasn't that hot a day out, with the sun hidden behind the clouds, but that much leather had to be intense. The woman was fallen. Her mask inverted her face, so she peered through the mouth hole, and horns swept out from the top and bottom corners, for 4 in total. She'd dressed lightly enough she had to have been cold, with a strapless top bound to her body by thin chains. More chains wrapped around the red cloth wraps that encircled her forearms, pelvis, and legs. As I looked down from above, I could see that she was touching the wall as she walked by it, leaving a trail of what looked like gaseous glass. It formed edged hook shapes, and she left it behind. I flew a course intended to make me behind them, so I could do something quick and decisive. Yellow lights flared along the length of the glass, gaseous smoke, eyes. The smoke billowed out, taking on a more solid form as it became a nebulous mass of teeth, barbs, claws, and razor edges. I raised my force field and smashed it. My force field won, but only barely. The beast smoke I hit broke into solid chunks, some as large as my head. The woman, I turned to look and saw her creating more smoke as something that billowed toward me in a wave. I backed away until my force field was up, then crashed into it hard. I saw her stumble back, arms around her face. Behind her, the guy with the circular mask had 4 lenses spaced evenly around the mask flare with energy. 4 shapes manifested in front of him, long and slim, round, thicker crescent, and a star-like shape with radial spokes. I pushed out with my aura before he could do anything. The woman stumbled and landed on her ass. The guy weathered it, paused, and then touched the long, slim one. The other 3 images disappeared, but the one he'd touched flew at me like a javelin. I threw myself to one side, but it wasn't even aimed at me. It flared with a dark amber light as it embedded into the wall, then faded. I put some distance between myself and it. The woman created more smoke, sending it down the side street in a wave that grazed buildings on both sides. I flew up and away. I pushed out with my aura, and it failed. Like a car failing to start, it sputtered and died out. On my second try, it did work, but it felt weak. Power dampener. My flight felt fine. The wretch, unfortunate as it was, felt okay too. Was it because my awe power was the one I'd been using? The woman with the glass smoke sent a column skyward. As I flew back and away, I could see it expanding out into the air. More demon imagery ran through it, all the overlapping chaos of hell, snapping jaws and ripping claws. The guy was creating another diagram. 3 images remained now. Yeah, this group that was with the hostages was important if they had people like this as bodyguards and errand runners. I flew away from them, trying to get a sense of how vulnerable Valefor's group was. I was aware he'd gotten some hooks in me earlier, but I wasn't feeling it as much. I wasn't sure if the emotional shock of Ashley had shaken me of some of it, or if it was subtle in a scary way. I saw another glowing object pass through 2 walls and part of a short fence before hitting the ground 20 feet below me and 20 more feet to my right. It detonated with the impact, expanding out into the space around it, getting thinner as it did. The moment I realized it was expanding at a rate that would catch up with me, I flew toward the ground, away from the bubble. My flight sputtered out, maneuvering dying, speed cutting out, and the entire thing threatening to just give up on me altogether. I landed hard with a grunt. Explosion bomb, javelin dart, and 2 more, and my flight and aura were both in tatters. I could at least reassure myself that these things didn't tend to be permanent unless they were power theft. Powers wanted to be used, and submitting to a power-canceling effect on a permanent basis didn't make sense. A mixed feeling when I thought about the wretch being permanently removed. Now it was more or less all I had. I could hear the smoke creatures. I could see the spire that had been sent skyward, that was now a rigid pillar. After they attacked, they seemed to solidify into solid fixtures. "Work with me," I whispered. I brought out the wretch, and I hit the nearest building, shattering the wood exterior. I remained where I was, feeling that fluttery panic feeling again, tinged with the heavy feeling that always came with the wretch. I used the moment to retrieve my metal mask and don it. I reached out in the direction of the shattered wood, and I grabbed one lengthy piece. "Arm yourself," I said, my voice muffled by the mask. The wretch reached out for other chunks of the wall. It bit into them, drummed them with impacts that made the whole building complain, and shredded solid struts with fingernails, punches, and kicks. I canceled the field, then brought it out again. I seized another long bit of wood, a supporting beam, and hauled on it. The wretch hit it and broke it at the base. I stumbled as it came free. One-handed, using only my regular strength, I tossed the 3-foot 2x4 up. The wretch caught it. They were getting closer. I could hear them. My heart sank as the wretch gripped the 2x4 so hard it splintered and broke at the middle. "Use it as a weapon," I said. There was no indication the wretch heard. The pair were making their approach. The guy had one glowing circle on his mask now, and a crescent moon of manifested power-canceling energy that he held like a sword. The smoke woman unleashed her power on me. I charged in, crashing into it, and shattered the first 10 feet. The wretch threw the 2 feet of 2x4, or let go of the piece as it dissipated. The block of wood hit the masked woman in the face hard enough to knock her off of her feet and break the horn at the right side of her chin. The smoke ceased flowing, and the forms went still. I'd hoped it would use the weapon to break stuff before it broke down in turn. I watched as she tried to get to her feet, stumbled, and then fell back down again. On her second attempt, she created 2 columns of her power, letting them solidify, before using them as leverage to stand. She slumped against one, then slowly slumped back down toward the ground. That left me to deal with the guy who could disrupt powers with his arsenal of minor abilities. Right. He went to the girl first, still holding his blade, and bent down by her. "She okay?" I asked. He didn't respond. Slowly, he helped her get to her feet. In the same instant, the two of them looked off to one side, as if they'd heard a loud noise. He dismissed the sword, one of his eyes lighting up, then drew out the star thing. He cast it down at the ground, hard. He and the girl disappeared. The direction they'd been looking. The Fallen that had been watching the hostages. I ran after them, trying flight when I could. It took a few running steps before I had something that was better than legging it. Capricorn and Sveta had arrived. That was the only thing I could see as a more or less unambiguous plus. There was a group on the scene, facing down Valefor and the other Fallen, with the power nullifier and glass smoke woman having already rejoined them by teleport. A woman with a bunny mask and marching band outfit, ears poking up through the brim of the flat-top, feathered cap. There were 3 people in costumes that I didn't recognize, and there was Rain, with the metal mask, gloves, and dark hood. He was tense, and he was tense for damn good reason. Their arrival had precipitated something I'd seen as more or less inevitable. With as many players in this game as there were, the hostages were always going to be the last card the Fallen group could play, so a part of me had trusted and hoped that they would hold off on playing it. Something Rain or this mystery group had done had spooked them enough that they'd played the card. The battlefield was the dirt road that cut an odd angle through the settlement center. On that dirt, Aaron was among the hostages that writhed and screamed as they lost their minds. Arc 5, Shadow, Chapter 12. Against a backdrop of screaming and writhing, with clouds rolling across the overcast sky, and both dust clouds and smoke rolling over the ground, the 3 assembled groups were very still and careful. "Stop it," Rain called out. "Leave them alone." "Can't," Valefor said. "She isn't here. But if she sees you stand down, this might end." There were kids in that group of writhing individuals. There was an old man with the lines in his neck standing out taut, teeth bared and clenched together. "I can't stand down," Rain said. "Reversing the protection takes time and effort to undo." "Then this is your righteous punishment," Valefor said. As he started talking, I brought my hands up near my ears. My powers were still wonky, I could tell. My flight and aura didn't feel readily available. Beside me, Capricorn had morphed, from Tristan to Byron. The Fallen guy I'd just been fighting said something low and under his breath to Valefor. "No, the immunity isn't him," Valefor said. "Not if the rest of them are the same. Someone helped." Capricorn had changed again, back to Tristan. He walked a little, moving away from me. What were they doing? The woman with the bunny mask walked, almost strutted around the periphery of things, her rapier in hand. The capes with Valefor kept their attention on her, while Valefor was oblivious or uncaring. "We've got other capes showing up, Valefor," a Fallen soldier said. Young and possibly powered, I wasn't sure if I could read too much into costumes or outfits when unpowered and powered were so diverse, but if I was going to, I'd assume powers for the ones who had more identity to their costumes, with confidence rather than conformity in the designs. This guy had bright colors and a hard mask that wrapped around the top and sides of his head. It was made such that it looked like it had been nailed on, with blood, old and fresh, seeping out from the points the nails went in. "The ones we fought earlier," the one with the round mask said. The round plate of a mask with 4 eye holes cut into the heart was an identity of its own. It stood out. I knew there were powers there already. He supported the woman with the 4-horned mask and red wrappings. Those 2 aside, there were 6 other fallen that kept Valefor company, 9 in total. "Team," Rain called out, raising his voice to be heard over the screams. "There's one fallen that isn't here. Mama Mathers. She's close. You can't look at her without her infecting your mind. Her voice and touch does the same thing, but gives her other avenues of attack. Mentioning her gives her a big opening. It's why I couldn't say anything earlier." Well, that cleared up something that had been plaguing the good guys for a long time. "I saw a glimpse of her," I said. "You see things?" he called out. "Yeah, some. She got our changer worse. He seems to be dealing all right, though." "He's enduring because he's weird," Capricorn said. "What can we do here? These people—" "You don't do anything," Valefor interrupted. "They're ours."
"Yours?"
Tristan as Capricorn asked, voice raised, blurring. Byron as Capricorn shook his head and offered a more sedate, "No." He was almost drowned out by the shouts and screams from the people on the ground. "Where is Mama Mathers?" Rain asked. "You should ask her, Rain," Valefor said. "Let her in, let me in, and pledge to obey. We'll let you drag these people away so long as you stay. They're expendable. You're blessed." "How are you immune?" Tristan as Capricorn called out. "Friends," Rain said. He created blades of silver light in each of his hands. "Found these guys while researching powers and options. March put the pieces together about who I am and where I'm from." He indicated the woman with the bunny mask. March continued pacing around the group, her rapier's tip dragged along the ground. It left a trail behind it, like the water rippling in the wake of a stick being moved in it, and that water had hues of blue, purple, and black running through it for a second or 2 after the contact.
"I thought it was another kind of brainwashing after I heard about Valefor's exploits in Brockton Bay, with the arrest and trial," March said. "It's a good thing that my group has a lot of powers to work with."
"A lot of powers? Cluster capes?" "A good thing, yeah," Rain said.
"I'm not poaching him," March said. "He'll help me out in exchange for this here, but he can stick with you guys."
"With the heroes here, not the fallen," Rain clarified.
"Oh, yes,"
March said. She nodded, and the one ear at the top of her mask bobbed where it was folded at the tip.
"I should have been clear."
My eyes moved away from March to the people on the ground, then to the nearby buildings. I couldn't lose sight of the major goal here. Was Mama Mathers there? I could look at the civilians on the ground without a problem, which meant she wasn't there, or her power was more subtle than that. I'd caught a glimpse earlier, though, so she couldn't be too far. There were a dozen buildings in our immediate vicinity. Was she watching through the window? The trouble was, if I saw her, I risked being affected like the people on the ground were. If I didn't see her, she had the advantage, and she could catch us by surprise at a time of her choosing. The idea of losing my mind like that terrified me, to the point I felt like my gut and my brain were bound in knots. I tried to focus that terror into a cold, rational look at what I needed to do. Mama Mathers was the biggest danger. Valefor was the second. They were masters and strangers, the PRT classification for those who controlled others or minions, and the classification for those who infiltrated or deceived. Mama Mathers and Valefor were squarely in the overlap between the two. I found myself missing my old team. New Wave had had its problems, but I'd known the team and how it worked. I wasn't a strategist, but I could do fine if I could identify the big problems and solve them. My tendency back in the day had been to hit hard as my method of solving, and to rely on my instincts and the team. These guys were hard to rely on. New Wave had been all about straight lines of attack and barrier defenses, lasers and punching, shields and force fields between danger and the vulnerable. The most indirect we'd been was when my dad made his grenades bounce off walls, or when my cousin had created force fields in unconventional but otherwise simple shapes. Here, Sveta had disappeared while all attention was on others. Capricorn was... It looked like he was changing forms rapid-fire to switch identities, so no one self heard a single word utterance referring directly to them. Chris was off doing something, hopefully far away from this. Rain was... He'd contacted people I barely recognized. I'd seen March's mask before, but it had been in passing. An article about one of the big cities. There'd been a weird dynamic there, but I couldn't afford to dwell on it. My mind went to a bizarre combination of upper-class and low-class crimes, like corporate espionage and petty vandalism, but I knew almost right away that I was thinking of the wrong person. It had been something offbeat like that, though. If the people hadn't been screaming, and if I wasn't focused on Valefor's body language and Mama being somewhere nearby, I wanted to think I could have placed it. I still had my hands by my ears, as a crummy and unreliable solution to a serious problem. My powers had been disrupted, put out of reach and made unreliable, but the effect was dissipating with time. It killed me that the time was time innocents were suffering. There were goddamn kids in there. If I flew and hit someone, would I be risking the innocents on the ground? They were close enough together that people on foot wouldn't be able to get to Valefor without trampling the civilians. "There's a pretty one lying next to me," Valefor said. "Short black hair, or so I hear. She tends to wear—" "I see her," the Four Eyes said. "That's all you needed? Step on her throat. Not enough to kill. Enough to give our reign a time limit." The guy with the four-eyed mask transitioned the four-horned girl to another, more mundane fallen. Rain hurled his crescent blade. Four Eyes drew his own, creating the diagrams, 2 faint and 1 clear, and he drew the clear one as part of the same motion. His crescent-shaped sword was just in time to meet Rain's power. Both fizzled out. I saw as the other silver blade Rain held fritzed, distorted, and faded away. He looked down at his hands. "He threw something at me," Four Eyes said. "If it hit you, don't move." "It didn't hit me. I stopped it." "Then step on the girl, Amaimon." I flexed my aura, straining it, praying it wouldn't falter. I saw people turn in my direction, including both Four Eyes and Valefor. I saw Valefor pause for half a second, catching his breath, drawing it in deeper, and I clamped my hands over my ears, bending over, eyes shut. Whatever he shouted, I didn't hear anything other than a muffled one-syllable word. He had to refer to us to catch us, and now that I knew that, I could watch for tells. If he drew in a deep breath to shout, or if he said something like "you" or "everyone," I could cover my ears. All around us, most people stopped in their tracks. Capricorn, blurring, changed to blue armor, but he kept walking. I was able to move, and the group with March and Rain seemed unaffected. Valefor shouted out something, turning in my general direction as he did it. 2 words. I didn't try to make them out. The Fallen were bringing their powers to bear now. A snake shaped out of the intestine and barbed wire, one I'd seen before. The Fallen that summoned it was drawing a gun with the other hand. Amaimon was creating his 4 diagrams, reaching for the sphere. He didn't manage to touch it. Sveta grabbed him and Valefor both, dragging them out of sight. The afterimage of the diagram hung in the air for a moment before disappearing. Another was going breaker, arms and bony limbs reaching skyward in a fountain of parts that grabbed their other parts and forced them down in the swell, a large human skull that ate their head, then was swallowed up by a larger animal skull, like a wolf's, only horned. They grew larger as they rose skyward, all white bone and jet-black body parts. I tried to fly so I could fly to it before it grew any larger, and my flight only sputtered out. The one with the intestine snake lashed out, Snake lunging from the palm of her hand to Capricorn and I. They aimed and fired the gun at the same time. Wild shooting. I brought out the wretch, stepping between Capricorn and the shooter, and even with the wretch being a larger target, none of the bullets hit it. I heard the shooting stop, the sound of the small pistol ringing in my ears. I dropped my defenses for just a moment so I could have the wretch closer to me when I connected my fist to the snake's head. It slammed into a building, shattering the stones and mortar that lined the lower half of the ground floor. A half-second later, white noise filled my vision. If that had happened a second earlier, I might have missed. The noise persisted. I scowled, stopping in my tracks, trying to figure out what I needed to do. I couldn't run in and use the wretch, not when people lined the ground like that, not when I couldn't trust my eyes. She wasn't making me hallucinate, but she could obscure what I saw. "Down," Capricorn said, behind me. "Give me a clear view." There were blue motes appearing around the snake intestine cape and the giant breaker thing, which was slowing in its growth, but it was a pretty considerable size already. I realized the noise had gone away. Ahead of me, the fallen woman disconnected the snake thing from her left hand and passed the gun to it. The motes above and behind her turned to water, spraying down on her and at the giant breaker. The motes snapped into a solid form, making a creaking, cracking noise as they became a growth of stone that encased a part of the snake woman's head and shoulder and part of 3 of the breaker's arms. The weight of the stone pushed her down and snared the breaker. A moment before she was crushed beneath the stone, it became water again. She was down on 3 limbs in an awkward position as it all cascaded and sprayed down around her, stirring the packed dirt road into thick mud spray. I leaped forward toward the spray, flight kicking in at half strength to give me downward velocity. I came down with 1 foot on her gun hand, crushing it beneath my heel. I stepped down by her face and moved my foot off of her hand. I pushed at her shoulder with my foot, flipping her over, then bent down for the gun. "Good," Capricorn said behind me. He was Tristan, but the water was remaining water. "Careful you don't drown the people on the ground," I said. "They're helpless. People can drown in shallow water." He nodded, quick, before turning his attention back to the big thing, which was adjusting its balance. The unexpected weight on one arm had brought it partially down. I had to do something. I didn't want to keep my head down. I ran to the side, down toward the direction where Sveta was, away from the big thing. Against my instincts, but I had an idea of what I could do. Mama Mathers had been here. She was close. If I couldn't see her without problems, I could only make assumptions. Aura out, I ran along the side of the street, keeping one eye on the battle and the people on the ground in case I was needed. Women, young men, someone elderly, kids. Shit. Ahead of me, Sveta was dealing with Amaimon and Veilfor. She'd pulled off her wig and stuffed it into Veilfor's mouth, and was now wrestling with Amaimon. The cape broke her grip and pushed her to one side, and she collapsed into a heap instead of catching her balance. He created his diagram while she was down. He touched the javelin dart and sent it plunging into Sveta's chest before she could stand. I charged at him, running 3 steps and then flying the remaining 20 feet. My knee connected with his jaw, and he dropped. I landed and made sure he wasn't getting up. "Sveta," I said. "I'm okay," she said. She sat up. A tendril stuck out of the hole in her chest, feeling around it before withdrawing. "I'm okay." "You have a patch?" I asked. She nodded. "You have your aura going. It's distracting enough I can't coordinate." I nodded, and I temporarily eased up on it. "Your power is okay?" "Yes, why?" She hadn't seen. She'd already backed off before Rains had been shorted out, so she would have been too far away. Staying out of Veilfor's earshot, possibly. "He cancels out powers." "You can't really cancel out being a Case 53, Sveta said. "You'd better get back while I get patched, if your force field is weird." I could have clarified, but I just nodded.
Good luck. Be safe.
You too.
My aura back on blast, I flew across the street, then back toward the fighting. March and her band of oddballs had been on the far side of Valefor's cluster of capes. The large thing had fallen over, one hand planted on the ground near some of the civilians. March ran up its arm, ducking and using momentum to slide up the slope of the arm as a bony claw reached for her. She ran along the shoulders, cutting as she went, leaped as the head sank into the morass of the body and became two avian skulls that pecked at the air, and then came down, stabbing her rapier into the chest and dragging the point against the giant thing's torso, cutting as she went down. The blue-purple-black watercolor spread in the wake of the blade's tip. She pulled it free, stabbing at a reaching hand and using it to reorient her fall. She landed hard, her feet planted on either side of a screaming teenage girl's head. A slight misstep, and she would have caved in the poor girl's face. March snapped her fingers and flicked with her blade. At the shoulder, where the long cut started, there was a flare of the watercolor spray, purple and blue, with deep shadow in the midst of it. Her rapier swept out, pointing. She called out, "Rain!" The flare was tracing along the line she'd cut like a flame down a cartoon bomb's fuse. "I can't," Rain called out. The fuse reached its terminus. What had been a flare became a fierce explosion, right down at the base of the breaker. I flew toward it, bringing out the wretch so I could catch it if it toppled onto March and the civilians. It didn't, falling backward and dissolving as it did. The breaker form dissipated, and there was only the Fallen with the demon-themed skull mask, tipping backward to land on his ass. March plunged her rapier into his chest, then flicked it up toward his throat.
"It would have been perfect if that had also cut it in two, Rain," March said. "It was still perfect, but in a lesser way."
"Can you not use my name?" he asked. "And Amaimon nullified my power." The Fallen was patting his chest where he'd been stabbed. He touched his throat, intact, but the line of watercolor marked him.
"Valefor used your name," she said. She snapped her fingers. "And you didn't give me another one."
Still floating in the air, I could see the flare appear at the breaker Fallen's chest. He brought his hands to it, quick, frantic, then tried to pat it out. "Hey!" the Fallen cried out. He lurched to his feet. "Stop!" March was walking away. "Hey! Fuck! Help me!" She flourished with her blade and sheathed it. In the very same moment the fuse reached its terminus. The explosion was smaller, but it was sufficient to take out the front of the Fallen's throat. He dropped to his knees, still moving inarticulately, eyes wide and stunned, and then collapsed to the ground. I didn't like the killing, or the casual ease with which she'd done it. These were Fallen, but they were low-level Fallen. I didn't want to say not to kill, but there were civilians suffering, other things to focus on. I changed course, flying back to where I'd been. I continued down the street. I was putting the bulk of the lopsided engagement behind me, passing by Rain, by two 20-ish capes with steel-gray hair, and that meant I could fly faster. I kept my eyes on the people and goings-on behind me. I found what I was hoping for. The screaming, just briefly, changed. The aura extended through the hostages to Mama Mathers, and she affected the hostages in turn. I had a sense of my range, and through that, I had a good sense of her location. "Rain!" I called out. "What is it?" "If she gets me, get people to take out the building." "You found her?" he asked. I dug fingernails into the door frame, then activated my force field. I tore door and part of the frame away from the front of the store. It was one of the smaller buildings on the street, and it was styled as a general store. The screaming trailed off altogether. I gripped the damaged wall where the doorframe had been attached and tore at that, too. The wretch struck at other things. "She says to stop," a voice said. It wasn't one of the people who'd been on the ground. He was older, one of the soldiers. In the eerie quiet, with people whimpering and making small noises, he still had to raise his voice to be heard, with distances. He was possibly unpowered, and he was holding an axe. He was average height, but muscular, and had a slight belly, such that his body looked more like a solid slab than a chest that tapered down to his stomach, or had any proper shape. His skin was sun-tanned, his hair blonde with white shooting through it. A bandana with a demon's mouth on it covered his lower face. "You've disappointed her, Rain," the soldier said. Then he said, "You disappointed all of us."
For one of the first times in my life, I feel like I'm doing something right, Rain said.
"No, Rain," the man said. "She says you might be doing good, objectively, but not right. She says she'll surrender herself to your custody. She'll withdraw her power from everyone here."
"From everyone," Rain said.
"As you wish."
March put the sword nearer to the man's neck. He gripped the axe tighter. "Don't," Rain said. "He's a relative." She lowered the sword, and she poked the handle of the axe with the tip. She said something I didn't hear. The soldier dropped the axe. Rain was kneeling by Aaron. He placed a hand on a little boy's arm, where the boy lay next to her, hands at his ears. He reached out for Aaron, and she pushed his hand away. When he stood, it was abrupt. "This feels like a trap," I said. Rain approached me. He looked at the building, then raised a hand. In the recess of one voluminous sleeve, I could see another hand hidden within. "What is it?" "One person," he said. "I think." "It could still be a trap," I said. "Yeah, but this gets people out safe. If we went after her and she hurt them in the last moment, and if we couldn't turn it off—" I nodded. March was walking toward us. "You got a good look at her? She's in you?" Rain asked. "Barely," I said. "She blinded me once or twice." "Okay," he said. March joined us. She put out a hand for me to shake. I hesitated a moment, paranoid, then shook it. "We have things to talk about," she said. "People we both know. Power things." I nodded. "I'll go in to get her," she said. "I'm immune." "So am I," Rain said. "This is personal for you," she said. She put a gloved hand on his shoulder. "It's the objectivity that makes us valuable to each other." She winked at me, then sauntered indoors. She bothered me. I didn't like whimsical and show-off in someone that could easily kill. The mask and the marching band outfit only marked out the contrast. "Immune?" I asked. Rain indicated the two capes with gray hair, a young man and woman. Both had eye patches, the steel-gray hair, and costumes with white and black. Chris's age, or a bit older. "Dino and Enyo. They're multi-triggers, and they're also twin triggers. One of their powers is that they can transplant body parts with some special rules. I'm borrowing someone else's eyes and ears, and a few other bits, so she can touch me and make it hurt, but it's dulled, and she can't do anything else. The transplant recipient is back at our base, sedated." "All multi-triggers?" I asked. "She collects them, I guess. She studies them. It's supposed to be important." Rain was looking back in Aaron's direction. She had the little boy with her, and two adults. From the resemblance, a sibling and her parents. She and they all looked like anyone might after having seen things that had them screaming for 10 or 15 minutes straight. Weary, eyes wide, defensive. But, all that in mind, she seemed to find refuge in her parents. "What?" I started. "This power I lost. Do I get it back?" "Yeah, I got mine back after 10 minutes or so." Rain nodded. "What happened with Aaron?" "The Fallen ruined it. I ruined it. She wouldn't leave. I couldn't stay." "I'm sorry." "Don't let me hurt Mama. I'd do it in a stupid way that might get people hurt," he said. "Yeah," I said. I nodded slowly. "One day, Maybe you return the favor on that." He made a small, amused sound. Aside from a laugh here or there at the bad cape names or a good moment with Tristan, I wasn't sure I'd ever seen that from him. "Sure," he said.
"All set, coming down," March called out. "We're taking this slow."
"What would you have done if she hadn't called it off?" Rain asked. "Controlled collapse of the structure," I said. "If she had hostages in there, I'd set it up so she'd have to tell me." The whiteness in my eyes flared up. I rubbed at one eye, uselessly. "There's a chance she'd throw their lives away to fuck with you," Rain said. I drew in a deep breath, sighed. "Yeah, that was a risk." "With some people, you don't get to win," Rain said. "She's that kind of person. Be careful." I nodded, folding my arms. "I like the costume," he said. "March told me I shouldn't be so negative all the time, so I figured I'd say it. I feel like I've missed a lot." I winced. "What happened?" he asked. "Damsel happened." "Damsel?" he asked. "Is she okay?" "She's alive and mostly intact," I said. "Damage to her prosthetic, but someone else is dead." "Shit. Is it—" I could hear March. "I'll catch you up on particulars later, but you should know, because we're going to have to explain it to Looksee." Rain nodded. "Shit." March emerged. She had Mama Mathers wrapped in a bedsheet, which was bound with cord that had tassels on the end. Something from her costume, it seemed. I didn't know or trust March. "Is it her? That's Mama Mathers?" "It's her," Rain said. "I've seen her enough to know."
"You and I need to have a conversation about your power," March said. "The emotion power."
"I forgot to turn it off while you were inside."
"I know what it does," she said. "It's not strong."
"It's never strong."
"But it's not useless either. Nearly useless," she said.
March walked the fallen leader out to the street. From the other end of the fight, Sveta had Veilfor, the wig stuffed in his mouth and tied in place with lengths of hair knotted together. Her head seemed slim without ears or hair to bulk it out. She looked more intense in expression and demeanor. Her scalp, the sides of her head, and her neck formed of the muscle-like gatherings of tendrils. Everything was bound down firm with the metal rings, only the shortest of tendrils curling up and out, an inch or two long each. The boy of the eye-patch pairing had a syringe with him. He looked grim as the girl, his sister, I was assuming, reached out to wrap her fingers around Mama Mather's arm. She flinched back. The boy held out the syringe, and the girl depressed the plunger to squirt some out. They inserted the syringe and injected the contents. Mama Mathers slumped, and then collapsed into waiting arms. Rain nodded, watching. Capricorn and the others were catching up, with Capricorn reaching out to grab Rain's hand as he reached his friend. The soldier from before was shackled. The pair with eye patches went to March's side. The civilians were a herd of people, wounded and scared. Some approached us, others backed off. I had to wonder about the latter group. "We'll reunite with Narwhal's group, to give or get backup," Capricorn said. "Then we cut across just about everything and we evacuate out."
"Sounds good," March said.
"We'll help Weld if he needs it," Capricorn said. I weighed the alternatives. There weren't any great answers. Going it alone and trying to get Gilpatrick's group meant we could be intercepted, and it left the others fighting a nasty sort of fight, where guns were being brought into things. Going to the others meant possible problems could complicate things. The practice of getting ourselves to the western edge of the wider settlement was a bit of a herding game, keeping a dozen traumatized people moving, while simultaneously managing our hostages, Veilfor and Mama Mathers. Half of the group kept gravitating in the pair's direction, and the other half seemed scared of them, even when they were bound and tranquilized, respectively. Erin seemed to do more with an active focus, so she took on some of the cheerleading duties, especially with the younger ones.
One of the fallen groups was led by a cape with a horse's head and a dozen shadowy duplicates in his company, all connected together by a mess of black lightning with weirdly curved arcs. In any other circumstance, the fallen would have been losing against the Warden's bench team and younger members, but there were 20 or so civilians with them, and the civilians had assault rifles, and the fallen capes in their group seemed both confident and costumed enough to be of some importance. There was a flanking group of the fallen who'd fallen back and were taking cover by a building. Some clan capes were mixed into the group. Guns were pointed in our general direction as we emerged, but the guns immediately pointed skyward as they realized who we had with us. That effect seemed to sweep over the fallen. I made a special note of the fallen who weren't immediately going still and quiet. There were ones in elaborate costumes, many with tattoos of text or numbers down their arm. They'd be the leadership. The one with the horsehead mask wasn't backing off either. He'd just gathered his shadowy clones around him. I kept my distance from the rest of the group, floating out in front, the wretch active. March was doing much the same, but without the benefit of invincibility. The rapier was extended out, pointing at the people with guns. Hollow Point's capes were on the fringes, gathered like they had when advance guard had turned up in Cedar Point, with a divide marking the distinction between Prancer's side of things and the others. Beast of Burden's group, minus both Beast of Burden and Damsel, a 20-foot gap with only 3 capes in it, and then Prancer's assembly, with an injured moose, an injured velvet, Bitter Pill's group with Bluestocking frothing at the mouth, and the speedrunners. I recognized the 3 capes in the no man's land as Love Lost, Snag, and Cradle, the clients who'd paid for this whole thing, with the aim of getting rain in the midst of the chaos. If they had an assassin, I couldn't tell who it was. Nobody seemed especially out of place. It was my first proper sighting of Cradle. He wore a bodysuit and an elaborate sculpted mask with a hand worked into it, fingers and thumb curled into claws, worked into his face and around his eyes and nose as if seen from the side. His bodysuit had much the same design, white hands against black mesh fabric. More noticeable was the mech, if it could be called that. He stood on a platform that looked like an outstretched hand. A framework of 6 mechanical arms and 4 giant hands extended out and around the platform. With our arrival, the gunfire had stopped. The hero's side wasn't sending any volleys or attacks out, now that the fallen seemed more subdued. Someone on the fallen side said something, and guns were put down. "It's over," Capricorn shouted. "Stand down." They were rule breakers, killers, child kidnappers, addicts, and worse. They included racists in their number without flinching, because it served their ends. They'd celebrated the end of the world where billions had died, maybe tens of billions or more, depending on how much damage Scion had done to parallel worlds. If they didn't listen, if they even got desperate, this would be a disaster. Please stop, I thought, even as I simultaneously thought about what I'd need to do if they snapped, when they snapped. I had 0 faith they'd back down. By body language alone, it seemed Rain felt the same way. I watched as the first one stepped away from cover, hands raised. Others followed. They glared, looked tense, even said coarse things. What was the catch? The trap? Not because they were outnumbered. They'd always been outnumbered. That left me considering other traps along a broader line. Access to certain people? Would Valefor reveal his eyesight power when people like Narwhal were close? Did Mama Mathers hope to catch someone important with her power? Or was it more mundane? Surrendering and going to the overtaxed courts could be a way for them to get a voice with a wealth of attention. If the lawyers and administration on our side wasn't up to things, and if the Fallen matched it by playing things particularly well, then they could walk away more or less free, with many more followers. I heard Rain and Capricorn exchange words. Rain turned toward Sveta and I and subtly indicated what he and Capricorn were talking about. Snag was staring us down from the far end of the battlefield, with hilly, rocky ground between us, the trees and Wardens to the left, and the assembled Fallen and their allies to the right. March reached out to him before she reached out to me. He knows who she is, which isn't great.
You think he knows who you are?
Sveta asked. We'll see, I guess, Rain said. Prancer had emerged from Cedar Point's group and was approaching Heroes, hands raised. If I accepted that things were going reasonably well here, this was a good outcome. Civilians had been hurt, people had died, but Prancer hadn't achieved his win, and Snag's group wasn't going to get their opportunity. If I accepted it. I couldn't bring myself to. There were powerful capes here. Mama Mathers hadn't had enough people defending her. Had it been that she'd been caught off guard by Rain being prepared? Or was my initial impression of this being a trap correct? What did she want, and what did she get? I heard a commotion, noises of surprise and alarm. The Fallen who had been turning themselves in were now turning on Heroes. People were picking up guns. The number of Heroes there had diminished. Heroes had disappeared. What followed was like dominoes falling as the trap fell into place. Narwhal created her crystalline force fields, only for the force fields to change tint. The horsehead cape sent a duplicate her way, and she wasn't able to get her force fields up or into place in time. From that, I knew the culprits of this turnaround. More Heroes were disappearing. A member of Prancer's group threw something into the midst of their group, and that something exploded. The explosions repeated, one after another, at steady intervals. The other, from our first briefing on them, we'd known they had a guy who could appear at our most vulnerable point and catch us off guard. I turned away from the spectacle in front of me, looking for the one who might be coming after the ones who'd gotten Mama Mathers and Valefor. Behind us, to the sides, in the midst of us. Second Hand looked average, with flat, opaque goggles and a flat-top cap, but he flickered intensely with after-images and suggestions of places he might be in the future. The images were violent enough he looked ready to burst, and he was right in the middle of our group. I swung a punch, and he moved with enhanced speed, ducking it. The quick movement pushed him over the brink, or so it seemed. He detonated, and everything moved like it was slow motion as I was thrown off my feet, the wind knocked out of my lungs. Others were shoved back and away from him, too. My skin felt like it was tearing apart, because the slow motion was real, and different parts of me were slowed while others weren't. My lower body was more affected, as was the part of me closer to the front. It hit everyone except for Mama Mathers, who Second Hand zipped over to catch out of mid-air, and Valefor, who blurred, hair moving slightly, but the rest of him remained unaffected. That would be final hour. The targeted slow motion, granting a kind of protection. I used my flight to keep myself from being thrown back too much, canceling out the inertia and then flying toward them. I didn't have long, and with them this coordinated, they'd dogpile me in an instant. I went straight for Valefor. He was still protected as I brought the wretch out. When I punched him, I could feel the wretch meet that invisible barrier. I could see, in slow motion through both the expulsion of Second Hand's detonation and last minute's protective effect, the destruction of Valefor's lower face as the wretch passed through the barrier. I couldn't bring myself to kill, even now. I canceled out my power of my own volition, when it was clear that I'd destroyed his jaw. As one, the hostages we'd rescued were taking action. They moved in near unison, some reacting to the movements of others by taking up the call. They climbed to their feet, and they reached for us, clutching. Their expressions weren't the ones they'd worn a moment ago. The disconnection in my thinking and the speed of our immediate reality let me connect that dot too. Valefor hadn't managed a secret command. He'd planted one on the group before Mama Mathers had laid them out flat, telling them to attack us when we were off guard, or when he gave some signal. Erin was coming after Rain. So was her little brother, who couldn't have been older than 9. The slow was wearing off. I had only a moment. I flew to the others, grabbing them, dragging them away. Sveta and Capricorn. Capricorn had a grip on Rain's arm, so I brought Rain too, my fingers straining as I tried to hold onto 3 people for just a moment. I'd never tried or even thought about it, but in the instant, I pulsed my force field on and off to try to keep the wretch from getting enough of a presence to reach out and hurt anyone. I just needed to carry them for a few seconds. Capricorn disappeared from my grip, and for an instant, I thought I'd lost my grip on him, and my hand crackled as he did. I turned to look and saw the man with the goggles and mustache pointing his finger at us. End of days, I thought, as I headed toward the ground. He wasn't even a time manipulator. I felt deeply offended at that fact, or I must have. It was a poignant enough feeling that I could feel it even as I took in the magnitude of just how the tides had turned, and how bad a thing that was. They'd hit each of our groups, and they'd hit us hard. I heard an assault rifle fire, and others took up the call. It was more one-sided this time, not 2 sides shooting at each other, but one side shooting at the rest. I landed on the far side of a slope with just Sveta. I took the moment to try to gather my senses. I hurt all over, and I had blood in my eyes. The slow motion effect from second hand. Sveta had a rip in the edge of her face, but she barely seemed to care. She was more focused on getting to her feet. Capricorn had disappeared. Damsel wasn't here. Chris and Looksee were on the fringes, or not even in the area. I could feel droplets of moisture on my bare skin. Rain. I flew close to the ground, using the hill as cover. Retch out in case a stray bullet came my way or cut through the dirt. I peeked around the edge of the hill's slope. My eyes took in the scene at a glance, and partway through that glance, the scene changed. Darkness. No sun shining through overcast clouds, only darkness. Light leached in through some other way, giving just enough to outline the surroundings. The air smelled like ash, and it was dry enough that it felt like my mouth and body were being leached of moisture. End of days. He'd caught me, seeing me before I'd seen him. My heart was pounding. I couldn't bring myself to speak because I was afraid I'd scream. The best-case scenario was at this vital, critical moment, I'd been shunted out and away to some strange, dark place. The worst-case scenario was that it was a permanent shunt. A small sound escaped my throat as I looked around. A minute passed. 2 minutes. When my eyes played tricks on me through the darkness, I saw Valefor's jaw shattering. I imagined the battlefield as it had been. Anger took over the devastation and surprise. I fidgeted. I adjusted my costume. I flew around in circles, trying to get a sense of what this place was like. I stopped when I flew into a tree I couldn't see. I watched as the light grew brighter, as if it shone in through invisible cracks that were widening. The cracks soared tall and wide, and the light flooded in, blinding. I was hauled out of that dark, strange world and back into my reality, and I felt the change in air pressure, the moisture of the drizzling rain, and I saw that things had happened in the meantime. Sveta and Capricorn were fighting side by side, with love lost and a crowd of controlled civilians between them and Rain. The presence of the mob of Valefor's affected hostages kept Sveta from getting to any of us, and complicated her skirmish with love lost. 2 of March's group members were part of that same crowd, trying to fend the civilians off, and they weren't trying to be gentle about it like Sveta was. Rain, meanwhile, was trying to fight Snag. Snag was above him, pushing him to the ground, knee on Rain's stomach. He'd destroyed one of Snag's arms, and his 2 good arms were at the remaining damaged one, which had a slice taken out of it. His other 2 mechanical arms were gripping Snag's normal arm, no longer encased in the giant, oversized prosthetic part. Even with their combined strength, the two mechanical arms were losing, cracking and splintering under the pressure. This was the chaos Snag had wanted. I flew to him, praying I wouldn't get another end-of-days timeout. I was halfway to him when Rain's arms broke. The blades, fixed in the midst of the breakable shells, continued up and out, piercing Snag's forearm and scissoring the space between them as his weight came down and made them shift. Snag hauled back, pulling away, swinging his damaged prosthetic arm while holding his damaged regular arm out. Blood poured from the ragged wounds on his arm. One of the blades had gone in one side and out of the other. In any other day, any other circumstance, I never would have imagined I'd have let this go. But others needed help. Rain was mostly in the clear, as he and Snag parted. Sveta and Capricorn weren't. I flew down to where Sveta had been pulled to the ground. Her balance wasn't good, and when she was brought down, it was hard for her to find her feet again. Once I touched down in the middle of the pack of people, it was a question of getting people back without hurting them too badly. I grabbed her and used flight as much as anything to haul her up and away, so we were above the fighting. It was a vantage point for me to see Rain facing off against Snag. He'd hit Snag with a crescent blade, and the man had a line of silver across his face and shoulder. He didn't move, and blood continued to seep down his arm and hand. Sveta reached over, grabbed grass, because it was the only thing to grab, and hauled herself to the ground over there, to where she could talk to Rain or help Snag. I flew down to Capricorn. Love Lost leaped up at me, intercepting. Her initial contact broke through the wretch. Her mover power let her connect to me despite the interruption in her course. I felt her claws scrape my breastplate. I punched her, and she dropped down and away, landing amid people. Rain had hit Snag again, keeping him from moving. On my second try, I got to Capricorn. I pulled him free, holding him with both hands, my arms straining. I saw Love Lost get to her feet, reaching for her mask. I saw her sway and then fall, like the lights had gone out. Snag had already fallen. Either he'd been hit, or he'd elected to try moving, because one of the silver lines had split. His neck was gouged where it joined the shoulder, a wound deep enough it should have exposed shoulder blade and collarbone. It didn't, because the blood was thick and his beard was dense. Rain was on the ground. In the distance, perched on a hill, Cradle slumped on his platform. The drizzle became rain, punctuated by gunfire. There was fighting everywhere, and even the people that were holding back were hitting pretty damn hard now. Not dissimilar to how I had with Valefor. Not heroes and villains, only monstrousness and madness.
Interlude 5.x. Deaths. I beg your pardon. You are acting on feeling, not fact. If we do as you suggest, people will die, Jean Wynne said. She stood from her seat and used one hand to slide a laptop across the long table until it was in front of Mr. John Druck. She fixed the angle of the laptop, then stood back. These are the travel times for the supply trucks. These, she leaned over and struck a key, are the production rates for the farms and the expected yield. When we asked, the agriculture groups were conservative. We asked others and did an independent estimate. Our numbers are less conservative, but we're still cutting it close. We don't have enough to feed people, and we don't have enough to shelter people. The workers need protections, Sierra Kiley said. We do, Mr. Druck said. He leaned back in his seat. Absolutely, Jean said. Speaking for Mortari, we're not against labor law. We have some notes on future proposals for you to take home, which you should like. Should I? Will I love it? Mr. Druck asked. Not love. But you'll like it fine. Everything cascades, Mr. Druck. One thing leads to another. We like a lot of the things that fit into the labor protection, and we need to be mindful of some of those cascading factors. Shorter working hours improves health, and health is something that is going to rear its head before we're done dealing with war and winter. The specter of war, not the reality. Don't try and scare us, Mrs. Wynne, Sierra Kiley said. It's a reality, Jean said. But it's not what I want to focus on right now. Refugees reaching us from Bet are coming with some severe health issues. The worker surveys you were complaining about last week are giving us information today. People are reporting severe fatigue. It looks like your workers are sick, Mr. Druck. They need to account for that, because it's not going to get better. They haven't been getting paid while they're striking, and the weather is getting colder. Of course your surveys are giving you convenient points of data, Sierra Kiley said. What kind of sick are you talking about? Mr. Druck asked. Jean reached down to the keyboard and moved the cursor before striking a key. Mr. Druck stared at the screen. Show me? Sierra asked. Mr. Druck slid the laptop closer to her. Is it the power plants? Mr. Druck asked. No, Jean said. Believe it or not, most nuclear power plants are remarkably safe. Capes and countermeasures were ready to handle most of them the moment we knew what was going on with Gold Morning. There is a radiation problem in Bet, and it's not from that. Because of him? Buckner asked. The man was prematurely graying, but attractive. He was also the man in charge of most of the news media, new small-screen endeavors, and new movie projects. In the next year, his work would start to see fruit. He'd ask about him. Scion. We thought it was industrial contaminants, but it may be deeper than that. Some of it might be how Scion decided to use his power. More of it is the sheer damage he did to the planet itself. There's a degree of it that's impossible to know for certain that has to do with the Class S phenomena. Portals to other worlds, Tinkertech left a molder. It's not only the radiation, either. Methane levels are rising, food stockpiles on that side are dwindling fast, and the people there are getting sick for a variety of reasons. We're facing some immediate sacrifices if we want to keep the remaining people in Bet alive, Jean said. I'm always leery of those who say others need to make sacrifices, Mr. Neves said. Jean raised an eyebrow. Gary Neves was a little on the portly side, and if he wasn't at least 40, he certainly looked it. Otherwise, the man looked after himself and portrayed a good face to his constituency. Of the 5 people contending for mayorship over the city, where roughly half of the North American survivors of Gold Morning were staying, he pulled in 4th place. Still, of the 5 people in the running, he was one of the 3 who were present and discussing things. In a sense, really. He was slow to provide workable solutions and quick to criticize. In another era, he might have been a politician who rose up by being an effective critic of the incumbent. In this era, there was no incumbent. We're all going to need to make sacrifices, Jean said. You can see our proposals online. The reception is strong. I can give each of you the first look at what we're looking at doing, so we can all be on the same page. Anyone can visit our website and see the roadmap we laid out. This, what we're talking about today, with labor law. It will improve employee health by 1 stage of separation. General happiness, satisfaction, keeping the peace, lower crime, all are minor factors or 2 steps or more removed. That doesn't mean they're insignificant, Mr. Druck said. Not insignificant. I would say relatively less significant, Jean's assistant and husband Kurt said. He had his own laptop in front of him, and his eyes didn't leave the screen, peering past the thick-framed glasses that faintly reflected the image on the glowing screen. The sky beyond the window was dark, even with it being the middle of the afternoon, and the lights in the meeting room were off. Thank you, dear, Jean said. Mr. Druck's expression twisted. With Jean standing beside him, he had to push his chair back to take her in full. He growled out the words, relatively less? Compared to projected deaths in the millions, Jean said. gently. You can push us on this, but I think you'll find that when the bodies start stacking up and people start finding out that their loved ones still on bet are suffering or coming back with cancer, people will start asking why we weren't more ready. You won't have people on your side if it comes to that. You're going to suggest they ask, aren't you? Sierra Kiley asked. No, but I don't know what Mr. Buckner will do, she lied. She glanced at the media Mongol. The news would report the truth, of course, Mr. Buckner said. Of course, Sierra said. Jean moved her laptop, sliding it to her end of the table. Kurt handed her the 4 ring-bound booklets without her asking. She paused, laying one hand flat against the booklet on top of the short stack. Our proposal, she said, returning her focus to the room. She distributed the booklets to Mr. Neves, Mr. Buckner, Miss Kiley, and Mr. Druck. Read it. It's our suggestion for worker protections and remediation to go into effect in April of next year. If there's an aspect of it you don't like— April? Mr. Druck interrupted. You may want to see our website. You can add and subtract factors and adjust the numbers, and it will note the effects based on peer-reviewed study and the input of some great minds. You don't have to agree with the numbers, but they may help you predict our responses. April? Mr. Druck said, with more emphasis. They're not going to stand for this. You riled them up, Mr. Druck, or you allowed them to be riled up, Jean said. This is in their best interests. Have them return to work. If they work themselves to the bone, lives will be saved, and they could be heralded as heroes in their own right. A tainted word, hero, Mr. Neves said. People aren't machines, Jean, Sierra Kiley said. They're not numbers on a spreadsheet. They won't want to go back to work without any incentives. I'm trying to save as many people as I can. If people are reduced to numbers on a spreadsheet here, it's because we have to work on that scale. We're doing it in the best ways we can for their benefit. People are irrational, Sierra said. Brockton Bay and New Brockton are platinum standards when it comes to rebuilding after a disaster. Trust me when I say that people don't act in their own best interests, especially when it comes to making sacrifices. The only way we save those millions, tens of millions, is if we bring them from Earthbet to here and give them the care they need. We have to let the remaining refugees in before winter takes hold and before winter necessitates barring passage. It means throwing paperwork out the window and focusing on transporting them in, and it's going to be hell. It's also going to need people to help it happen. Mr. Druck's people, Sierra said. And yours. New Brockton is important in this. Talk to your workers. If the ones who are in bed too long start working now and get sick, they'll be protected financially. It's in the proposal. That's your incentive. Miss Kiley and Mr. Druck leaned together, whispering. Jean took a seat next to Kurt, situating her laptop back in front of herself. She checked her messages. The attack on the Fallen was underway. There were already deaths, and it would get worse before it got better. No other news. It was the other news that concerned her the most. Others were playing a different game, and their perspectives were distorted. They might have said the same for her, even with her ongoing efforts to maintain some objectivity. I think this may be my last day sitting in on these meetings, Mr. Neves said, interrupting her thoughts. She noticed that he hadn't opened the booklet she'd placed in front of him, or even moved it from the position. Why? Jean asked. I serve a dwindling base. Every day that passes that we don't go back to bed to rebuild is a day I lose the faith of my supporters. We'll be sorry to see you go, Mr. Neves, she said. No, you won't, he said. Your perspective has always been valuable. A dissenting voice is valuable, Jean said. An ineffectual voice, if an essentially critical one, he said. Don't flatter me. I'm not interested, and I don't want flattery from you. The tone of those last few words saw Miss Kiley and Mr. Druck stop talking and start paying attention to Mr. Neves. I thought we got along fine. I've always wondered about those booklets and your computer program. Others wonder too. Website, not computer program, Jean mentally corrected. Wonder? The exacting numbers, the complexity. This was made by parahumans. We consulted them, yes. He pushed the booklet her way. This is parahuman, not human. All of us are in this together, Gary, Jean said. Human and parahuman. It's as if we're locked in a cage with a wolf, Mr. Neves said. Except I have to wonder about the we part of it. Miss Kylie is a vaguely familiar name. Not to her credit, but familiar. I could believe she's not a parahuman. I don't think she would be a good leader, but she's not one of them. You, though. Not a trailing thought, not a question. A statement. We believe in using every resource we have to do the greatest amount of good, Jean said. Gary Neves stood from his seat. He picked up the book, holding it by one corner. He looked like he was going to say something, then stopped. When he did speak, it was with a different expression, sadder than angry. Sitting at this table, being a part of discussions with other Earths, talking to the Wardens, everything else, it affords us a privilege the people don't get. We have to hear how bad it really is. Sierra spoke. I'd phrase it as, we get to hear, not have to hear. It's an opportunity to help, Jean said. Mr. Neves shook his head. Every time I come here, I hear about new disasters. Machinery that should have never been built, now with dead owners still running. People that snapped with the end of the world. Broken quarantines. Every time I come, 3 to 5 days a week, something new. Today, I hear about a war outside of New Haven, and innocents will die. Many will come out in body bags. The straw that broke the camel's back, Mr. Buckner asked. The media Mongol sounded more casual than anything. Neves didn't sound casual. It's one more thing. 99 times out of 100, it's the parahumans. It's wolves people like me are trapped in a cage with, and they're gathering into packs and reverting to their feral programming. Wolves were domesticated to become dogs, Jean said. These wolves killed billions, Gary Neves said. I don't think we can afford to give them more power over us. We don't have that much left to spare. What would you propose as an alternative? Jean asked. If you'll read the booklet, I think it's sound, and there's nothing especially strange in there. Gary's smile was tight, fighting to become a sneer, because of the feelings he was holding back. Disgust. I've talked to people about it. Ex-PRT, police, scholars. Those conversations were back when I thought I could get a foothold here, when I thought people might see what you're doing and where it comes from. What are we doing? Jean asked. Using powers. I asked about these proposals, and I got a lot of answers and information about powers, the push toward violence and the dramatic, the loss of the human in the midst of it all. There was a time when many people with powers wanted to use their powers for mundane things. Rogues. It kept going wrong, didn't it? We could have a discussion on that, Jean said. If it's a concern. I'd like to address it, because it's nuanced. Neves shook his head, expression twisting again. If you know, then you know. When powers are used to produce materials, generate powers, there are traps, aren't there? The powers don't want to be used for simple, stupid things like 9-to-5 jobs or manual labor. They want to fight, to hurt, or to cause chaos. Many of them do, yes, Jean said. Even when they seem tame, it ends in disaster. Hidden catches or materials that were conjured from nowhere start to go back to nowhere after months or years. Other worlds, not nowhere. But yes. Gary Neves threw the booklet across the table. What's the catch? Where's the trap? There's a subset of powers that seem to buck the trend, Mr. Neves. That's what I'd like to discuss with you, if it's a concern. Powers derived from other sources. Powers bought and bartered for. But to say it here, with people like Mr. Druck and Mr. Buckner at the table. Too dangerous. I'm done, Mr. Neves said. You don't need to worry about me any more. I'm not a general who can handle this war that seems so inevitable, and I'm not someone who can come up with computer programs that break something this chaotic into something deceptively elegant. Kurt sniffed slightly. And frankly, Mr. Neves said, it fucking terrifies me that you're one or both of those things. Those were the man's parting words. Mr. Neves gathered his things, including an umbrella, and marched from the room that was far too large for the table in its center. We'll look over this and we'll discuss, Sierra said. I'll discuss with people, sound them out, Mr. Druck said. Thank you, Jean said. I'll talk to some people about it as well, Mr. Buckner said. I'm going to go before there's any rain. What we discuss here stays off the record, Jean said. Yes, off the record, but still important. A power player of another sort, but at least he was cooperative. Mr. Druck and Mr. Buckner left, two very different people, the working-class spokesman and the master of media with his expensive suit. They talked as they went. Kurt, Sierra, and Jean remained. Any word? Sierra asked. You were looking at your computer? 7 fatalities. Both villain groups had guns. I haven't heard about any of your compatriots being hurt. Citrine, Sierra started. Jean, there was an occasion about 3 days ago that I was updating them on our meetings here. Tattletale said that Cauldron once told the Undersiders that they had no interest in being in charge. I'm not Cauldron, Jean said. It looks to me like you married in, Sierra said. Jean looked at her hand, then at Kurt's. The bands were Damascus, not gold. Hers had a yellow diamond inset into it. Gold had seemed crass, but a yellow gemstone had seemed essential. And, Sierra said, I couldn't help but notice that you haven't denied you want to be in charge. Humanity is wounded on an extra-dimensional macro level, Jean said. Finding solutions for this kind of damage requires the perspective of people with a sense for the big picture. The biggest kind of picture. But do you want it? That position where you're finding the solutions and looking down on things from that high a seat? Yes, Jean said. You might be the only person that really wants it, Sierra said. We might be the only ones who can do it, Jean said. Gary's right. That's spooky, Sierra said. I don't think that's fair. Sierra nodded. She gathered her things. No umbrella or raincoat. Jean had always felt Sierra was more the type to walk in the rain and let it pour down onto her than to be wearing business casual in a room like this. The book was the last thing Sierra picked up. She looked at the cover. Want another copy to give to Tattletale? Jean asked. Sure. Jean tapped her power, covering the table's long surface with a yellow tint. In a second mind's eye, she could see that slice of space as a world unto itself. There were around 60,000 variables that Jean was aware of, but she had to look for them to grasp them. Friction. Tuned. 75 units. She gave the book a push, and it sailed across the table like an air hockey puck, rotating. Sierra stopped it with one hand. One of Sierra's fingers tapped the cover. A chord? Yes. Spooky, Sierra said, again. She collected the book, putting it with the other, and gathered her bag. Jean continued to feel it wasn't a very fair assertion. She sat back down beside Kurt, at the empty table in a hall that could have hosted an elegant ballroom dance, with tables at either end, a bar, and more room for groups to gather by the windows and socialize. She poked at the key on her keyboard to refresh the page. No news. She moved over to the side of the keyboard to hit the key combination to switch windows, and her fingers met Kurt's. He was already there, reading her mind, switching the window for her. She hit the key to refresh that page, too. More deaths. Tattletale had broken away, while the other Undersiders had ventured into the fight, and Jean had no idea why. What was Tattletale doing? Her fingers knit together with Kurt's, but backward, knuckles crossing knuckles. The smooth surface of her ring grazed his finger. Holding her knuckles like that, he raised her hand up to his mouth and kissed her palm, then her wrist. "You're worried about something." "The Wardens didn't ask us before they signed off on this. Yet they have people devoted to idiotic things like rescuing people from time bubbles and loops. Tattletale is maneuvering, and I don't think she has a good perspective when it comes to the big picture. There are monsters like the self-styled goddess out there. The Blue Empress of Earth Shin. Sleeper is still parked in Zayn. I wanted to tell Gary Neves that cauldron capes are stable. We have the power, and we're not as driven toward violence and drama. We're safe." "Safer," Kurt said. "Safer, yes. None of the others are that safe. They threaten to weaken us at a time we can't afford it. This idiotic business with the Fallen could leave us without enough people watching the portals. Earthsea could attack, and having critical people in an asinine fight could be what leaves us vulnerable. If you watched it, you could seize the reins. The others are down or out. You could take charge and start making decisions." Jean leaned back in her seat. She surrendered her defenses, for one fleeting moment. She gave Kurt a look, worried, momentarily insecure. Kurt was the only person she'd ever allowed herself to show that insecurity to. He leaned over and gave her a brief kiss. He looked her in the eyes, and then he said, "I know where you come from, Jean. Somehow, I don't feel like I'm a species of one when I'm with you. Don't doubt your ability to do this." Jean smiled. Jean slouched in her seat. All around her, people were talking with lawyers, with parents, with family and friends. There were only 50 girls at the institution, all wearing navy blue sweats or sweat bottoms and white t-shirts. Guards were stationed at points around the room. Every week, it seemed, someone left, and someone came back in. "Do you know who I am, Jean Brown?" the man sitting across from her asked. He was young, but short. Jean shrugged. "Someone my parents hired?" "I'm someone that hires, not someone who is hired," he said. "I own several businesses in Boston." Boston. She made the connection and immediately started paying more attention. She sat up, gripping the seat with both hands to push herself up into a sitting position. "I've been made aware that you recently had an altercation with a girl from Boston." "Yes," she said. "Yes, sir." "Tell me how that went. What was she supposed to say or do? Tell the truth? Beg?" He seemed like the no-nonsense type. For perhaps the first time in her life, she decided to play things straight. "When they brought me in here, I was given the tour by another one of the girls in juvie. They pointed out Lindsay. They said everything had to get run by her." "Phrasing," he said. "Get run is not proper English." "What are you, my teacher?" she asked. Reflex. He leaned forward, meeting her eyes with his. "I may end up being one, Jean Brown. Keep in mind that some lessons are more final than others." She felt the thrill of terror as she heard that. One of her hands slipped from the edge of the chair she was gripping, and she adjusted her position in the seat, hands clasped together and pressed down into her lap. "Continue," he said. "I didn't want to run things by her. She was telling us when we could get commissary, and when we could go to the bathroom. Right away, I knew I didn't like her. This dislike and frustration led you to pinning her down, cutting her lower eyelid off, and lacerating the other eye." He arched an eyebrow as he asked it. "I would have cut all the eyelids off without cutting the eye itself if she hadn't thrashed so much. Either way, I was placed in ST, and they brought me out to see you." She was mine, Jean Brown. She did me a favor, and that favor led to her confinement here. She interpreted one of my instructions too loosely, and that is why she was to spend the 1 year here before she turned 18 and graduates out, instead of finding her way out right away. She had a position waiting for her. Now, I have to figure out what I'll do with her. And I have you to deal with." Jean swallowed and found it harder to swallow than she wanted. She tried to look nonchalant. She's not the first person you've grievously injured. You have several more years here, and after that, you'll graduate to an adult prison to see out the remainder of your sentence. Jean looked away. Look at me. She did. I've noticed the pattern behind your actions here, and I've identified it as a desperate grab for standing. It was crude, rising up by cutting people down. You used a razor on a classmate's face and attacked a teacher. She hesitated, then asked, Sir? Yes, Jean Brown. Can I ask why you're talking to me here instead of having someone hurt me like I hurt her? You may ask, he said. When he didn't follow up, she connected the thought and asked, Why, sir? Because, Jean Brown, I understand the desire to rise up and desperately make sense of a world that seems so senseless. I read every file that can be found about you, and I don't believe you ever had a chance to be civilized. Civilized? Please speak and inquire in proper sentences. I know who your stepfather is. I know who your teachers have been. Your judge remarked on your privileged background, but you were the last file he looked at after an overworked day. He hadn't had a vacation in 5 years, and his retirement was imminent. He was lazy, and he didn't see you. Jean felt a thrill similar to the fear that had run through her earlier. This time, however, it was at the realization that maybe this man sitting in front of her saw her, like the judge hadn't. A lawyer will take and appeal your cases. Lindsay will change her mind about who attacked her, and your other cases will be addressed. You will be out shortly. You'll get and accept a scholarship for a private school in Boston, and then you will rise to the top of the class. You will make no fewer than 5 friends of standing in class, and you will attend private tutoring classes after school that will round out your education in other things. Her head spun with the paradigm shift. This will be far more difficult than juvenile prison, and even more difficult than being a newly minted 18-year-old in an adult's prison, Jean Brown. You will want to do as I instruct, regardless of this difficulty. She wanted to ask why, and her instincts told her that she couldn't and shouldn't. Failure wasn't an option. You get one chance, Miss Brown. Miss Kylie's polls are down, Kurt said. The spike was because of how closely New Brockton is affiliated with industry and construction. It was always going to be short-lived. I think she knew it when she walked away today. Mr. Neves is gone. Kylie is out. Russell isn't really trying, leaving only Mrs. Songman. She hasn't attended any of the meetings or discussions. She's campaigning, but that's all there is. She is a politician. She knows how these things work. She's a contender, but not a concern, Jean said. I've never run for any seat or position, but I'm more of a politician than she is. Kurt laughed, head going back. The laugh echoed through the empty room. You know it's true. Oh, I do know. I like how succinctly you put it. Being succinct was essential to surviving among the ambassadors, Jean said. I did like Accord, Kurt said. Peculiar, but he was an asset. 2 hours had passed, and neither of them had left the hall or their seats at the table, except to bring a cup of coffee to the table or to use the facilities. The laptop screens glowed, and the light from overhead was more mood than office lighting. The rain poured. Hours ago, things had turned for the worse in that localized war outside of New Haven. Those things, to an extent, had little to do with them. When they got back to their home and business, they would get the full update on the dead and lost. Documents would be updated, and some plans would be shifted around. Every 5 to 15 minutes, Jean checked news and cell feeds to see if there had been an attack from zealots, or another crisis taking advantage of the distraction. That possibility concerned her more than the death of Tattletale, the swelling of fallen ranks by way of mind control, seizing most of the survivors, or any hypothetical scenarios she might imagine. Kurt had fallen silent as he checked his information. His screen was a tide of numbers and account balances for several moments. He refreshed a page, then turned his laptop for her to see. with black text on a white page and the room so dim it was glaring and her tired eyes had to adjust to interpret. We found him. The thief. If I found him, others might have too, Kurt said. He stood and closed the laptop. The acknowledgement that they would have to act was left unspoken. Others. Jean knew who they were. Jean stood as well. Laptop closed and placed in a messenger bag, joined with the booklets and papers she'd brought with her in case more showed. There were no portals. They couldn't speak a word and request a doorway to any place or alternate Earth. The act of getting to the old headquarters was arduous. The way to the old Cauldron headquarters was to travel to the Côte d'Ivoire and use the spare portal there. It was easier to situate themselves in the city. Besides, the old base had been commandeered. Kurt had his phone out and at his side, his thumb typing. You're requesting your brothers? The pair. I'll reach out to several of the employees. It might be overkill to call in a favor. Worthwhile overkill if it helps us deal with him. The car was waiting outside. Every other car on the road was a dark shade or dark gray, but her sedan was yellow. She had a weakness for finer touches like that. She preferred to drive, but she acknowledged that it was better if Kurt handled it for instances like this. Again, the unspoken communication between them had him going straight to the driver's side. He peeled out, with no regard to speed limit or the vagaries of traffic. Kurt spoke. Friction, plus 15, 100 feet ahead, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. She placed the effect of her power. The car turned, wheels skidding. The nose of the vehicle grazed the back bumper of a truck that was slower to make the turn. She knew there wouldn't be a mark. 43 minutes away, Kurt said, with up to 1 minute added time for maneuvering around traffic. So many things were reliant on resources. Money. They handled money, and they had money. Kurt had arranged the trading dollar, and he'd made it work. A city couldn't run on barter, and a megapolis was far more involved than a city. People were another resource. They had people, but it was scattered. She had seen and worked out the state of Cauldron over the years after taking over Accord's position as the head of the ambassadors. She'd known it to be a very large place with very little staff. That much remained true now. When they needed it, as they did now, they could tap their scattered group and make things happen. It was the nature of their group, and the people they collected, that, when they gathered together, they worked together like a perfectly engineered machine. Knowledge. They were keeping something of a handle on knowledge. Information on friends, on enemies. They still talked to Tattletale now and then, because she was a prime source of knowledge, albeit of the uncertain sort. Things grew more difficult past that point. Time was a harder resource to obtain. 9 minutes into their trip, time and people converged as elements. Kurt rolled down the back windows of the sedan. The windows were barely rolled down when lithe forms slipped into the back of the vehicle as it tore down a 40-mile-an-hour road at 75 miles an hour. "Thank you for coming," she said. "You're welcome," Kurt's younger siblings said. They'd cleaned up and loosely matched Kurt in presentation, though they'd gone for something more fitting for teenagers. Both wore the thick-framed glasses, however. Kurt became annoyed with them very quickly, so it had ended up being her responsibility to corral them and give them direction. If she ever had a doubt that she was Kurt's type, the fact that his clones were so bad at hiding their fondness for her would have banished the thought. It never failed to put a smile on her face. "Red vehicle, wind shear slow, type 3, offset by 3 feet left. Make it a -5 whenever you please." She produced a brief field to encompass the left side of a red truck, causing it to pull to one side. Kurt navigated between two vehicles, her sedan centered on the dotted line as it squeezed between the two. The red truck saw them and braked suddenly, pulling further to the side. She cancelled out her power before another vehicle could intercept it, or the red truck could be forced off course. Kurt picked up speed once he was clear of the gap. Could you give the engineers special treatment? I know effects on moving things are hard to maintain, but I can keep the speed constant. Time is of the essence, she said. She placed the power over the engine, focusing to get it centered. Acceleration. This would be easier if we had Fortuna, she said. She gave her all to get us this far. It would be asking a lot for her to give us the remainder of her years. We'll see ourselves the rest of the way. She can live her life as she sees fit. Jean privately disagreed, but she didn't make a point with it. Not with Kurt's younger selves in the car. There was one more resource, time aside, that they were critically short on. Not power specifically. It looked as though she had a mostly uncontested path ahead of her to the leadership over Earth Gimmel's largest population. Powers, though? Any authority over powers themselves would be dangerous in the wrong hands. That kind of authority threatened to wipe away any kind of meaning when it came to money, people, knowledge, or time. She knew it because she leveraged it. It was an arms race to maintain that leverage, and it was ruin to lose it. Which led them to the thief, wheels barely maintaining the necessary traction on the road. They'd started 43 minutes away, and they took 20 minutes to get to their destination. They came to a stop, and the wheels of the car smoked. "He's still here?" she asked. "He hasn't owned a car in all the years we kept tabs on him, and I had systems set to freeze all transportation. Knowing his usual habits, he'll know something is wrong, and he'll be running out into hills. More help is arriving. We'll save time if we wait." "Who are we after?" one of the two boys asked. Kurt rattled off a series of numbers for facial measurements and metrics. "We'll go ahead?" the other boy asked. "Don't stray far. Go out that way," Kurt said. The two left. "I never did that," Kurt said. Jean smiled. "They've picked up other things. I don't know if it's because they copy me when they see me, or if it's because they're getting it in other ways." "You should have studied more about powers," Jean said. "I think it's the latter," he frowned. "You seem annoyed if they're dissimilar to you, and you're annoyed if they're similar." "I'm offended they exist," Kurt said. "I like them. I see them, and I'm reminded of how I used to be. We traveled similar journeys, didn't we? We were vicious once, and now we're civilized." "We're still vicious," he said. "Good grooming doesn't clean that slate, nor should it." "Fair," she said. "Who are we waiting for?" "A handsome fellow known as Barfbat." "I know Barfbat. He took us out to eat, remember? The restaurant had chickens in cages just outside the door." "Was that him? Right. Well, speak of the devil, and he'll appear." Barfbat winged his way down. Tumorous, fluid-filled growths deflated and his wings retracted. "Hi, Barfbat," Jean said. "It's nice to see you, Jean. This is really it, Numberman? I'm done?" "This will be the last favor we ask of you, and your contract from June 1998 will be considered finished," Kurt said. "It's about time," Barfbat said. "Decades of my life spent keeping a phone nearby." "We've helped you out along the way, as payment for having you in reserve. But time is of the essence. Can you sniff out our man? I think he'll be scared." Barfbat nodded. A slit appeared down the center of his face, and then it parted in layers, each layer adding to a flower-like bloom that was a comprehensive nose that obscured eyes and ears both. Tumors swelled and filled with fluid around his neck and shoulders, stretching out until the skin was transparent, veins standing out where the light hit them. He broke into a run, arms extending until he could use them to help run, and Jean and Kurt both followed. As they reached the outskirts of the little town, they caught up with Kurt's younger brothers. Barfbat had an augmented body, but Kurt and his brothers had efficient movement. Jean was fit, she exercised and ran every day, and she could use her power to help traverse obstacles or reduce wind resistance, but it was still an effort to keep up. They caught up with the thief. It didn't take long. The terrain was hilly, and that slowed the quarry more than it slowed any of them. The thief was a middle-aged Eastern Indian man, forehead creased in concern. He'd grown out a beard, and his hair was long, tied into a knot at the back. He dressed simply, ready for the outdoors. "Balminder," Kurt said. The thief, Jean thought. The dealer. He absconded with as many vials as he could take. Kurt had said that along with Manton's defection, it was one of a series of betrayals that led to Cauldron keeping their roster small and disconnected. Kurt waved the others back. Barfbat and the two boys backed off, keeping a respectful distance so the conversation would be quiet. "I make one mistake," Balminder said. "Less than an hour later, you're here." "We've always known where you were and what you were doing, Balminder," Kurt said. "The time has come. You have a fair amount left. Give it to us." "You've hunted me for half a decade." "We kept tabs on you for 3 years and hunted you for the last 2. "Why not take me right away if I was so easy to find?" "Because, Balminder," Kurt said, "you were plausible deniability, and a scapegoat, if we needed one. And you were one of a dozen pieces we kept in play, as people who could be arranged to rescue Cauldron if it was ever lost, if we gave someone a power that gave them absolute control over us. It was good to have some vials out there that would take concerted effort to find." "It was a small supply," Balminder said. "I know for a fact this small supply was not exhausted. You have some left over. It should be 130 to 140 vials. "The number is 0, Balminder said. "They've been claimed. I thought they were you." "0 is my least favorite number," Kurt said, in an uncharacteristically dangerous voice. "Don't kill him," Jean said. "We can get answers out of him." "We know what those answers will be." "We'll ask," she said. Kurt deferred, stepping back. "Claimed," Jean said the word. "Explain." "By a man, a month or 2 ago. He called himself Teacher. I didn't even slip up. He appeared, and he had a small army of people with powers with him." "A small army," Jean said. "It's good to know." "It is. Thinkers and tinkers, Balminder. Negligible powers," Kurt asked. "Not just those. Not negligible. I know my powers, Numberman. I know my shit. This wasn't trifling." "Maybe not an ingenue tweak," Jean observed. "He has other avenues of access, then," Kurt said. "He has the old base, and what was empty is now fully staffed. Now he has an army." "We might have to revisit the truce we made," Jean said. "We thought the Undersiders knocked him down enough pegs that he wouldn't recruit fast. It seems he's more resourceful than that." "Teacher's Cauldron," one of the 2 boys said. "The Cauldron is fractured," Kurt said. "Like so many things. We can't afford the resources to mend the divide or deal with this army, small or otherwise. The city would fall while our backs are turned." It might fall, nonetheless, Jean thought. It was possible to do everything perfectly, and to still fail. And, try as they might, they wouldn't get everything right. "We'll take the city," she said. "No use delaying now. If he has Cauldron, we'll take everything else. If we take the city, we can control the Wardens. If the Fallen come out ahead, we'll control them." Balminder said. "You can come with us, or you can go and keep your mouth shut," she said. "We're a splinter of Cauldron, but we could count it as you coming back into the fold." "We were never upset," Kurt said. "Not really." Balminder frowned. "Think on it," Jean said. She and Kurt walked a short distance away and let Balminder do his thinking. "You sounded almost as if you hope it will happen," Kurt observed. "The Fallen winning." "Not hope, but I think it's more likely than not, so I'm planning accordingly." "I don't disagree. Anything to deal with Teacher, is it? Even deals with the devil."
Jonathan held the diaper-clad zombie in his arms with a ginger care. "I understand not wanting to give it up. This is something special," he said. "We might not give it up. We're here about the price so we can see what our options are," the guy said. The couple Jonathan was talking to were fidgeting. They were young, 25 or so, and the guy had tattoos up and down his arms, geometric, with cubit on one arm. The woman had a cartoon character partially hidden by her sleeve. As whimsical and bright as the tattoos were, they looked tired and worn out, and their clothes were somewhat washed out in colour. "I had friends who were into preparing for the end of the world," Jonathan said, "stockpiling food, guns, and learning survival skills. They loved the zombie movies, naturally. I'm a fan too. I never did the prep stuff, though, except for having a chainsaw in our display cabinet. I don't know if that counts," the guy from the couple said. "The scary movies we watch are always tied into the fears of the times. As things got worse and the bad guys seemed to get ground, we got more zombie movies. The inevitable demise." "Absolutely," the husband said. "But whenever we had a movement like that, there was always a turnaround. Things got better, didn't they? And when they did, so did the movies. Deconstructions, reversals, parodies." "I liked the parodies," the husband said. He indicated the doll. "Like Lenny." "Second date," the wife said. He glanced at his wife. Lenny there was an anniversary present. "He's great. You shouldn't give him up if he's that important," Jonathan said. "He's important," the guy said. He looked at his wife again. "But we can't stay in the tent cities. It's more important that we have a proper house. We're selling a lot of the things we brought over." Jonathan saw the wife pass her hand over her stomach. "Ah," he breathed the sound. "Got it." "It's hard," the guy said. "Silly as it sounds." The man looked like he might cry, and it was because he was looking at selling a life-size doll of a baby with a bite mark in its middle and flesh missing from its snarling face. "I don't think what the prep heads were doing ended up mattering when the end of the world came. The guns didn't matter much. Different sort of end to the world they might have, but not here. The food helped in the early weeks, but what really ended up mattering most was having the right mindset. When the end of the world actually came, it was a pretty heavy emotional blow." "Yeah," the guy said. "The people who seemed to do best weren't always the preppers. It was the people who could get back up after being hit that hard, and the ones with an idea of what to do when they'd been left with nothing. It was better to have the right skills than the right things. Having drive. Preparing for the end of civilization, less so. So long as there's more than 5 people around, we're going to have something like civilization." "I think you're right," the wife said. "I think it's true for a lot of people who I've made friends with recently. My sister wasn't a prep head or anything, but she worried a lot about the Endbringers, and she spent all her money travelling to try and get away from where they might attack. When everything finally fell apart, so did she." Jonathan nodded. "She made it. That's what counts. I'm hoping she figures out how to push forward, like you said. There's a world out there." "I'm not trying to give you the sales patter because that's really not me," Jonathan said. "But if you're prepared to sell something as important as Lenny..." He let the sentence hang a moment. "I am," the husband said. "Then it's good. This stuff..." He indicated his shop. The cartoons and figurines, the board games and video games. Some things had a second-hand look to them because they were very much second-hand. It's not so important when you're trying to put it all back together again. Save it for when you're secure, when you have everything you need. That's the plan, the husband of the couple said. Jonathan stroked the baby's head. "I could give you 300 in trading dollars. What do you think?" He could see the flicker of surprise on the man's face. "The place we're looking to buy an apartment in is using ND." "Then it translates to 400 new dollars," Jonathan said. "It's dying currency, be careful. The value drops every day." The husband fidgeted as he stared at the little life-size figure. Jonathan couldn't tell if he was doing it because he was about to break and try and find another way, or if he was trying to etch the figure's details into his mind's eye because he was about to give it up. Jonathan bit his tongue. He was tempted to offer more, but he couldn't. As it was, he'd barely make back the money selling the figure, if he made any at all. He needed to eat and pay for the store space. "We don't have to," the wife said. "We need to," the husband whispered. "This isn't a pawn shop," Jonathan said. "I'm looking for stock that certain people want. I can't hold on to things. Be sure you want to give it up if you sell it to me." He saw the husband frown, fidgeting more. "If you give it to me, and if I sell it, I'll get the contact information from the buyer. Somewhere down the line, if you want, you can talk to me. I can give you that information. Maybe you can track it down and offer them enough to buy it back. That's the best I can do." "Okay," the husband said. He nodded. "Yeah, let's do it. For new dollars, please." Jonathan nodded. He moved the articulated dole over to the nearest empty space on a shelf, then walked over to the register, popping it open with the painful metal-on-metal sound he hadn't quite become used to. He began counting out the money. "Can you handle this, babe?" the husband asked. "I'm going to run an errand." "Sure," the wife said. Jonathan glanced up to see the guy walk away. Nothing was easy. "Is it hard, running a store like this? It seems difficult to run comic or game stores on the old Earth, and things are different now." "It's not the easiest," Jonathan said. It was an understatement. He had lost 20 pounds since starting the store, because he didn't eat more than one meal most days, and some days he ate none. My brother owned a store like it, in the old Earth. "Is he helping you?" the wife asked. "He's gone. I guess he helped. My initial stock included some of the things I was able to get from his store. He didn't make it past gold morning." "I'm sorry," she said. "This place helps me feel a little closer to him. I'm contradicting everything I told you guys, but this is what connects me to my loved ones the most." "I don't think that contradicts," she said. She rested one hand on her stomach. "We're doing what we can to hold on to those things most important to us. Civilization wins out over madness." "I think so," he said. He passed the money across the counter to her. "Let me give you my number, in case you ever want to track it down, and you can give me your name." "An anniversary present for a year or two from now, if we're lucky," she said. He smiled. "Thank you," she said. She looked at his name tag. "Jonathan." "You're very welcome," he said. She left the store, and he moved the figure from the spot he'd given it to another place. Nothing was easy. He hadn't known what to say, so he'd spoken from the heart. The things weren't so important. It was being able to get up again. That was what got him through the day. He and his brother had lost their parents early on. He'd lost his first job because a manager had shifted blame downhill, and he'd been blackballed from the local industry. Forced to choose between moving elsewhere to find work and staying close to his remaining family, he'd chosen the latter. Now he had neither. He pressed on. He helped some more customers, until a torrent of stern words from across the shopping centre's concourse turned his head. A red-haired woman, berating her daughter. It made him uncomfortable. It was a move away from the civilization and society he hoped things were trending toward. He retreated further into his shop. The fallen kid screamed as he smashed his chair against the invisible barrier. Over the course of 4 impacts, he smashed it to pieces. He'd just relived the nightmare. Everything from his point of view, playing over again, with scattered context from elsewhere. He'd seen fleeting glimpses of his brother, he'd seen the store, and he had heard the explosions. Then his world had turned upside down and emptied out. No store, no money, no peace and healing. He'd gotten out of the hospital and he'd made his way straight to the shopping centre, using his new power to get past the tape and barricade. Everything was gone, from the zombie doll to the boxes of cards and the crate of comics he'd liberated from his brother's store. There'd been a comic in there that might have let him make an emergency payment on the store for a month, and now it was gone. Then he had keeled over early into a sleepless night, and he had relived that night. Now he was here again. The boy with the glasses sat with his face in his hands, glasses pushed up. The woman had had a breakdown the first night, and now she looked like she was going to crawl out of her own skin, fingers in her mouth, teeth biting down on flesh. And the fallen kid, the fucking kid with the demon mask, went from railing uselessly against the walls of his cage to taunting Jonathan and the others. He kicked the dais in the centre of the room. "Stop," Jonathan said. The kid backed up, got a running start, and kicked the dais again, hard enough he should have broken his foot. "Stop! You're not going to do anything." Grabbing the edge of the dais, the kid tried to shake it loose. "Stop!" Jonathan raised his voice. "He isn't going to listen, he's a moron," the boy with the glasses said, without raising his face from his hands. "He wouldn't wear that mask if he wasn't." "Fuck off," the fallen boy said. "You don't know anything about us. You assholes set a mall on fire and trapped us inside. You were there at the door," the boy with the glasses shouted. "Fucking idiots. What were you even trying to do? You called us idiots, but we were right. We said the world would end and it did. Now you're all getting complacent again. You still don't listen to us, so we make you listen." "People died," Jonathan said. "Their fault, from what I saw," the fallen boy said. He sounded sullen. "Through your eyes." The woman pulled her fingers from her mouth, and she screamed. She slammed one hand against the invisible barrier, and she dragged her fingernails down the surface until Jonathan thought that one would be pried off. She found her breath and screamed again. "Shut up! Fuck off!" the fallen boy shouted. She'd broken. That she'd broken to the degree she had scared Jonathan, because he wasn't sure how intact he was. He might lose it entirely if every night was like this. This was only the second. They'd all seen into his head, through his eyes. Was it random? One random person every night? An assortment of the things dropping out of the darkness above, distributed by chance? He looked at the dark fifth of the room. "You seem to be doing better than any of us, except maybe that arsehole over there," the boy with the glasses said. The idea surprised Jonathan. "I'm not doing okay," he said. "I feel—" His voice distorted on that last word, rougher, painful to make the word feel. "You feel what?" "I feel," Jonathan said, in that painfully rough voice, "hollowed out, numb, angry, lost." "Yeah, me too." "My voice," he said. "It changed just now." "It changed on the day. Smoke inhalation. I'm not wondering why it's different. Why was it normal?" The woman crumpled to the ground, hands up above her head, pressed to the wall, her head hanging. The fallen boy with his crude demon mask stood above her, looking down. He didn't say or do anything. "Maybe it's catching up," the boy with the glasses said. "Why are we wearing the clothes we're wearing? Why is he wearing that mask?" Jonathan remained silent. Nothing had fallen from the sky. He looked skyward and saw only the darkness, the ceiling that could have been 20 feet above them, or it could have been 1,000 feet above them, and he wouldn't have known. He walked over to the dais, past barren shelves that echoed his shop with no usable stock. He cast aside the debris and let it disintegrate. He found the shards of glass and thought of the skylight. Past the smoke, the light of the sun had been so bright on that day. This place was so dark. He had extra shards today. He held them up for the boy with the glasses to see. "Why glass?" the boy with the glasses asked. The answer was the same as it was for the other things. It explained the shelves. It was him. It was Jonathan's, intrinsically. His mover power let him treat any direction as down, with some nuance when it came to propelling himself forward. He used it to fall up to the top of a fallen home. His combat boots had enough gravel on them to crunch against the overlapping wooden slats. Love Lost was with Nailbiter and Beast of Burden. That let Snag operate between Prancer and the Undersiders. It was an awkward place to be, because both groups had a way of dancing around things, identifying their own things to do, but those things weren't in alignment, and their way of doing things once they identified a task was different. Prancer tended to apply pressure if he committed at all, and the Undersiders tended to surgically strike. Prancer wasn't far, and the pressure he was applying seemed to be focused on pushing the fallen out of cover and into the areas where there wasn't much cover. The area was the point where the settlement of buildings with each building next to the last was thinning out, and it became field and ditch, pond and forest, dotted with large farmhouses. The fallen in the farmhouses had guns, and periodically opened fire, which made it hard for Prancer's offensive. Snag wanted to go and help, but Cradle was already there. Love Lost was somewhere nearby, prowling for stragglers, and the Undersiders were dragging their heels, talking and checking those who had been killed or injured, periodically kicking in doors and checking inside. Biter, Bitch, Foil, Parian, and Imp were all gathered together. Snag looked down and watched. Two black stuffed animals, each 12 feet tall, were at the group's back, as they walked down the street checking doors. The dogs were at the forefront of the group, sniffing. As they drew nearer, he growled, "Is this what we're paying you for? The fighting is that way." "Blame her," Imp said, indicating Bitch. Bitch pushed her. "Protecting our asses," Bitch said. "Some might be in the building, and if we don't check it's clear, they'll attack us from behind, whichever group we go after." "Whichever group?" Snag asked. He stepped off of the roof and let his arms catch his weight before setting his feet down. She pointed back the way they'd come. "South and east. That way and that way. Dune thinks there's lots of scared people that way. And lots more that way, of course. North. That's the bulk of the fighting." Toward Prancer's group with the fighting. "If they're civilians and they're staying out of the way, we can decide what to do with them later. We leave them alone for now." "I hope we leave them alone for good," Foil said. "They're fallen," Snag said. "Civilian doesn't mean innocent." "You know our terms for helping," Foil said. "I do," he said. "And I know tattletales are different. Don't dawdle." "Not dawdling," Bitch said, her own voice becoming a growl. "Snag, man," Biter said. "Not worth it. I'm biased, but these guys have some practice. Let them do their thing." Bitch spoke as if Biter hadn't said anything. "I'm covering our rear. Against this many dangers we can't get surrounded, and we can't get caught off guard. Dune, nose." The mutant dog pressed its nose to the dirt. It sniffed, and it huffed out a breath. The other dog raised its head and brought one leg up, the joint pointing forward. "Good girl. Show me," Bitch said. Snag raised one arm as the Undersiders went ahead, and slapped a large mechanical hand against the forearm. Gripping the arm, he rotated it until words lit up along the length. "Love Lost. Cradle. I'm at point B. Points A, C, and O, roughly, have fighting, with H being the focus. A and O might be civilian clusters. Clearing B at Undersider's suggestion, we'll move to H." "Cradle here." Cradle's voice was distorted by the makeshift transmitter. Snag raised a hand to get better reception. Cradle's voice came through clearer. "No sign of him. Fighting's bad. Prancer won't commit with this much gunfire." "They have to run out sometime," Snag said. There was a series of 2 beeps, and he rotated his arm until a display came up, the map with points marked out. Love Lost had made her reply. She'd found Fallen further south. Off to the northeast there was commotion, but it was too far away for Snag to intervene or act. People fleeing into the trees. And the Undersiders. He snorted in impatience. He let himself fall forward, periodically touching ground for the reassurance of it, or pushing off the ground with a hand. As heavy as he was in general, in the outfit he wore, the boots, and the arms that weighed 110 pounds each, he could feel the ease and flow of movement, the wind rushing through beard and long hair. Power was at his fingertips, both through the mechanical arms and the power that let him punch through inorganic things. His version of the fallen kid's power. He caught up with the Undersiders. "Drag marks," Bitch said, pointing at the dirt road. Her head turned as she looked at a nearby house. Coast is not clear but not unclear. Irredeemably weird, Imp said. Snag startled a little at the suddenness of the voice from his peripheral vision. Weird? I asked Tattletale, and she said it was one of the same people as yesterday. Snag frowned. Foyle held her rapier, with knives in her other hand, one knife poking up between each pair of fingers. She took the lead. Bitch followed. Only Biter and Parian remained. Biter didn't go in, and Parian remained behind with the stuffed animals and dogs. Snag pushed the door open and followed the others up the stairs. He could hear a whispering and a rustling. As he reached the top of the stairs, he could see past Bitch and Foyle to the large cluster of black feathers illuminated by light from the windows. 4 spindly black birds' legs gripped nearby walls and floorboards. It spoke, but in a voice so quiet he couldn't make out the words. The bird thing made a sound, and the words that followed were like breath through rustling leaves. "Hey," Foyle said. "Creepy. I need you to back off and leave them alone." Them? The bird thing twisted around until it peered at them with one large eye, the pupil misshapen, like the impression of a skull pressed into ink or mud. As the pupil dilated, the shape filled out to look more like a face. Beneath it, Nursery, Magnate, and a Fallen were lying in a heap. The bird thing moved slowly, looking around the room. There was a window to one side. Snag pressed 2 fingers against the center of his gauntlet's palm. He felt the vibrations as the inner cylinder rotated through his options. He settled on the shuriken. Scraping 1 finger against the palm, he set the loadout. Paralyzing despair. The arm throbbed silently to provide tactile feedback as it loaded the charge from the battery into the loadout of shuriken. The bird thing twisted around more, curling up until it was condensed, instead of the broader form that had let it envelop 3 individuals. Snag could see 2 smaller bird limbs pull tight against its body as it withdrew that section into the center. He could see clothes, and he could see hints of other things near that central core. "Step away from them," Foyle said. "Trust me, you do not want to get on the wrong side of this rapier." The bird thing dragged itself closer to the window. "That's fine," Foyle said. "Who are you, and who are you with?" "Tat says it's the same as the screaming skull thing they described from yesterday," Imp said. Snag tried not to startle at Imp's sudden appearance, but the bird thing did. It jumped, lunged for the window, and Snag fired the burst of shuriken between it and the window. They exploded into a crackle of energy, intense enough that he could feel a trace of the effect himself. The bird thing didn't seem to care. It shoved itself out through the window, past window frame and glass. It landed outside as the group rushed to the window. Snag could have jumped out, but broken windows were dangerous. He was reminded of the shopping centre, of the corridor with the skylight above, and the window he'd wanted the girl to crawl through. It wasn't like the movies. Even with his outfit it was dangerous, and it looked like that thing was pretty fast. What was it doing here? Did its presence mean the others were here too? A growl escaped his lips as he turned towards Nursery. Foyle was already checking her and the other 2. "Alive. Burned. I don't think that kid did it," Foyle said. "Kid?" Snag asked. "Tats said it's a kid," Imp said. "Based on what?" "Based on Tattletale," Bitch said. "We should hurry, clear the rest of the area. Do you want to bring them?" "These 2 are allies," Snag pointed. "He isn't." "I'll restrain him," Foyle said. "Can you grab them? Carefully?" Snag picked up Nursery, easing her around until she was over his shoulder. He headed to the stairs. He felt nothing. No compassion. Nothing of the him he'd once been that had cared for his brother. In a way, it was easier. Even on his worst, most frustrating days, it was easier to put the feelings away. Dealing with people seemed easier when he could choose if he cared about them, and he only needed to care about a few. In another way, he hated it. He hated what it represented, that he had once had a tie to his brother, and he'd lost that family connection when, As he communicated with his brother on the phone over hours, the line had suddenly gone dead. It had been by word of mouth, days later, that he'd heard New York had been hit, struck by a sweep of golden light. He'd tried to forge something in the shop, and the shop had gone up in flames. And the ashes, the memories, they had been stomped on, repeatedly, night after night, mixed with the memories of others, drowned out by a select set of events that were replayed ad nauseum. He switched to communication. "Love lost. Cradle. The heroes that have been plaguing Hollow Point might be here. Be aware." He adjusted his grip on Nursery. "Hey, Foil," Imp said. "Parian. You're going to love this tidbit of news from our operations leader." "Oh no," Foil said. "Me specifically?" "You have 3 guesses." "Old teammates of mine." "Okay, yes. Vista and Weld showed up, but that's not it. This is a lot more fun than that." Imp sounded more sarcastic than her usual as she said it. "March. Jeez. You had 3 tries to get 1 right, and you got 2 right in 2 tries. What's the fun in that?" "Oh no," Foil said. "You know March?" Snag asked. "Did you invite her?" "No," he said. "Yeah, I know her," Foil said. "She's been after me since forever ago. She turned up in Brockton Bay twice, after the portal, before the end of the world. She kidnapped Parian once. She wanted to recruit me, months ago." "She collects multi-triggers," Parian said. "Cradle, Love Lost, and himself, then." Snag frowned. "Let's go." Snag was silent as he stared out at the other group. Everything had gone still and quiet as the small band of heroes, March and March's coterie, approached from the settlement. The Undersiders were circling around to talk to the heroes that had cut off the Fallen's retreat, Foil's old teammates included, and the battle lines held. March saw him, then saluted. He didn't return the gesture. His focus wasn't on her. Every night he dreamed. Every night he saw the others. He heard them and he talked to them, saw their reactions. Kiss and kill. He could understand it, even if the dreams were unique to his own particular group. He knew these people as well as he might know any person he'd been married to for a year. He spent hours every night locked in a room with them, separated by invisible dividers. What started as a seed of an idea became something more when his eye fell on the one with the hood, draping sleeves, and the faux machine mask. The way he walked and held himself. The fact that his presence could explain both the presence of March and the inexplicable intervention of the heroes. "It's him," he growled. "What?" Cradle asked. He sat on a mechanical hand, one leg dangling. "With the hood, near March. It's him." Cradle had goggles as part of the suit that networked with his robot. He adjusted one. "Be subtle," Snag murmured. The Fallen were surrendering, now that their leader had been caught. They seemed pretty reluctant to do it. The various groups Snag had hired were talking among themselves, or figuring out what role they needed to play in this clean-up stage of things. Nursery ventured into the no-man's land, drawing closer to Cradle and him, because she didn't have a role to play in this. She had a bandage around her burns at her arm and leg. "Some privacy?" Cradle asked, looking down at her. Okay." "She can stay," Snag said. "If you say so," Cradle said. "What are you two murmuring about?" Nursery asked. "We found the one who killed Love Lost's child," Snag said. Nursery fell quiet. "We would like some time alone with him, which we can't do because this is wrapping up too neatly." "It's not okay," Nursery said. "I'll help if I can." "Thank you," Snag said. "Don't be an asshole like you were at the community center," she said. "You have more potential than that." She sounded like she was his elder, talking down to him, when she was a fair amount younger. She peered at him through the slash in the cloth mask that encased her head, cinched tight around her neck by the cord she'd wound there. There was blood on the cloth. "You're right, this is wrapping up too neatly," Cradle observed. "It's eerie." Snag pulled his attention away from nursery and the likely fallen boy and the heroes he'd inserted himself in. He made eye contact with Second Hand, and Second Hand looked alarmed. A moment later the man disappeared. "Careful!" Cradle said, with alarm. At the centre of things, where the Fallen had been using a farmhouse and the surrounding environs for cover, several of the heroes had disappeared. End of days. Narwhal was slowed. That would be final hour. He could slow one target at a time. Snag had helped him work on the frame that helped him apply a variety of effects to those slowed. And last minute, Snag lunged, using his power. He found a grip on one of Cradle's limbs and used it to reorient himself, trying to spot his target. Last minute was short, with a combination of muscle and fat that created a frame that made Snag think of the game store and time with his brother and his brother's hobbies. He was like a conventional fantasy dwarf, minus the beard. The man had an arsenal of gadgets at his belt, and he'd already drawn some. Snag couldn't get to him in time. He focused on getting to cover. Last Minute wielded a shuriken design he'd learned from Snag, in exchange for a collection of data on lesser gadgets. That exchange had included Last Minute helping Snag with the loadout chamber in his right arm. That weapon design, he knew what it did. "Take cover!" he bellowed. Last Minute threw. The shuriken exploded, with a slight temporal effect applied to all within the area, but he used his power in conjunction with it, and the explosions repeated, layering effects. Snag jumped. Last Minute used a grappling hook to pull himself away. Betrayal. "Why?" Snag roared. "Someone's got to represent the Fourth." Second Hand's voice could be heard from the crowd. Everything was dissolving into chaos. The Fourth. The Fourth Endbringer, Khonsu, a time manipulator and teleporter. They were fallen? Had they been all along? Snag roared, giving chase to Last Minute. He had a mover power and his arms. He knew Last Minute had a bag of tricks. A grenade here. Snag used his power to change direction in mid-air. The grenade exploded, and the people near the epicenter were thrown away in fast motion, their falls as they landed outside the bubble slower but harder for the lack of equilibrium. Each one moved as it exploded, then exploded again. There were others, some decoys, some traps, others laying groundwork or sowing chaos, so the crowd of allies were a detriment to Snag. Holograms appeared, repeated, forming clusters of 2, 3, 4. He saw the boomerangs, and shielded himself with his arms pressed together. He kept them there, as matching boomerangs time-looped to strike his arms over and over. "Focus!" Cradle shouted. A mechanical hand pointed. Second Hand was already across the battlefield, unloading his charge. "Switch with me!" He'd leave the speedrunner traitors to Cradle. He had someone else to go after. The boy had been sent flying by Second Hand's trickery. The blast would have hit him hard. He'd be reeling. Snag used his power to hurl himself back, nearly colliding with Nursery. The fight was turning the wrong way now. There was more gunfire, more chaos that served the Fallen's ends. Snag let himself fall straight up, zooming up and away from the battlefield. Rain pattered lightly against the side of his neck and his ear. The exaggerated tactile responses of his gloves fed him details on each raindrop, more clear and real than his own body's senses. The anger was crystal clear, and everything else was muted and cold. Part of him had died in that shopping centre, as a little girl slipped from his grasp. A doll he shouldn't have bought from a couple for the amount he did burned, and everything stopped making sense. It hadn't been a quick death, but a killing blow had been struck, and he'd gone hollow in the ensuing months. In the gloom, the fallen shithole in the battlefield was small below, lit by tiny points of light. He controlled his descent, falling, but not at a velocity that would hurt him, not if his arms took the landing. Which wasn't to say Snag intended to land gently. He dropped out of the sky, and he struck the ground with an overhead swing of both fists. He narrowly missed making contact as the boy threw himself back. He thrust a fist forward, and the boy ceased moving back in mid-air, then resumed moving to the side instead. The punch grazed him. The boy created curved silver blades in his hands and swung. Snag pulled back before they could reach. "It's really you," Snag said. "Offer stands," the boy said. "Help! Look at them! We can't let the fallen win." "I don't intend to," Snag growled. He took a step forward, and the boy threw one of the silver blades. It crossed Snag's mechanical forearm. His first thought was that it was like March's power, drawing lines that then exploded at the end point. There was no fuse, no sign of anything more to it. He pointed his other hand at the boy and fired an emotion grenade. The explosion sent the boy sprawling and forced Snag to put the hand with the line in it behind him to steady himself. He felt the tactile response, the metal scraping metal. There was a line carved out of the arm, deep enough he could feel the air rushing in to graze the back of his hand, where it gripped a handle at the arm's elbow. A time-delayed slash? "We're resistant to each other's emotion powers," the boy said, as he climbed to his feet with a groan. Snag stood straighter, raising one arm to point it at the boy. He used his damaged arm to spin the forearm, the loadout within switching through the weapons he'd packed into the arm. The boy tried to sprint to one side. Snag aimed and fired a spray of needles, only to see the boy arrest his movement mid-step, then immediately reverse direction. He created more blades and threw them. Snag used his own power to dash to one side. He could see movement in his peripheral vision. March's group. He switched weapons, charging up a rocket with the battery, and fired it so it would land between himself and the woman with the rabbit mask. The rocket soared high, and as he turned toward the boy, Snag chopped his hand down. The rocket followed the motion, turning in the air and spiking into the ground before detonating on impact. Purple smoke filled the air around the impact site. It would buy him time. The boy had shitty versions of their powers. He hadn't shown his hand with the Tinker power, or with the emotion one. Snag aimed, and he fired the last of the shuriken, no emotion loaded into them. Wide area spray. They grazed the boy, even with the change of direction. He anticipated the silver blades, and avoided them with a use of his power. He paused to catch his breath, watching his opponent, double-checking that nobody was about to attack him from the flanks. There was an odd chance he'd be caught by a stray bullet, but it wasn't worth walking away from this for that. Everyone was embroiled in the conflict. He was clear. He could make this just about him and the boy. "For all your big words, you're weak," Snag said. "The only words I've spoken in the last 6 months have been pleas for mercy and cooperation," the boy said. "Innocents. The innocents fighting back there, they don't deserve that." Innocents. Snag turned to look. He switched loadouts, then aimed a hand back at the crowd. "No!" The boy charged him. He turned to fire at the boy instead, and felt the silver blade intersect his arm again. He grabbed the boy around the head with his arm, felt 2 hands grip his arm, and with a wrench tore the arm clean off. He used his own power to keep from falling, while the boy did hit the grass. Shucking off most of the metal below the elbow, he reached down with both hands. 2 ordinary hands gripped the mechanical arm, one silver blade flaring, then dying as it made contact. Snag felt the divide in the metal, though integrity mostly held. His ordinary hand, reaching for the boy's throat, was gripped by 2 smaller metal ones, narrow and spindly. "Give up," he growled. "I can't," the boy grunted, straining. "I have things I need to do." The spindly metal arms creaked and popped as the metal broke under the downward pressure. Cracks ran down the housing, and Snag was very aware of the flaws in the design. "I'm going to put the fallen shit behind me. I'm going to build something if you just let me." Building something. There was a part of Snag that was horrified by the contrast, the inversion of it all. That part of him disappeared into the noise, the screaming and the shouting, the conversations and the straining to hear the whispers. Everything from the room that seemed like it would drive him mad and drive him further from the peace he'd once found, that never felt like it had truly stopped. He felt numb, and above all else, he felt so very tired. He wanted to end the fallen boy, in the same way his old self had wanted to put his head down to a pillow after a long, tiring day. It would be so easy, and he'd be out like a light. Metal creaked and popped. The metal shattered, and Snag's hand reached the boy's throat. He felt the pain in his forearm. 2 blades had punctured his arm, in through the wrist and out the back. His weight coming down made them move, turning the 2 wounds into one wider one. He pulled back, and blood flowed from the hole. He tried to staunch it, but his oversized mechanical arm wasn't designed to reach to something that close to him. With his hand numb, fingers refusing to work as they should, he tried to undo the catches that attached his oversized arm in place. He dug one finger into the gap, and when he pried it came free, the fingernail breaking, a trail left on the surface of his arm. Help. He'd get help. He turned. He felt the impact of the silver blade. A line marked his body. 2 more lines appeared as the boy struck him. Either let me help or get no help at all, the boy said. Snag twisted around. Don't move too fast. Rainwater was pattering down around them. Snag's hair and beard were wet. Let me help. I have the things. Snag didn't move. Water joined blood and trailed down his arm to fingertips, then joined mud. The first of the lines faded. You could let me go, Snag said, if you had any mercy in you at all. If I let you go, you'll come after me again. Yes, Snag said. He felt the faint tingle of the lines start to fade. The boy hit him again. 2 more, one at the neck. No, the boy said. Snag took a step forward. With his second step, he brought his one intact arm up and drove it down in a heavy punch. The boy let himself be hit, only bringing his arms up to shield himself. The impact, dampened as it was, vibrated through Snag's body. He felt the line at his neck rupture. The blood from his head and neck flowed down and out through the open wound, which extended from shoulder blade to clavicle. With the blood, he felt his thoughts struggle, and he dropped to the ground. He was back in the room. No dream to precede it, no others. There was a surrender in the moment as he stood there and realized why he was there. Frustration peaked and then dissipated. Anger flowed freely, then found it had nowhere to go and nowhere to settle. He was alone in the room, and for once there was none of the chaos, none of the jostling or noise, no babble, no overflowing emotion. He felt like himself again. No anger, no numbness. He missed his brother, his store. Was it that the connection had been severed, or that this mad quest had ended? His time as a cape was over. There was no going back. Light and shadow distorted, becoming vague impressions of people that clarified into the people themselves. The fallen boy was in his room now, bending down to pick up his chair. The boy looked in Jonathan's direction. "You really did it," Cradle said. Love Lost appeared at nearly the same time. She approached the dais with a quick stride. She met Jonathan's eyes, looked down. Jonathan touched the wounds of his arm, his wet beard. There was no pain as he touched the wound at his neck. The light in Jonathan's fifth of the room dimmed, then returned to its normal strength. "I don't get it," the fallen boy said. "I don't see why you die just to hurt me." "I hope that by the time she and I get to you, you will get it," Cradle said. "Cradle," Jonathan said, "the way we're going about this..." The lights dimmed as he spoke. "I can barely hear you, Snag," Cradle said. "It's not worth it," Jonathan finished. He looked at Love Lost as the lights dimmed, strengthened, then dimmed more. "It's not worth it." "We can't hear you, Snag," Cradle said. The fallen boy looked at Snag, then looked down. There was blood on his hands and clothing. Interesting, the things they brought and didn't bring into this space. Love Lost had her mask and outfit, but not the claws. Cradle was always mundane, always with the scratched glasses. Objects dropped from above. 3 pieces of glass, striking the pointed peak of crystal at the center of the dais, bouncing off unpredictably. 2 landed in the fallen boy's space. 1 landed in Cradle's. Love Lost ignored them, didn't even glance at them. She stared across the dais at him, trying to see him in the growing darkness. She reached up to her mask, and she undid it, pulling the clasp free. She spoke, her voice disused and broken by a throat raw from screaming. "Rest, Jonathan." He opened his mouth to reply, but he knew it would be useless. "We'll get your revenge," she said. "No," Jonathan said. "It makes us into monsters." "No," the fallen boy said, echoing him. It isn't worth it." She did up the clasp, glaring at the fallen boy. "I hope I'm not going to wake up to find my throat slit," Cradle said. The lights and shadows distorted. The 3 others left the room. Snag felt cold fear seize him. He approached the dais and found his space empty, devoid of litter, of glass, of anything else. He bent down, searching the space below the dais. He'd discarded things last night. Was there anything? As he got closer to the dais, he felt both sides of the invisible wall converging. The other 3 areas were growing dim, going dark as the barrier faded. The lights went off, the barrier went down, and he gained something of an understanding of what, not who, was in the 5th space that had been between his and the fallen boys. With that knowledge, he slipped into dreams of a different sort, knowing that even if they paused or were broken up by visits to the room, there would never be an end to them.
This was a production of Ward by Parahuman Audio. Ward and the Parahuman stories are written and owned by J.C. McCrae. You can find the original text and support the author at parahumans.net. For more of the Ward audiobook, as well as other community works, please visit parahumanaudio.com. Music for this chapter was by Evan Witt. Find out more at wittynotes.com. Editing by Christopher Crispy Batkin. Narration by Robert Rain Ramsay. Find more of their work at our website. Thank you for listening.